On the third day after Xiao Jin's admitted herself to the mental hospital, she finally understood something. Anyone who doesn't like her can't be a good person. Anything she doesn't like can't be a good thing. She was the Greek god of morality in her own life story. The moment she had this realization, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Ding! Congratulations, you have found the plot repair system. Complete tasks according to reader requests to earn up to 1 billion in rewards. At first, Xiao Jin's thought she had developed a serious split personality. But after the system persistently proved its existence, and even used some mysterious power to take her back home, she finally saw it clearly in her mind, a soft, glowing blue ball of light with a floating sign above it that read system. At the same time, a complete novel was stuffed into her mind. The title was The True Daughter's Return. After 2 years of exile, the whole family begs for forgiveness. The name alone felt strangely familiar. The story was about the real daughter of a noble family who had been lost for 6 years. When she finally returned, she found that her place had been taken by a fake daughter, and the whole family favored the imposter. The fake daughter had a good reputation and a sweet personality, while the real one was shy and always tried not to trouble others, keeping all her sadness to herself. One day, the fake daughter accidentally caused the family's only sensible person, her sister-in-law from the influential Lien family, to fall into a coma. The family blamed the real daughter and sent her to a strict convent for 2 years. When she came back, her fiancé had been taken, and her family still supported the fake daughter. Then came the familiar pattern: betrayal, humiliation, and endless suffering. After the prince won the battle for the throne, the noble family finally realized their mistakes and lined up to beg for her forgiveness. After quickly absorbing the story, Xiao Jin commented dryly, "This whole noble family must be out of their minds." The silent heroine and her blind relatives live in a world where emotions are everything and work doesn't exist. The system replied pitifully, "The novel has already ended, but readers are getting more and more emotional. If we don't fix the plot, our app might get flooded with complaints." Naturally, Xiao Jin assumed she was going to play the heroine. It made sense. Her name already sounded ancient and elegant enough for the role. Her life had been full of hardships. Abandoned by her parents as a child, nearly harmed by her foster father, and later kicked out of the house, she grew up facing one misfortune after another. Even at work, she met arrogant bosses and foolish coworkers. Nothing ever went smoothly for her, and now she was even struggling with mental illness. Truly, she seemed like someone chosen by fate. Just as she was thinking about how to expose the fake heiress and teach her a lesson to satisfy both herself and the readers, she decided that prizes didn't matter. She just wanted a place to let out all her frustration. Xiao Jin muttered, "I was just joking, system. Don't take it seriously." But the system replied, "No, no." The readers said the heroine doesn't speak up for herself. They think the author should be sent into the story instead. What they want is to restore the Lin family and make it the greatest family in Daeong. Xiao Jin couldn't even remember who the Lin family was. After the system explained, she finally understood. They were a background family mentioned only a few times in the book, the loyal Wei Yuan Marquis family who had protected the people of Daeong for 3 generations. In the story, the Lin family spent 23 years reclaiming 13 cities taken by the northern tribes. All 5 generals of the family died in battle, leaving behind only the elderly, women, and children. In the end, even those who remained met tragic fates. Some passed away, some lost their minds, some became monks or nuns, and some betrayed their country. The readers couldn't bear to see such loyal people end up like that, so they flooded the author with messages demanding justice. After hearing this, Xiao Jin was stunned. Wait, I haven't read novels for years. Are readers this clear-headed now? Not only did they want chaos, but they also wanted a proper career arc. So the question was, what essential skills did one need to survive in ancient times? Was it too late for her to start learning now? The system, seeing her silent for a while, grew anxious. "I know you're upset that you're not the heroine, but there's nothing we can do about it." Xiao Jin didn't reply, only frowned slightly. What a wonderful misunderstanding. Since the other side had shown weakness, it was the perfect time to negotiate. The mechanical voice almost sounded like it was about to cry. At most. I can secretly give you 1 cubic meter of storage space so you can bring a few things with you, okay? Xiao Jin's, who had just been pretending not to hear, suddenly perked up. 10 cubic meters. The system immediately responded, goodbye. Sending you back now. I was just kidding. After some bargaining, they finally settled on 2 cubic meters of storage space. The system was still quite considerate. It gave Xiao Jin's 24 hours to buy supplies. She didn't sleep at all that night, busy preparing for her journey. In the meantime, it carefully explained to Xiao Jin's the current situation of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's family and offered its professional advice. For now, it's best if you take on the role of Miss Lin Pixiao, the second daughter of the Lin family. She's 14, engaged to the second son of the Minister of War, and quite good-looking. You could even add a sweet romance to make the story more appealing to readers. The system believed that since readers were already so interested in the Lin family, adding a bit of romance would make the story even more popular. But Xiao Jin's refused without even looking up. Seriously? She was 33. Even if she looked like a teenage girl, pretending to be fascinated by those showy young men would already take all her acting skills. And now she was supposed to act like a lively young maiden in love? That was just too much to ask. Besides, although the Daong dynasty wasn't as strict with women as the Ming dynasty, it wasn't much better either. Just thinking about marriage, serving her mother-in-law, taking care of her husband, and dealing with household drama was enough to make her lose interest. Love? No, thank you. She couldn't handle that kind of trouble. The role simply wasn't worth it. The system took a deep breath and offered another plan. Then you could become Madame Zhang, the current lady of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's household. Her son, the young Marquis, is only 13. You could take charge of the household and help us rebuild the Lin family's reputation. Plus, Madame Zhang is your age. Maybe you could even find a new romance. Stories about middle-aged love are quite popular lately. Same age. Middle-aged romance. Those words hit Xiao Jin's sore spot. She looked up from her phone, ready to argue from the moral high ground. Seriously? You're obsessed with romance. People nowadays know that building a career is what really matters. Can't you update your programming? Why is it always about love? The system, now annoyed, shot back. Then who do you want to be? The 13-year-old young Marquis? Well, that could work too. You could focus entirely on your career, but that would turn a story for female readers into one for male readers. Wouldn't that cause even more backlash? Still, since Xiao Jin's had rejected the first 2 options, this was already the best solution the system could find from its data. The entire Marquis of Wei Yuan's household now had only a bedridden old madam who had suffered a stroke, the first Madame Zhang, and her son Lin Qingyao, the second Madame Yao with her daughter Lin Pixiao and son Lin Jian, and finally, the third branch with 6-year-old twins Lin Siriai and Lin Jiqing. It believed that Xiao Jin's would definitely agree. But unexpectedly, Xiao Jin's raised a finger and shook it. No. Too young and too many fathers around, no way. The system crashed. This won't do, that won't do, then who? Who exactly do you want to become? Xiao Jin's chuckled. Isn't there still that old madam who's about to pass away? System. Speechless. Xiao Jin's believed that the best ages in life were only 2, before starting school at 6, and after retiring at 55. The old Madame Xiao was only 49. Though not the most powerful, she was still a high-ranking noblewoman, surrounded by servants and holding great authority in the Marquis's household. If she could be someone's grandmother, why would she want to be someone's grandchild? The system tried to persuade her again. Wait, have you been hurt by love before? Don't worry, in the novel world there are still plenty of good men. Many of them are loyal. In its database, stories without romance had far fewer highlights, and even systems had performance goals to meet. Xiao Jin's was speechless. What kind of outdated system was this? Its thinking was far too narrow. Whether men were loyal or not had nothing to do with her. As a goddess once in charge of morality in ancient Greece, she was hardly a model in that area herself. Great Yong dynasty, the 13th year of Emperor Qianqi's reign, the 7th day of the 9th month. It was a quiet afternoon. The courtyard was unusually still. A breeze passed through the osmanthus tree, scattering a few yellow leaves that spun down onto the stone steps. The sunlight filtered through the carved window lattice, casting delicate patterns on the floor beneath the eaves, rippling like gentle waves. "Oh, my old madam, your steps are much steadier than before." Inside the elegantly furnished room, a neatly dressed matron in a dark green gown hurried in, smiling as she took over from the maid and carefully helped Xiao to the soft couch. Before she could even sit down, the maids in the room were already busy. One straightened her clothes and sleeves, another brought tea and snacks to her side, and a clever one was already kneeling nearby, gently massaging her legs. Xiao lifted the teacup, took a small sip, and a relaxed smile appeared on her lips. The fine Phoenix Dansong tea, its taste was truly delightful. If the system hadn't vanished right after signing the contract, she would have shown off a little. With wealth in hand, power under control, and a late husband behind her, could there be a better life story than this? Seeing that Xiao looked well, Madame Chiu cautiously asked, "Old madam, may I tell the first and second madams that your health has improved?" "I can hardly keep them from asking." Half a month ago, Xiao had taken over this body, but she had ordered everyone in Baoqing Hall to keep quiet and not spread the news. She said she wanted to surprise them by walking to them herself once she could get out of bed. In truth, the system had warned her before leaving that the small world was still unstable because of her arrival, so she should avoid acting rashly for now. Xiao used this time to rebuild her image and learn about the inner workings of the Marquis's household. Only by doing so could she quickly secure key resources, gain control, and choose the best way to protect herself and her family. This body's original owner had quite a background. Her father, Prince Yenyang, had died saving Emperor Taizong. Out of gratitude, the emperor took the 3-year-old girl into the palace as his adopted daughter, granting her the title of Princess Yihuan, wishing her a life of peace and happiness. In those years, Emperor Taizong's affection for her was boundless. He would have plucked the stars from the sky if she had asked. She could freely enter the imperial study, a place even the crown prince could not go. She once sat at the jade desk where the concubines dared not approach, drawing a few strokes, and the emperor praised her talent. With a single decree, even the grand tutor had to teach her calligraphy and literature. She loved flowers, so the emperor ordered 1,000 rare blooms from the south and built an entire garden of joy for her. She loved sweets, so the imperial kitchen sent her new treats every day. If anyone dared speak ill of her, the emperor's single command for punishment silenced the entire court. When she was to be married, Emperor Taizong was reluctant to let her go. To win her hand, the Marquis of Wei knelt in the Golden Hall, bowing 100 times until his forehead bled, and promised never to take another wife. Only then did the emperor, with a stern face, say, "I must first ask Yihuan." On the surface, no one tried to stop her, but behind her back, they kept trying to persuade her otherwise, saying that the Marquis of Wei Yuan had only one son, who would one day inherit the title and go to war, and that the battlefield was full of danger. But at that time, she was only 15, with delicate features and a heart full of admiration for that brave young general. She stood in the snowy imperial garden, gently tugging at the emperor's sleeve, smiling brightly. "Father, I'm not afraid." The emperor looked at her for a long time, without speaking. At last, he sighed, waved his hand, and ordered the wedding preparations, granting the young couple their wish. For several years after the marriage, they lived in harmony. Then, 23 winters ago, the northern tribes suddenly attacked the border. The old Marquis of Wei Yuan died in battle, and the empire lost 13 cities, causing an uproar across the nation. Her husband, the new Marquis, rushed to the front lines to gather the remaining troops. After 3 years of fierce fighting, he reclaimed 7 cities, but his body was covered in wounds, and he never returned. Left alone, she raised their 3 sons by herself. She never cried or complained, only repeated her husband's last words before he left. Our family lost these cities. Our family must take them back. One by one, she sent her sons to the battlefield, devoting her entire life to protecting the country. 7 years ago, her youngest son finally reclaimed the last city. The army returned in triumph, and the whole capital celebrated. But as she waited at the city gate, what she received was her son's coffin. During the late emperor's reign, he still showed kindness to her. The adopted sister personally granted that title by the former emperor, sending her the finest gifts every year. Unfortunately, Emperor Jingzhao's life was short. He passed away after only 4 years on the throne. The current Emperor Qianxi, though polite and proper, shared little personal affection with her. Grief-stricken, she turned to prayer and rarely left the marquis's residence. Half a year ago, she suffered a stroke and became bedridden. Since then, the Weiyuan marquis's household had quietly faded from the center of power. When Madame Chiu waited for a while without hearing Lady Xiaojin's reply, she softly repeated her words. After all, news of the old lady's awakening could not be hidden from the household's mistress. The first and second madams, out of filial respect, pretended not to know, unwilling to go against the old lady's wishes. Moreover, perhaps the old lady feared loneliness. Over the past half-month, she had summoned every talkative servant woman in the house, offering them snacks and letting them chat in her courtyard while she listened from inside her room. Every time Madame Chiu saw this scene, she couldn't help feeling a lump in her throat. When her young lady was a child in the palace, she was the same. Whenever she heard the servants whispering, she would stop walking and listen quietly. In the days when her health was better, she would sometimes stare blankly into the distance and softly say, "Ah Chiu, tell me, if the Marquis were still here, wouldn't the children be living more freely?" At other times, she would gaze sadly toward the palace and sigh. The gifts from the palace have become more and more perfunctory over the years. If he were still alive, would he blame me for failing to protect this household? More than once, she quietly turned away to wipe her tears with a handkerchief. These years had been far too hard for her lady. Madame Chiu came back to her senses, feeling anxious. Half a month had passed, and the Marquis and the young masters and misses had begun to worry about the old lady. Today, Madame Zhang and Madame Yao had already sent word. No matter what, they would bring the 5 children to visit the old lady by tomorrow at the latest. If there was still something praiseworthy about the declining Marquis of Weiyuan's household, it was that the family remained harmonious and the children were all filial. Even when the old lady had been bedridden and unconscious, Madame Zhang and Madame Yao would bring the children every day to talk with her. Xiao Jin's was no fool. The peacefulness of Baoqing Hall for so long had already told her that everyone was cooperating with her little surprise act. Her preparations were almost complete. Her goal was to make the family the most respected in the capital. She had once thought about settling down first before making any bold moves. But after receiving the original lady's memories, she quickly dismissed that idea. In this capital, if a signboard fell and hit 10 people, 5 would be officials, and the other 5 would be connected to them somehow. Resources were limited, and positions were few. Everyone was watching closely. No one would give her a quiet chance to grow. It was better to fight when needed. If she couldn't win, she would appeal. If that failed, she would make a scene, and if that still didn't work, she would go straight to the palace to demand justice. For example, something was about to happen soon, and Xiao Jin's planned to use it to make the entire capital understand this. Whoever dared to offend the Marquis of Weiyuan's household would pay dearly for it. Only then would she live up to her reputation as the bold and fearless lady she was known to be. Nanny Chiu asked twice but got no answer, and her eyes grew warm with worry. Her lady must really be getting old. Her hearing was getting worse. She was just thinking about making some nourishing soup to help her lady recover when hurried footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. The young maid Luer rushed in, her face pale and her voice trembling, almost crying. "Madam, something terrible happened." The eldest young lady was sent back by the steward of the Marquis of Yongning's household. He said that after 3 years without a child, they want to end the marriage. What? Nanny Chiu's kind face darkened with anger. The Marquis of Yoning's family had gone too far. Had they forgotten how, back then, they came again and again with generous gifts, begging for this marriage and promising eternal harmony? And now they turned their backs so easily, not even giving her lady a shred of dignity. The room fell silent. Master Xiao Jin's mind flashed with images of a young woman from ancient times, from her first words as a baby, to the moment she stumbled into her grandmother's arms, calling her sweetly grandmother, and later, when she stayed by her grandmother's sickbed, refusing to leave. Perhaps it was the emotions that came with the memories, or maybe Xiao Jin's had become too immersed in the role, but her heart grew restless. Wait, hadn't the system stabilized this small world yet? She could barely hold back the power surging inside her. If it didn't come soon, she wouldn't care about stability anymore. Just then, the pleasant voice of the system finally sounded in her mind. Host, the small world is now stable. Feel free to act. You've got this, and then it disappeared again. Feeling fired up, Xiao Jin grinned. Let's go. Time to begin. She stood up and gave quick, clear orders. Zissou, bring out the gongs, drums, and cymbals I asked you to buy the other day. Set them all up.
Chimpa.
Call the old lady who guards the west gate, Aunt Lou from the back courtyard, and those 3 loud women from the kitchen. Anyone who can make a scene. Sierra, go to the kitchen and bring me a bowl of fresh chicken blood. Qinger, take some people and invite every doctor in the capital to the Marquis of Yoning's residence for a consultation. Make it big, let everyone see. And tell the steward to report this to the city office, the Court of Justice, and the royal family's registry. Make sure they all arrive at the Marquis's house in about 15 minutes. A series of commands flowed smoothly, full of power and confidence. The servants didn't quite understand what was happening, but their blood boiled with excitement. They answered loudly and scattered in all directions. Carrying that same energy, Xiao Jin turned and quickly took Madame Chio's hand. Let's go. Though she said she was helping, she was actually walking so fast that Madame Chio could hardly keep up. After all, Xiao Jin could finally go out and stretch her legs. It felt like a goddess of justice from ancient Greece was about to make her first move in Daeong. Just thinking about it made her a little excited. Clang. The deep sound of a bronze gong echoed at the entrance of the alley, startling a row of pigeons from the eaves. They fluttered into the blue sky. Right after, the steward of the Yongning Marquis's household shouted loudly, Lin Jian, the legitimate daughter of the Weiyuan Marquis's family, has been married to our young master for 3 years without bearing a child. She has been disrespectful to her elders, unkind to her younger relatives, jealous and ill-tempered, and even put harmful substances in pastries, causing our young Lady Wang's unborn child to be lost. Such behavior is disgraceful and brings shame to both families. Today, a letter of dismissal will be delivered in public. Each accusation struck like a heavy blow, making the woman being pushed forward with her hands tied bend under the weight. More and more townspeople gathered around. She couldn't have children herself, so she harmed her sister-in-law's baby? How cruel. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Weiyuan Marquis's family? How could the old Marquis have raised such a daughter? Those curious stares and shocked whispers cut into her like knives. With her mouth gagged, Lin Jian couldn't defend herself. She had never imagined she would be humiliated like this, dragging her family's name down with her. She and Li Wuyong, the heir of the Yongning Marquis's family, had been engaged since childhood. They might not have been deeply in love, but they knew each other well. She had thought that, even if their marriage wasn't filled with affection, they could at least live peacefully and respectfully together. Moreover, when her father and uncles died one after another on the battlefield, her grandmother had worried about the difference in family status and wanted to cancel the engagement. But the Yongning Marquis had firmly said, "We don't judge by appearances. We respect the Lin family's honor." Besides, Wuyong has long admired Miss Lin deeply. His words had sounded so sincere that her whole family believed him. The night before the wedding, her mother had held her hand, smiling through tears. "You're lucky," she said. "Your husband cares for you, and your in-laws will support you. Your life should be a good one." Marquis Yongning was a capable man, and Li Wuyong seemed clever as well. Once she gave birth to the family's first grandson, and when her younger brother grew up, there would be someone in the court to support them. That night, her mother spoke to her for a long time, teaching her how to get along with her husband and how to deal with her mother-in-law. She listened carefully, but sadly, none of it was ever useful, because everyone in the Marquis of Yongning's household turned out to be liars. Her father-in-law stayed in the army all year, so she didn't mind that. But her mother-in-law turned cold the very next day after she entered the family, speaking harshly and finding fault in everything. For 3 years, she made her rise early and stand properly every day without fail. Her husband, Li Wuyong, left her alone on their wedding night, saying he disliked the scent she wore. That night, she sat by the bed all night, regretting using the perfume and thinking she would find out what he liked the next day. But all her efforts only earned her looks of disdain. On the day she returned to visit her family, she wanted to tell her mother about her troubles. Yet every time she saw the white hairs at her mother's temples, her younger brother studying hard under pressure, and her grandmother's frail figure, she couldn't bring herself to say a word. She endured it all, for her family's peace, for her brother's future. She endured for 3 years, thinking that no matter how hard life was, she could bear it. But 3 months ago, when she brought some pastries to Li Wuyong's study on a whim, he suddenly ordered in front of the servants that she was never to step near the study again, turning her into a laughingstock. This morning, as usual, she went to greet her mother-in-law, Madame Yuan, and stand properly as required. There she met her sister-in-law, Madame Wang, who happily announced she was 3 months pregnant. Lin Jian felt a pang in her heart, but still smiled sincerely and congratulated her. Unexpectedly, just after noon, her mother-in-law stormed into her courtyard with a group of people, slapped her, and threw a plate of pastries at her feet, accusing her of jealousy and of poisoning Madame Wang to cause a miscarriage. Lin Jian denied it. She had never sent anything to Madame Wang. But then her own maid, Bao Qin, stepped forward in tears and claimed that Lin Jian had indeed done it. She was left speechless, with no one to turn to except Li Wuyong. Yet when he arrived, he brought with him a letter of divorce. Lin Jian, a cruel and heartless woman like you is not worthy of being a member of the Li family. What greater humiliation could there be? Lin Jian knew she could not accept the divorce letter. Her 2 younger sisters were still unmarried. If she took it, who would dare to marry the daughters of the Lin family in the future? And her younger brothers, how could they hold their heads high in the capital if they had a sister who had been cast aside? At that moment, as she looked around the room, everyone seemed like wild beasts baring their fangs. She would rather die than bring shame to her family. So she suddenly rushed toward a stone pillar, but instead of dying, she only angered Madame Yuan and that heartless Li Wuyong. They had her tied up and paraded through the city, shouting out her so-called crimes for everyone to hear. As the carriage turned the last corner toward her home, Lin Jian closed her eyes in despair. A single clear tear slid down her cheek. It was her fault, all her fault. A sharp cry suddenly broke through the noise. Lin Jian opened her eyes and saw a familiar figure stumbling toward her. Madame Zhang, dressed in a light blue robe, had always been calm and dignified, the respected mistress of the Wei Yuan Marquis' household. She had never lost her composure in public. But now, her hair was messy, and her face was pale.
Yan'er,
My poor Yenner.
who did this to you?
Her voice trembled with anger and grief. Behind her, Madame Yao, wearing a bright pink short jacket, quickly ordered, "Hurry and untie the young lady." Does the Ning Marquis' household think our Wei Yuan Marquis family has no one to stand up for her? The servants from the Wei Yuan Marquis' house stepped forward to help, but those from the Ning Marquis' house blocked their way. The air grew tense as both sides faced off.
Wait.
The Ning Marquis' steward stepped forward, bowed politely, and spoke in a respectful yet forceful tone. "Madam, the eldest Miss Lin poisoned my young master's first child. The evidence is clear. Our heir has written a divorce letter. Please accept it." Madame Zhang saw her daughter shaking her head desperately and shouted in fury, "A divorce letter? Li Wuyong dares to cast off my daughter? Had they forgotten how they begged for this marriage?" Forgotten the promises made before the wedding? Forgotten how, after the marriage, she herself had written letters to help the Ning Marquis family contact her husband's old allies? And now that the Ning Marquis had been transferred back near the capital, this was how they repaid her daughter? Madame Zhang looked at the handprint on her daughter's face, her eyes red with anger. Madame Yao was even more upset. She had only one son, Lin Pixiao. If the eldest daughter was divorced, how could her own daughter ever find a good marriage in the future? What proof do you have? How could a daughter from our Marquis of Wei Yuan's family do such a thing? Steward Wang, could there be some misunderstanding? Seeing Madame Yao soften her tone, Steward Wang became even more arrogant, his voice rising sharply. Second Madame Lin, you must be joking. I already said the evidence is clear. Otherwise, why would our young master write a divorce letter? He took out the letter and handed it to Madame Zhang. Madam, my lady said that if you accept this letter, you may take Miss Lin home. Out of respect for the friendship between our two families, our Marquis of Yongning's household will not pursue the matter further. But if you refuse... He paused deliberately before continuing, then Madame Li Lin will still be part of our household. Since she has done something improper, our Marquis's family naturally has its own way of dealing with it. As he finished speaking, a strong old servant woman roughly pulled Lin Jian out of Madame Zhang's arms. Miss Lin, behave yourself. Madame Zhang hurried forward to stop her, but Steward Wang took the chance to push the letter closer. Madam, have you decided? Madame Zhang couldn't bear to see her daughter treated like that. Forgetting all thoughts of her son's future, she reached out with trembling hands to take the letter. But Madame Yao stopped her. Sister-in-law, you mustn't accept it. Tears welled up in Madame Zhang's eyes. Madame Yao was struggling inside. Sister-in-law, the Marquis's family has more than one daughter. You must think of Pixiao and Jiqing too. People are selfish by nature. Madame Zhang might not care about her son's future, but Madame Yao could not allow anyone to ruin her own child's marriage prospects. Madame Zhang was the granddaughter of a former minister of rights, but her family had long since retired from public life. Now, as the wife of the Marquis, she was the most respected member of her family. Without her family's support, she had lived awkwardly in the capital for years. As for Madame Yao, she was the daughter of the head of the Imperial Academy, from a family of scholars. All three of her brothers held official positions. However, being born to a concubine had made her narrow-minded and overly competitive since childhood. During the days when the original lady was seriously ill, the two women managed to get along fairly well. Madame Zhang was generous, and Madame Yao was not the kind to stir up trouble. But once personal interests were involved, housekeeper Wang saw that things had turned out just as the young master predicted. A single letter of divorce had caused the two ladies to turn against each other. Smiling smugly, he added fuel to the fire. Since Madame Ho refuses to accept it, I can only send Miss Li Lin to the magistrate's office to seek justice for our second young master and his wife. Men, take her away. At his command, Lin Jian was dragged forward by the collar, completely stripped of dignity. Stop. All of you, stop right now. Madame Zhang could no longer hold back. Her eyes were red as she rushed into the crowd, pushing people aside and throwing her arms around Lin Jian to shield her. Her voice trembled as she cried, "No one is taking my daughter away. I'm still alive.
Who dares?"
The moment her mother held her, Lin Jian's tears finally burst forth, falling uncontrollably like a broken dam. It was all her fault. She had brought shame to the Marquis's household and forced her mother into a situation where she could no longer protect her own dignity. Housekeeper Wang sneered, "Oh, so Madame Ho is finally willing to accept the divorce letter?" Madame Zhang could only look pleadingly at Madame Yao. She knew it was unfair to the second and third young ladies, but as a mother, she simply couldn't stand by and watch her daughter be treated this way. Madame Yao, who had watched the young girl grow up, couldn't bear it either. She slowly turned her head away, her heart heavy with sorrow. Just as Madame Zhang's trembling hand was about to touch the divorce letter, an aged voice suddenly rang out. "What nonsense are you barking about?" Madame Wang, who had just lost her child, sat weakly by the bed. Her maid, Xiaodai, was reporting what had happened. I never thought the young master's wife, who always seemed so gentle, could be so cruel inside. It's one thing that she can't have children herself, but to harm others. Fortunately, the old madam and the young master are fair-minded and plan to send that wicked woman away. Madame Wang's eyes suddenly cleared. What did you say? My elder brother is going to divorce his wife. Seeing her mistress finally respond, Xiao Dai quickly continued, explaining how Lin Jian had refused to admit her wrongdoing, how the maid had testified against her, and how she had become so distraught that the old madam and the young master lost patience and ordered the housekeeper to take her to the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence. Madame Wang's hand clenched tightly under the quilt. Something was wrong, none of this felt right. It all seemed carefully planned from the start. She had only been married into the Marquis's household for 3 months. Her husband and father-in-law were both stationed at the suburban military camp near the capital. She could not let her child die without knowing the truth. Xiao Dai was still talking nonstop when Madame Wang suddenly called her closer and whispered a few words in her ear. Xiao Dai's face froze, then she nodded seriously. I'll go right away, madam. Watching her servant leave, Madame Wang sighed silently. She could only hope that her mother-in-law and elder brother had nothing to do with this. At that moment, her mother-in-law and elder brother were waiting in the flower hall for news from Steward Wang. When the Marquis's family lost its male heirs, Madame Yuan had already been unhappy with this marriage. Her son, Wuyong, was outstanding. How could the declining Marquis's household be worthy of him? But the old Marquis had insisted that, though the family had weakened, their military reputation in the north still carried weight. She had no choice but to agree. Yet Lin Jian turned out to be useless. 3 years had passed, and there was still no sign of a child. Aside from helping the old Marquis live more comfortably in the north, she had done nothing of value. Meanwhile, the illegitimate son had married the Grand Tutor's granddaughter and was enjoying great favor in the household. That had made Madame Yuan deeply resentful. So, 2 months ago, when the old Marquis was promoted and transferred back to the capital, her son came to her, saying he wanted to divorce his wife and remarry. At that moment, Madame Yuan's heart was moved. Originally, they had planned to let Lin Jian quietly waste away in the inner courtyard, but then Madame Wang suddenly became pregnant. Madame Yuan and Li Wuyong decided to take advantage of the situation. The legitimate heir of the Yongning Marquis's household must be Wuyong's child. As time passed with no word from the steward, Madame Yuan grew uneasy. Wuyong, maybe we've gone too far this time. We could have just sent her away quietly. Li Wuyong looked up. His features were sharp and handsome, but his eyes were cold as ice. It's fine. Only this way will everyone see clearly who is truly at fault. He had been furious at the time. If that foolish Lin Jian had died in their house, he would have been blamed, and no respectable family would ever marry their daughter to him again. Madame Yuan frowned. The Marquis's wife is gentle and easy to deal with, but that Madame Yao is not. Don't forget, her family still has 3 scholars serving as imperial academicians. Li Wuyong gave a cold smile. Mother, don't worry. I've already thought it through. There will be no problem. He had deliberately asked the butler to send a letter of dismissal to create conflict between the sisters-in-law. No matter what choice they made today, this seed of suspicion would remain in their hearts. Once the people of the Wei Yuan Marquis household lost unity, they would no longer be a threat. As for the old madam of the Wei Yuan Marquis residence, no one cared much. After all, they had already heard 3 times this month that she was on her deathbed. With such a frail body, what could she really do? Madame Yuan felt her heart settle as she saw her son's confidence. Looking at his handsome face, she began to think about which unmarried young ladies in the capital would be a good match for him. She didn't notice the cold ruthlessness in her son's eyes. Lin Jian, don't blame me. You only have yourself to blame for knowing what you shouldn't have known. Meanwhile, on the street, the tense situation suddenly changed the moment Xiao Jin's appeared. The fierce west wind stopped, and a gentle east wind began to rise. Madame Zhang, Madame Yao, and Lin Jian looked at the slightly bent figure before them. their eyes turning red as they bit their lips and stared in silence. Xiao Jin's blinked in surprise. Oh my, are these young ladies trying to move me with tears? Butler Wang, who had long learned how to survive in a noble household, quickly adjusted his tone and bowed low. Old madam, you look wonderful. Our Marquis and Marchioness often talk about you at home. Seeing you in such good health will make them so happy. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Weren't they saying this old lady was about to pass away?
How are we supposed to handle this now?
Dressed in a light yellow gown, Lin Pixiao took the chance to slip through the crowd. Quick and clever, she untied Lin Jian's ropes and pulled her toward Xiao Jin's, calling out, "Grandmother, look. They even hurt my elder sister." Lin Pixiao had already known that her grandmother's health was fine. When she heard about the trouble today, she rushed over, worried that her mother and aunt couldn't handle it. She happened to see Xiao Jin's giving orders and was instantly full of admiration. Thanks to her quick steps, she managed to take Madame Chio's place and help her grandmother make a grand entrance. Xiao Jin was very pleased with this second granddaughter. She was far more capable than Madame Zhang, who only knew how to cry. It seemed this girl was worth nurturing carefully in the future. Seeing the red handprint on Lin Jian's swollen face, Madame Xiao Jin was furious. How dare someone touch her granddaughter? Did they really think she was too weak to fight back? Without another word, Xiao Jin suddenly slapped Butler Wang twice across the face. To be honest, it felt incredibly satisfying, though she had used so much force that her hand went numb. Everyone nearby was stunned. In such a noble household, manners and composure were everything. Even when angry, one would usually order servants to act, not do it personally. For the elderly Madame Xiao to strike someone herself showed just how angry she truly was. When she ordered Butler Wang to be tied up, the servants of the Wei Yuan Marquis household acted swiftly and harshly. Butler Wang tried to argue, but Xiao Jin simply said, "Slap him again," and he received 4 more loud slaps. Hearing the sharp sound, Xiao Jin finally felt her anger begin to calm. The onlookers were so shocked that they barely dared to breathe. Given her status, Xiao Jin didn't bother arguing with a lowly servant like Butler Wang in public. It was like expecting a company president to personally handle a minor car accident, something that only happens in stories. Since this happened right outside the Wei Yuan Marquis residence, her servants acted with authority. The people from the Yongning Marquis household didn't dare make a scene, and soon they were all tied up, though a few managed to slip away to report back. To help his sister vent her anger, Lin Pixiao secretly ordered that Butler Wang's legs be tied together, planning to make him hop all the way back like a fool. If he liked showing off in public, then he could have his fill of attention this time. After everything was done, Xiao Jin squinted at the divorce letter in her hand and gave a faint, amused smile. In that moment, she even forgave her husband, the tall president who claimed to be 172 meters but was really only 1.67. She used to think he was just imitating the domineering characters from TV dramas, but now she realized sometimes it was hard not to play along with such dramatic nonsense. She quietly told her maid, "Go prepare some ink and paper. The young lady will need them soon." Just then, Madame Zhang and Madame Yao brought Lin Jian forward. One said, "Old madam, it's my fault for not managing the household properly." The other said, "Mother, your health has truly improved." "That's wonderful." Another voice said, "Grandmother, I've brought shame upon you, but I truly didn't mean to." Xiao Jin felt her vision darken again and again. No wonder this family's downfall made readers lose patience. No one here seemed to have any sense. Was this really the time to say such things? Fortunately, Lin Pixiao was still around. He kicked Butler Wang to the ground and looked up with bright eyes. "Grandmother, what should we do next?" "Of course, we roll up our sleeves and get to work." Xiao Jin waved her wide sleeve, and the gong team immediately got ready. The gossip group of talkative ladies had finished their quick meeting, and the servants were all prepared to move out. Everyone's eager eyes were fixed on Xiao Jin, waiting for her command to rush into the gates of the Yongning Marquis' residence. But just as the tension reached its peak, Xiao Jin suddenly stopped moving. The masters of the Weiyuan Marquis' household looked at each other in surprise. Could the old lady have arranged all this in such a short time? Indeed, experience comes with age. Seeing Xiao Jin's frown and glance toward the gate, as if waiting for something, everyone followed her gaze, their hearts lifting. Could it be that the old lady still had a hidden plan? Thinking of this, Madame Zhang's heart skipped a beat. She quickly held her daughter's cold hand tightly. Yes, her mother-in-law was truly remarkable. The people from the Yongning Marquis' household also turned to look toward the Weiyuan gate, their hearts pounding. Even the onlookers craned their necks as far as they could. Whatever could make these noble families so expectant must be something or someone important. Finally, the gates of the Weiyuan Marquis' residence opened. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. A young servant stepped out first, and behind him came a grand sedan chair carried by 4 men, decorated with gold and silver, carved with elegant patterns, and hung with tassels that swayed gently, catching the light. A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. They turned accusing eyes toward Xiao Jin's. Really? After all that waiting for this? But Xiao Jin's didn't care. The Yongning Marquis' residence was at least 2 or 3 miles away. The young could walk, but her old bones deserved a bit of comfort. At her age, she thought, she could endure many things, but not needless hardship. Xiao Jin sat properly in the palanquin, but almost stumbled when it started moving. Luckily, she reacted quickly and grabbed the handles tightly. She cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness, then raised her hand slightly. Aunt Xiao immediately shouted with great energy, "Go!" The townspeople thought the nobles were about to get serious, so the fun might be over. After all, wealthy families cared most about their reputation. Just when everyone thought the excitement had ended, the servants led the way, followed by the gong team, making loud noises that drew more onlookers. Then, the women from the story group spread out among the crowd and began to cry dramatically. Heavens above! Who would be so cruel as to harm our young lady? They praised Lin Jian as if she were perfect, saying today's events were suspicious. How could a maid who came as part of the dowry betray her mistress? And that Madame Wang was expecting the second young master's child, not the heirs. What did that have to do with their young lady? They even mentioned how the Marquis of Yongning once begged Madame Zhang to write a letter to the north, which helped him gain favor. Now that he had just returned to the capital, such a scandal happened. How strange. Compared to Butler Wang, these women, who were used to gossiping, were far more persuasive. They even knew how to pause at the right moments to let the crowd imagine the rest. Some bold onlookers whispered, could it be that the Marquis of Yongning's family thinks Miss Lin is no longer useful and is looking for an excuse to cast her aside? Aunt Lu stopped mid-slap of her thigh and said loudly, impossible. The heir would never do something so heartless. I don't believe it, he's not that kind of person. She emphasized her words so strongly that everyone nearby could hear. Butler Wang, being pulled along, felt utterly hopeless. These people were shameless. How could they ruin the heir's reputation like this? He also worried for himself. After such a mess, he would surely face punishment when they returned. Madame Zhang looked at her daughter, worried that the two families might start arguing. Feeling torn, she told her daughter to go back first. But Madame Yao immediately objected, no. If Yenner doesn't go, we'll be completely in the dark. How can we explain anything then? Lin Pixiao held Lin Jian's arm, letting her lean halfway against her, and asked softly, elder sister, do you want to go back and rest for a while? As a devoted admirer of Xiao Jin's, she believed that since their grandmother hadn't questioned her sister yet, she must already understand the situation and wouldn't let her suffer. So, she respected her sister's decision. Madame Zhang quietly glanced at the old lady sitting lazily in the sedan chair. Seeing that the old lady still hadn't asked Lin Jian for details, she grew uneasy and insisted that Lin Jian return home. Although she trusted her daughter, she still worried that if the Marquis of Yongning's family produced any evidence, the old lady might sacrifice her daughter for the sake of the Marquis's household. Lin Jian understood her mother's concern, but she firmly shook her head. Mother, this matter started because of me. I want to stand up for myself and seek justice. In her heart, she had already made up her mind. If the truth could be found, that would be best. But if not, she would rather risk everything at the gates of the Marquis's residence than let them harm her family again. Xiao Jins didn't ask for details, not because she didn't care, but because in the story, the main plot began a year later when the heroine left the mountain. At this moment, the heroine was still staying in the Hall of Virtue, taking the blame for the second female lead. As for the people of the Wei Yuan Marquis' household, they were minor characters, pieced together from others' words and memories. But NPC memories were often limited to background details, and people were far more complex than that. The more Xiao Jins knew, the better she could stand on the moral high ground and scold those who deserved it. After all, when she said she would go crazy, she meant it in a purposeful, controlled way, to vent her anger and make the Marquis of Yongning's family uncomfortable, not to make a fool of herself. In truth, the heir of the Marquis of Yongning was also a tragic figure in the story. He supported the second prince, while his half-brother, Li Xiaozi, sided with the fourth prince, the future emperor. When the fourth prince ascended the throne, Li Xiaozi became the new heir. Li Xiaozi had once accused Li Weiyong of many wrongdoings, one of which was using cruel means to divorce his wife. Lin Jian's maid had already been bribed, and the pastries involved were gifts from the Marquis's wife. Xiao Jins had wanted to ask Lin Jian more, but no one had told her how shaky the sedan chair would be. It wasn't like what she had seen in dramas. If she had known, she would have just taken a carriage instead. Right now, she looked calm and dignified as she sat there, but in truth, her heart was tense the whole time. Especially whenever the sedan chair turned a corner, her hands gripped the handles tightly inside her sleeves. Goodness, if this thing falls, how will she ever keep her dignity in Great Yong again? She didn't know that this sedan chair had been a gift from Emperor Taizong himself, and no one else was allowed to use it. The original owner hadn't shown off like this for years, so the household had to find 4 strong men at the last minute to carry it. Considering how bumpy the ride was, it was already impressive that she hadn't gotten sick. Those men must have strong nerves. Just as they were about to turn into a narrow path, Madame Chiu stepped forward to clear the way, but Xiao Jins quickly stopped her.
Wait.
Somehow, people in ancient times seemed to have very sharp hearing. Even though Xiao Jins hadn't spoken loudly, the noisy street suddenly fell silent. She narrowed her eyes and tapped the handle, imitating Prince Yongrong from the Hidden Sea Chronicles, the most commanding person she had ever seen before she came to this world. I'll walk there myself. I wouldn't want the gates of the Yongning Marquis' residence to be too high for me to enter. Yenner, come to grandmother's side. After saying that, she stepped down gracefully, though honestly, if she sat any longer, her back might break. Madame Chiu stomped her foot in anger. Look at these people. They've made Our Lady so upset. Madame Zhang wiped her tears, moved. The old lady clearly won't let the Yongning Marquis family off easily. Yenner's life is safe now. Lin Pixiao, excited, secretly kicked Butler Wang under the table. The onlookers hurried to follow. Quick, quick. Don't fall behind. Madame Yuan and Li Weiyong hadn't yet received the good news they expected from Butler Wang. Instead, they heard the alarming report that Xiao Jins was leading a counterattack. Madame Yuan slapped her thigh in frustration. What do we do now? I told you not to go so far. Now that she's come to our door, what are we supposed to do? If the Marquis found out about this mess, who knew how furious he'd be? Li Weiyong quickly made a decision. He sent someone to intercept her on the road and invite the people from the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence to come inside for a talk. No matter what, as long as they entered the Yongning Marquis' gates, there was still room to negotiate. Who would have thought that Princess Yihuan could rise again? After all, even the current emperor respectfully calls her aunt. If Li Weiyong had known that her health would recover, he wouldn't have acted so rashly. After all, he had countless ways to quietly get rid of Lin Jian without anyone noticing. His mother was the same. She hadn't stopped him back then, but now she blamed him instead. How could she understand his difficulties? If he didn't completely ruin Lin Jian's reputation, what if she started spreading rumors later? The mother and son, who had just been united in purpose, were now secretly blaming each other when a servant rushed in. "Madam, young master, the people we sent have all been captured by the Marquis of Wei Yuan's men." Madame Yuan stood up in panic. "This is getting out of hand. Wuyong, what should we do now?" Their plan had been hastily made and poorly executed. It was bound to be exposed sooner or later. Li Wuyong narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. "At this point, we can only make sure no one can testify against us." When they passed through Zhuke Avenue, Madame Yuan's old maid came over with a group of people, saying it was all a misunderstanding and asking Xiao Jins to come to the mansion to talk. But when asked what the misunderstanding was, the maid couldn't explain clearly. Xiao Jins simply ordered her to be tied up and kept with Steward Wang for company. The gossiping servants nearby immediately started whispering again. "Oh, everyone look. This is the head maid from the Marquis of Yongning's household. Now she's saying it was all a misunderstanding with our young lady. What do you all think that means?" Lin Jian told the story from her own point of view. After listening, Xiao Jins was speechless. This was so ridiculous it wasn't even as interesting as reading a novel. Madame Yao's eyebrows shot up in anger. Those heartless people. How could they treat you like that just because of a servant's words? Madame Zhang gently patted her daughter's arm to comfort her. "Don't say anything for now. Today, even if I have to risk my reputation, I'll make them apologize to you and welcome you back properly." Xiao Jins blinked in surprise. "What? Welcome her back? Back to where?" Madame Yao answered for her. "Sister-in-law, if we just let her go back like that, it's too easy for them. She should stay away for at least a month and a half. Let them worry for a while before she returns. And Yenner, listen to your mother. When the time comes, don't say a word. Just let your second aunt with the dark face speak for your mother. You just focus on wiping your tears." Then the two women began to discuss how to act properly so that the people of the Yongning Marquis household would no longer dare to bully Lin Jian and maybe even make the Marquis himself come to apologize. Xiao Jins was speechless. Weren't these two just showing care for the younger generation? Why were they now pushing her into trouble? It was just like in modern times, when a woman married far away and her husband told her, "This is my house, get out," and her family still told her to go back and live peacefully. What's the difference? Was it really that the woman didn't want to live a good life? But then she changed her mind. Every generation has its own way of thinking. Even in the 21st century, there are still many older people who would rather suffer than divorce. In ancient times, women were even more restricted, so such thoughts were understandable. However, in the Lin family, where Xiao Jins would now make the decisions, no one would ever have to suffer such injustice again. There are countless men in the world. If it doesn't work out, living alone is fine too. The Grand Marquis household was more than wealthy enough to support one more person. After thinking for a moment, she called Lin Jian over again. "Do you still want to return to the Yongning Marquis residence?" If she didn't, that would be best. If she did, it was fine too. Being a capable widow managing her own affairs was also a good life. Lin Jian blurted out, "Grandmother, I am already married. Do I still have a choice?" That meant that if she could choose, she wouldn't choose this path. Good. At least she understood that much. Madame Zhang grew anxious when she heard this. "Old madam, what are you saying? Yenner is already the heir's wife. How can she not go back?" It had to be said, people are complicated and full of desires. Earlier, when she saw her daughter being treated so cruelly, Madame Zhang only wanted to rescue her and never let her return to that place. But now, she was thinking about how to send her back with dignity and even how to make the Yongning Marquis feel guilty enough to help her son in the future. Go back for what? Xiao Jin snapped. Seeing that they had already reached the gates of the Yongning Marquis residence, she didn't bother arguing further. She simply patted Lin Jian's hand gently. "Just listen to your grandmother later. Don't be afraid of anything, understand?" At that moment, a flattering voice called out, "Oh my old madam, you look so well. What wonderful news." Yuan Shi and Li Wuyong, upon hearing that the Wei Yuan Marquis household had shown them no respect, found themselves in quite a difficult position at home. They decided to go out early to apologize, but the old madam worried that too many people would watch, so she started shouting right on the street. Waiting in the flower hall wasn't good either. If the others came knocking on their gate with drums, it would be even more embarrassing. Waiting by the door was no better, since a crowd had already gathered outside. The moment they stepped out, they would become a public spectacle. No matter what they chose, it would be humiliating. With no other choice, the two hid behind the main gate, planning to rush out and admit their fault as soon as the Marquis of Wei Yuan's people arrived, before anyone could react. Madame Yuan went straight to Xiao Jin's. Lin Jian hurried over, took her hand, and said with guilt, "Yenner, your mother was misled by others. That person was part of your dowry, and in a moment of anger, I almost made a terrible mistake. Please don't blame me, all right?" She didn't argue or try to shift the blame. She simply admitted her fault sincerely. Xiao Jin narrowed her eyes slightly. This mother and son clearly knew how to read the situation. So she changed her plan, quietly stepping back. First, she wanted to see how the two would handle the situation. Second, she could use this chance to observe the people from the Marquis's household and understand their true personalities. That would help her arrange future work. Yes, work. For the prosperity of her family and for her 10 billion reward, she would not allow anyone to be idle. Li Wuyong also came forward. After greeting Xiao Jin, he bowed deeply to Madame Zhang. "Mother-in-law, today's fault is all mine. I promise never to let Yenner suffer again. Please, help me plead for forgiveness. I truly know I was wrong." Then he had the maid Baoqin brought out. Baoqin knelt before Lin Jian, taking all the blame upon herself. Before anyone could stop her, she suddenly took out a small knife and ended her own life. Everyone was shocked. Madame Yuan quickly held Madame Zhang's hand and cried, "Dear-in-law, we never expected a maid to be so bold. And now, my poor unborn grandchild." The mother and son had already planned this. Madame Zhang was not a decisive person, and Lin Jian had long been influenced by the Li family. As long as they could win over this mother and daughter, even if the old madam wanted to pursue the matter, she wouldn't be able to do much. Madame Yuan was also willing to make sacrifices this time. She promised on the spot to give Lin Jian the steward's authority token. Hearing this, Madame Zhang and Madame Yao exchanged glances, their anger cooling slightly. Madame Yao stepped forward, ready to ease the tension and help both sides calm down. Just as it seemed the argument was about to end, the excited crowd watching nearby grew disappointed. They had followed for so long, expecting a fight. Now it was ending with an apology? Lin Pixiao looked left at her mother and aunt, then right at her silent older sister, who was clenching her teeth. Seeing that Xiao Jin still said nothing, she couldn't hold back anymore. "Mother, what the Yongning Marquis family did clearly force my sister into despair. How can they now call it a simple misunderstanding and pretend nothing happened?" Madame Yuan, who thought she was in control, frowned when the young girl dared to speak so boldly. "Second miss, the adults are talking. It's best for children not to interrupt." Lin Jian, who had been silent, stepped in front of her sister despite not daring to meet Madame Yuan's eyes. "Madame, Pixiao is my sister. She's only standing up for her wronged elder sister. What's wrong with that?" Madame Yuan clutched her chest and stepped back dramatically. "Dian, what did you just call me? Are you trying to break your mother's heart? My son, does your wife refuse to recognize me as her mother?" Li Wuyong, supporting her, looked at Lin Jian with a hurt expression and called out tenderly, "Jian, in this era, filial piety was everything." The mother and son's act quickly turned public opinion against Lin Jian. Someone shouted, "No wonder the madam doesn't trust her. She doesn't even respect her mother-in-law." Voices of agreement rose from all around. Lin Jian felt as if she were being stripped bare under everyone's gaze, but thankfully, her younger sister Lin Pixiao stood protectively in front of her. Madame Yuan, seeing that things were going her way, was about to press her advantage when the old matriarch, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward and slapped her hard across the face, spinning her halfway around. "You shameless woman! How dare you bully my granddaughter? Let's see if your heart is as dark as it seems. As soon as Xiao Jin's raised her hand, the gong team began to strike their instruments loudly. The noise was so harsh that everyone covered their ears before it finally stopped. Seeing the old matriarch take action, Madame Zhang ran over with tears in her eyes, ready to speak, but Xiao Jin shot her a cold look. Useless thing. Stand behind me. The moment the sound of the gong faded, Xiao Jin burst out in full force. Pointing at Madame Yuan's nose, she shouted, "You heartless woman! How dare you falsely accuse my granddaughter? You act all high and mighty without even looking at yourself." Madame Yuan's well-maintained face swelled up like a steamed bun, but she didn't even have time to feel the pain. All her life, she had never been slapped in the face, especially not in front of so many people. For a moment, she was completely stunned. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but before she could say a word, Xiao Jin, still fuming, spoke again. "You've been the wife of a marquis for over 20 years, managing the household all this time, yet a few words from a servant can fool you completely. Calling you foolish would be a compliment. Hitting the wrong person is one thing, but you didn't even ask what really happened before you started yelling and throwing people out in front of everyone. The way you acted, I almost thought you were putting on a street performance. Such an ugly display. Can't you control yourself? After realizing your mistake, you didn't even apologize. Instead, you came here acting all high and mighty, trying to make others bow and admit fault. Do you really think you deserve that?" She took a step forward, her eyes sharp and her voice firm, each word landing like a hammer. "You're foolish beyond measure, mean-spirited, full of nonsense, and your heart is darker than night. Madame Yuan, have you grown so old that you've lost all sense of shame?" Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Don't talk about being a marquis's wife. You're nothing but a loud, unreasonable woman who doesn't know her place." Her words came fast and fierce, leaving everyone stunned. Madame Zhang and the others didn't even dare to breathe. Even Aunt En and Madame Lu covered their mouths, afraid they might laugh out loud. The old lady's scolding was sharp and relentless.
Who could possibly stand up to that?
And this was just the beginning. When Xiao Jin was young, she used to watch an old widow in her village argue with others. That old lady's tongue was sharp and quick. How could one even describe it? Every word she said was powerful and clever. Xiao Jin had admired her since childhood, wishing she could be that sharp-tongued. She only learned how to do it much later, in another world. Now, Madame Yuan's chest ached with anger. She had been pampered since birth, never once insulted like this. How could she ever face people in the capital again after such humiliation? Seeing his mother being scolded like that, Li Wuyong couldn't just stand by. He stepped forward and said, "Madam, please be careful with your words. My mother may have made mistakes, but you—" Before he could finish, Madame Xiao Jin turned her wrist sharply, clearly not planning to show him any mercy. "And who do you think you are, Do you think you have the right to interrupt me? I almost forgot to scold you earlier. You really think you're that capable?" Before Li Wuyong could respond, Madame Zhang hurriedly grabbed Xiao Jin's sleeve. The old lady's temper was fierce. If she really drove her son-in-law away, what would happen to her daughter? What's the most frustrating thing when arguing? It's not facing a shameless opponent. It's when you're fighting on the front line and your own people keep holding you back, saying, "Forget it, let it go." Just as Xiao Jin's turned to unleash her next round of scolding, Lin Pixiao quickly covered Madame Zhang's mouth. "Aunt, grandmother isn't in good health. Please don't upset her." Finally, someone with sense. Xiao Jin took a deep breath, didn't even bother to organize her words, turned around and started again without hesitation. "So one of you plays the good one and the other the bad one. Is that it? Who do you think you're fooling? When I was watching plays like this, you were probably still waiting to be born." She gave a cold laugh, her eyes sharp, her words fast and cutting. "Was it you who wrote the divorce letter? I heard you just got a position at the Ministry of Justice. Impressive. With that kind of judgment, you can't even tell right from wrong in your own family and you dare to work there? Are you planning to cause trouble for the courts? And that public humiliation, was that your idea too? I've heard people say a man should be strong, but you've taken that to a whole new level. Her voice grew sharper with every word. What's the meaning of this? Marquis Yongning's household. Back then, you came begging for marriage because you wanted our northern connections. Now that your daughter's back and you've found stronger support, you think you can just trade her for a better deal? Do you really think I'm blind? She gave a short, bitter laugh. You're clever, I'll give you that, but not even the northern winds are as harsh as your heart. After that long tirade, she finally had to stop to catch her breath. Age was catching up with her after all. Still, she planned to continue once she recovered, because honestly, scolding people like this felt so satisfying, and she was thoroughly enjoying it. Now it was Li Wuyong's turn to feel what it was like to be the center of everyone's attention. What puzzled Lin Pixiao was that Li Wuyong's face showed anger and shame, but even more surprise. He had thought that the Marquis of Wei Yuan's household had long withdrawn from court affairs, so how did the old madam know that he had already secured a position in the Ministry of Justice, and even knew about his plans? Of course, Xiao Jin's knew because she had read the story. 2 months earlier, Li Wuyong had rescued the second daughter of the Minister of Justice when she sprained her ankle during a temple visit outside the capital. Because of that, he was given an open position in the ministry. Later, he divorced his wife and married that young lady, and with his new father-in-law's help, quickly rose through the ranks. If that were all, he would just be an ambitious man willing to do anything for success. What disgusted Xiao Jin even more was that, according to the story, he had suffered from a strange illness as a child that left him weak and unable to live a normal married life. Yet he still deceived women into marrying him. The fact that Xiao Jin hadn't lost her temper on the spot was already a sign of great restraint. Old madam, what nonsense are you saying? Even if you're angry, you can't ruin my son like this. Madame Yuan's voice was sharp and trembling. She was truly panicking now. If these words spread, how could her son ever show his face in the capital again? As she shouted, she suddenly spotted the prefect of Jingzhou among the crowd and called out in relief, "Lord Jia, my lord, please stand up for us." Before she could finish, Prince Wei of the Imperial Clan Office and Han Su, the Minister of the Court of Justice, quietly stepped back, hiding themselves among the onlookers. The three of them had arrived earlier when Xiao Jin was scolding people, but none dared to intervene. They had planned to step forward once the old madam finished, but then noticed each other in the crowd. Realizing they had all been summoned by the Marquis's household, they silently agreed to stay put. None would act unless the others did. As a result, the situation turned into one where no one wanted to take responsibility. When Jia Heng was suddenly called out, he could only curse his bad luck inwardly. Forcing a smile, he hurried forward, greeted both families, and pretended to be unaware of the situation. "What's going on here, old madam? Madam Ho? What has happened?" The maid beside Madame Yuan tried to speak first, but Aunt Qiu rushed forward and warned sharply, "You old busybody, if you dare say one wrong word, I'll make sure you regret it." Madame Yuan was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Taking the chance, Lin Pixiao tearfully explained everything that had happened that day. "In the end," she said, "Lord Jia, I truly don't understand. My elder sister has been married into the Marquis of Yongning's family for 3 years, yet they treat her like this, without any proof. If this matter isn't handled seriously, people might think you allow such behavior, and then who would dare marry their daughters into families in the capital?" Hearing this, Jia Heng raised an eyebrow. He realized that Miss Lin was deliberately putting him in a difficult position, knowing he was currently trying to arrange a marriage for his second son with a young lady from the Xie family in Jiangnan. But she was still a young girl and didn't understand the ways of officialdom. Especially for someone in his position, the most important thing was balance. He glanced around the room, already planning to smooth things over by having the Marquis's family apologize publicly and offer some gifts to settle the matter. However, Madame Yuan, who was upset for her son, refused to let it go. "Why should only we apologize? You heard how the old madam wrongly accused my son just now. You are the official in charge of the capital. Are you afraid of her status?" Jia Heng was furious. He had been trying to help her, yet she didn't appreciate it. "Fine, Then he wouldn't interfere anymore. Madame Yuan didn't realize she had offended him and continued loudly, if it weren't for Lin Jian's maid, how could our Marquis's family have been accused wrongly? She's been married to us for 3 years and still hasn't had a child. If she had said anything else, Xiao Jin's might have stayed quiet, but at that, she could no longer hold back.
Who are you blaming for that?
Xiao Jin's put her hands on her hips, her voice sharp and fierce. You've been given enough respect these 3 years. Now you want to settle scores with me?
Fine.
Servants. Li Wuyong's heart trembled. What exactly did this old lady know? Soon, Qing'er entered, leading 17 or 18 doctors dressed in wide-sleeved robes, each carrying a medicine box. They lined up neatly on both sides, looking very serious. Old madam, the doctors are here, Qing'er said. Madame Yuan's face changed. You called so many doctors? This is the capital, not a place for your nonsense. Xiao Jin's only smiled, a calm and gentle smile that somehow made everyone uneasy. Oh, it's nothing serious. She slowly stroked the string of prayer beads in her hand and said softly, Didn't you just say my granddaughter can't have children? I was afraid you might make wild claims. So, I invited the most famous doctor in the capital to examine her. Today, in front of everyone on the street, let's see who is really unable to have children. With a clap of Madame Xiao Jin's hands, the drums sounded. Madame Lu announced loudly, Dr. Xiao from the Hanging Gourd Hall in the East Market of Chang'an. The first doctor, an elderly man with white hair, stepped forward. Xiao Jin said, To prove our innocence, please check my granddaughter's pulse first. After feeling the pulse, Dr. Zhao stroked his beard and said, The young lady's pulse is a bit weak and unsteady. Her heart is overworked, and she worries too much, which has caused her energy to stagnate and her spirit to be unsettled. He paused, then added, Fortunately, her health is still sound. With rest and peace of mind, she will recover well. Madame Zhang burst into tears. Oh, my poor child. Xiao Jin asked sternly, Will this affect her ability to have children? Dr. Zhao shook his head. There is no sign of such a problem. Her body is healthy, though a bit weak, but nothing serious. The drums sounded again. Dr. Qian from the Benevolence Hall in Bayan Ward. One after another, 18 doctors from different clinics took turns examining her, all reaching the same conclusion. Lin Jian covered her face and cried. Everyone blamed her, but having a child wasn't something she could do alone. Yet these were private matters. She couldn't say anything. Li Wuyong's face grew tense. Seeing that they were about to check his pulse next, he tried to act offended, hoping public opinion would stop Xiao Jin's bold plan. But Xiao Jin had prepared too well to let him escape. What's wrong, young Master Wuyong? Feeling nervous? Li Wuyong said righteously, Madam, please don't speak nonsense. I simply find this beneath me. Oh, I see. Xiao Jin nodded knowingly. So, you're nervous. The crowd, especially Jia Heng standing nearby, began whispering. No way. Could the young heir of Yongning Marquis really have a problem? Some of the men who understood the situation started glancing at Li Wuyong with curious looks. His name, Wuyong meaning useless, suddenly seemed rather fitting. Seeing the crowd's growing curiosity, Xiao Jin decided it was time to give them an answer. With a single look, several servant women beside her moved swiftly and held Li Wuyong in place. The Yuan family wanted to help, but first, almost the entire Xiao family had come, while most of the Yuan household's people were still at home, so they were outnumbered. Second, the guards of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence were all retired soldiers, strong and skilled in fighting. Some bystanders even joined in to take sides. Under Li Wuyong's desperate gaze, the thin hand of the family doctor finally reached out to check his pulse. After finishing, the doctor quickly pulled his hand back as if frightened, and only after Xiao Jin pressed him repeatedly did he speak the truth. The young master's health is weak, his energy is unstable, and it may be difficult for him to have children. Nonsense. Li Wuyong jumped up, his eyes red with anger, as if someone had struck his most sensitive spot. You've been bribed by them, haven't you? Madame Yuan turned pale and almost fainted.
No, imposible.
My son is perfectly fine.
How could this be?
You're trying to frame him. How could you be so cruel? Xiao Jin spread her hands with a mocking smile. Don't worry, there are still more than 10 doctors waiting. Do you think I could bribe them all? Then Dr. Zhao stepped forward, checked the pulse, and silently shook his head. Now everyone understood. When Dr. Qian was about to take Li Weiyong's pulse, Madame Yuan suddenly rushed forward, refusing to let anyone near him. Her reaction only made things more obvious. Madame Yao, known for her sharp tongue, immediately shouted, "How shameless! You can't accept the truth, so you try to blame our family's daughter? Ridiculous! If we had known your son was like this, our Yener would rather marry someone long gone than a man who's useless, while still alive." Xiao Jins found Yao's words satisfying, sharp but without a single rude term, and gave her an approving look. Encouraged, Madame Yao straightened her back and continued, "You still dare to insult others today? Does your family's gate block out all sense of shame? What a disgraceful bunch." Seeing that the argument had reached its peak, Xiao Jin's plan to give a final speech, using her sharp words to completely ruin Li Weiyong's reputation and end this absurd marriage in front of the city magistrate. Unfortunately, the officials from the Court of Judicial Review and the Office of Family Affairs seemed to be slow that day and missed the entire scene. "I don't want to." Lin Jian suddenly laughed loudly. That laugh was not very loud, honestly a bit creepy, as if it was forced out from deep inside her throat. Xiao Jins instinctively shrank back. Lin Jian ignored Zhang's attempt to stop her and slowly walked up to the mother and son. She looked up at him, her eyes gradually peeling away his disguise, as if she was seeing a stranger, someone she once tried her best to please and loved deeply, her husband. "So that's how it is. No wonder you haven't stepped into my house in these 3 years. No wonder I do everything you dislike. I bring tea, but you find it bitter. I make clothes, but you say they're too plain. Even when I stayed up all night copying Buddhist scriptures to make a peace charm for you. You said I was meddling." Her voice started to choke, her eyes turned red, tears fell one after another, splashing on her clothes and the floor. They fell into everyone's eyes but didn't touch Li Weiyong's heart. "I thought maybe I wasn't good enough, which is why you refused to consummate our marriage. But it turns out it was something else." Everyone suddenly covered their mouths, thinking, no way, no way. Has the eldest daughter of the Marquis family remained a virgin after 3 years of marriage? The people of Yongning Marquis estate are too much. How can they blame her for not being able to have children? The justice fighters, present, guided by the story group, all started to speak up. Zhang covered her face and cried loudly. She didn't know her daughter had suffered so much over the years. Lin Jian shook her head with a sad expression, looking hopeless. Several people who had been quietly defending the Yongning Marquis estate in the crowd wanted to say more but were suddenly silenced, their mouths covered, dragged into an alley, and beaten. Prince Wei and the Minister of Justice exchanged glances, pretending not to see. Zhang and others wanted to step forward to comfort her, but Xiao Jins reacted faster. Lost in her own world as her world collapsed, Lin Jian suddenly heard a very tempting voice. "So, do you want a divorce?" Her eyes, which were already filled with a large tear about to fall, miraculously retracted it. Lin Jian asked blankly, "Grandmother, what did you just say? Divorce?" This touched everyone's knowledge gap. With good ears, young Lin Pashao quickly responded, "Big sister, grandmother said she wants you to divorce." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Xiao Jins. The way she looked at him was full of respect. Thinking of the word, divorce, her grandmother was truly a genius. Xiao Jins smiled lightly and deliberately shouted loudly at Yuan, who looked genuinely hurt. "Hasn't the lady of Yongning Marquis said that a daughter-in-law who can't bear children is useless? Similarly, a man who can't have children should be left alone for the new year, right?" Lin Jian hadn't yet recovered from her heartbreaking emotions when a set of ink, paper, brush, and inkstone was neatly placed in front of her. Her inner pain and embarrassment instantly disappeared. Divorce? Although she also didn't want to stay at the Yongning Marquis house anymore, the idea of divorce was unheard of for hundreds of years. Would it bring disaster to her family? Yao initially felt sorry for her niece and decided to help her stand up when Zhang cried helplessly. Unexpectedly, the old lady played a trick, writing the word divorce. Their daughter would become famous all over Daqing, and how could she marry someone in the future? She quickly stopped her. Yenner, absolutely not. Her daughter immediately hugged her waist and pushed her back. Mother, don't worry. Big sister has suffered so much. What's wrong with divorcing? Zhang also wanted to speak to persuade her, but her words were not as sharp as Xiao Jin's.
What?
You can't have children and Yongning Marquis can divorce you and insult you? He doesn't even follow human decency. Why not divorce him? Isn't that right, Lord Jia? Jia Heng didn't expect to be splashed with blood even after stepping aside. How could he answer? Being a seasoned politician, he was as calm as a Tai Chi master. The old lady's words have some truth, but forgive me for my ignorance. I've never heard of such a thing as divorce. I can't make a decision right now. He thought his words would be unchallengeable, but Xiao Jin's turned to Lin Jian and said, Did you hear that? The officials in the capital say that what I said makes sense. Hurry up and write. Jia Heng, who had always squinted with a smile, widened his eyes. Wasn't this old lady only listening to half of what was said? It must be said that Xiao Jin's had been in society for years. After being poisoned by feudal ideas for 18 years, Lin Jian, under her coaxing of hurry up and it's fine, slowly reached out her hand and clenched the brush. Li Wuyong was just a young man under 20. When his most important dignity as a man was publicly exposed, and he saw himself about to become the first person abandoned by his wife in history, he left a mark in the annals of time. Suddenly, he staggered and coughed up a mouthful of thick blood. Li Wuyong, Madame Yuan couldn't hold back anymore. She stormed in, knocking over the tray hard, smashing the inkstone into pieces and splattering ink all over herself, looking very messy. All these doctors and their words, they were paid off. They are all scheming to ruin my son. You wicked women, destroying my son's life. What justice is there in this? She screamed wildly, almost going crazy, even reaching out to tear Lin Jian's sleeve, but was held back tightly. Xiao Jin's rolled her eyes inwardly. Does she know what she's doing? But hearing the nearby common folk start murmuring, although the Marquis of Wei Yuan's household has been wronged, this is going too far, isn't it? This quickly sparked agreement from others around. Yes, we should show mercy when we can. After all, they are relatives. The voices of the common people grew louder, leaning towards supporting the Marquis of Wei Yuan. Jia Heng, who secretly favored them, whispered, Old madam, let's not make a fuss over things that aren't right. Xiao Jin's was speechless. What's going on? Whoever is suffering is right. If these words got online, they'd probably be scolded by netizens for sure. A bunch of self-righteous saints.
But
going crazy is about sustainable development. You can't ruin your reputation all at once, or it will be hard to defend yourself later. Right now, trying to reason with so many people who haven't even experienced 9 years of compulsory education clearly won't work. Seeing the crowd's emotions rising and the sparks of rebellion about to ignite, Xiao Jin narrowed her eyes. Luckily, she was talented in many ways. When words don't work, she knew a bit of acting. If her acting wasn't enough, she was also getting older. Public opinion loves to support the weak. Who is weaker than her at her age? Just Li Wuyong, who can't even stop coughing up blood. So she gently squeezed Madame Chio's hand, then clapped her thigh and started crying out loud. Marquis, oh, my eldest son, open your eyes and see what's happening to our family. We've been bullied to this extent. Grandma Chio also clearly stated the main point. Madam, please don't be sad. The old Marquis and the eldest son are heroes who defeated the northern enemies. How can you let them rest in peace like this? The crowd was silent for a moment, recalling how 5 generals from the Wei Yuan Marquis' household had died bravely on the battlefield. After reminding everyone that her husband and son had sacrificed themselves for the country, Xiao Jin's continued to wipe her eyes with a cloth stained with onions, crying, Father, brother, don't you care about Ajin? After you left, my granddaughter was bullied to death. Grandma Chio kept translating. Madam, Don't cry anymore. Emperor Taizong and the former emperor loved you the most. They wouldn't want to see you like this. The people around paused again. Yes, if Emperor Taizong and the former emperor were here, how could the old marquis's wife suffer such injustice? Prince Wei, hiding in the crowd, felt very uncomfortable. After all, Xiao Jin's was calling him grandpa and father. His little aunt used to be very kind to him. Now, hiding here, he felt it was a bit wrong. After crying out twice, Xiao Jin's immediately changed her tone, looking extremely sad and hopeless. Enough, enough. A poor wife, watched my husband and son leave one after another. Now I can't even protect my granddaughter. Why am I still alive? Why am I alive? She started pounding her chest with her fists, looking just like a villain in a modern family drama, acting unreasonable as her son began to defend his wife. Grandma Chiu and Mrs. Zhang hurried forward to stop her. Unknowingly, they formed a circle around her. Jia Heng tiptoed inside to look. Prince Wei secretly thought it was bad. If something happened to his little aunt, he wouldn't know how to explain himself. Suddenly, from within the circle, Grandma Chiu let out a sharp cry. Old madam, Jia Heng quickly pushed aside others who were rushing forward. He saw the old lady with her eyes half open, looking blankly at the sky, her face pale, as if she was about to faint. Her mouth and the cloth in Grandma Chiu's hand were covered in bright red blood.
Quick.
Everyone make way. Doctor, someone call the doctor quickly. Coming. Dr. Zhao, the most respected among them, instinctively took on the responsibility. But just as he approached, someone tripped him. In that moment, Grandma Chiu pulled a nearby court doctor aside. Dr. Luo, please come and see the old lady. The palace doctor quickly examined the old lady and concluded, this is bad. Madam's blood is reversing, her heart fire is attacking her brain, and there are signs of a stroke returning. If we don't calm her mind, regulate her qi, and stabilize her meridians immediately, her condition may worsen, and her life could be in danger. Just then, the two princes from Wei overheard the last part and shouted angrily, what are we waiting for? Hurry and take young lady back. They then turned to look at Lady Yuan with narrowed eyes. Lady Marquis, I will report everything to my elder brother today. In the chaos that followed, Xiao Jin's was carried onto Prince Wei's carriage by several maids. Lady Yuan stared blankly at the three officials who had left in a hurry. She was at a loss for what to do as the villagers pointed and whispered. Li Wuyong, who had been pretending to be dead, suddenly stood up. Mother, let's go back to the house first. Xiao Jin's was awakened by a loud noise. She couldn't help it. Her body was old and weak, and today had been full of intense scenes. While lying in the carriage, her mind was still thinking about how to handle everything, but she soon fell asleep. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. The palace doctor is giving the old lady an acupuncture treatment. Madame Chiu was also helpless. She had never sweat so much even when standing at the gate of Yongning Marquis's residence. Who would have thought that Prince Wei was so filial, even bringing two doctors to treat the old lady? But at this moment, the old lady was still asleep. Prince Wei stood outside the house, frowning impatiently. This is a doctor sent by the emperor. We need to report back to him. Why are you stopping us? Prince Wei felt his patience was running out. What was going on with the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence? A servant dared to block him? Yao Shi, standing nearby, also urged to have the doctor examine her. The old lady was the pillar of their family and couldn't have anything happen to her. Lin Jian, with red eyes, was about to speak when someone suddenly grabbed her wrist. Zhang Shi gently shook her head. Don't go. Zhang Shi had immediately stepped beside Xiao Jin's, having seen clearly how Xiao Jin's was pretending to faint after confirming she wouldn't really fall, and that the blood was clearly on the handkerchief held by Madame Chiu. She was momentarily stunned but instinctively kicked the old doctor to prevent him from revealing the truth. Suddenly, Prince Wei had a bright idea. You wicked servant girl, are you up to some dirty tricks? Once a person starts to doubt, the more they look at someone, the more they feel there is something suspicious. Prince Wei insisted on rushing inside. Seeing that even Aunt Chiu couldn't stop him, Mrs. Zhang took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, Your Highness, Please wait a moment. Then, she nervously explained again that the old lady didn't like crowds and trusted the palace doctor. As the head lady of the Marquis's household, Mrs. Zhang's words carried weight. Prince Wei couldn't force his way in. Still, those raised in the royal family are clever, and he began to doubt. What exactly is going on with the people from the Wei Yuan Marquis's house? Lying in the room, Xiao Jin's opened her eyes and immediately saw Dr. Luo's worried face. The old lady, what should we do now? I can't stay here and pretend anymore. Xiao Jins gave him a reassuring look. With me here, everything will be fine. Dr. Luo hesitated, worried about the unstable old lady. The only young person left in the room, Lin Buxiao, was also very worried. Grandmother, there are 2 imperial doctors outside, right? A crisis can turn into an opportunity. This is the title of a best-selling book. Xiao Jins didn't open it because she understood the meaning just from the title. For example, right now, even though the imperial doctors are outside and she will soon be discovered pretending to vomit blood, it doesn't matter. If she takes out some nourishing pills and claims they saved her life, it might work. Then, if she markets these nourishing pills, they could sell out in less than a day. But the problem is, she doesn't have any nourishing pills. She couldn't think of a solution, so Xiao Jins simply told her maid to lower the bed curtain and secretly look up some pharmacology knowledge on her tablet, trying to bluff her way out of the situation. She quickly scanned from the extraction method of penicillin to the synthesis of amoxicillin, finally focusing on the word toothpaste, and then let out a sinister laugh. Fortunately, she had brought 5 tubes of Yunnan Baiyao into her space before coming. Although the Great Yong dynasty now has tooth powder and even pearl essence ointment, their cleaning power and health benefits are still quite different from those of later generations. The reason might be a bit far-fetched, but considering that ancient people tended to keep a safe distance when talking, it probably had something to do with oral hygiene. So, she decided to use Prince Wei and the others to help promote her own product. When Prince Wei reached the flower hall of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence, he still felt dizzy, as if 2 small people were fighting in his mind. Little person A, you've been tricked. It's understandable to faint from emotional stress, but bleeding because of poor oral hygiene? That's a bit much, isn't it? Little person B, Princess Yihuan grew up in the palace. Even if she was lying, she wouldn't be so clumsy. Besides, she even gave you a box of toothpaste to try. Little person A, you better not use it. Who knows if the princess's bleeding was caused by that toothpaste? Little person B, haha, didn't you just say the princess was talking nonsense? Jia Heng, the prefect of Jingzhou, and Han Su, the chief of the Dali court, hurried over. Prince, how is the old madam? They were anxious to know. If Xiao Jins really had an accident today, the emperor's punishment wouldn't be avoidable. Since the Marquis of Wei Yuan's house reported the matter, if Xiao Jins truly caused a scene in front of everyone, the emperor wouldn't ignore it, even to calm the people. They wished they had known the old madam was so weak. They would have come out earlier to support her. Prince Wei looked at their worried faces and twitched his lips. What could he say? Just as he was getting impatient, the door suddenly opened. Before he could ask, a young girl excitedly rushed out. Great aunt, mother, grandmother is better. Prince Wei hadn't yet understood what better meant, whether she was just awake or fully recovered, when the house doctor, who was highly regarded for his medical skills, happily came out. Madam, second madam, the old madam's recent use of the small person's toothpaste really worked wonders. Before Prince Wei could react to what this was, Lin Buxiao quickly held onto Madame Yao's arm and explained that Xiao Jins had been lying in bed for a long time, developing abscesses in her mouth. She was so angry that the abscesses burst, causing her to bleed. This explanation made even Madame Yao's mouth open wide as she looked at her daughter. Wasn't this a bit too much? So much blood. Lin Buxiao blinked with big eyes, looking sincere. You know, telling lies with your eyes open feels kind of fun. Yao Shi, confused, wanted her daughter to stop fooling around, but Zhang suddenly patted her thigh and said, I told you. Good luck comes to those blessed by the emperor. It must be the emperor's protection. Then she ran to the yard and knelt down, praying sincerely to the heavens. Yao Shi, Wait, isn't my sister Buddhist? Prince Wei, should we have the doctor check on the Marquis family? Maybe something's wrong. Honest child Lin Jian. It's okay, it's okay. If Grandma really got sick because of her own issues, she would be in big trouble. When Lin Pashao and the family doctor felt they had prepared enough, everyone went into the house. As they entered, Xiao Jinsei was half open-eyed, leaning on the bed, her chest rising and falling. Too much bullying, too much bullying. Everyone could only comfort her for a while. The two doctors carefully checked her pulse and got the same result. Although the old lady was angry, her health was still good. As for her teeth, the old lady, looking annoyed, said, "It's fine to scold you, but I still care about my face." They didn't know what to say. They couldn't force her to open her mouth to examine her. She wasn't a corpse. Prince Wei watched everything, his mouth twitching. He understood. Since my little aunt is healthy, I will go now. The Marquis family had too many tricks. He wanted to go home. Suddenly, a thin, withered hand grabbed his sleeve. After some polite chatting, it said, "Since you've come, little aunt hasn't shown you much love over the years. Who would understand?" Prince Wei, nearly 40, heard "love you" and got goosebumps. No need, really no need. But Xiao Jinsei couldn't hear his thoughts. She then handed him a small black box and said, "Cough cough, you probably don't know, but when I was young, I loved reading miscellaneous books. Your grandfather collected many medical books for me. Recently, I got inspired and made this. You and the emperor loved sweets when you were young, so take this back and brush your teeth every day. You won't have to worry about losing teeth anymore." One sentence contained too much information, and Prince Wei didn't have time to process it all. His mind was only focused on one thing. He didn't expect his little aunt to remember this matter. That was a long time ago. Back then, she was the brightest star in the palace, while he was just a common son of the Eastern Palace. He was laughed at by his cousins because he lost a tooth. His little aunt passed by, pulled him up from the ground where he was crying, and smiled as she told him that it was normal. When the emperor and grandfather were his age, they also had trouble speaking clearly. Prince Wei felt a bit annoyed. If he hadn't been trying to protect himself today, his little aunt wouldn't have been so upset. Xiao Jins didn't know what this old guy was thinking. The original owner never cared about that past, so she didn't remember that scene either. When he took something, she just stood there foolishly, thinking he was still deciding whether to trust her. She decided to change the subject and gave a lot of praise to the Yongning Marquis' estate. Prince Wei sighed, realizing that his little aunt wanted him to help her. After leaving the Wei Yuan Marquis' house, Jia Heng and Han Su, two old foxes, looked at each other and forced a smile. They had handled many cases before. When they heard that Prince Wei had just opened his eyes and was lying about something, they immediately understood the real reason behind the blood. Their eyes met and started to communicate silently. Han Su raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this old madam treating everyone like fools?" Jia Heng looked back at the sign of the Wei Yuan Marquis' house. "All right, the whole family is old, weak, women and children. The old madam probably has no choice." Han Su pouted. "But at least come up with a less ridiculous story, okay?" Jia Heng squinted and smiled. "Maybe the more unbelievable it sounds, the more likely it is to be true. And look, that toothpaste looks pretty good. Why don't you go ask the old madam?" "Your mouth is so foul." Han Su rolled his eyes in anger. "Jia Laogo, who are you calling foul-mouthed? Last time at the Women Gate, when you started talking first, Deputy Chui fainted immediately. The Imperial Hospital was so scared, he got more excited. Do you know why he didn't dare to go to court for 3 days? He said it was a cold, but I think he was hallucinating from your sour chive breath. When you open your mouth, even crows wouldn't dare to fly near." Jia Heng also lost his temper. He stepped forward. "Bah." Deputy Chui fainted, because he was guilty. "I just ate some garlic that day. Moreover, don't pretend to be innocent. Last time, when you interrogated someone in my presence, you sneezed, and the prisoner immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, saying he would confess if you just stopped talking." The two argued back and forth, sparks flying, and finally they parted ways angrily, each stomping off in different directions. After they were out of sight, each secretly sniffed the hand they had sneezed on. almost choking themselves with the smell. All right, I'll wait a few days and ask Prince Wei if that toothpaste really works so well. Their conversation outside the mansion quickly reached Xiao Jin's. She nodded as expected. She said, "It's no wonder ancient people kept their distance when talking. There's a reason for that. No wonder both men and women carry fragrant pouches everywhere." Inside the carriage, Prince Wei sniffed and indeed detected a faint herbal smell. He touched his chin, wondering if this thing really had such magical effects. He casually handed it to his attendant. "Try it for a couple of days," he said, then closed his eyes. Soon after, he shamelessly asked for it back. "Try it in front of me every day." This box wasn't big. What if it ran out? Thinking of this, Prince Wei suddenly slapped his head in frustration. He had been staying too long at the Wei Yuan Marquis's house. His mind was getting dull. When it's used up, he could just ask for more. Why steal from the servants?
But
Those two officials are easy to fool. How will he explain this to his older brother when he returns? A lively and dramatic scene finally ended with Prince Wei's departure. Xiao Jin's closed her eyes and reflected for a moment. Although she had mostly gained the upper hand over the Yongning Marquis's house today, it was because she had better information and caught them off guard, especially since the old, shameless Yongning Marquis wasn't there. Just now, she didn't want public opinion to turn against the Yongning Marquis's house by revealing the divorce, but if the Marquis returned tomorrow, it wouldn't be so easy to handle. From today's events, she also saw the personalities of the people in the house. Apart from her two eldest grandsons attending Daeong Academy, the 6-year-old twins had never participated in any events. The remaining 4 were.
well,
There was the conservative yet adaptable Zhang, the fiery but selfish Yao, and Lin Jian, who was used to being manipulated and habitually looked for problems within herself. Seeing these 3, Xiao Jin's felt dizzy again and again. The road ahead is long and difficult, but I will keep searching for success. "Grandmother, are you all right?" a gentle voice asked carefully. Xiao Jin saw Lin Buxiao's round little face, which brought her some small comfort. Finally, there was a clever and talkative child. She turned her head and looked into the worried eyes of the 3 women. "And Dee, help me up, I can still fight." The sun was setting, and the light and shadow in Beiking's eyes stretched long. The masters of the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence gathered together, leaving only a servant, Granny Chiao. When the wind stopped, even the leaves on the trees dared not make a sound, and the atmosphere was tense. Xiao Jin sat on the bed, took off her shoes, and rested her feet on a soft cushion. She leaned on a pillow with one hand, half sitting, half lying, watching the 4 people in front of her. She suddenly felt a headache, not because of anything else, but because they looked like a small project team on the verge of breaking apart. Lin Zian, a newcomer who just started and has already been blamed 3 times, feeling insecure and only daring to speak softly. But she is well-educated, has good taste in clothing, her aesthetic sense is online, and her logic is clear. In the future, if she manages a few shops, it's not bad. If not, she can also focus on technical work. Lin Buxiao, a smart newcomer who hasn't been properly guided. She can think independently, but struggles to handle complex situations. She can be cultivated further. Zhang, a department head who just wants to retire peacefully. She is timid in front of superiors and relies on emotional management with subordinates. When problems arise, she makes trusted people take the blame. She's a typical one external, one internal type. To reform her, she must start with her. Yao, a protective team leader with some ability, but only cares about small gains and losses around her. She lacks judgment of the big picture and understanding of the system. If she can broaden her perspective and look further ahead, she could be a reliable deputy handling specific tasks. This meeting seemed to be about discussing today's matters, but in fact, Xiao Jin's was using it as a chance to check their pulse, to unblock their meridians and prepare them for future use. As a leader, even if you have a clear purpose for holding a meeting, you will always ask a few questions first to listen to your subordinates. First, to understand their true thoughts, and second, to find flaws, making it easier to criticize later. For leaders who don't know how to ask questions, they often just say, "Do you know why I called you today?" Once again, I am reminded that people tend to become the person they dislike most. After this thought, Xiaojun started today's meeting. Speak up. What do you plan to do about today's matter? Lin Jian stepped forward, her legs suddenly weak, almost kneeling. It's all Sunday, Xiaojun, impatient, interrupted. I didn't ask you. Ancient people's way of thinking is really completely different from modern workplaces. When problems arise today, people want to solve them immediately. In ancient times, people habitually looked for reasons within themselves for everything. This girl is especially like that. Xiaojun now wants to know, what solutions would an ancient person typically think of at this moment? Lin Jian hesitated in midair, unsure whether to kneel or not. Lin Buxiao quietly glanced at Xiaojun's expression, then quickly helped Lin Jian to the side. Big sister, grandmother isn't angry with you. Not asking the younger generation directly means asking oneself in this generation. Zhang Shi spoke sadly. Old madam, no matter what, this marriage probably won't happen anymore. Please, old lady, make the decision for Jian. Great, she's just kicking the ball back to herself. Yao Shi expressed her stance, still cursing a bit, and finally tentatively asked, should we send the divorce letter tomorrow? She seemed worried that Xiaojun was determined to end the marriage, which might affect her daughter, but at least she offered a solution. Xiaojun pressed her temple, feeling her veins throbbing, and comforted herself not to be impatient. She thought of it as helping newcomers in a mental hospital, guiding them to think clearly. She knew that people really shouldn't be too proud. Then she asked again, now tell me, why did we end up in this situation? Zhang Shi hesitated for a moment but was the first to answer. It's because the daughter-in-law didn't recognize people properly, pushed Jian into a wolf's den, and later cared too little for Jian. That's why, even after 3 years of marriage, she still doesn't know. As she spoke, Zhang Shi covered her face and cried. It seemed she truly felt she was a poor mother, ashamed that she had even considered sending her daughter back to the Yongning Marquis' residence before. Xiaojun was speechless. This generation's students are too unqualified. She almost didn't want to continue teaching. She looked lightly at Yao Shi and asked, what do you think? Yao's reply was quite good, only adding at the end, it's strange how much the two families have changed now. 10 years ago, if they dared, the Hofu would never have acted like this. It's fine. One says she doesn't know, and the other looks down on her family's conditions. Lin Jian is even more impressive. When asked what to do, she said it was her fault. Now she's tracing the root cause. Her legs went weak, and she knelt down. Then she spoke again about a solution. Grandmother, after this matter is over, I am willing to go to Qinghui Temple to shave my head and become a nun. I will never let the Hofu be shamed again. Qinghui Temple is where women in the capital who made mistakes are sent. Zhang's heart ached as she rushed over to hug her and cry, Yan Yan, don't worry. Mother will take care of everything. Someone will come to see you every month. Xiaojun furrowed her brows, looking very tired, honestly. Suddenly, she understood why the prize money was as high as 10 billion and why the system still needed to pick people from the mental hospital, even coaxing her to accept tasks. She really wanted to slap Lin Jian, and Zhang was even more aggressive, each one more clueless than the last. All her efforts today to support them seemed so obvious. Was her strong exterior outside just to send her granddaughter to a nun's temple? Is this the power of centuries-old strict rules about women's virtue? Xiaojun was silent for a long time, then finally someone spoke reasonably. Miss, don't be so upset. With an elder present, you won't be silenced or wronged. Xiaojun looked gratefully at Aunt Qiu. Luckily, she had a pretty good secretary. With Aunt Qiu setting the tone, Yao and Lin Pashao quickly stepped forward, each pulling her aside. Big sister, grandmother doesn't blame you. Don't be like this. But Zhang shook her head stubbornly. No, if Yan Yan doesn't go to Qinghui Temple, what will people say about her outside? And what about us, the Hofu? How can she face others? How can she lift her head in front of people? Xiaojun almost blurted out, to hell with how she lives, but she clenched her teeth and swallowed it back. She didn't dislike Zhang since she was young. She'd been taught that A woman's virtue is her talent, and that reputation was the most important. Living for decades under these rules, her instincts now were all about protecting her reputation. She had long forgotten how to live for herself. But she also wondered, there aren't many people in the temple, so what's there to lift her head and see? Although Ya believed that Lin Jian going to Qinghuian would best protect the Ho family's reputation, she couldn't bear to see the delicate girl suffer such a tragic fate. She said gently, "Yes, Yenna, our Ho family is so big. Surely we have a place for you. Don't worry about other things. You will always be our young miss of the Wei Yuan Ho family." Zhang, hearing this, looked at Yao with certainty. Second sister-in-law, she didn't want to part with her daughter, but she was afraid of causing trouble with her assertive sister-in-law. Currently, the only two male heirs in the family were studying at Daxing Academy because of Yao's influence. If her sister-in-law was upset, she worried. So, only her sister-in-law could speak. As the main lady of the Ho family, she couldn't speak up herself. Yao looked at her with a scolding expression. "Big sister-in-law, Yenner is also raised by me. I treat her like a half-daughter." The two sisters-in-law looked at each other. There was no harsh words or confrontation, only the understanding and patience that come with years of family life. Yes, they were ultimately family. Xiao Jins didn't know why, but suddenly, a background music seemed to play in her mind. "You are my destiny," seeing the family united. Zhang, as the representative, made a suggestion. "Madam, why don't we visit tomorrow to discuss separation? From now on, we go our separate ways with the Yongning Ho family. As for Yenner, she is your granddaughter. Please allow her to stay at home. Your daughter-in-law promises to keep her in check and won't let her embarrass the family." Xiao Jins was so angry she couldn't speak. For her health, she ignored her and pointed at Lin Jian. "Come here, Yenner. Tell Grandma. Your mother said you're embarrassing. Do you agree?" She needed not slow advice or vague comfort, but direct affirmation and firm guidance to build her confidence and even her self-respect. Suddenly, Xiao Jinshi interrupted her, her tone calm but firm, like a sharp blade cutting through fog. "Yanzi, honestly, I don't think you did anything wrong today." As she finished speaking, the main hall fell into a terrifying silence. Lin Jian stared blankly at her, eyes wide as if hearing a fairy tale. From the beginning of this matter until now, there has been sympathy, pity, and advice, but no one has come forward to tell her, "You're not at fault." Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but her voice was so faint it was barely audible. "You. What did you say?" Tears, uncooperative, rolled down her cheeks. Xiao Jinshi looked directly into her eyes and said clearly, "If you really did something wrong, it's because you are too naive, thinking that stepping back would solve everything. It's because you are too kind, always thinking of us and the house, but innocence and kindness are good qualities. The mistake isn't yours, it's those who take advantage of your goodness." Lin Jian seemed to be pushed hard, her body swayed. She stared blankly at the old lady in front of her, and in that moment, she couldn't hear the whispers, or even her mother's stifled sobs behind her. Those words, like a flash of light, suddenly pierced the darkest, narrowest corner of her heart. "Is that really true? Am I really not at fault?" Xiao Jinshi looked at the beautiful young girl in front of her, her eyes filled with confusion and stubbornness, like someone struggling in a flood finally seeing a piece of driftwood. She sighed softly, her voice gentle but firm. "If you really did something wrong, it's because your grandmother didn't teach you well. I was too lenient, making you too easy to bully." She paused, then looked at Lin Jian's face, a rare softness appearing in her eyes. "Child, I admit I was wrong." At this moment, Lin Jian's defenses completely collapsed. Her eyes grew hot, and she couldn't hold back anymore. She threw herself forward, hugging Xiao Jinshi's legs, burying her face in her lap and crying loudly. Yes, unlike her silent tears before, this time she finally cried out loud. Xiao Jinshi didn't rush to speak, just quietly waited for her to release all the pent-up frustration and sadness of these years. Women are often said to be made of water. This young girl has been crying all day, and many others are upset too. Zhang, standing nearby, has already turned red in the eyes. Mrs. Yao keeps wiping her tears, and even the usually calm Aunt Chiu quietly turns her head away, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Patience waiting for Lin Jian to calm down. Xiao Jins gently brushes her messy hair from her forehead with her fingertips, her voice full of gentle persuasion. Good girl, don't cry anymore. Grandmother asks you, do you want to be able to stand up for yourself and not be bullied in the future? Lin Jian looks up blankly. Under Xiao Jin's continued coaxing, she finally speaks. Grandmother, Yenner doesn't want to be bullied anymore. Xiao Jin's, having achieved her goal, smiles like a wicked witch offering an apple to Snow White. Yen, be good. Go, stand in the middle. Everyone is surprised and automatically makes space. Although Lin Jian doesn't understand, she follows the instructions. Xiao Jin's, hands on her hips, stands up and speaks loudly. From now on, you must shout at the top of your lungs, I, Lin Jian, am not at fault. The louder, the better. Keep shouting until I am satisfied, then you can stop. Her words leave everyone stunned. Even Aunt Chiu, who has seen many storms, is confused. Really? As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis residence, shouting like that in front of everyone seems to be losing face. Zhang feels distressed and steps forward. Old Madam Yenner. Xiao Jins turns around, her gaze sharp as a knife, her voice cold and frightening. Shut up. I will settle your account later. Zhang immediately dares not speak and shrinks back in place. Xiao Jins looks at Lin Jian again. Her voice is no longer loud but heavy, making it hard to breathe. You say you don't want to be bullied anymore. Today, I will tell you. The first step to avoid being bullied is to stand tall yourself. She steps closer, her eyes burning with intensity. If you think you are at fault, then when others insult, punish, or step on you, it's all because you deserve it. Do you think this world is fair? If you don't protect yourself, who will? You are only 18. Do you really want to spend your whole life locked in the mansion because of something that isn't even your fault? Are you willing? Lin Jian opens her mouth, but she doesn't want to. She really
Doesn't want to.
So, Xiao Jins begins slowly, like pouring a spell or casting a magic curse. Today I only teach you one thing, you're very good. In the future, whenever something happens, tell yourself immediately, I am not wrong. Remember, only when you truly believe this in your heart can you hold your head high and stand tall. Others will see you differently and won't dare to look down on or bully you. Do you understand? Suddenly, Xiao Jin's voice grew stern, each word deliberate. So, listen carefully. Today, I only teach you one thing, you
Are not
wrong. These words were not scolding but more like a spell. Lin Jian suddenly looked up, tears blurring her eyes, but her throat choked as if something inside her was bursting. She took a deep breath, gathering a courage she had never felt before, and shouted fiercely at everyone and at her own life. Grandmother, I, Lin Jian.
Not.
Wrong. Xiao Jins remained unmoved. Louder. I can't hear you. Grandmother, I say, I, Lin Jian.
Not.
Wrong. I, Lin Jian.
Not.
Wrong. I, Lin Jian.
Not.
Wrong. Her heart-wrenching shouts broke her voice, but for the first time, her eyes shone with light. She had never felt more alive than at this moment. Xiao Jins turned her back, her fingers trembling slightly. Tears flickered in her eyes, but were quickly suppressed. Did it's all because of the original body, so easily moved by emotion. Those who have worked in the market know well. The hardest part each month isn't running around in the sun to meet clients or shamelessly knocking on doors, but rather the meetings where the leader reviews everyone's PPT charts one by one. Lin Jian had been so exhausted she nearly fainted. Her doctor said her chest was filled with emotional stress, and resting properly would help. Xiao Jins told her to go rest first. The other three women were now enjoying the public critique, as if being whipped in front of everyone. Mrs. Zhang, do you know what you did wrong? Mrs. Zhang finally learned her lesson this time. Please, madam, enlighten me. Xiao Jins was merciless. What's wrong is your inability to see people clearly. Your lack of care for Jian is why she was confused and bullied for 3 years. Your real mistake is that you're a coward. Don't blame others for picking on your daughter. Mrs. Zhang is like a water-serving master in the workplace. She appears busy and blameless on the surface, but in reality, she only cares about maintaining stability and avoiding conflicts. Even when her daughter is bullied, she pretends not to notice, hoping the trouble will pass. To someone like her, Xiao Jins chooses to use sharp words, directly exposing her false prosperity hidden behind cowardice. Mrs. Zhang is shocked, opening her mouth wide and unable to close it for a long time. She expected Xiao Jins to be straightforward, but not this direct. But Xiao Jins isn't finished. Today, she must make everything clear. I ask you, why doesn't your daughter come back to tell you when she's been bullied outside? Because she knows talking to you is useless and only adds to your worries. Because you don't have the ability to stand up for her. How can she hold her head high? If she gets bullied once or twice and sees no consequences, why shouldn't she let others bully her? If parents can't protect their children, what's the point of having them? Yao, standing nearby, also covers her mouth, her mind racing. She wonders how she should answer when Xiao Jins asks her. The series of absurd events today has already exhausted Mrs. Zhang. Now, being scolded in front of so many people feels like a heavy blow. She feels wronged, humiliated, and angry, piling up layer after layer. She grits her teeth and struggles to hold on but ultimately can't. She slowly sits down on the ground, her eyes reddening. Her voice trembles as she says, "The Yongning Marquis estate has been influential in the court these years. My family, my eldest son, is only 13. What can I do in a fight? I can't compete. Besides, in a few years, Qingyao will grow up. If the Yongning Marquis refuses to support us then, there will be no one in the court to help us. The old madam blames my daughter-in-law, but when she gave birth to Yan Yan and Qingyao, our family wasn't in this state. Today, even if Yan Yan's third uncle were still here, I guarantee the Yongning Marquis estate wouldn't be so bold, but now they are gone. What am I supposed to do as a simple woman? What can I do?" Mrs. Zhang kneels on the ground, crying out heartbrokenly, as if she wants to shout out all her years of grievances and helplessness. Even Yao's eyes turn red. She turns her face away, wipes her tears harshly, and softly curses, "What a tragedy!" But Xiao Jins is heartless and even wants to sneer. Look at these parents. Really quite annoying. They are best at constantly complaining about their own hardships to their children. Then she burdened her children with all the pressure and responsibility, especially the most sensible one. She impatiently slammed her teacup onto the ground. What to do? What to do? If you don't know what to do, just go die. From now on, everyone is in the same boat. Xiao Jins doesn't want to be the one charging ahead, while Zhang stays behind and keeps apologizing. If the rules had been explained clearly from the start, only she would suffer later. There's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. You only say nothing I can do when I ask you questions. Let me ask you, Xiao Jin said coldly, her voice calm. The Marquis of Yongning's estate took the girl Yan out to parade her around. Did you think about reporting to the capital's office? What are they for? Can't they come out and handle things? Zhang was stunned, blinked, opened her mouth but said nothing. She had returned home and only learned from the housekeeper that the official from the capital's office was invited by the old lady. A flash of disappointment and frustration crossed Xiao Jin's eyes. The capital's office ignores you. So can't you go to the Dali court? You're the main lady of the Marquis' estate. If you send a formal complaint, they can't just pretend they didn't see it. And the censorate, are they just eating and doing nothing? Can't you write a petition? Seeing Zhang about to argue, Xiao Jins cut her off. Are you afraid that two families will get into a big fight? I'll tell you, she said firmly, if you cause trouble for others, you'll make enemies. If others come to trouble you, you'll have to show your strength. We must set clear rules for everyone at once, or soon enough, anyone can come and step on you. Listen carefully, all of you. Xiao Jin stood with her hands behind her back, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, exuding the authority of a leader heading into a meeting. My men of the Wei Yuan Marquis' estate have been brave since our ancestors fought to conquer the world. We are wolves, ready to die unyieldingly, determined to drive the enemies out of our home. Now, Even though only a few weak women remain, the spirit of the Wei Yuan Marquis' estate must not, and will not, die out. She paused, a cold light flashing in her eyes, yet with the calm and depth of an elder. We have our own rules. Never suffer losses over food. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I give Wei 3 points. If they offend me again. She hesitated, originally meaning to say, cut off the roots, but considering that some people below might not accept it, she changed her tone to, our Wei Yuan Marquis' estate may not talk much, but we never forget. If someone offends me again, I swear I won't show mercy. Yao instinctively straightened her back. Lin Pashao blinked, her small body only hearing the pounding of her heart. She really wanted to live once, just like the lady of the house said. Mrs. Zhang couldn't listen at all, but we have no one in the court. Xiao Jin's was so angry her chest kept rising and falling. She really wanted to open this person's head and see what was inside. Are you stupid? What does the Marquis of Ningning's house have? A minor noble who's just a fly, a confused marquis's wife, and a selfish eunuch. These people scare you so much? Don't you know what the Marquis of Wei Yuan's house is like? Xiao Jin's couldn't hold back and picked up a cup of tea to clear her throat. This made Lin Pashao very anxious. No, grandmother, you should finish talking before drinking. Besides our family, what do we have besides old, weak, sick, and disabled people? Xiao Jin slowly put down her cup, brushed her sleeves, and looked around the room. Our Marquis of Wei Yuan's house has 3 generations of loyal heroes, and the people have built shrines and burn incense every year to honor their bravery. We not only have the support of the people, but we also have the reputation of loyalty and bravery. Officials in the Great Yong dynasty mention us when they want to record history, and generals raise their glasses to us. The emperor himself said, though the Marquis of Wei Yuan's house has fought in many battles and lost many, their loyal bones can be honored in temples. If anyone dares to bully the widows and children of loyal soldiers, do you think the emperor would just stand by? After that, who would dare to truly risk their life? So you must understand, if others step on us, and we just endure and endure, they will really think you are dead. But what if we make a fuss? Do you believe from Jingzhou Prefecture to the Dali Court, the Censorate, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Rights, and the Imperial Clan's office, if something happens to the Marquis's house, a dozen offices will shake? Her voice suddenly rose. This is the dignity your father and husband fought for. They died for the country, not so you could live a coward's life here. This is what I, Xiao Jin's, want to tell you today. The Marquis of Wei Yuan's house can grow old, be broken, and bleed out, but we must never live meekly and humbly. People who have read Dream of the Red Chamber know why Jia's family fell apart after Lin Dayu died. Lin Dayu's family, Lin Rahai, was a salt inspector with real power, a high-ranking local official, and a confidant of the emperor. Her only daughter died in Jia's house. If the emperor did nothing, who would serve him in the future? Mrs. Zhang stood frozen in place, her eyes trembling with shock. Is this really true? Does the Wei Yuan Marquis' residents have such confidence? Seeing Mrs. Zhang's truly believing expression, Xiao Jin's wanted to say that it wasn't entirely certain. Of course, when boosting morale, you have to say things like that. But for now, she simply stepped back slowly. Yao and Lin Pashao both moved to block her, worried that Xiao Jin's might say something harsh again to Mrs. Zhang, who was already speechless. Annoyed, Xiao Jin's brushed past the people blocking her and gracefully crouched in front of Mrs. Zhang. Reaching the gentle reconciliation stage, old madam knows that over these years, the men in the house have kept dying in battles. I, the old lady, am also ill. All the big and small matters have been pushed onto you alone. She raised her hand and gently stroked Mrs. Zhang's face, her eyes filled with a hint of pity. Wanner, you've worked hard these years. Mrs. Zhang was stunned. For many years, no one had called her by her childhood name, and no one had ever said, "You've worked hard." In that moment, she threw herself into the old lady's arms like a child and burst into tears. Xiao Jin's held her tightly and gently patted her back. Cry if you need to. After crying, you can gather your strength again. I am feeling better now. Now, We are insulted because we are not strong enough, but if we don't even have the courage to stand up, it will truly be a joke. Whatever you want to do in the future, just go ahead and do it. If it breaks the sky, I, as your mother-in-law, will support you. Mrs. Zhang cried so hard she was gasping for breath. Mother, the Yongning Marquis' house eats people and doesn't leave bones. They borrowed our military power and now are bullying Yenner. We can't just let this go. They are too mean. Don't worry. Xiao Jin's eyes turned cold. As she patted her back, she spoke slowly. Old Madam also wants to use them to set an example for everyone, but her gaze was fixed on the two remaining unfinished goals, her heart feeling dead inside. No wonder modern people don't want to have children anymore. Raising them is really exhausting. What Xiao Jin didn't know was that outside the house, two figures, one tall, one short, stood in the corridor like guarding pines. One of them muttered softly, "If someone wrongs me, I will give them 3 warnings. If they do it again, I swear I won't forgive them." The shorter young boy's eyes nearly popped out in surprise.
This.
Sir, and the wise books don't teach it this way. The Wei Yuan Marquis estate now only has 3 young boys. Besides the 6-year-old Lin Suerwei, 13-year-old Lin Qingyao, and 12-year-old Lin Jian, who are all studying at the Great Yom Academy, they didn't know about the trouble at home today. When the 2 boys left the academy gate, they heard that something had gone wrong at home. Their older sister was bullied, and the old madam fainted from anger. Lin Qingyao's face turned green. He grabbed the reins and rushed toward the Yongning Marquis residence. Lin Jian quickly grabbed his brother's saddle and said quickly, "Brother, think carefully before acting. I'm also worried about our older sister, but we need to find out what really happened first. Otherwise, we might just make things worse." Their younger brother, who had been studying harder than them since childhood, knew that Lin Qingyao was not someone who ignored advice. His eyes widened, and he clenched his teeth, nodding firmly. The 2 of them abandoned their carriage and rode quickly back home. Because Xiao Jin had already ordered that if they returned, they should be allowed in directly, they smoothly arrived at the house entrance. They had overestimated themselves earlier and even wanted to take the opportunity to see the other 2 boys and hold a reformation meeting for them. On the way, they heard the butler explain everything, and they finally relaxed. Luckily, their grandmother was awake, and their older sister hadn't suffered too much. But Lin Qingyao's anger hadn't fully cooled down when he heard Xiao Jin's pointing at Zhang's nose and shouting, "What to do? What to do? If you don't know what to do, just go die." Lin Qingyao immediately wanted to rush in to protect his mother. Lin Jian grabbed his arm quickly. Too late to stop him. "Big brother, going in now will only embarrass Auntie." Lin Qingyao was stopped, his face turning red from holding back. But the way Xiao Jin was scolding was really harsh. The 2 of them had to stay outside the door, afraid to move. Xiao Jin's shouting could be heard clearly through the door. Especially when Xiao Jin told Zhang to report to the authorities, Lin Jian listened and felt that it was very different from the wise teachings he had read in the short 7 years of studying the sages. For some reason, he felt it made some sense. Lin Jian was feeling very conflicted. No, that's not what the sages said. Lin Qingyao felt frustrated about almost rushing alone to the Yongning Marquis' residence. His worldview was deeply shaken, and he was quietly reflecting. Inside, Xiao Jin's scolding gradually turned into a passionate speech. The Wei Yuan Marquis' house can be old, damaged, or bloodied, but they must never live meekly and humbly. Her voice was loud and powerful. Lin Qingyao clenched his fists, and Lin Jianan instinctively straightened his back. The 2 brothers had tears in their eyes. Their teenage pride and courage were ignited like sparks. They looked at each other for a long time without speaking. At first, Xiao Jin's planned to finish things quickly. She saw this as a chance to deal with 4 strong women at once. She even imagined all 4 raising their right hands together, saying, "I swear to dedicate myself to reviving the Lin family." But she overestimated her strength. Just managing Zhang and Lin Jian exhausted her mentally and physically. She felt tired and wanted to sleep. At this moment, she finally understood why her best friend in high school, a lively and bright girl, had become like a worried old woman after marriage and childbirth. She used to think she was busy with meetings every day, just like her. But now she realized how tiring it was to pour her heart into teaching children. It felt like her energy was being drained. And right at this critical moment, she caught a difficult gaze. Lin Buxiao's eyes shone brightly, like a light turned on, burning with intensity. "Grandmother, grandmother, scold me. What should I change?" Next to her, Mrs. Yao looked away shyly. She wanted the old lady to call her Xianer, but after scolding her sister-in-law and Yener, she thought, maybe she shouldn't scold me. Xiao Jins leaned on a pillow, looking faintly exhausted, as if she was about to say more. She wanted to finish her words. "As for you too," Lin Buxiao's eyes brightened even more. Mrs. Yao held her breath. Could she escape? Could her daughter leave first? But just as Xiao Jins was about to speak, her mind suddenly felt heavy. Her thoughts became muddled, and she struggled to organize her words. She could only say, "Go downstairs and think carefully about how to solve this. After dinner, I will tell you how to handle this matter." Lin Buxiao's shoulders visibly sagged. Mrs. Yao blinked, hopeful. Was there a way out? Could her daughter leave now? At this moment, Zhang, wiping away tears, took on the role of the head lady of the house, younger sister-in-law, dusk, like grandmother rest. "Let's go discuss the next steps first." After saying this, she turned to instruct Mammy Chiao. "Later, have someone bring more blood swallows from my place. Don't be stingy. The old lady is truly hurt and needs good nourishment." The two young boys, seeing that everything seemed to fade away, hurriedly pushed open the door. "Grandmother, grandson Qing Yao and Jian, pay respects to grandmother." Thinking they could leave work early, Xiao Jins was surprised. Can't children from the Great Yong dynasty stay overnight? Squinting with her old glasses, she looked at the boys in front of her. The brothers wore the same uniform from the Great Yong Academy, a deep blue, narrow-sleeved long robe, with silver thread cloud patterns symbolizing the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate embroidered on the hem and cuffs. The clothes were neat and tidy, showing the youthful uprightness and freshness of young men. Lin Qingyao, true to his reputation as the son of a general, was 13 years old, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders, distinct features, and clear, innocent eyes. He looked just like those modern boys who walk down the street, get asked for WeChat by young girls, and then take out their little genius smartwatch. Xiao Jin's lips twitched as she looked at him. In her original memory, he wasn't this tall. Suddenly, she remembered the ending of this child in the story. After Lin Ji Yen was dismissed from the family, he became a monk. The Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate became a joke in the capital. He secretly joined the army, hoping to shoulder the entire estate with his still unfledged shoulders. But under the scheming of the petty Yongning Marquis, he was sent on a nearly doomed mission, abandoned along the way, and his remains were never found. Xiao Jin sighed silently, giving her own comment. The child is good, but he doesn't understand how cruel the world can be. People who are too naive and straightforward often become cannon fodder when they enter society. Next to her, Lin Jian was a bit thinner, slightly shorter, but with a big head and a proper stance. His eyes carried a calmness that didn't match his age. He was originally an illegitimate child. If not for the second wife having no children and given Yao's personality, she wouldn't have raised him at her side. This child was weak when he was young and couldn't practice martial arts, but he was very clever, like a genius at Great Yong Academy. In the story, he went to the army to find out about Lin Qingyao's whereabouts. He traced the clues along the way and finally discovered that Lin Qingyao had already died under the schemes of the Yongning Marquis. At that time, the Wei Yuan Marquis estate was already in turmoil, some dead, some insane. With a clenched jaw, he chose to desert, rebel against the country, and seek revenge to the end. Xiao Jin squinted at him, her gaze complicated. Before she arrived, this girl had already thought about it, but she was unsure in her heart. She felt sorry for all her experiences and could even understand them. Yet, since she grew up under the red flag, she still found it hard to accept the idea of treason. This kid is very clever, but also a bit reckless. She secretly decided, if things get really bad, she would keep a close eye on him and control him. If necessary, she might even take drastic measures. But after fully understanding the original owner's memories, Xiaojin's changed her mind. In the original memories, this child was just a book-loving nerd who loved to read. Before the original owner fell ill, he was told to study hard to bring honor to the family. During the past 6 months, he almost every day sat by the original owner's bed, reciting lessons, telling her about praise from teachers, new insights, and how he was getting closer to bringing honor to the family. It's heartbreaking to think that such a obedient, studious child could be driven to betrayal. Perhaps her intense gaze, as if trying to see something from the bones of a person, made Yaoshi step forward and say, "Does the old madam have any advice for the two young ones?" Lin Chengyao and Lin Jianan immediately looked at Xiaojin, their faces filled with anticipation and nervousness. Lin Chengyao thought, although grandmother's words are harsh, everyone is a warning. Lin Jianan was already prepared. Mencia said, a gentleman should cultivate himself, not just rely on brute strength. If everyone treats offending me as an enemy and takes pleasure in eliminating others, wouldn't the world fall into chaos from personal fights? Though it's wrong to argue with elders, he was genuinely confused and sought advice from a sage's words. It wasn't unfilial. Simply put, he wanted to debate with his grandmother. But suddenly, Xiaojin asked, "Have you done the homework assigned by the teacher today?" Lin Chengyao and Lin Jianan were stunned, their eyes still bright, like two lamps suddenly blown out by the wind. Why did the topic turn to homework? "Son, please open the door." "It's okay. Your mother will find the best doctor for you." Yuan's voice was anxious. "Why didn't you try back then? Maybe it would have been different." "Get lost. All of you get out." A loud shout came from inside, accompanied by the sound of a bronze tray overturning. Of course he had tried. How could he not have? Since he was 14, a maidservant who cared for him had climbed into his bed, trying to seduce him. He felt tempted, but under her constant teasing, he couldn't. Over the years, he secretly saw many doctors, but nothing helped. The medicine he took was called infertility potion, which made it impossible for men to have children. But the problem was, he didn't even know when he had been poisoned like this. He had thought about investigating it thoroughly, but after calming down, he knew he couldn't speak about it. His father always favored his second brother, Li Xiaozi. If this matter were exposed, his position as heir would be lost. So, he could only marry her reluctantly, then on their wedding night, deliberately cause trouble, making Lin Jian think it was her problem that he didn't want to touch her. After all, men are the masters of women, and he could say whatever he wanted. At first, he didn't plan to divorce Lin Jian after marriage. Her family had no one, and she was obedient and easy to manage. Where could he find such a good woman to fool around with? But she must not have. Suddenly 3 months ago, she came into his study while he was with a servant named Mo Sheng. He later tested again and confirmed she hadn't really noticed anything, but once suspicion was planted, it grew like poisonous weeds. The more carefully she followed his lead, the more uncomfortable he felt. Her submissive attitude seemed like mockery. At that moment, the daughter of the Minister of Justice was flirting with him, also in the backyard, supporting another woman. Why couldn't he choose someone more helpful for his career? He never expected Lin Jian to be so shameless, to tell the old man of the Wei Yuan Marquis' household about their intimacy, ruining his reputation. Just thinking about the pointing and whispering outside the mansion, the sympathetic or mocking looks in people's eyes, the pointing and whispering of the common folk outside felt like knives, as if every glance was staring at his waist. They didn't say it aloud, but their eyes clearly laughed, laughing at his incompetence, laughing at his shame, laughing at his fame without substance. How could he face others again? How could he go on living? Yuan sure saw that no matter how she tried to persuade him, he refused to come out. Her heart clenched, and she suddenly turned to look at the kneeling servants. Her gaze swept over them and fixed on the handsome young man at the front. Anger flared in her eyes. She misstepped and slapped him across the face. "You good for nothing. Tell me, what exactly happened to the young master?" Emotion clenched his teeth and refused to speak. Only after being dragged out and beaten a few times did he finally reveal that Li Wuyong had been disowned. When Yuan Shi heard that name, she staggered backward. If not for the quick help of the maid, she almost collapsed to the ground.
Disowned.
Disowned. This was something she had ordered the Lord to do years ago. Why was it now happening to her son?
Could it be? Could it be?
Yuan Shi covered her chest as if all her strength had been drained. She had already guessed it, the medicine her cousin had given her. How could it have gone wrong? But back then, Wuyong was less than 10 years old. A rush of horse hooves thundered from the alley. Before the horses stopped, Marquis Yongning had already leapt down. The gatekeeper had just caught the reins when Marquis Yongning strode quickly toward the main door. He hurried through the ceremonial gate, and just as he reached the second gate, Steward Wang hobbled over. "My lord, you must stand up for the young master." Steward Wang was also miserable. He had been tied up and brought back to Marquis Yongning's residence like a beast. He had tried to hide aside, but after Xiaojin's fainted from blood loss, strangers appeared and started beating him. If he hadn't gained some flesh over the years, he might not have been able to get out of bed now. Because he had no outlet for his frustration, Steward Wang exaggerated the story, describing it vividly. Marquis Yongning was already furious in the camp. Hearing Steward Wang's report, he became even angrier. He kicked him hard in the stomach. "You troublemaker." Then he ordered, "Take him away and give him 30 big lashes." As Steward Wang begged for mercy, Marquis Yongning, with a dark face, entered Li Wuyong's courtyard. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Yuan Shi crying loudly and uncontrollably. Marquis Yongning didn't bother to look at her. If their family hadn't fallen on hard times, how could he, a noble lord, have married a merchant's daughter? I thought that after nearly 20 years, although he still had a modest attitude, his overall direction was fine. I didn't expect today to bring such a big surprise. How could my daughter-in-law be made to walk through the streets publicly? What was he thinking? He coldly looked at the tightly closed courtyard door, full of anger. Someone break down the door and bring him here to apologize at the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence. Immediately, servants stepped forward to prepare to act, but Madame Yuan stopped them, blocking the door with a stern voice. "Who dares to move? I want to see who dares." Her eyes were red, staring fiercely at the Marquis of Yongning. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for his favoritism towards his younger sister's daughter, that little troublemaker, if it weren't for the threat of their illegitimate son to her family status, and if he had not delayed in requesting the title for Wuyong's son, she wouldn't have thought of asking her cousin to find that harsh medicine. Now it has even harmed her own son. But she dared not say this aloud. If she did, she might be met with a divorce letter. She could only say bitterly, "Marquis, Wuyong is your own son. How can you treat him like this?" Now she even wanted her son to apologize to that family's daughter. There's no way. It was better if she stayed silent, but as soon as she spoke out, Marquis of Yongning lost his temper instantly. "Foolish woman. It's because he's my biological son that I personally came to apologize." Yongning Marquis had already thought through this matter. Although it was a bit embarrassing, there was still room for compromise. As long as they first calmed down the Marquis of Wei Yuan's family and brought back the eldest daughter-in-law, they could say that the Marquis of Wei Yuan was upset because they bought a doctor to help, and they could pretend everything was fine for now. At worst, he would agree to support the Marquis of Wei Yuan more in the capital in the future. As for whether Li Wuyong was truly impotent, he didn't care that much. If treatment worked, good. If not, he had more children. Right now, the most important thing was to protect the reputation of the Marquis of Yongning in the capital. But Madame Yuan didn't understand his plan at all. Or even if she did, they weren't on the same side. She stubbornly blocked the door, and Yongning Marquis, burning with anger, didn't bother to show her respect. He directly ordered someone to pull her aside. When the door opened, Yongning Marquis was stunned. Li Wuyong was slumped on the ground, having fainted after coughing up blood. Madame Yuan's pupils shrank, and she shouted sharply, "Son, Li Wuyong fainted from a sudden heart attack." Naturally, Yongning Marquis couldn't go to apologize with his men. If they carried the fainted Li Wuyong over, They might think they came to cause trouble. After confirming that Li Wuyong was safe, Marquis Yongning frowned and headed toward the study. His heavy footsteps carried a cold, firm aura learned from military training. After walking a few steps, he suddenly asked the person beside him, "How is Asa's wife?" The attendant quickly replied, "My lord, the second lady is young and healthy. The doctor said she just needs a few more days to rest, and she will be fine. No serious harm." Marquis Yongning then asked, "And what about Asa?" Li Xiaozi is now training with him at the military camp. Last night, they received news that Mrs. Wang was pregnant. Early today, he sent Li Xiaozi home, but he hasn't seen him return yet. Just then, a figure staggered from the corridor and ran toward them. The person's clothes were messy, hair loose, and a strong smell of alcohol came with the wind. Marquis Yongning's face darkened immediately. He asked coldly, "Where have you been?" "Something big happened at the house, and you only just come back now." Li Xiaozi still looked a little drunk. He suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, opened his mouth, but finally said, "Please, father, punish me." Marquis Yongning looked at him for a moment, then sighed and waved his hand. "Forget it. Go clean up first and see your wife. Don't let her find out." Li Xiaozi was about to stand up. He paused, and his tone suddenly turned cold. "Go to that place again, court-martial." His eldest son had already been spoiled, and this son, who looked most like him, could not afford to make another mistake. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Mrs. Wang, who just lost her child, was not mourning or sad. Xiao Dai brought a steaming bowl of bitter medicine and reported, "The Marquis' people said that the young master went to Tianjin last night. He probably won't be back for a while." Mrs. Wang's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly swallowed all the medicine without blinking. Watching Xiao Dai hand over some candied olives, she shook her head. "No need," she said softly, her hand gently resting on her now flat belly, speaking as if to herself or someone else. "This bitterness, I won't waste it." Mrs. Wang knew everything happening at the gate of the house. She didn't believe it was Lin Jian who did it, and she certainly didn't believe a mere maid dared to harm her child. The person behind the scenes was about to be revealed. Before their marriage, her mother repeatedly warned her about the dangers in the back courtyard. She thought Yuan was just a merchant's daughter, and her eldest sister-in-law was gentle and soft. With her own family backing her, she believed she would be safe. But she didn't expect Yuan to be so ruthless, even harming an unborn child. She closed her eyes, as if suppressing some strong emotion deep inside her chest. She refused to let herself fall apart. She wanted to recover quickly. After today's events, given her father-in-law's temper, the back courtyard would not want Yuan in charge anymore. She needed to rest and get well so she could take over the household duties. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Soon after, Li Xiaozi pushed open the door, followed by a young maid who didn't have time to announce herself. Li Xiaozi looked dusty and tired, as if he had just jumped off a horse. He hurried to the bed and saw Madame Wang, feeling relieved but also heartbroken. He said with red eyes, pulling her into his arms. "I'm sorry I came late." Madame Wang's nose tingled. "Xiaozi, I'm sorry I couldn't protect our child." Li Xiaozi comforted her. "It's not your fault. It's that maid next to eldest sister-in-law. How could she do something so crazy?" Madame Wang immediately pulled away from him, her eyes full of anger. "Xiaozi, I don't believe a maid has the courage to do such a thing." Li Xiaozi's pupils widened in shock. "You mean?" Madame Wang held his hand tightly. "Xiaozi, we can't just sit and wait." Compared to the chaos at the Yongning Marquis estate, the palace was even more lively. When the three Prince Weis arrived at the imperial study, they heard loud voices inside. Who would believe it? Usually, those old officials who act like they're gods outside often argue fiercely in front of the emperor, fighting until they're red in the face. The three men cursed their bad luck today. How did they run into such trouble in court? But since they were already here, they couldn't leave. They could only stand outside, listening to the chaos inside. They could guess what it was about. Again, it was about the case of Zhou Yanheng, the governor of Nanling County. He was originally an official in the capital, recommended by the second assistant, and was well regarded. 2 years ago, Lien Sifu finally managed to negotiate with the Ministry of Personnel for several months before being transferred to Lingnan as the governor of Nanling Prefecture. This area has long been within Zheng Shofu's sphere of influence, with many local officials and followers loyal to him. Lien's move was very risky, aiming to establish a foothold and try to open a gap. However, 3 months ago, someone filed a report to the emperor, accusing Zhou Yanheng of accepting bribes in Lingnan, protecting bandits, and smuggling salt. The black accounts of the grain transport were also exposed, with evidence and witnesses present. Even if the emperor wanted to support Zhou, it wouldn't help. Prince Wei calculated the days. Both sides had been fighting fiercely in court for a month. With Zheng's faction pressing harder in recent days, it was likely that, without surprises, the order for immediate execution would be issued tomorrow. Thinking of this, Prince Wei clicked his tongue. It seemed that Lien Sifu was almost effective. His brother had supported him many times, yet he was still being suppressed and beaten down. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the imperial study grew quiet. Soon, the large door creaked open, and several officials came out one after another. Leading the group was Lien Sifu and his men. Their faces looked worse than before. When they saw Prince Wei and the others, they only nodded slightly as a sign of respect, clearly not pleased. Next, a group of people surrounded a small, thin old man as he left the imperial study. Although he was over 60, he looked very energetic. He was dressed neatly, walking steadily and calmly. It was Zheng Shofu, a powerful official in the court. When he appeared, he greeted Prince Wei and the others with a smile and exchanged a few polite words. It wasn't until a young eunuch came to deliver the emperor's summons that Prince Wei smiled and bowed. Han Su and Jia Heng exchanged glances. The emperor only summoned Prince Wei, clearly knowing they had been standing by and watching today. This was a deliberate move to show pressure. It seemed that the old lady of the Wei Yuan Marquis family still had the emperor's favor. Han Su is fine, but Jia Heng couldn't help feeling wronged. Wasn't he the one who was brought out? Why was the emperor putting him together with this old man? After walking a few steps, Prince Wei suddenly turned back. He took a few steps, then stopped and looked back at Zheng Shofu and the others, who were striding away confidently. A strange, hard-to-explain expression appeared in his eyes. He remembered when he was young, studying in the study room, Zheng Shofu had also taught them. Back then, Zheng was serious and stern, speaking passionately about the country's future. He once said, "An official's first duty is integrity. A ruler's priority is the people. Better to sacrifice personal gain than betray the hearts of the common folk." I remember once when a corrupt official in a certain place abused his power and harmed the people. Old Zheng stood up angrily and scolded, "If someone sacrifices the common people for personal gain, they are a traitor to the country." Now, the current Prime Minister Zheng, I wonder if he ever dreams of his past self and feels like a different person. As soon as he entered the imperial study, Prince Wei put on a relaxed attitude and said, "Greetings to the Emperor brother." The Emperor Qianxi, who is just over 40, already has a few barely noticeable white hairs at his temples. He looked tired and pressed his forehead, annoyed by Prince Wei's lazy attitude. "You heard the noise outside just now, right? Tell me your opinion." Prince Wei immediately looked disappointed and pouted. "Brother, you're putting me in a difficult spot." The emperor remained silent. Prince Wei then tearfully explained his foolishness and made some clever remarks, which finally eased the emperor's frustration. He then asked about Xiao Jin's condition. Since this beloved adopted daughter of the great ancestor suddenly reappeared, the emperor naturally paid more attention. He heard that the bleeding was caused by a mouth ulcer breaking, and the emperor's lips twitched. Could this blood have soaked a handkerchief? Never mind, as long as the little aunt is fine. The trouble was caused by the Yongning Marquis family first. They not only lied about the marriage, but also falsely accused the wife of harming her sister-in-law, allowing themselves to escape unscathed. The emperor frowned. As a man, he also despised such people. It was understandable that the little aunt wanted to pretend to be sick to scare them. Suddenly, the emperor shook his head. Although this trick was not honorable, it was effective. If he weren't the emperor, he might want to live such a reckless life himself. Thinking of Zhou Yanheng, whom he had high hopes for, the emperor closed his eyes. No one in the court was suitable for the position. Xiao Jin's, unaware that the emperor envied her, was quietly sighing. Sigh. Old arms and legs. My energy really isn't what it used to be. As she spoke, she suddenly froze. No, wait. Aren't those middle-aged women in modern times who dance square dances? They dance from morning till night, from 7 o'clock, doing the little apple, dance until 10 without stopping? But the moment she collapsed onto the bed, Xiao Jin's felt as if she had come back to life. Her eyelids, which had been heavy and fighting sleep, suddenly felt energized, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She quickly sent everyone out and took out her phone from her space. You won't believe it, but this small space provided by the system is quite amazing. Not only can I carry it everywhere, but time inside is frozen. When I take out my phone, it still has 72% battery. The solar panels and batteries are neatly arranged, taking up a good amount of space. There are many iPads filled with data, but Xiao Jins doesn't trust electronic devices, so she bought many physical books. She even printed 2 copies of the original story, rolled them up, and stored them inside. When electronics fail, she can rely on these old-fashioned methods. Of course, she also keeps the 3 essentials for survival: sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes. She even searched for high-yield rice varieties overnight, packing everything she could carry. Most importantly, she can't do without the 8 rolls of toilet paper. Without a toilet, she can't hold it. Using bamboo sticks to clean herself is just not an option. She originally planned to review the story, but as soon as her hand touched the phone, it seemed to have a mind of its own and opened a game called Match Puzzle. Before long, her eyes started to hurt, so Xiao Jins closed her eyes and organized the information she had. As for the Wei Yuan Marquis Mansion, it's full of minor characters who are easily sacrificed. The twin children went out to play 2 months later and were accidentally trampled by a wild horse, a brief mention of minor characters. News of Lin Qingyao's death spread, and Mrs. Zhang went crazy, holding a stuffed tiger and crying out, Yenner and Qingyao. Less than a year later, she died by drowning. Lin Buxiao married the second son of the Ministry of War, but he was soon courted by the 6th princess. Lin Buxiao was poisoned and died within half a year of marriage. The next day, Yao Shi looked at the empty Marquis mansion and hanged herself. Thinking of this, Xiao Jins almost clapped her hands in excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. The author is really milking the family for all they're worth. Of course, to protect the reader's feelings later on, the 4th prince and the real daughter avenged their family. As for the motives, first, Lin Buxiao once stood up for the real daughter at a women's gathering, showing rare kindness. Second, Lin Jian is actually the 4th prince's white moonlight. I don't know the exact situation either. In the book, there's only one line. After the 4th prince returns from Beirong, he has an inner monologue about Lin Jian, who has shaved her head and left her family. It says, seeing her lively figure at the foot of the Xianhua temple that year, now turned into this, his heart felt a long-lost pain. Xiao Jin scratched her head with a strange expression. But the problem is, according to the book, the 4th prince is only about 15 now. What kind of trendy sibling romance is this? Just from reading this book, becoming the first noble family doesn't seem hard. Power struggles come and go. Which family stays strong forever? She only needs to do 2 things. Publicly be friendly with everyone, but secretly make sure no one looks down on her. When dealing with people, she can't be too close or too distant. Balance the relationships. 3 parts friendliness, 7 parts caution. Everyone smiles at her, but everyone also keeps a little distance. Right now, she plans to target the Yoning Marquis house, not to vent anger, but to serve as a warning to others. Of course, to truly become a noble family, 1 person alone isn't enough. It takes at least 3 generations of effort. Starting with her generation, her main task is to stabilize the family, bring them back into the circle of power in the capital, and secure their position. At first, She wanted to develop toilet paper, but after today, toothpaste has become more important. She won't sell it, but will use it for noble social gatherings. As for the Zhang and Yao families, her requirements are the basic expectations for noble ladies. Keep the household stable, manage internal affairs well, be tactful, and skilled in social interactions. It would be best if they could also gather intelligence. Currently, she only has the original story and the remnants of the original owner's memories. She can handle the present but not the long term. In the end, she needs to train a group of capable young generals, advisors, and stewards, each in their place, showing their talents, so they can eventually form the shining tip of the first noble family tower. So, she added 2 items to her to-do list. 12. Make toothpaste. 13. Take time to assess the talents of all the children in the household and set a training plan. Staring at those 13 words for a while, Xiaojin suddenly felt her mouth turn a bit bitter. I want to drink coconut latte, Boang tea princess, or a star ice latte. No, how about a light luxury honey snow lemon water instead? Outside, after sending off a lady of the house, Granny Chiu, who was also giving some mental comfort to them, just returned. The little maid Sierra at the door shook her head gently and whispered, "She's still sleeping." Granny Chiu looked up at the sky and lowered her voice, saying, "Just 15 more minutes, then we must wake the old madam, or she might not sleep well tonight." Although she said that, Granny Chiu felt strange inside. Since the old madam recovered from a serious illness half a month ago, she had been sleeping a lot and didn't like anyone staying in her room. In the past, the old madam was very afraid of being alone. Thinking about the toothpaste that suddenly appeared today, Granny Chiu lowered her eyes. "By the way, has the lady just sent the blood swallow warmed up?" Sierra nodded. "Just finished. It's still warming in the small kitchen. Then bring it in while it's hot, so the old madam can quickly nourish herself. After all, I've been running around, and my body can't handle much more." Before she finished speaking, a faint voice came from inside the room. "Sierra? Zissou?" Granny Chiu hurriedly pushed open the curtain and entered. She saw the person on the bed rubbing her eyes and slowly sitting up, her hair messy, looking very sleepy. Sierra quickly helped her put on her clothes, moving skillfully and efficiently, with a faint smile on her lips. Seeing that she didn't mention anything, Xiaojin deliberately reminded her, "It's time for dinner, isn't it?" Granny Chiu replied, "Does the old madam not want to eat with the young master and others today?" Although Lin Qingyao had already inherited his title, the family still called him by his original name. Who would eat with colleagues? Even though they are now considered family, Xiaojin didn't want to bother others and planned to eat separately. Just then, Qinger brought in a bowl of hot blood swallow. Xiaojin quickly took it and drank eagerly. At her age, the most important thing is to take good care of her health. After all, the more days she lives, the more she can earn. While drinking, she suddenly remembered what Mrs. Zhang had said and asked, "Why do we still need to get the blood swallow from the madam?" In ancient times, the family supplies were called gongzhong. Things taken from individuals were called small treasury if unmarried, and for married women, it was mostly called dowry. So, this blood swallow was taken from Mrs. Zhang's dowry. Does she have any from her own gongzhong? Since she arrived, she had been drinking a bowl of bird's nest soup every 3 days. Could it all have come from the Zhang family? No, that didn't make sense. She knew the household didn't have much money, but that was because, since her father-in-law's generation, the family had taken on the duty of supporting injured veterans. They had done so for more than 30 years, spending most of their wealth on their care and medicine. The original lady of the house was a princess. When she got married, the emperor had even sent 2 secret guards with her. How could her dowry have been small? Madame Chiu sighed beside her. "Old madam, have you forgotten? When the old marquis went to war, the army ran short of funds. You sold all your dowry and sent the money to the front lines to help." Only then did Xiaojin recall this from the original lady's remaining memories. Really? Something so important, and the original lady hadn't cared at all? She truly lived by the saying, "Money is just an external thing." But Xiaojin cared. Before she could recover from the pain of losing such a fortune, Madame Chiu added worriedly. However, the first madam has also been helping the household with her own money these years. She probably isn't well off either. At that, Xiao Jin suddenly remembered something. Right, was Yan girl's dowry brought back today? Madame Chiu, seeing her plan working, said carefully, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until this matter is settled. Then we can check the dowry list and bring back what should be returned. Xiao Jin gave a cold laugh. Just returning the dowry, and that's it? Has my granddaughter's suffering these 3 years been for nothing? She stood up sharply and ordered, Go and tell them. After dinner, everyone is to come to Baoqing Hall for a family meeting. Her mind was already racing through the list of compensation items. Payment for lost youth. Compensation for emotional distress. Reputation damages. Not a single one could be left out. At the mention of money, her eyes lit up. She could hold a 10-hour meeting without even taking a breath. Send word, come to the meeting. Why did that sound so familiar? When Xiao Jin's first entered the workforce, she often couldn't understand one thing. Why do leaders act so double-faced? When they are late for meetings, they seem indifferent, but if others are even a minute late, they are immediately called out. Later, when she became a leader herself, she understood. She realized that once people are in a slightly higher position, they tend to feel that their time is more valuable than others. To prevent her subordinates from gossiping behind her back, Xiao Jin's always strict with herself. Since the meeting was held at her favorite place, Baoqing Pavilion, she leaned on the couch, waiting for everyone to arrive. The first to appear were 2 little whirlwind children. One on the left, one on the right, 2 children like bouncing marbles, rushing into her arms, each holding a small wooden sword, looking angry. The boy Lin Sirue was chubby and puffed out his cheeks. Grandmother, the older sister, was bullied. We need to help her get justice. Next to him, the girl, Lin Jijing, with her hair tied in 2 little bunches, crossed her arms and glared.
Yes.
The people from Yongning Marquis' estate are bad. Grandmother, I will help you catch them all and make them walk through the streets. The children from the 3rd household also had a hard start. When they were born, news of their father's death in battle arrived. Their mother couldn't handle the blow. After giving birth, she ran away by the river while the servants weren't paying attention, and her body was never found. The original owner took the children into her courtyard, but later, she couldn't take care of them and handed them over to Zhang Shi to look after. Since they were young, both children had no parents and were the youngest in the household. Everyone loved and pampered them, especially Lin Jijing, who was very good at comforting others. They never had a proper childhood and grew up with a sense of innocence and recklessness. No one told the children what happened that afternoon, but they were clever. They noticed fewer servants in the house, so they went to find Zhang Shi. When they found her and Lin Jian not at home, the 2 little ones managed to coax the maid by saying they were sleepy, then sneaked into Zhang Shi's room. After Xiao Jin's and Lin Jian were heartbroken by Zhang Shi and Lin Jian's actions, the mother and daughter went back, crying and confessing their feelings. The 2 little children, hiding under the bed, overheard everything clearly. Zhang Shi finally stopped crying, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and changed her tone. All right, stop crying. The old lady said she will help you get justice.
She also gave us a task.
Think quickly. What do you plan to do about this? Before Lin Jian could speak, a small, fierce shout suddenly came from under the bed. Beat them up. This loud cry from beneath the bed startled Zhang and Lin Jian so much they almost jumped up. The 2 little bundles of joy immediately crawled out from under the bed, waving their arms and stomping their feet, shouting they wanted to avenge their big sister. Zhang tried to comfort and persuade them, but at that moment, a servant came to report that the old lady was calling for a meeting again. Hearing this, the 2 little ones refused to listen and decided to go back to their room. They grabbed their weapons and ran over, worried that everyone might forget about them again. These children are so adorable, and saying that makes people feel warm inside. Even Xiao Jin's, who usually doesn't like children, couldn't help but smile, patting one and then the other, smiling so much her mouth almost couldn't close. Oh, how do you plan to catch them and make them walk through the streets? Lin Zhihui angrily drew a big circle with her hands. Tie them up, drag them with a carriage, make them run around the capital 3 times, so they get tired. Lin Sirui frowned and deliberately stretched out the last note. But Big Ant said only the government has that right. We can't do it recklessly. Lin Zhihui immediately got angry, hands on her hips, glaring. Little brother, whose side are you on? If they can parade in the streets, why can't our big sister? We're all from the Marquis's house. Why should we always be the ones to make sense? Are we afraid that the Marquis of Wei Yuan will be afraid of them? Lin Sirui quickly went along, looking at Xiao Jin's with admiration. Grandmother, big sister is right. Our Marquis's house shouldn't be bullied by others. Xiao Jin's lips twitched. I treat you like grandchildren, and you treat me like a fool, huh? She realized that these two little troublemakers, a little spicy and a little chubby, were playing tricks on her, acting in sync. It seems that everyone in the Marquis of Wei Yuan's house has their minds on these two children. Thinking about how these clever kids were trampled to death by a mad horse in 2 months, Xiao Jin's cursed the author silently for being inhumane. How could they be so cruel? She reached out and gently touched their little heads, soft and fuzzy, feeling really nice. She must take good care of these two little beans. After all, such smart brains are meant to contribute to her billion-dollar prize. In fact, Xiao Jin also wanted to do just that. She had long disliked Li Wuyong, that eunuch, but she was practical. Sometimes you have to be clever even when throwing a tantrum. Express your emotions when appropriate and be clear about your attitude, but most importantly, leave room for negotiation. If you lose your temper and the situation gets out of control, you shift from being the bullied to being the troublemaker. The compensation, apology, and fairness you deserve will all be reduced. At that point, even reason will seem pointless. Of course, she also finds it easy to say these words. If she were dressed as Lin Jian and was the one being falsely accused and dragged through the streets, she might have cut that kid Li Wuyong on the spot. Explaining such deep principles to 2 6-year-olds is clearly too advanced. Just as she was thinking of using simple language they could understand, the second group of guests, Zhang and Lin Jian, arrived. Zhang finished greeting and turned to say, Zhihui, Aroi, my little ones, don't bother your grandmother. The 2 kids didn't listen and tried to take off their shoes to climb onto the bed. Zhang got angry. She had raised them for 3 years, and these little ones didn't show her any respect. She then said coldly, if you bother your grandmother again, each of you will have to write 10 big characters. But the kids, full of spirit, declared bravely, we will also fight for our big sister's justice. Of course, if he hadn't secretly glanced at Xiao Jin's, his bravado would have been even more impressive. Zhang's nose nearly twitched in anger. Did she really have to sacrifice her daughter? She was so furious, she raised 2 fingers and said, 20 pages. Lin Zhihui was even more unyielding. Even 30 or 40 pages. We will help big sister fight the bad guys. Lin Jian was moved to tears again. Since her marriage, because Yuan sure disliked her, she rarely came home and had become distant from her younger siblings. She never expected that after 3 years, they still cared so much about her. She completely ignored her mother beside her, who was so angry her chest was heaving. Zhang took out her trump card. Fine. If you're so stubborn, then 100 pages of big characters. You won't eat cake until you finish. The chubby little face suddenly showed disbelief. When did Auntie become so scary? Not letting him eat cake was hard to accept. Sister, the little chili pepper glared at him angrily. Then don't eat. Just 1 bite of food, and I'll buy you off. The chubby boy immediately puffed out his chest and shouted at Zhang, Sister won't eat. After a pause, I'll eat it later. Ultimately, Lin Pashao followed the Yao family inside, and his single remark silenced the 2 young boys. Lin Pashao glanced at them and slowly said, if you don't listen, in the future, your older brothers won't take you out to play. This ended the argument. The 2 little boys, who had been puffed up and glaring, suddenly looked like they had been splashed with cold water. They had grown up in this small 3-acre yard and almost thought the world was only this big. It wasn't until last year, when Lin Qingyao received Zhang's approval, that they were taken out for the first time, opening a new world for them. Now, they looked forward to every day, hoping for Lin Qingyao and Lin Jian to rest so they could go out. Only then would they be taken out. This punishment was worse than being forced to copy books, lose treats, or get whipped. It hurt even more than having their flesh cut. Finally, when Lin Qingyao and Lin Jian, who lived in the outer courtyard, arrived, the two little boys were stuffing treats into their mouths desperately, their cheeks puffed out like hamsters, as if they were getting revenge. Seeing everyone gathered, Xiao Jinsei began the main topic of the meeting. Tell me, how do you plan to get justice today? The Marquis of Yongning was near the capital, and it was likely he had already heard the news. By tomorrow morning at the latest, he would come to admit his mistake. At that point, they would be on the defensive. I have to say, holding a meeting is the most effective way to unify thoughts, statements, and teamwork. In less than half an hour, everyone decided to go all out and fight with full force. Of course, Yao Shi, who hadn't experienced a direct confrontation before, couldn't help but raise doubts. Old madam, isn't this a bit too much? Won't others say that the Wei Yuan Marquis' family is unreasonable? Xiao Jinsei looked at her with confusion and asked sincerely, the Yongning Marquis' family is unreasonable, and I don't need to be reasonable? Why should I be lenient? Everyone's mouth dropped open in surprise. The old madam was speaking the truth. Only the bookworm finally saw an opportunity. Grandmother, you are mistaken. The Yongning Marquis' family made mistakes, but when it comes to forgiveness, we should forgive. If we can respond to evil with kindness and repay kindness with kindness, perhaps we can resolve the conflict between the two families. Otherwise, the cycle of revenge will never end. Xiao Jinsei fixed her gaze on him with a steady look, making Lin Jian feel a little nervous inside. Just when everyone thought Xiao Jins was about to go all out, she suddenly asked, Yenner, today the whole family stood up for you, especially when I slapped your mother-in-law. Did you enjoy it? Lin Jian honestly nodded. My granddaughter saw that slap from my grandmother and felt very excited. Xiao Jins then asked about Zhang and others, whether they felt good about embarrassing them at the Yongning Marquis Gate yesterday. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Jin said, after a serious illness, I realized that life is short. I shouldn't hold everything inside. Holding in anger can harm your health. Reputation and face are less important than your safety and health. Remember, it's okay to be a little crazy sometimes. Being impulsive can be freeing. She then looked at Lin Jian and said, Dr. Luo said your older sister is holding in her feelings, and if she doesn't vent, it could affect her lifespan. Do you want people to praise your generosity, or do you want her sister to leave early? Lin Jian was quick to respond. He immediately knelt down, showing he cared about his sister's safety, ignoring what the Confucian classics taught. Xiao Jins didn't pay him much attention. She looked at everyone and said, remember this, from today, the Wei Yuan Marquis house rule is, don't fight among yourselves. If you have problems, just be a little crazy. It's better than hurting others or yourself. She then looked at Zhang and Lin Jian, the mother and daughter, and said, know this. Hurting yourself or others too much only makes things worse. Lin Buxiao's eyes lit up more and more. She felt that what she learned today would benefit her for a lifetime. Seeing no more interruptions, Xiao Jins assigned tasks to everyone, explaining possible situations tomorrow and how to handle them. After everything was arranged, she realized she couldn't even straighten her back. But she couldn't rest, no choice. She had no general, so she could only work herself to exhaustion. She called all the servants who had followed her today to reward them. She gathered the servants who had been with her during the day and rewarded them on the spot. Managing the Marquis house and the company was the same. No matter how poor they are now, they must give their employees their bonuses. Without motivation, no one will work hard. No matter how big the company is, if no one works well, it's just an empty shell. Especially those with loud voices who curse badly, I rewarded them with an extra 500 copper coins and encouraged them to work harder tomorrow. This instantly turned the usually lazy and indifferent servants into energetic people, eager to start working tonight when they heard there would be more work tomorrow. Particularly the butler, Old Jin. Old Jin used to serve in the army. When he was young, he was a frontline soldier for the former master and lost an eye in battle. After retiring, he took charge of the household affairs. Today, He led the effort to stop the loud troublemakers at the gate of the Yongning Marquis' residence, calming the situation. Over the years, if not for him, only Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Yao could control these people. Such talented people, Xiao Jin certainly rewarded generously. Not only with money, but she also kept him around and sincerely thanked him in front of the servants. In the reward system, money provides immediate motivation, quickly encouraging effort. Verbal praise adds emotional warmth, helping people remember and feel valued for a long time. Only when both are given can the motivation be more complete. Until old Zhen's eyes turned red from emotion, he respectfully responded, "This old servant's life is dedicated to the Marquis' household. If the madam needs anything, just tell me." Xiao Jins then quietly took a sip of tea to soothe her throat. When everything was finally settled, the household servants arrived. These new arrivals seemed more well-mannered. First, they apologized politely, then quietly explained that Lord Yongning would personally visit tomorrow at the hour of the dragon, around 7 to 9 a.m., with the heir, Li Wuyong, to apologize in person. Xiao Jins nodded and said she would be waiting at home. Mrs. Zhang and the others were stunned. Wait, the old lady made such a big fuss, and now they're just going to forgive him so easily? Xiao Jins glared at them. What are you looking at? Go back and rest early. Leave before the hour of the dragon tomorrow. After speaking, she led her tired old body back to her room. That evening was the only night in the past 2 weeks she didn't hide in her room scrolling through her phone. Before sleeping, she kept thinking, no, I must get Zheng's family out soon. The next day, Marquis Yongning woke up early and used a switch to wake Li Wuyong, who was still dreaming in bed. Pull yourself together. Remember, today is your last chance to turn things around. If you keep acting half-dead, I might as well cut you now and take your body to the Marquis' residence to confess. That would be better than this. Li Wuyong's heart was already heavy, but when he saw the murderous look in his father's eyes, he felt a cold chill and suddenly realized he was actually quite afraid of dying. Seeing his eyes clear up, Marquis Yongning softened his tone and explained his plan again in detail. Seeing that he could still save his reputation, Li Wuyong immediately took off his shirt, looking sad and determined. Father, tie me up. Marquis Yongning looked at his obedient appearance and felt a flicker of fatherly love. He patted his shoulder and said, "That's more like a son." Sigh, getting so angry over small things and spitting blood isn't worth it. There's always a way forward as long as you're alive. He paused and sighed. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to the north to invite the best doctor to treat you. Before Li Wuyong could even show his filial side, a servant hurried in, looking terrified. Master, something's wrong. The young lady and the second young lady from the Wei Yuan Marquis' house went to Jingzhou to complain about the young master. Marquis Yongning's brow furrowed sharply, his face full of disbelief. Does the Wei Yuan Marquis' house really have no shame left? Fortunately, last night, he had sent a gift to the Minister of Rights. No matter where the Wei Yuan Marquis' family complained, as long as the officials in the Ministry of Rights supported him, he still had some room to maneuver. But before he could relax, another servant rushed in hurriedly. Master, something's even worse. The second wife and the third young master from the Wei Yuan Marquis' house went to the Dali court to complain about the young master again. Next, the third, fourth, and fifth people rushed into the courtyard one after another, their voices rising higher and higher. Master is in trouble. Marquis Wei Yuan and their second young master went to the Ministry of Rights to complain about the young master. Master is in trouble. Lady consort of Marquis Wei Yuan and the third young lady went to the Ministry of War to complain about the young master. Master is in trouble. The old lady of Marquis Wei Yuan's household went to the Ministry of Justice to complain about the young master. Every few steps in the yard, someone would shout, "Something's wrong." Even the most patient Marquis Yongning was about to lose his temper. He kicked the last young servant who rushed in. Enough is enough. This is going too far. Is this how they are tarnishing the reputation of the Yongning Marquis family? As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps sounded again. Master is in trouble. Marquis Yongning was stunned. Was there someone else from Marquis Wei Yuan's household? When the young servant entered and saw the situation, He immediately knelt down with trembling voice. "Master, someone from the Ministry of Revenue came." The old lady of Marquis Wei Yuan's household went there to complain about the young master, and they want the young master to come and face the court. Marquis Yongning was confused. The old man and woman are quite old. Why are they running to two government offices? He understood if they went to the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Justice, but what does going to the Ministry of Revenue mean? Neither of their families works there. The young servant lowered his head and stammered. The Ministry of Revenue said, "The lady is holding on to the dowry of the young lady of the family and refuses to return it." The old lady said she wants justice and that we owe them 23,000 taels of silver, and she also said, Marquis Yongning shouted sharply, "What are you talking about?" She also said, "If we don't pay, they will deduct it from your and the lady's stipends, and in the future, the Ministry of Revenue will send the money directly to them." Marquis Yongning suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the grand chair. Li Wuyong, who had been pretending to be dead nearby, opened his mouth wide in shock. Didn't father just say there was nothing they couldn't get through? Yang Yushir stepped forward first and knelt to report to the emperor. Zhou Yanheng took bribes to protect bandits. Both witnesses and evidence are present. Please, Your Majesty, investigate carefully and issue an edict to uphold justice. Officials supporting the party's side looked slightly worried. Minister of Personnel Lien Qing stepped forward with a respectful bow. Your Majesty, there are still doubts about this case. I humbly ask for half a month's delay to verify the facts before making a decision. Half a month more? Yang Yushi sharply retorted, pressing forward. Minister Lien, another half month? If everyone can delay, what is the use of laws? What about the order of the court? Lien Qing replied calmly. Lord Yang, the court has rules for justice. Please do not confuse right and wrong or rush to judgment. Rush to judgment. Yang Yushir sneered coldly, then turned and knelt before the throne, his voice like a loud bell. Your Majesty, Zhou Yanheng is corrupt and protecting bandits, causing chaos in the southern border. I am unworthy and have little knowledge, but I know that a nation cannot stand without order, and laws must be enforced or chaos will follow. Emperor Qianqi's face remained calm, but he did not speak. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense. Yang Yushir refused to get up from the ground. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head and said, If Your Majesty still hesitates, then I can only advise you with my life. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly shouted, I, Yang Sansong, am willing to sacrifice myself today to awaken the court's order. May my blood stain the golden steps, and in my next life, I will still be a loyal minister of Great Yong. As he finished speaking, he suddenly took 3 steps back and forcefully crashed into the dragon pillar of the Golden Hall. Everyone gasped, seeing blood splatter on the spot. Fortunately, Han Su, the chief of the Court of Judicial Review, reacted quickly. He threw himself forward and used his stomach to block him, but Yang Yushir was still knocked back, his face pale and cold sweat pouring down. A traitor's voice shouted, Send for the imperial doctor. The scene immediately became chaotic. Emperor Qianqi's face darkened like ink. Throughout history, wise rulers listened to advice, but only the foolish and incompetent force officials to resort to deadly protests. What a Yang Sansong! Does he want to ruin my legacy for eternity? His gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over Zheng Shoufu sitting unmoved at the front. He slightly raised his finger and spoke coldly, Send my decree. Yang Sansong's words are too extreme, disturbing court order. He has no sense of duty as a minister and has broken the etiquette of officials. From today, he is stripped of his censor role and demoted to commoner. He is forbidden from serving in government or taking the imperial exams for 5 generations. From now on, he is banished from the capital and shall never return. The hall instantly fell silent. Seeing that Zheng Shoufu made no move, Zheng's supporters slightly twitched their mouths but dared not speak a word for him. Chao Dabin immediately bowed and responded, quickly arranging for the imperial guards to escort Yang Yushir and Han Su down. But the situation in the palace did not calm down because of this. Members of Zheng's faction did not retreat. Instead, they all knelt together, loudly shouting in the Golden Hall, Please, Your Majesty, make a clear judgment according to the law and severely punish Zhou Yanheng. Officials from Zheng's side looked grim, while the neutral faction was so nervous they dared not even breathe. They were pushing hard. Zheng's faction was determined to see Zhou Yanheng punished. Old political veteran Jia Heng quietly glanced at Prime Minister Zheng, who seemed to be asleep. He squinted, wondering why Zheng was in such a hurry. Could it be that the other side, the second assistant, had really found something to fight back with? Emperor Qianxi, in his 13th year of reign, had never been so humiliated. Yet, he still wanted to protect Zhou Yanheng, which might forever tarnish his reputation as a foolish ruler. Just as he was about to accept a temporary, humiliating compromise, Chao Dabin, who had left the hall earlier, suddenly hurried back. He held out a document and gasped as he reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, the people from the Marquis of Wei Yuan's household have already gone to the Dali Court, Jingzhou Prefecture, the Imperial Clan Office, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Revenue this morning, accusing the young Marquis of Yongning of marriage fraud, requesting to annul the marriage of the young Marquis of Yongning. In the court, whether kneeling or standing, everyone was stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they just heard. Did they just hear that the marriage of the young Marquis of Yongning was to be annulled? Grand Eunuch, is this still the language of the Great Yong? This is absurd, an enormous mistake in the world. Even if the Yongning Marquis's household was truly wronged, even if the young Marquis was truly impotent, divorce would be understandable. But to annul the marriage? That's breaking the moral order and destroying the rights. How could the Wei Yuan Marquis's household think of such a thing? Emperor Qianxi was just waiting for something to disrupt the current court proceedings. He took the annulment letter, quickly read through it, and his eyes flashed. Seizing the moment before everyone could react, he handed the letter to a nearby young eunuch and lowly commanded. The words, annulment, had already touched the sensitive nerves of these men, and this letter made them furious. Young Marquis of Yongning, Li Wuyong, concealed his old illness before marriage, knowing he was unfit for the duties of a husband, yet he still insisted on marrying the daughter of the Marquis of Wei Yuan, Lin Jian, deceiving her and betraying her honor, causing my daughter to waste 3 years of marriage, lose her youth, and become physically and mentally exhausted. This letter of annulment ends the marriage contract and severs all relations. To make up for my daughter's 3 years of neglect, I hereby offer the following compensation: loss of youth, 5,000 taels, emotional distress, 5,000 taels, reputational damages, 10,000 taels, medical and nutritional expenses, 3,000 taels additionally. I request the return of the dowry from the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate. If your family still considers itself honorable and maintains a sense of shame, I hope you will present the amount owed to settle the previous debt. If you refuse, do not blame me for itemizing the charges and coming to demand payment. Respectfully written by the Marquis of Wei Yuan. After 3 moments of complete silence in the hall, Qian Yushi was the first to step forward, clasping his hands and speaking loudly. Your Majesty, not to mention the unheard-of idea of divorcing. The way the Marquis of Wei Yuan demands money is truly beneath the dignity of a noble family. A noble estate resorting to such petty extortion. How can that be proper conduct? He is an official under Yang Yushi, who supports the Zheng faction and has offended the emperor. If he doesn't quickly distance himself and show loyalty now, he might end up bearing the blame. Before he finished speaking, even the members of the Zheng faction with sharp eyes stepped forward. Yushi is right. If this trend continues, I fear court officials and wives seeking divorce will become common. Won't we all be in danger? Even the usually neutral officials frowned and whispered, this isn't just about divorce. It's shaking the foundation of our centuries-old customs. If women can divorce their husbands, will the husband's authority disappear in the future? For a moment, the courtiers argued passionately, as if Xiao Jin's wasn't just seeking a divorce, but was attacking the ancestral temple and smashing the ancestral tablets. The criticism grew wave after wave, making Zheng's faction, who still knelt on the ground, look like clowns. Of course, some reckless individuals tried to steer the topic back to the case of Zhou Yanheng, but they were quickly shut down. When they thought about Yang Yusher's recent fate, none dared to speak out again, fearing similar consequences. This morning, Prince Wei tried using toothpaste. As soon as he put it in his mouth, he froze. A strange, cool sensation shot straight up his head from his teeth, like swallowing a few ice chips in the middle of winter. Then, foam like snow appeared, and after rinsing, his tongue went numb, his teeth felt airy, and even his head seemed a little clearer. He was skeptical, but decided to try again. The cool taste of mint had not yet faded, and it carried a hint of sweetness, like eating a candied plum hidden in snow. For a moment, I felt a little dizzy. Little Ant actually made such a wonderful thing. Seeing the small box about the size of a finger, Prince Wei wrinkled his nose. Little Ant is getting more stingy as she gets older. Why only give such a small amount? So, when he heard the word, divorce, at the official residence, he tilted his head back and shared the same anger as Lin Qingyao. It should be a divorce. The Yongning Marquis family is just too unreasonable. He even thought about how he would impress the two younger ones when the Yongning Marquis family arrived, so he could later boast to his little aunt. But when Lin Qingyao read out a long list of losses in front of him, Prince Wei's scalp went numb. No, are you serious? Just as he was about to advise the younger ones not to be impulsive, the two young men, looking very serious, suddenly knelt down with their legs buckling. Your Highness, Uncle, my grandfather and father are gone. My grandmother is old and my mother is weak. Please help my eldest sister seek justice. Prince Wei, who had rarely met them before, was stunned. Uncle? That was so sudden. Lin Jianan quickly followed up. Your Highness, Uncle, as the saying goes, close relatives should not be abandoned. Before coming here, my grandmother said that if there is anyone in this world who can stand by us despite the decline of the Marquis family, it would be a close relative like you. Suddenly, Prince Wei, feeling both annoyed and amused, regained his composure. He wondered why, given Little Ant's love for lively gatherings, she didn't come herself today, but sent two young ones instead. He asked, why didn't your grandmother come herself today? Then he learned about the six-way division of the Wei Yuan Marquis estate. Prince Wei was so angry that his beard seemed to tilt. Everywhere else, there were victims or elders, but here he was the only one seen as a naive, immature kid. Feeling angry, Prince Wei wasn't sure if he was giving up or just tired. The next conversation went like this. Lin Qingyao, please, Your Highness, Uncle, make the decision. Prince Wei, did your grandmother use that toothpaste of yours? Lin Jianan, Your Highness, Uncle, our Marquis' estate is weak now. You can't just watch us be bullied. Prince Wei, do you still have any leftovers? The Lin brothers, Your Highness. Prince Wei, by the way, do you know about the big corrupt official from Lingnan a while ago? They must be talking about it again at the morning court today. The Lin brothers. The two inexperienced young soldiers simply couldn't compete with the seasoned old-timers. The common people in the capital all agree. The most approachable wealthy family is the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence. They don't treat us as outsiders and even have ongoing lively stories. It's overwhelming, impossible to keep up. Some quick-footed folks visit 6 different government offices in a day, then come back and give summaries. The loudest cries come from the 2 little children. Lin Jian's crying is the most dramatic, Mrs. Yao scolds the loudest and most happily. Lin Buxiao's scolding sounds the most refined and cultured. As for Mrs. Zhang, she tells stories of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's loyalty at the Ministry of War, making many villagers tear up as they listen. As for the old madam, Xiao Jin's, she's the best at being lazy, leaving tasks to the maids. She brings her own soft chair, sitting at one office for a while, lying at another, relaxing like an old lady enjoying the sun outside the alley. Xiao Jin's can't help it. They pair up 2 by 2 when going to the market, one responsible for crying, the other for talking. She can only handle the Ministry of Justice alone, but who knew the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue are so close? All the heads of the offices are at the court. Xiao Jins feels bored and decides to visit the Ministry of Revenue again. After all, she's already here after taking turns sitting at the 2 offices for half an hour. The court finally ends the morning session. Seeing the tired faces of the officials at the Ministry of Revenue and their slow steps, Xiao Jins secretly thinks that the invention of kneeling easily by Little Swallow makes sense. Being an official in court is really not an easy job. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Justice push and pull each other, but in the end, the Ministry of Justice slightly loses out. They come over to smile politely, saying, "Madam, His Majesty's decree states this matter is quite important and unprecedented." The 6 ministries need to discuss carefully before making a decision. Xiao Jins doesn't make things difficult for them. She has the 2 maids tell the new leaders the story again. Seeing their hesitant expressions, she calmly stands up. She thinks to herself how good her position is. Inside, she's the filial head of the family. Outside, she can still act senior and authoritative. It's truly the perfect role for someone crossing into ancient times. Of course, on the way back, Xiao Jins didn't forget to ask the servant to explain the situation to the villagers. The emperor personally inquired about this matter and promised to give them an explanation. The emperor is a wise ruler. How could he allow loyal subjects to be bullied like this? Everyone gradually gathered along the way, except for the brothers Lin Chengyao. Everyone else looked excited and happy. Mrs. Zhang looked like a woman who had been freed overnight. Yesterday, she still looked very worried, but today she was happily telling Xiao Jins how she exaggerated and accused the Marquis of Yongning of begging her to write letters for his old subordinates. She vividly described how the Marquis's wife turned hostile after the letter was written. Xiao Jins looked at her and suddenly remembered her close friend who married early in the county and had a child. At that time, she suddenly came alone to City A to see her. She looked tired and uninterested in everything. It wasn't until they were at the mall and a paparazzi took photos of them and she defended the young girl by scolding the lecherous man that Xiao Jin suddenly remembered she was also a fearless girl in high school. Her heart softened instantly. She looked at Mrs. Zhang, who was so excited, and gently patted her shoulder. "Well done." Mrs. Zhang was stunned. Then her eyes lit up like lanterns. She turned to boast to Mrs. Yao, second sister-in-law. "Did you hear? The old lady just praised me." Mrs. Yao pouted. "Big sister-in-law, you're still not careful enough. You're not a child to get so happy from a compliment." But she immediately moved closer to Xiao Jins and said, "Old madam, just now I was at the Dali temple." At this moment, Steward Zhen's servant came to report that the Marquis of Yongning and his wife were at the door, carrying the bloodied Li Wuyong, asking to see them. They said if they weren't forgiven, they would kill Li Wuyong right there at their gate. Xiao Jins raised her eyebrows. Now she remembered to use a trick of feigning injury? Mrs. Yao looked a bit nervous. "Old madam, what should we do now?" They knew their family was in the right, but if the Marquis of Yongning really acted ruthlessly and made Li Wuyong weak, it would be hard to say. Xiao Jins was not worried. She smiled lightly. "Why rush? There's still the Marquis's wife. The Marquis of Yongning has more than one son, but his wife only has one precious child." Zhang and Yao both paused, unsure. Was the old lady not going? Then they understood. If something happened to the old lady, it would damage her reputation. It was better if they went, and if something went wrong, they would have a way to retreat. Xiao Jin saw right away that they were thinking the wrong way. She advised, "They are talking about Li Wuyong. You should bring up that nasty stepmother Yuan. As mothers, it's understandable to stand up for their daughters and do some bold things to seek justice." Xiao Jin's original idea was that even hitting her son in public was a kind of righteous act. If she dared, she could even hit her daughter-in-law in public if she wasn't afraid of losing her position. But she didn't expect Zhang to misunderstand her words. Zhang became famous in the capital because of this incident. Back at her own place, Xiao Jins called over the only 2 handsome brothers, Gao and Xiao, to ask what was going on. Lin Chengyao honestly recounted their conversation with Prince Wei. Finally, he asked worriedly, "Grandmother, does Prince Wei not want to get involved in this? Otherwise, why would he keep bringing up that toothpaste whenever he talked to them?" And then he mentioned the official Zhou Yanheng's case. This was something students at the Daezong Academy had been discussing recently. How could he not know? On the way back, hearing about other victories, Lin Qingyao felt very upset. His grandmother had specifically left Prince Wei to him, but he hadn't done anything well. Xiao Jin's thought for a while with her eyes half closed. In the book, Prince Wei seemed like a relaxed prince, but after the emperor suddenly died and the second prince successfully seized power, he publicly supported the second prince. Yet secretly, he saved the fourth prince and even produced a decree from Emperor Qianqi that had been written long ago, which allowed the fourth prince to become emperor smoothly. Someone like him would want to delay time, so there was no need to mention politics on purpose. If he did, it must have been for a reason. But Xiao Jins couldn't find any mention of Zhou Yanheng's name in the book, no matter how hard she thought. She could only pretend to forget and secretly took out her phone to search. Guess what? She still couldn't find anything. She had no choice but to come out and pretend she had a bad memory. What did you just say? Did Prince Wei mention what exactly is going on with Zhou Yanheng's case? Lin Qingyao honestly told the story once, then hesitated and asked, "Is there something wrong with Grandma?" Xiao Jins, who had picked out a few key words, looked up and said, "Problems? Wait a moment, I need to go change my clothes first." Back on the soft bed, Xiao Jins found a clue in the words, "Master Zhou, Assistant Student Lian, and Corrupt Official," finally noticing a hint in the word Lingnan. This was during the time when Emperor Qianqi was very ill, and he confided in the fourth prince. The main idea was that Prime Minister Zheng controlled the regions of Jiangnan and Lingnan, and he was just slowly planning his moves. Since the story mainly described how the female lead was mistreated, with little focus on political schemes, Xiao Jins had to piece together the context and finally understood what Prince Wei meant. She was surprised that her guess had helped the emperor without her realizing it. It turned out Emperor Qianqi had wanted to act against the prime minister quite early. After understanding this, she confidently came out, planning to give the children a lesson in politics. But as soon as she reached the door, she overheard two mischievous boys talking. "Lin Qingyao, second brother, do you think Grandma ate something bad? Why has she been having diarrhea one after another?" Xiao Jins, "None of your business. This grandson is too nosy." Lin Jianan also seemed to think it was inappropriate to discuss this at Baoqing's study. "Big brother, don't gossip about elders behind their backs." Xiao Jins nodded, thinking that this bookish boy still knew to respect others. Then Lin Jianan lowered his voice. "Grandma is old, so some issues are normal," Xiao Jins thought. "Great, I probably won't be able to get rid of this nickname about frequent urination and urgency." She walked over to sit on the soft couch with a serious face. When she looked up, she saw Lin Qingyao signaling to Lin Jianan. Grandma seemed a bit weak. Xiao Jins coughed irritably. "Qingyao, what did you just say? Prince Wei doesn't want to get involved in this matter?" Finally, they reached the main point. Lin Qingyao hurriedly stepped forward. "Yes, Grandma. Today Before he finished, Xiao Jins calmly asked, "Then which official department do you think wants to handle this?" Lin Qingyao opened his mouth wide. Grandma's words made sense, huh? She looked at his big, mountain-like figure with disdain and couldn't help but tease. "In the future, when you eat, don't just focus on meat. Remember to eat some fish too." Unexpectedly, the boy didn't seem to understand and smiled honestly. "Thank you for your concern, Grandma. I usually eat quite a lot of fish, and I will definitely eat more in the future." Xiao Jins was surprisingly stunned. Indeed, nutrition enters the body, but doesn't reach the brain easily. Unable to argue with this simple-minded person, she turned to pinch his large head. "Jian, remember to eat more meat when you have fish." Not sure if this young man was doing it on purpose, he replied sincerely. "Grandmother, don't worry. The Huangdi Neijing says, grains nourish, fruits assist, livestock benefit, vegetables fill. The way of eating is about balance. Your grandson always demands himself to be strict. Rice nourishes the stomach, fruits and vegetables boost energy, and meat strengthens muscles and bones. All three are important and complement each other." After graduating high school, Xiao Jins once again immersed herself in classical Chinese texts, feeling like she understood a lot but also felt she hadn't fully grasped everything. She could only smile politely and praise, "Not bad, not bad," then change the subject. "Do you know why Prince Wei told you about the case of Zhou Yanheng? In the ancient era of male dominance, she didn't agree with it, but the fact was that in the future, half of the power in the Wei Yuan Marquis's household would depend on this young man. And she was almost 50 herself. Xiao Jins had set her own retirement goals. Retire at 55, with options for early retirement, travel, or just relaxing. After all, she still had morning exercises like Bajuanjin, evening square dancing, spring outings to see young scholars, autumn hunts with strong young men, and occasionally inviting some young performers to sing or act at her home. She was quite busy. Lin Chengyao blurted out, "Just delaying time." Xiao Jins was furious. "That thing on your head isn't just for looks. Think carefully before you speak." Lin Chengyao tried hard to think, but still felt that Prince Wei was just idly talking nonsense. Seeing Xiao Jin's serious face, he dared not speak and only furrowed his brows tighter, pretending to be still pondering. The auditor, Mo, who couldn't stand it anymore, reminded him, "Marquis, if the Emperor doesn't want to deal with Lord Zhou so soon, maybe our household's affairs could just help the Emperor out." It proved that the mind isn't something that develops instantly. Lin Chengyao, hearing this, asked in disbelief, why would the Emperor protect such a corrupt official? This question even caught Mo off guard. As a servant, she couldn't say much even if she guessed a little. Xiao Jin saw Mo's expression falter and then looked at the puzzled, hungry young scholar. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he decided to temporarily forgive himself. You all worked hard today. Go home and do your homework first." Then, before Lin Chengyao could question why they took a day off, Lin Jianan said she had already prepared in advance, waved her hand, and sent the two away. Since Yunnan Baiyao is so good that even the prince, who is used to fine things, can't forget it after trying once, what are we waiting for? Let's make arrangements. It's impossible for me to do it myself, so I called Dr. Luo over, told him the recipe. After all, in Xiao Jin's eyes, only people like Miss Dong, who can do detailed work, are capable of being good doctors. Plus, Dr. Luo is very loyal, so giving it to him is the right choice. Madame Chiu also tested where the toothpaste came from. Xiao Jin immediately looked sad, gazing into the distance with empty eyes. Then, as clever as Madame Chiu, she quickly changed the subject. While Xiao Jin and Dr. Luo discussed the ingredient ratios, a young maid hurried in, panting. "Old madam, it's not good." The main wife hit the lady of the Yongning Marquis. The Yongning Marquis is a soldier, so he is tough and resilient, even when bleeding heavily. They immediately thought of a plan. Their master and the lady, who just had a miscarriage yesterday, are only 5 people in total. Even if they personally block the old madam, the others on the road are outnumbered 2 to 1. If one route is blocked, today's matter can't be resolved. Thinking of this, the Yongning Marquis secretly plotted. The old princess is indeed the wife of the old Wei Yuan Marquis, and she is so skilled in military strategy that she can use it so expertly. Completely unaware of this, Xiao Jin smiled foolishly. Thank you, comma. He even considered whether to insist that his son was innocent, claiming it was all a slander from the Wei Yuan Marquis's house, but after thinking about the palace doctors, he decided to play it safe. Since he couldn't split into smaller groups, the Yongning Marquis suddenly hardened his gaze, ordered someone to bring a stick, and personally beat Li Wuyong nearby. When the beating rendered him unconscious, the Yongning Marquis carried the bloodied Li Wuyong, along with the heartbroken Madame Yuan, straight to the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence, launching a direct attack in the street. When Zhang and Yao arrived, they were full of anger. The front of the Wei Yuan Marquis's house was already crowded with people. In the middle, the Ningyong Marquis family was acting out a scene. Li Wuyong, kneeling, was being whipped and scolded by the Marquis. Yuan, almost pressed against her son's back, was trying to stop the fight and shouting. The people around started to feel sorry for them, and even began to advise the Ningyong Marquis to stop hitting. Yao stood outside the crowd, sensing trouble, and quietly told her twins, "Watch carefully later. Remember, you must keep that old woman's crying quiet. Do you hear me?" Today, the 2 children had caused a big fuss, each acting wildly in 2 different offices. Usually, misbehavior would get scolded, But this time, they received the highest praise from their aunt. They were very excited. When the two kids showed off to each other, neither wanted to lose. Now they had a chance to compete, and they were ready to fight. Little Jiqing raised her eyebrows proudly. Second auntie, are you still worried about Jiqing? She was reminding herself of her good performance at the Dali court. Little Tsuerue also wasn't willing to be outdone. She waved her small fists and said, Second auntie, watch me later. Yao bent down, about to encourage the kids one last time, when suddenly she heard a loud roar. Ah! Yao froze for a second, then looked up sharply. She saw Zhang leap into the air and rush into the crowd like a wild horse. In the next moment, she grabbed Yuan's hair and shouted angrily, her eyes wide with rage. How dare you come? You wicked old woman. Today, I won't let you go, or I'll feel sorry for my poor daughter. The maid beside Yuan was the first to react, trying to help, but behind her, someone shouted, Oh, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Yao and Zhang, who had been sisters-in-law for many years, shared a kind of understanding. She kept saying, stop fighting, while trying to pull people back. But in doing so, she ended up blocking everyone from the Ningyong Marquis' house outside. Although Zhang looked weaker than Yuan, she launched a surprise attack. With Yao's help, she caught Yuan off guard. Yuan, who was already vulnerable, was tripped and fell to the ground in a clumsy way. Zhang, who had never fought with anyone before, suddenly sat on her and said, You, a woman from a merchant family, married into the noble house, really think you're better than others. My beloved daughter, who was raised with great care, gets hurt or bumps into things as a child, and her father is so worried he can't eat. Is that to set rules for your family? If she doesn't move, you punish her by not letting her eat, make her kneel, scold her, hit her, and make her your servant. Are you even human? Are you a person? At this point, Zhang couldn't hold back anymore. She raised her fist and started hitting Yuan. You old wicked woman. How dare you? How dare you? Zhang's words were full of anger, but the people nearby, except for the first few words, couldn't hear much because someone else was shouting louder. On the battlefield, the Marquis of Yongning, who had fought with real weapons, saw two women fighting. Two noble ladies. He was shocked for a moment, but quickly regained his senses. Just as he was about to act, two small figures suddenly rushed out from the crowd, one on each side, grabbing his legs tightly and crying loudly with their eyes closed. They just held on, but Yongning Marquis could still give commands with his voice. The problem was, the twin girls' voices were really loud. Why are you bullying my big sister? Why are you bullying my big sister? You're a bad person. You're a bad person. You're a bad person. You're. Their voices were so loud and clear that Yongning Marquis' veins popped out from anger. He opened his mouth but couldn't find a chance to speak. He thought about using force, but with so many people watching, could he really hit two 6-year-old children? Finally, Yao looked at the twins' faces turning red and saw Zhang was almost done fighting. She patted her thigh and said, Oh, Zijing, Aso, what are you doing? You can't keep fighting, let go now. After they both let go, Yao apologized to Yongning Marquis with a smile. Sorry, Marquis. The children just love to tell the truth. You wouldn't argue with them, right? Yongning Marquis was so angry he almost twisted his nose. What do you mean children love to tell the truth? What kind of truth? Yao's daughter spoke so harshly. He was stunned for a moment and didn't get a chance to speak. At that moment, Zhang's wife, exhausted from the fight, tore off the last piece of shame from the Marquis of Yongning. A clear, high-pitched female voice rang out loudly for everyone to hear. It was me who begged your Marquis estate for the Northern Passage, so your husband could rise step by step. But how did you treat my daughter? The Marquis of Yongning was so angry his nose crooked. Although he had asked the Wei Yuan Marquis' family for some help before, he knew he was the reason for their success. It was truly a short-sighted woman who could say such things publicly. It reminded everyone of the old saying, only petty people and women cannot be trusted. Before he could gather his words to clear his name, Zhang's wife had already been pulled up by the maids of the Wei Yuan Marquis' household and pushed into the estate. It was a joke. After winning, why not run now? Just as her last foot was about to be pushed through the gate, she pointed at the furious Marquis of Yongning through two maids and shouted, "Marquis of Yongning, you ungrateful thing!" Your whole family. Her words were cut off inside the red door, but the phrase ungrateful had already fallen clearly into everyone's ears. The Marquis of Yongning almost lost his footing. Lady Yao smiled politely and stepped forward. He waved his sleeve, trying to act important. But Lady Yao's face suddenly changed. "Marquis, don't be angry. Our family just likes to speak the truth." The Marquis of Yongning. Nonsense. Lady Yao didn't give him a chance to speak. She directly took a broom that a servant had brought and swept a few times at his feet. Dirty things, no matter how you sweep, you can't clean them. Behind her, a dozen maids started sweeping the ground as well. The Marquis of Yongning's face turned red. He waved his sleeve and left in a huff. Lady Yao watched the embarrassed retreat of the Yongning family, feeling as if her old lady was right. Her chest felt lighter, and she suddenly felt much more relaxed. She then looked at her former sister-in-law, who used to be as plain as a mud doll, with a fiery gaze. In her mind, only Xiao Jin's words remained. "Remember, many people are afraid of trouble. If you dare to be a shrew, the whole world will make way for you." But Xiao Jin's next words were, "Cherish your chance to act like a shrew. If you keep throwing tantrums, people will think you can't communicate properly." Yao's mind was now completely blank. When Zhang Shi was showing off at the door, Xiao Jins had just finished discussing toothpaste with Dr. Luo. Is Zhang Shi really so impressive that she cries just talking a little? Xiao Jins opened her mouth wide, trying to remember what she had said. Don't provoke honest people when they get angry. Last night, Zhang Shi and Lin Jian probably talked a lot. This morning, Xiao Jins noticed Zhang Shi's resentment towards Yuan Shi. It seemed she could support 10 evil sword immortals. When Zhang Shi came to report herself, she was a little nervous. As a noble lady, a second-rank official, it was shameful to act like a village woman and fight in the street. She felt she had lost her dignity. Sure enough, after she had just paid her respects, the old lady suddenly slammed the table. Zhang Shi was startled. Had she really crossed the line? But Xiao Jin's next words were, "Good. Well done. Just don't be so foolish next time and hit her with your hand. You should use the sole of your boot to slap her twice to feel better." Zhang Shi didn't say anything after hearing this, but her usually slightly bent back slowly straightened without her noticing. Maybe this is what it feels like to have someone support you. Xiao Jins also praised Yao Shi's sharp tongue at the door, happily taking off 2 bangles from her arm and giving one to each of them. Ugh. Zhang Shi stood up for her daughter, and the second-rank official angrily beat the wicked mother-in-law. This lively event quickly became the hottest topic in Beijing that day. Within half a day, streets, tea houses, and restaurants were all talking about the latest developments in the divorce incident. Almost everyone knew that the Lady of Yongning Marquis was a treacherous woman who betrayed her family, and that the Marquis's official position was thanks to her daughter-in-law's family. Some quick-tongued citizens on the long street and in tea houses clapped the table and said, they used to say her son, Li Weiyong, was no good. Turns out the whole family, it's all bad blood. This controversy quickly got out of control. Every day at the Yongning Marquis residence, there would be some strange sights, either rotten vegetable leaves or smelly eggs. The servants wanted to catch the troublemakers, but the common people would throw things and run away, making it impossible to catch anyone. Originally, the old scholar who looked down on the idea of divorcing would spit whenever he passed by the Yongning Marquis house. No wonder the Wei Yuan Marquis was so angry. If he had gone there with a stick, things would have been different. As for the officials reporting to the emperor, there were wise scholars like Han Su and Jia Heng who would defend the Zhang family, especially since Emperor Qianqi had instructed them to stir up trouble. Speaking of Emperor Qianqi, after finishing court that day, he first looked at someone and gave Yang the official a good talking to. If the Minister of Justice, Han Su, hadn't run away quickly, the emperor might have been remembered as a foolish ruler in history. Back in his study, thinking of Xiao Jins, the emperor couldn't help but feel grateful. No wonder his grandfather and father liked his little aunt so much. She was truly lucky. He casually picked up the divorce letter from the Yongning Marquis house and looked at the list of compensation money. His brow furrowed. People value face and dignity. For a noble house to openly ask for money like this, how hard must life be? Feeling grateful that Xiao Jin's plan had worked out, the emperor specially sent someone to find out the truth. He learned that the original owner had donated all her dowry and that the Marquis house had been supporting old soldiers all along. Thinking that the noble daughter of the great Emperor Taizong now had to rely on her daughter-in-law's dowry to afford birds' nest soup, the emperor was moved. He decided to have someone check his private treasury and send some gifts to the Yongning Marquis house. He hoped Xiao Jins could recover and help him last a few more years. In the main hall of the Yongning Marquis house, all the masters had gathered. The emperor's personal attendants came to give gifts. This was a rare honor that hadn't been seen in many years. Everyone listened carefully as the little eunuch read out a list of items: bird's nest, deer antler, ginseng, pearls, century-old mountain ginseng, with serious expressions. Only Xiao Jins kept her eyes fixed on the little eunuch delivering the message. This was the first time since her arrival that she saw a real eunuch. Just like in her memories of the original owner, he looked gentle, spoke softly, and had a kind demeanor. Suddenly, she wondered about something she had never thought of before. Do they feel pain when they urinate? How do they do it, standing or squatting? The small mirror looked at the old eunuch with suspicion, his gaze shifting from love to doubt. Carefully, he reminded her, Madam. Xiao Jins, who had just come out of a difficult situation, smiled awkwardly at her curiosity and offense. Thank you, Lord Mirror. Please report to the Emperor that I am still in good health, but this breath... Oh. As she spoke, Madame Chiu cooperatively handed 2 large gold ingots to the small mirror. Just joking, running a company's marketing department. Isn't every business always budgeting for entertainment? Tea, meals, gifts. Everything is an investment that costs money but also brings returns. The close attendants around the emperor, no matter how poor, must be well taken care of, especially during important first meetings. The small mirror took the silver and smiled even more brightly. Madam, don't worry. If things get too complicated, maybe it's better to take it slow, Xiao Jins nodded. After sending the small mirror away, her smiling face immediately drooped. Prince Wei's reminder was right. The emperor deliberately sent someone to keep this matter in the spotlight, but not to rush. Managing public opinion isn't difficult. Lin Qingyao, the Marquis of Weiyuan, frowned. Grandmother, does the emperor want to favor the Yongning Marquis family? He clearly heard that the inner servant's words, take your time, sounded very deliberate, as if trying to delay or dismiss the issue. Xiao Jins raised her chin and looked at him. And how do you explain the emperor's words, don't worry? Lin Qingyao hesitated. That made sense. If the emperor wanted to let it go, he should tell them to stop causing trouble. Seeing him unable to find a reason after a while, Xiao Jins shook her head. She was thinking about arranging some early education for the children. Teaching kids was much harder than training employees. Suddenly, a tiny voice sounded. Grandmother, does the emperor want to protect Lord Zhou? Xiao Jins turned to look at Lin Jian's small, deer-like eyes. A bright new hope. Everyone in the family focused on Lin Jian. He carefully chose his words. My granddaughter heard at the Yongning Marquis' house about the case involving the governor of Lingnan. Today, the prefect of Jingzhou also mentioned it. My guess is that the emperor might want to protect Lord Zhou. Before Xiao Jins could express her approval and happiness for her granddaughter, Lin Qingyao, this unlucky boy, suddenly exclaimed, Big sister, what you said is the same as what Aunt Chiu said, but why does the emperor want to protect a corrupt official? Lin Jian was speechless. She truly didn't know the answer to that. Lin Pashao couldn't hold back anymore. Second brother, why do we care so much? As long as we know the emperor supports our family right now, that's enough. Lin Jian also joined the discussion. Second sister, you're wrong. Knowing the facts is good, but we should also think about the reasons behind them. Xiao Jin's lips twitched. Here he comes again, the bookworm with his classical texts. But I have to say, she actually understood everything he said. However, What he said next surprised Xiao Jin's even more. The emperor wants to protect someone but faces resistance, which shows there is a strong force trying to eliminate Lord Zhou. If we don't find out the truth, we are like walking in the dark. What seems to be a clear path is actually full of traps. Xiao Jin looked at his big head, thinking, life is truly full of surprises. Zheng Shoufu leaned on a carved golden soft couch, with two charming maids in their teens kneeling beside him. One was massaging his legs, and the other was peeling chilled grapes, carefully pinching each one with a handkerchief and feeding them into his mouth. The beaded curtains swayed gently, incense smoke curled up, and the room was filled with soft, fragrant warmth, like an imperial palace. Libu Shongshu Miao Yi stood respectfully in front of the couch, hesitating. Master, once the matter with Marquis Wei Yuan is over tomorrow, we can report it then. Today, under almost unanimous condemnation of Marquis Wei Yuan's residence, Emperor Qianqi simply said, this matter concerns ritual and court discipline. I need to think more about it. We will discuss it again tomorrow. Then turned and left. Zheng Shoufu, holding grapes, chewed slowly. Forget it. If we don't rescue Zhou Yanheng, this divorce case can't be resolved. He half closed his eyes and ordered lazily. Send the notice. No need to stop Lian Qing from entering the capital. Even if the evidence is found, Zhou Yanheng will only be a nobody for the rest of his life. Miao Yi looked unhappy, frowning. Master, are we just going to let him go? They had schemed for 2 years to get him imprisoned. Zheng Shoufu shot him a glance, still relaxed. Don't you understand? It's not Lian Shanwen who wants to protect him, but the emperor. Over the years, the two factions have been fighting constantly. Most of the time, the emperor just turns a blind eye, only stepping in when they severely challenge Lian Sifu. This time, they deliberately avoided implicating Lian Shanwen. Yet, why does the emperor, even if he is infamous forever, still want to protect Zhou Yanheng? Premier Zheng suddenly chuckled softly, his voice hoarse. Haven't you realized? Zhou Yanheng, he's definitely someone's person. Miao Yigong's eyes darkened, and he pointed to the sky with his index finger. Are you saying? That person? Premier Zheng closed his eyes and leaned back slowly on the bed. Things have gotten serious now. We've really pushed the emperor to his limit. His tone was calm, like chatting casually, but every word carried weight. The emperor probably isn't feeling comfortable about this. Let him protect whoever he wants for now, Miao Yigong replied quietly. Then he changed the subject. By the way, Master, today's matter of ending the marriage caused quite a stir. The Yongning Marquis' residence might not sit still. Should we lend a hand? Premier Zheng lazily lifted his eyelids and replied in a relaxed tone. That fickle person came to you for help. Miao Yigong smiled and cupped his hands. Nothing escapes your notice, Master. Last night, someone sent over a painting called Snow Scene at Plum Ridge. Premier Zheng snorted softly, playing with a grape pit. You'll definitely fall into trouble because of this someday. Helping is fine, but remember to keep it moderate. The Wei Yuan Marquis family is full of loyal and brave men. Don't go too far. Miao Yigong nodded. Understood, Master. Meanwhile, the carriage stopped steadily in front of the Lian residence. As the curtain was lifted, Lian Qing quickly got off the carriage, then turned around and bent down carefully to help Lian Sifu out of the carriage. Zhang Tingjing, that old fellow, actually dared to order the censor to speak out against the emperor. Lian Qing scolded angrily as he helped his father down the last step. The emperor must be furious. Otherwise, why would he use the matter of the Yongning Marquis' residence to insist on protecting Zhou Yanheng? Lian Sifu was supported as he slowly entered the house, but his expression remained calm and unshaken. Do you think the emperor is protecting Zhou Yanheng just to vent his anger? Lian Qing was stunned. Isn't that so? Seeing his son's puzzled face so close, Lian Sifu closed his eyes briefly. He then called for Wei Xiang, the Minister of War, to come over. 2 hours later, Lian Qing looked at the tightly closed study door, then suddenly swung his sleeve and left in a huff. Wei Xiang stayed in the study for about 15 minutes. Before leaving, he tentatively asked, when Lord Zhou's matter is settled, will the Marquis of Wei Yuan divorce? The assistant, who was practicing calligraphy, held his brush like the wind, writing smoothly without even looking up, and replied, "A wife should follow her husband's guidance. There is no such rule in the world." 7 days passed. Every day, the people of the Marquis of Weiyuan took turns to cry at a government office to keep the issue in the public eye. This kept Emperor Qianqi in the palace very satisfied. During this time, the Marquis of Weiyuan's household was also busy. Lin Qingyao was very upset when he heard that his grandmother had personally asked for leave from the academy and invited a room full of famous teachers to come and give lectures at their home. He already had a headache from studying. At the academy, he could hide among the crowd and distract the teachers. But now, back at home, there were only 6 children in total, including the twins. As soon as he looked around, he could be singled out. How could he slack off now? Yes, 6 children. Xiao Jin's treated all 6-year-old twins and Lin Jian's sisters equally, letting them go to the lectures together. So, with the excitement and chatter of the twins on their first day of school, Lin Qingyao walked into the classroom looking very unenthusiastic. But surprisingly, he was the first to become fascinated. He had been complaining about not being able to slack off, but now he listened more attentively than anyone else, afraid of missing even half a word. Since good teachers with knowledge and insight were hard to find, Xiao Jin decided to invite all the famous storytelling masters from the capital. They took turns every day, telling stories from morning to night, one new story each day, focused on real events related to politics, public opinion, and court affairs, all adapted into engaging stories. What about Zheng Shoufu, from a small merchant to the head of the cabinet's crazy comeback story, the shocking case at the Duke of Cheng's residence, the lost daughter wants to kill her sister-in-law, the 3 major cases of the former dynasty, who issued the secret order to execute 9 clan members, the Ministry of Revenue's blood ledger, the family that was raided that year, and the Eastern Factory's Jinui, the third eye beyond imperial power. Moreover, Xiao Jin specifically arranged the room next door for the main lady's maids, nannies, and servants to listen when they had free time. These people are always around the lady, helping her develop good political awareness, so that when she is blinded by her own interests, they can advise her. In this world, officials and strategists are most afraid, not of studying less, but of seeing less and thinking shallowly. If these children are to walk in the court and handle affairs in the future, they must start now, seeing more, hearing more, and thinking more deeply. What she wants them to listen to are not just stories, but the strategies and logic behind them. Therefore, every day, each person must submit their thoughts after listening to a story. Of course, for the 2 young masters, they can only narrate orally, with others writing it down for them. As for why Zhang and Yao haven't come, it's simple, they are too busy. Besides going to the government office daily to check in, they also have to deal with various visitors who come to persuade them. Some are friends of the Lin family, some are sent by the Yongning Marquis residents to act as mediators, and there are even some relatives by marriage. Everyone knows that the lady of the house is in charge now, and the visitors are mostly the main wives. The 2 sisters-in-law work together very smoothly. No matter who comes, they prepare a bunch of their own family issues a day in advance. When the visitors arrive the next day, Yao is responsible for patting her thigh and recounting the wrongdoings of the Yongning Marquis residents. Usually, the visitors will agree and say, the Yongning Marquis family has indeed gone too far, then add a turn of phrase, but they have been married for 3 years. Shouldn't we stop making things so tense? At this point, Zhang steps in, more intimate, wiping tears and looking into the other's eyes. XX, we've known each other for over 20 years. I ask you, if your daughter were in this situation, what would you do? When the other can't answer, she adds, I don't know what you would do, but I know that no matter what, I will stand by your side. Those who are less familiar or are specifically helping the Yongning Marquis family to speak up will directly hit the other person's sore spot. Madam Liu, I heard that your second daughter recently took her child back to her parents' home. Not being able to support your daughter doesn't mean there are no mothers willing to risk everything to help their daughters. Of course, some people also mention the money listed in the divorce agreement. At this moment, Madame Zhang would stare sharply at them and say, Do you really think I am a shallow woman who cares only about money and forgets loyalty? Madame Zhang was raised in a wealthy family and knew some speaking skills. Although she hadn't received formal training, she learned from a young age how to hold the high ground and win people's trust. She lacked confidence, but could use her words to influence others. Today, when she suddenly spoke like this, the room fell silent. Yao also joined in and said, "You think that the over 20,000 taels of silver are for our marquis estate? You're wrong." Madame Zhang suddenly stood up sharply, her voice sharp and clear. "Today, I want to tell you, this compensation isn't for our family alone, but for all women in the world. We are fighting for justice. The matter of Yan's divorce will spread everywhere. What we are demanding today isn't just the 23,000 taels of silver, but a rule for all men. I want everyone to know that from now on, anyone who does such things will have to pay a price." Madame Zhang felt her nose sting as she spoke, as if she was about to cry. "As for that money, our family won't keep a single coin. From the very beginning, the matriarch decided that this money would be used to set up Qian Workshop in the capital. It will provide shelter and work for women who have been rejected, broken promises, or lost their husbands. Maybe they have no power or influence. Maybe their reputation has been damaged, but as long as they want to live, they should have a place to stand, a meal to eat, and a skill to rely on. In the future, if they can overcome their shadows and start a new life, our Yen will also be free from suffering." Hearing this, the women present couldn't help but be moved by Madame Zhang's words. At this moment, Yao began to speak sincerely. "I know, perhaps you didn't come here just for this today.
But
Women in this world face many hardships. If this matter becomes a big fuss and our family easily backs down, what will happen to other women who face similar situations in the future?" Thinking about her daughter, Mrs. Yao couldn't help feeling jealous. She said, "Do you think I want this? My daughter Zhaojia isn't even married yet, but I can't do anything about it. I'm more afraid that after she grows up, her family won't stand up for her, and she'll be afraid to fight back or speak out if someone bullies her outside. Honestly, every night when I close my eyes, I still see my girl being paraded through the streets. As mothers, don't you all feel scared too? We women understand the difficulties our daughters face that they can't speak about. Shouldn't we help each other more? Our Lady of the House is kind and gentle. She says she's been through rain herself and wants to help future generations." As they spoke, the idea of women helping women spread naturally. It was so strong that it seemed to turn away about 70% of the 10 or so families who had come over in the past week. Some people immediately showed support, saying that even the Xianfang area counted as part of their efforts. Others came in proud but left feeling ashamed. Some went home and argued loudly with their husbands. A few even sent messages to the Yongning Marquis estate, making it clear they no longer wanted to be associated with them. Of course, some people couldn't understand or felt they had low status at home, so they left angrily. Zhang and her friend didn't mind. They believed that people with different ideas couldn't work together. Anyway, they truly felt the old lady's joy when she was overwhelmed and suddenly lost her temper. Everyone only lives once. When they have choices, why should they suffer in silence or hurt others? But women could use this trick, and it clearly didn't work for the men, especially the group that came today, who were aggressive and domineering. Particularly those shameless, heartless, and opportunistic wolves and tigers. The Lin family's relatives arrived. In ancient big families, clans were both a support and a pressure. But for a powerful family like the Wei Yuan Marquis estate, the clan was just a dependent. In the past, the male members of the Wei Yuan family were strong, and they just followed along to get a share. But 7 years ago, the original owner's 3 sons all died in battle. Since then, the clan changed, like wolves sensing blood. Their faces turned cold. They began to raise their eyebrows and roll their eyes, always insisting on being involved in everything. They often used phrases like, "You women don't understand," to pressure others, and kept talking about ancestral rules. The original owner was so angry that she had a stroke, and these people shared some of the blame. The Lin family from Jingjiao, a farming family in Linjia village, had thin land and poor people. They relied on a few acres of land and a small ancestral house to get by. 40 years ago, the original owner's father-in-law, Lin Zhen, joined the army and fought bravely, earning great military honors. The emperor personally awarded him the title of Marquis of Wei Yuan, and from then on, the Lin family's status changed dramatically. Gradually, the family's fortunes improved. They not only established themselves in Jingjiao, but also had many family members holding official positions in the military. The grandson of the family head was even studying at a military academy. This is why, even though the Marquis' mansion now had no male heirs, they still dared to act proudly. When they heard that some women from the Marquis' household dared to defy the rules, they decided to divorce their wives. That same day, the family held a meeting to send some elders to the Marquis' house to teach those women a lesson. However, news of this reached the neighboring military village, where most residents were former soldiers and their descendants, supported by the Marquis' household. At first, Lin Zhen had arranged for these people to live in his village, hoping the family could help take care of them. But later, the family started bullying them badly. So Lin Zhen bought land next door and built a village for these veterans who had nowhere else to go. The people in the military village had heard about how the Lin family had been bullying the Marquis' household over the years. They worried that the old lady and others might be bullied again. But they couldn't openly oppose the Lin family. A few of them decided to cut off a bridge outside the village and sent someone ahead to warn them. Before the Lin family arrived, Xiao Jin's had already prepared. She thought they would arrive in a few days, but unexpectedly, they came today, bringing nearly 20 people, men and women, most of whom were older than Xiao Jin's. When Zhang and Yao heard they were coming, they rolled their eyes, so much they almost saw the top of their heads. But they didn't let it affect their plans. In the flower hall, a large crowd gathered. The men sat in the main area, while the women waited nearby. At the head, the family head of the Lin family and their proud, bossy fifth uncle sat openly, clearly trying to intimidate them. It was obvious they wanted to show their power. Zhang saw this and realized that these people had been acting arrogantly for years, showing off and looking down on others. Yao's lips twitched slightly as she forced a smile and stepped forward. Oh dear, what wind brought the clan leader and the elders here today? Before anyone could speak, she casually patted her head. Oops, I almost forgot. Since the harvest season is coming soon, this big gathering must be to deliver the clan's share of the harvest, right? Zhang immediately looked surprised. You're right. We haven't seen such a visit in 3 years. The clan leader must feel guilty for not returning favors. This time, he's here to make amends. She deliberately glanced around at everyone in the hall. Everyone's here, but where are the gifts? Years ago, after Lin Jin became successful, he bought 100 acres of good farmland near the city. He divided half among the clan members and kept the other half for himself, charging only a 30% rent each year. In this area, most landlords take 50% and 40% is considered generous. But the Lin family? A few years ago, they still paid their rent on time. As the male members of the Ho family dwindled, their faces grew more arrogant, first demanding 20%, then 10%, and now not even a shadow of grain is left. When Xiao Jin's heard these visitors were coming, she immediately ordered her people to organize all the land leases, contracts, and accounts from these years. She wasn't interested in empty formalities. Since they came, she wanted to see if their faces were as tough as city walls. Nonsense, an old man with a white beard in the main hall slammed his hand on the table, his face dark. Who said we're here to deliver the harvest? We're here to ask for justice. Zhang's smile faded. Ask for justice? Does the fifth uncle think he can question me, a lady of noble rank? The fifth uncle completely ignored Zhang, pointing at her nose and starting to scold her for her poor management of her daughter, for going to officials for divorce, for asking for money, acting as if his every word was righteous and correct. He seemed prepared for this. After scolding, he didn't pause but turned to attack Yao. He accused her of not stopping her elder sister-in-law from causing trouble, of not caring for her daughter, and of being a curse on the Lin family. Honestly, if I had heard these words a few days ago, Zhang and Yao would probably be terrified, fearing that their husbands would divorce them next.
But now,
Looking at this spitting, hateful old man, they just thought, is this old man ever going to stop? Finally, the fifth uncle was tired of arguing and sat back in his chair, gasping for breath. He grabbed his teacup to soothe his throat, but as soon as he took a sip, he spat it out loudly. He shook his hand and slammed the cup onto the table, saying, "What kind of old tea is this? Your Marquis's residence is just giving us this cheap stuff to fool us?" In the past, when they visited, the Marquis's house might not have offered the most expensive tea, but it was always good quality. This tea was even worse than what he drank at home. Mrs. Zhang looked at him coldly. "Our household is poor, and this is all we have. Please understand, fifth uncle." As soon as she spoke, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Men and women in the room started criticizing each other, arguing about how, even if they were from the Marquis's house, they should still respect their elders. They also argued that without them, the Marquis's house wouldn't be what it was today. They questioned what was so special about the Marquis's wealth and the good tea they drank. Yao's temper was not as patient as Mrs. Zhang's. She was not gentle at all. She said sharply, "So, all the elders just said so much. Today, I want to ask everyone, after owing the Wei Yuan Marquis's estate 3 years' rent, is it yes or no? Will you pay or not?" As soon as she said this, the hall fell silent for a moment. Then, stronger protests erupted. The relatives seemed ready to drown the two with their spittle. Finally, a sound of a cane hitting the ground came from the head of the table, and everyone gradually quieted down. The old clan leader, Lin Shoren, sitting at the main seat, had a white beard and a stern face. He looked thin but full of energy, with deep-set eyes that shone with a sharp, eagle-like gaze. He gently tapped his cane and spoke in a deep voice. "The rent for these 3 years will be sent to you in a few days." A woman dressed elegantly, sitting at the lower left, suddenly shouted in disbelief, "Second uncle, the rent is still unpaid, and now you want us to pay? Isn't that like asking for our lives?" In the past 3 years, no one from the Marquis's house had come to ask for the rent. It was as if they had accepted that the land belonged to them. But with the clan leader's firm stance, she dared not say anything more. Lin Shoren had already sensed the change in Zhang and Yao. Usually, Zhang's attitude was helpless but slightly appeasing, and Yao was sharp-tongued but never dared to oppose him openly. Today, both of them seemed to have the courage of a lion. No matter why they were so confident, since they owed rent, even as the clan leader, he couldn't discuss other matters with them. "After all, my own little grandson is still working under the Yongning Marquis in the military camp. How can his future compare to the small grandson's gains?" I thought we could discuss the main topic next, but unexpectedly, Mrs. Zhang continued steadily and calmly took out 2 account books from her side, smiling warmly and saying, "Since we're starting to settle accounts today, why not clear everything at once? That way, no one can say our Marquis estate forgets debts but remembers favors. These are records of loans taken from our family over the past 20 years. We're all family, and we've never charged interest. Once the principal is paid back, that's enough." Everyone was surprised, and their eyes naturally looked at her account books. Mrs. Zhang casually flipped through one page and read clearly. The fifth uncle's family borrowed 30 taels in the 25th year of the Taizong era to repair their house. In the 27th year, they borrowed 50 taels to marry off their grandson, and in the first year of Jingzhao, they borrowed 20 taels for their son's medical treatment. Though the amounts each year aren't large over 20 years, this family has borrowed a total of 843 taels. That much, someone gasped. Yao immediately turned to look at the person and recognized it was the second uncle's wife. She loudly said, "Second uncle's wife. Your family is also on the list. It says you borrowed 350 taels over the years and haven't paid back a single one. Shouldn't you clarify this now?" The second uncle's wife's face turned pale instantly, and her lips trembled as she said, "Your father-in-law said we didn't have to pay it back then." Mrs. Zhang calmly replied, "Second uncle's wife, you're joking. Who in the world would have debts they don't need to pay?" Over the years, 38 households in the clan have borrowed silver. Some borrowed only a few dozen, others 300 or 400. Now, there are still 36 households with unpaid debts, each owing at least 300 taels. Clan leader, do you see these accounts? According to Xiaojin's plan, the clan leader, that old man, would never force those habitual borrowers to settle their debts if they only paid 3 years' worth of harvest. Otherwise, he might lose his position as clan leader. In this way, those who owe the Marquis estate a lot of money would be too embarrassed to come back and act as the head of the family. But she forgot that the tradition of borrowing money is inherited from ancient times. The fact that people owe money is not something modern invented. In plain words, these people are really shameless. At her advanced age, with ledgers and IOUs piled up before her, the clan leader still maintained a serious and just expression, saying, "Enough, stop arguing. Do you think that by bringing up these old, trivial matters, our Lin family will tolerate such outrageous acts that offend both gods and humans?" No matter how Zhang and the other two tried to steer the conversation toward debts, their many voices couldn't compete with the larger, more boisterous group. In the end, they could only be forced to go and gather more people. During these 7 days, Xiaojin's was busy. The Dayong Empire already had toothpaste, made from rare ingredients like dragon's brain incense, pearl powder, and bear bile. To make her own toothpaste better, she needed to improve both cleaning power and health benefits. To increase cleaning power, she had to extract calcium carbonate, CaCO3. So, she studied chemistry at night and instructed craftsmen during the day to build a kiln in the mansion. They crushed limestone into small pieces and baked it for 3 days and nights. When the maidservants around Zhang arrived, Xiaojin's finally completed her first step. After cooling, the limestone turned into white, loose quicklime. Hearing how arrogant the old members of the royal family were, she used a handkerchief to wipe her face and sighed. She thought, "I've learned a lot about education. Compared to these shameless people, I'm not even a little bit inferior." It's like in modern times, when young people are being scammed by elders, they just lie down on the ground, and everyone joins in the scam. People often praise the young person for being brave and shameless, saying you should learn from him. See who can out-shameless who. But if you think about it carefully, few young people would actually lie down voluntarily to scam the elders. Some say, as long as I have no morals, morality can't control me, but compared to those old scoundrels, they're still a breath of fresh air. Dealing with such shameless people is almost impossible. At this critical moment, Xiaojin's was not in a hurry. She ordered her maid to go to Jingzhou Prefecture, Dali Temple, and Prince Wei's residence to invite people, while continuing to work with Dr. Luo on the freshly prepared quicklime. We do it like this, slowly add it into clean water. Then start stirring. When it becomes like milk, they use fine linen cloth to squeeze and filter out impurities. Madame Chiu, standing nearby, reminded her, "Old madam, we have many family matters today. I'm afraid those elders are avoiding us and might not come in time. Is calling people like this effective? Will everyone come?" Xiaojin smiled and told the young maid, "When the adults ask about something, remember to tell them that I am making toothpaste." All the officials had terrible breath, and she didn't believe they would be polite about it. After making calcium hydroxide, CaOH2, an hour had passed. Mr. Zhang's family had already come 3 times to ask. Xiaojin decided to take control and called Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Yao over. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law worked together on the last step. They blew air into the limewater tank. At first, Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Yao were worried that the clan leader might be impatient, but after blowing for a while, they felt dizzy and couldn't care less.
They found a place to sit and rest.
During this time, Xiaojin noticed that Mrs. Chiu was watching her with concern after she went to the bathroom 4 times. She secretly cursed Dr. Luo for being useless, as he couldn't fix the old lady's frequent bathroom visits. The problem was, the old lady's chamber pot was always empty. What kind of strange problem was that? Xiaojin knew that Mrs. Chiu was worried about her, but she couldn't do anything. She thought that maybe she should have someone design a flushing toilet soon. Otherwise, if it got out that the old lady only loved to run to the bathroom, she would lose face. Finally, when everyone had blown enough, Xiaojin ordered someone to add the burned plant ash. As the white sediment started to form at the bottom of the tank, she let out a deep breath. It was really not easy. The clan leader and his group waited in the flower hall for over half an hour. They kept drinking cheap tea, one cup after another. Some women who had no seats wanted to give the Marquis of Wei Yuan a warning, showing that women should follow their husbands. Husbands sit, wives stand. But after an hour, who could stand that long? The second uncle's wife couldn't hold it anymore. Seeing the clan leader and the fifth uncle looking grim, she didn't dare speak and simply sat down on the ground. The second uncle was embarrassed and said, "What kind of behavior is this? Hurry up and get up." She glared and said, "I've been standing for so long. Can you give me your chair?" Second uncle is usually strict with his wife, but since so many people are here, he quietly said, "Didn't I already say before coming that today you should set a good example for them?" Second aunt sat with her little legs crossed. "But I didn't say we had to stand for so long. I can't stand anymore. Whoever wants to stand, let them." After she finished speaking, a few older aunts sat down on the ground. Guan Jiazhen, who had been guarding the door, didn't notice until he heard that Xiao Jin's was on her way. He immediately arranged for 6 official chairs to be brought in. Because most visitors to the Marquis of Wei Yuan's house are women, the flower hall was changed into armchairs, which are a bit shorter than official chairs. When the aunts sat down, they looked quite funny, being half a head taller than the men beside them. The fifth uncle noticed something was wrong and was about to send someone to change the chairs, but a clear voice suddenly spoke. "Oh, the clan leader is here. I didn't personally greet you. How rude of me." Xiao Jin stepped in quickly, looking at the clan leader's old, constipated face, and smiled. "There was a big event in the house just now. You wouldn't be so petty as to hold a grudge against us juniors, right? People should learn to be flexible. When dealing with someone younger, you should act like an elder. When dealing with someone older, you should be polite. He's only 49, still young." The fifth uncle wanted to act like a senior, but the clan leader gave him a look that stopped him. If they dared to delay for half an hour, their words would have been polished beforehand. He didn't want to beat around the bush and said directly, "Why are we here today?" "You should know in your heart." "I naturally know," the clan leader replied. "In fact, I should thank the clan for this." Everyone was surprised. Was he so easy to talk to? While they were talking, Guan Jiazhen had others bring 3 more official chairs, arranged in an equilateral triangle. Xiao Jin sat in the front, straightening her back and smiling as she looked down at Lin Shorin, who looked a bit confused. But her eyes showed no smile. "What's wrong?" she asked slowly. "Didn't you hear that I came here because I heard my family Yanzi was wronged? I came to support us orphans and widows." Xiao Jin spoke gently, with her eyes slightly red, like she was showing genuine emotion. "Since the third brother left that year, in these 7 years, people in the clan have either borrowed money or asked us orphans and widows to help their grandchildren get ahead. Every year, they take the harvest but never give a thank you gift." She paused, her tone becoming more emotional. "I once thought that without the support of our whole family, our clan wouldn't want to stay connected. Who would have thought that today, Yenner had an accident, and you, the clan leader, came here with all the elders." She then stood up slightly and bowed. "I remember this kindness." Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Yao listened carefully, thinking that their previous sarcastic remarks had already caused enough damage. Now they realized that their words were like kindergarten fights, nothing compared to the subtle and sharp tactics of the old lady, who hid her true feelings behind a smile and stabbed with words. Seeing the clan members being pressured and blushing with embarrassment, they felt there was much they still needed to learn. Lien Shorin, being quite old, had been the clan leader for over 20 years. He had never been publicly confronted like this before, as if someone was pointing at him and criticizing him directly. He almost felt a surge of anger and almost spat out blood. He hammered his cane on the ground, making a loud sound that made the corner of the table tremble. Lin Xiaoshi. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Jin looked at the cane, raising an eyebrow. This thing was quite imposing. She thought she should get one too someday. But her face showed no anger. Even a mocking smile appeared on her lips. "Old clan leader, why are you so upset?" "Everything I said is the truth." She leaned back in her chair, her gaze proud as she swept over everyone in front of her, her voice turning colder. Also, remember this, I am Princess Ihuan, personally appointed by the emperor. I have the official seal and records. The current emperor still calls me Little Aunt. Her eyes darkened, and her voice was slow but piercing. You, a mere outsider, have no right to call me Lin Xiaoshi directly. Her words fell like a heavy stone. The room instantly fell silent, so quiet that even Steward Jun's breathing slowed. Lian Shorin, who had been the clan leader for over 20 years, was not stupid. Seeing that he couldn't win through force, he decided to try a softer approach. Princess, I know these years you have resented us. But you also know that our Lin family started late and couldn't provide much help to the Ho family. To avoid dragging you down, we've had less contact with you these past 2 years. Xiao Jins interrupted him, saying, since you also admit you can't help us this time, there's no need to continue. But the old man didn't let her finish. He leaned on his cane and said, this matter concerns the reputation of the Lin family. As the head of the family, I can't watch you use the Lin name to do such outrageous things. He spoke more and more urgently, realizing he might have overstepped. He even stood up in his excitement and barked at Xiao Jins. A woman, married to a man, becomes part of his family. Even if there are some disagreements, harmony and patience should come first. Why do you insist on breaking off the marriage? Not to mention she is a woman. Even the princess, as a lady, shouldn't act so openly and recklessly, ruining our family's customs and traditions. From the moment he interrupted her, Xiao Jins felt very annoyed. She disliked 2 kinds of people most, those who wouldn't let her act confidently and those who acted arrogantly in front of her. Old Lin Shorin, the man, was guilty of both. She slowly picked up her teacup, calmly took a sip, and said softly, head of the family, are you finished? Seeing her calm attitude, Lin Shorin thought she had given in, and his tone softened a little. Old man knows there might be some misunderstandings. Before he finished speaking a sharp sound, the teacup was suddenly thrown to his feet, shattering into pieces, splashing water and breaking his most formal clothes. Xiao Jin stood up and stepped closer, looking down at him with a cold gaze like a blade. What nonsense are you talking? I can't read a single character, and here you are talking about manners and family rules? Who taught you that? Her voice was very fast, each word sharp and full of anger. It's not just me. Your Lin family has become someone else's tenant farmers. And now you still have the nerve to sit in the Marquis Hall. Do I look like I give you too much face every day? The 5th uncle couldn't stand it anymore and stood up angrily. Lin Xiao, how can you speak to the head of the family like that? Xiao Jins was not at all gentle. What? I scolded him and not you? Are you feeling itchy because of it? And I really want to ask you, a man who hasn't even passed the lowest level of exams, calling himself a scholar every day, do you have the nerve? Xiao Jin sneered softly, glancing him up and down with a look of disdain. She said, you only know a few big characters, but you act so proud, like you're the only one who can write. When I was young, the Emperor Taizong personally taught me every stroke, but I've never seen you act like that. Always holding your chin high. Are you afraid people will notice your short neck? Or do you want us to draw a picture for your shrine? Some people nearby wanted to speak up, but Xiao Jin scolded each of them equally. Second uncle and aunt, I'll be straightforward. I understand if your family is poor. But every time you visit, you stuff your teacups and chopsticks into your sleeves. Isn't that a bit too embarrassing? Just take the chopsticks if you want, but why take 1 pair home? Are you trying to ruin your luck? And you, old bald man, you're the worst of all. After venting her anger, Xiao Jins took a few deep breaths and sat back in her seat. Wow, so satisfying. Her inner peace finally returned. In the hall, Zhang and Yao had already been listening eagerly, almost clapping and cheering. They exchanged glances, thinking, only the old lady can scold so directly and sharply. Meanwhile, the group of elders was speechless after being hit with such blunt truths. Suddenly, the clan leader clenched his teeth and stood up, his face tightening with anger. He shouted sternly, Ji Yuan's family, even if you are a princess, you can't be so arrogant and break the rules. Do you think that with your title, You can look down on us and act arrogantly in the Lin family." He paused and then added sharply, "Don't forget, if Ji Yuan were to die, I, as the clan leader, can still act on his behalf. Rest assured, you'll be dismissed." His words were like a foul stone thrown onto the table, making everyone's expressions change. Some gasped in shock, others looked on with schadenfreude, even glancing at Xiao Jin's with the thought, "She's probably going to fall this time." Even Zhang and Yao, who had just been cheering, grew tense. According to tradition, if a woman in the clan committed a serious offense like disrespect or insulted the family, even if her husband was dead, as long as elders of the clan, the family register, and rules were in place, they could issue a formal divorce. Although Xiao Jin's was a noblewoman of the highest rank and personally granted by Emperor Taizong, the old customs of wife as the husband's authority and clan leader's authority were strict. If taken seriously, even the Ministry of Rights might not intervene. Mrs. Zhang clenched her teeth quietly. This old man is really going all out, clearly trying to force her family into a desperate situation. The air suddenly felt heavy, and everyone dared not breathe. The butler, Zheng, who had been silent all along, quietly took a half-step forward, ready to have someone restrain the group of old men, but was stopped by Xiao Jin's raising her hand. She slowly stood up, then, like a villain, let out a long, loud laugh. "Lin Shoren, do you really think that after being village chief for a few years, you are so powerful? My marriage was arranged by Emperor Taizong's decree. You want to break us up? Are you trying to oppose Emperor Taizong's order? Well, then, do you no longer want that thing around your neck?" Mrs. Zhang and the other woman finally relaxed. Yes, how could they forget this matter? The fifth grandfather couldn't help but be angry. You. Don't be too arrogant. Even if we can't break you apart, if you really do something that violates customs and ruins our family's reputation, we have the right to report to the court and remove your name from the family tree. In this era of strict family rules, the family tree was the foundation of a family's standing in the court. Being removed from the family tree meant disowning ancestors, cutting off bloodlines, and no longer worshipping ancestors or passing on the family name. This was not just a symbolic exclusion, but also seen as unclean in official circles, leading to contempt and worse, ruining careers and leaving descendants hopeless. Even though the Lin family was from a noble house, they couldn't escape the threat of cutting off the family ties. But those were old ideas. As a modern person born and raised here, Xiao Jin's didn't have such deep family notions. Plus, she had been harmed by her adoptive parents, so she saw people who only sucked her blood as enemies. Instead of trying to please them endlessly, she'd rather cut through the chaos quickly. Moreover, her main reason for coming today was to distance herself from this scoundrel. In the story, Marquis Yongning helped the second prince stage a coup. After the fourth prince ascended the throne, he only placed him under house arrest for the sake of his own son, but his soldiers weren't so lucky. The great-grandson of Lin Shoren was still valued by Marquis Yongning, but who knew if that would eventually drag his own family down. Originally, she had Mrs. Zhang go ahead, giving them one last chance out of family loyalty. If they could realize the kindness the Marquis' family had shown over the years and feel ashamed to leave, she wouldn't mind helping them at a critical moment.
But now,
it's better to separate them early. She doesn't want to continue being involved with this group of greedy fools. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Xiao Jin's to get angry, to soften, even just to lower her head. But Xiao Jin's simply calmly adjusted her sleeve and then smiled gently. Just cut them off. Cut them cleanly so you won't keep bringing up blood ties and family feelings later. It's troublesome. She turned around first. Seeing everyone didn't move, she looked back in surprise. Aren't you planning to ask the court to officially remove them? Then I will go with you to Jingzhou Prefecture now, so you won't say later that I was stubborn or disrespectful. With that, her words made the fifth uncle and the clan leader change their expressions at the same time. They couldn't tell if she was telling the truth or just trying to scare them. Xiao Jin's was speechless. Whether the Lin family needed the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate or vice versa was obvious to even a child. Yet this old man still had to threaten people with it. If Lu Shoren dared to split the banner of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's family himself, her name would be written backwards. Just then, suddenly, a young servant hurried in from outside the door, loudly announcing, "Old Madam, Prince Wei, Magistrate Jia from Jingzhou Prefecture, and Lord Han from the Dali Court have arrived." Lin Shoren immediately felt a chill run down his spine. How could these three important figures appear at the Marquis's residence at the same time? Xiao Jin's told all three to come in. She said she didn't want a clan leader to be left out and explained about removing the family. Before they could misunderstand and threaten her, she proactively said, "I've always thought that a big tree with tangled branches and chaotic roots is not good. It's better to split early." Jia Heng, a clever man, immediately responded, "The princess is right. Dividing the family is natural. It also helps prevent future disputes over fame and profit and roots of trouble." Lin Shoren's face turned pale. Jingzhou Prefecture's magistrate was a high-ranking official, a fourth-rank officer, the guardian of the people in the capital. He even spoke up for the Lin family. How could he dare to oppose? He quickly bowed and saluted. "Great official, please wait. It's all a misunderstanding. We can't split the family. We can't split the family." Before he finished speaking, Prince Wei suddenly swung his sleeve with a loud voice like thunder. "Humph. A misunderstanding? You say split or not? When did the world of the Qin family's imperial bloodline become something you Lin family can decide?" He looked sharp as a sword and spoke coldly. "I think you are tired of living. You dare to disrespect the royal family and the noble titles. It seems the Lin family finds the ancestral hall too clean and wants to vandalize it." As a prince, his commanding presence made Lin Shoren stumble and kneel on the ground. The other members of the Lin family also fell to their knees with a thud. Then, Han Suyo, the chief of the Dali court, spoke slowly, his voice like cold wind piercing to the bone. "If I remember correctly, you two elders were just now sitting at the head of Princess Yihuan." His eyebrows remained calm, but his tone was icy. "Ignoring proper etiquette and reversing hierarchy is not just rude, it's lawless." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Lin family was terrified, trembling and kowtowing repeatedly. "It's our fault. It's our fault. We were confused. We didn't see clearly." The hall was silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Xiao Jin's, holding a teacup, gently blew away the foam on the surface, her eyes slightly curved. She had said all along, she was no match for these people in literary talent. But if Prince Wei continued to scare them, their family might truly be broken apart today. So she simply said a few words to the three of them, then sent someone to invite Lin Xingyao and his brothers to walk around the courtyard. She turned her head and saw the people still kneeling on the ground, but she didn't call them up. Instead, she took out a small blue bottle from her sleeve. "Clan leader, do you guess what this is?" Lin Shoren slowly got up from the ground, his legs weak. But thinking of Han Suyo's words just now, he didn't dare sit down, and could only grip his cane tightly. "Please, princess, show me." Xiao Jin's was quite pleased that he finally learned how to speak to her properly, but unfortunately, it was too late now. She played with the porcelain bottle in her hand. "This is poison, called Crimson Crane Top Red. If you take it and don't find an antidote within an hour, you will surely die." Behind her, Zhang and the old lady covered their mouths. No, was she about to kill someone? No wonder they thought so. Everyone present was so frightened they dared not speak. The fifth uncle wanted to speak, but remembered that Prince Wei and the others were still in the mansion, so he held back. Lu Shoren slowly straightened up, suddenly gaining confidence. "Princess, do you want the old man's life?" He didn't believe Lin Zhao's family would really attack him. Xiao Jin's raised a finger and waved it. "That's not right." Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, she took out a purple porcelain bottle. "This is the antidote. This time, the princess will first drink the red poison, then take the antidote and publicly claim that it was you who poisoned her." "We didn't." Uncle and Auntie were already trembling with fear. The idea of harming the princess was unthinkable to them, especially after hearing clearly that the most noble prince was actually the young lady from the Ziyuan family. They were just here to show off at the Marquis's residence and to boast a little. How did it come to this? Xiao Jin's twitched her ears and said, "I know you didn't do it, but this is the way Yuan Marquis's house. When I say you poisoned her, I mean you poisoned her. As for why, she turned to Lu Shouren and said, Clan leader, you love your grandson very much. To help him get a bright future, you might have done this. Is that a good reason? If they still didn't see that Xiaojin's was trying to scare them, then Zhang and the others were really foolish. The two of them immediately started to speak together. Zhang shouted sharply, But old madam, if this happens, not only the clan leader's family, but the entire Lin family will face great trouble. Yao quickly added, Yes, madam. Isn't this too much? The late emperor even told the emperor to take good care of you. If something happens to you, the Lin family might be punished severely. Their words were loud and sad, directly exposing the hidden danger in Xiaojin's words to Lin Shouren. Their own lives were about to end. The relatives who had been arguing with her just now suddenly turned around and started pleading with the clan leader, trying to persuade him earnestly. Even the fifth grandfather began to speak seriously. Second brother, you can't be confused. Exactly, the Marquis family is powerful. If they want a divorce, let them. Why are we involved? I never wanted to come. The clan leader insisted it would shame the Lin family. Pfft, a bunch of people scraping for food in the fields. What face do they have? Lin Shouren was overwhelmed by the noise, and he suddenly struck his cane on the ground with a loud bang, making everyone fall silent. He looked up with dull eyes, staring fixedly at Xiaojin, and finally spoke in a low voice. Princess, what do you really want? Dealing with smart people is easier, Xiaojin said calmly but with clear confidence and authority. What I want, just like the clan leader. She looked up at everyone in the hall. Her words were like a thunderbolt on a clear day. From today on, the Lin family belongs to the Lin clan. I, Marquis Wei Yuan, will establish my own branch and have nothing to do with you anymore. She stepped closer holding a red-glazed porcelain bottle, her tone gentle but sharp as a metal strike. I have my own family tree, my own house, and my own offerings. If you want to keep your dignity, let's forget the old issues. We can still nod to each other on the street in the future, but if you dare to show off outside using the Marquis family name, disrespecting my family, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance to survive. As she finished speaking, she suddenly lifted her wrist, pulled off the green-glazed bottle, tilted her head back. She drank the liquid inside without hesitation. Zhang Shi was so frightened she screamed, Madam, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Yao Shi rushed forward, trembling as she shouted, Quick! Where's the antidote? Drink the antidote. Xiaojin pushed them away and stared at Lin Shouren. Now, can we split the family? No one dared to breathe. Lin Shouren looked at her as if he saw a mother wolf cornered, but still showing her teeth. A cold feeling rose from his feet straight to his head. This person is simply crazy. Lin Shouren dared to gamble, but the others didn't. Under the pressure of the family members, Lin Shouren could only humiliate himself and agree, with no other choice. The Lin family arrived in a hurry and didn't bring the family tree, so they had to march straight to Jingzhou Prefecture. With such a big commotion, Prince Wei and his 3 men naturally followed. On the way, some people wanted to complain, saying Xiaojin was poisoned and forced by them, but before they could speak, Lin Shouren stopped them. Even if they told the truth, the people in the Lin residence could twist the story. The official words are 2 mouths, and right now, who would help ordinary people with no power or influence? As the old saying goes, the people should not fight the officials. With Prince Wei and his men present, the process at Jingzhou Prefecture was very quick. In less than half an hour, the Marquis Wei Yuan family was completely separated from the Lin family. As soon as she stepped out of the Jingzhou government office, she saw a sudden commotion at the entrance. A group of common people seemed to have been waiting there for a while, and they immediately surged forward, their faces flushed with excitement. Hurry, hurry! That's the old lady of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence. There must be new developments in the divorce case. Oh my goodness! Didn't they say that the Lin family wouldn't help their orphaned and widowed relatives and even cut ties with them? TSK, is the Lin family really not human? Some braver ones even asked directly, Old lady, has someone bullied you? Have you really been disowned? Xiaojin paused, almost thinking she had entered the wrong scene. What is this? A celebrity meet and greet? But why do all these people who say the Lin family isn't kind look so familiar? Without needing any reminder, Xiao Jin's immediately started wiping her eyes with a handkerchief.
Please don't guess blindly.
Although we were disowned today, I believe the Lin family must have their own reasons. The common people, uneducated in internet culture, couldn't tell such polite words from lies. Seeing the Lin family's supposed bullying, they all became furious and started criticizing the Lin family loudly. Hearing this, Lin Shoren, walking behind, almost lost his footing. But knowing that an hour was about to pass, he forced himself to stay calm and stepped forward to remind her. Princess, the antidote. Xiao Jins heard this and smiled innocently. Oh, you mean this? She slowly took out a purple porcelain bottle from her sleeve, handed it to Lin Shoren and chuckled. This is honey water, to replenish sugar. Do you like to drink it too? Lin Shoren looked down at the bottle in his hand, hurriedly opened it and sniffed. Indeed, it was honey water. He looked up again at Xiao Jin's face, which was full of the expression, I'm just playing with you, and suddenly felt a loud buzzing in his head. All around, he could hear the murmurs of family members and commoners cursing softly. He couldn't hold it anymore, trembling as the porcelain bottle fell with a bang, rolling and shattering into a puddle of syrup. A muffled sound followed as he collapsed, along with his dignified staff, which rolled into the corner. Leader, a 60-year-old elder suddenly fainted. In this environment where the weaker are often seen as right, Xiao Jins naturally couldn't let him stand out alone. While she was deciding whether to cover her head or her chest, suddenly a maid on the right shouted in alarm, Madam, what's wrong with you? Xiao Jins immediately snapped out of her shock, quickly crouched down to check on Mrs. Zhang, but was met with Mrs. Zhang gripping her hand tightly. Well, all her sneaky tricks had been learned and used against her. The head lady of the Marquis's residence fainted, so she had to leave quickly. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Jian's sisters nodded at a few people in the crowd, then lowered the curtain, turned gracefully, and concealed their skills and reputation. Prince Wei and his two companions watched the commotion at the door in silence. Today, this was the Jingzhou government. They had long seen that their little aunt treated the three of them as tools. For that tiny benefit, and to help prevent her anger, Prince Wei was happy to cooperate. But after using people, leaving without a word. Wasn't that too unkind? Seeing the smiling but fierce Jia Heng and the cold-faced Yan Wang Han Su with their speechless expressions, Prince Wei could do nothing but chuckle. Well, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Han Su, who had made a quick trip, also stood up politely and took his leave. At this moment, the brothers Lin Qingyao rushed in, panting heavily, and presented 3 small boxes to the 3 men. Prince Wei, upon receiving the items, inexplicably felt like a poor relative regaining face, straightening his back a bit. They enthusiastically recommended how precious and valuable these items were, making the Lin brothers, who were doing the advertising, speechless. When Xiao Jins returned to her residence, she didn't even have time to drink tea before summoning in Posey, Lu Mama, and others. She ordered them to immediately visit the neighborhood and spread the news that Mrs. Zhang was so upset she couldn't get out of bed, so that everyone in the streets and alleys would know. She also highly praised Mrs. Zhang's quick thinking and reaction on the spot. Finally, she commended and gave suggestions to Lin Jian and Lin Pixiao, who had planned ahead today to stir public sentiment. How could the servants in the household just mingle with the crowd and say those things? Next time, at least find some strangers outside, or better yet, change your appearance or put on makeup. Both of them expressed their willingness to learn and felt happy to contribute to the family today. Mrs. Yao was very nervous when she saw Mrs. Zhang faint. As the old lady had said before, Mrs. Zhang was always gloomy and sad, probably carrying a lot of worries in her heart. Recently, she had several ups and downs. What if something serious happens? But as soon as Mrs. Zhang entered the house, she immediately became lively and energetic. After everyone left and went back to their own courtyards to rest, Mrs. Zhang, who had just been acting passionately in the front yard and sweating, sat down to drink some tea. Before she could even tidy her sleeves, Mrs. Yao quickly pulled her. Big sister-in-law, what are you doing today? Mrs. Zhang chuckled and fanned herself proudly. Didn't you see? The old lady already warned us. The common people are like water, they flow downhill. When the head of the family fainted, I guess they would start sympathizing with him again. I think the old lady will step in soon. After all, we're all family. Who wouldn't faint sometimes? Especially since Xiao Jin's had fainted once before and caused a fuss, even calling in a doctor. It was only after much effort that they managed to cover it up. It might be better if I fainted myself. Mrs. Yao reflected silently, feeling quite annoyed. Why didn't she think of this? She always believed she was smarter than her sister-in-law. But her body was usually healthy. If she suddenly fainted, would people suspect her? Maybe starting tomorrow, she should pretend to be a delicate, fragile person? After encouraging her two eldest granddaughters, Xiao Jin didn't rush to leave, but lazily leaned on a soft couch, waiting. Lin Pezhao's eyes darted around eagerly, as if she couldn't hold back from speaking. Xiao Jin saw this, but deliberately ignored her, waiting for her to make a move. Sure enough, after a while, the girl suddenly blurted out, "Grandmother, we shouldn't just let this go, right?" Although it felt good to get rid of those people, the thought of owning 50 acres of land and owing a lot of silver coins made her happiness fade a bit. Xiao Jin opened her eyes and smiled lightly. Don't worry. My things aren't so easy to take. Soon after, brothers Lin Qingyao and Lin Qingjin entered the room. How about it? Old Lin Qingyao honestly replied. Lord Jia took the item and still looked cheerful. Lord Han didn't show any happiness, but Prince Wei was quite pleased and even took the initiative to introduce the toothpaste to both of them. Xiao Jin nodded slightly. In simple terms, this young man didn't notice anything. I don't know if the resources of this big family have always favored boys from the start. In the same household, 3 pairs of men and women grew up together, but their intelligence and emotional understanding are not on the same level. It's probably because her 2 granddaughters weren't sent into official service, or else she would know how many young men in the capital are comparable to them. But on the other hand, how should the lesson of observing words and expressions be taught to children? Xiao Jin pressed down on this question in her mind and asked how their conversation was while they were touring the garden with the 3 adults. Since she decided to invite the 3 people, the phrase, "since they are here," came to her mind, and she also thought it would be good to teach the children not to be too rude. She asked the 2 to take the opportunity to ask a question. Should a person repay evil with virtue or with evil? First, she knew that her 2 bookish grandchildren were still struggling with this issue. It's a long-term internal conflict and breakthrough in understanding people. Since Xiao Jin hadn't studied many wise teachings, she couldn't persuade them in a way they would accept. Now that 3 clever people had come, she definitely wanted to take the chance to benefit from them. Unexpectedly, as she opened her mouth, Lin Qingyao said, "Second brother asked, shall I let second brother answer?" Xiao Jin was stunned. "You didn't ask." Lin Qingyao looked completely justified. "My grandson learned from you, grandmother, so of course he would say to repay evil with virtue. What's there to hesitate about?" Lin Jianan suddenly felt as if someone had stabbed him in the back. Seeing this foolish-looking eldest grandson, Xiao Jin's lips twitched. Luckily, they were all family. So, when Lin Qingyao and his brother took the 3 people to tour the courtyard, Lin Jianan prepared himself mentally for a long time. Finally, under Prince Wei's persistent questioning, he mustered up the courage to ask. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. Then Prince Wei chuckled and looked at Lin Jianan with a sidelong glance. "Let me guess, did your grandmother ask you to ask this?" Lin Jianan blushed and honestly replied, "Prince Uncle, it was our grandmother who asked us to ask, but indeed, I have been troubled by this question these past few days." Prince Wei looked at the young, tender child like a small poplar tree. For some reason, he remembered how Xiao Jin protected her family at the Yongning Marquis Gate that day. He suddenly chuckled softly, straightened his clothes, and put away his usual carefree and playful look. "I used to dislike reading in the study and didn't understand those complicated principles, but I believe that having a grandmother who protects you is your good fortune." After saying this, he returned to his usual smile, patted Lin Jianan on the shoulder, and said, As for whether to repay kindness or with resentment, I don't decide that. Come now, Lord Jia and Lord Han are both official scholars. My juniors want to ask, please don't hide anything. Regarding recent major events, Jia Heng, who always knew how to protect himself, and Han Su, the most independent person in the court, originally planned to stay silent. But since Prince Wei was speaking sincerely and directly, they felt they should give face. Jia Heng smiled and said, Young Master Heir's question reminds me of a puzzle from my childhood in the academy. To repay kindness with kindness, truly a noble spirit. He paused slightly on the words, noble person, with a deeper smile, as if hinting at something. However, after working in the government office for a long time, I began to understand some things. Where does resentment come from? It's hurt, deception, injustice. If we still repay with kindness, it might not only fail to end resentment, but also encourage people to push their luck. So, the ancient said, those who walk the middle path find it difficult. Those who observe rituals and uphold righteousness work hard. It doesn't mean kindness is wrong, but not everyone understands it. He looked at the distant scenery and said, people who speak reasonably, you can reason with them, but if you meet someone unreasonable, you must learn to see the situation, know when to stop, and keep your boundaries. If Xiao Jins were here, she would probably complain inwardly. Sure enough, only scholars talk like this. Only these refined words are easy to listen to. Look at Lin Jianan, eyes wide open, seeming to understand something. With Prince Wei mentioning Xiao Jin's protective instincts and Jia Heng quoting classics clearly, Han Su finally spoke calmly. He spoke calmly, but with a quiet sharpness. It's a pity you only memorized the words, but didn't understand the context, nor the timing. This is like a teacher in a modern classroom pointing at you and saying, are you just memorizing by rote, or do you truly understand what the article is about? Lin Jian opened his lips but didn't know what to say. Han Su looked calm. If someone only deceives me personally, whether to repay kindness or with resentment depends on individual choice. As long as it doesn't break the law, there's nothing wrong. But if they deceive my family, I will respond with anger. His tone remained unchanged, but his eyes grew colder. Someone who can't even protect their own family doesn't need to talk about being a gentleman, nor about being a man. After he finished, he paused lightly, his tone unhurried but more serious than before. Nothing in the world is perfectly logical. The way of the gentleman is not a rigid rule carved in stone, nor a shield to avoid responsibility. He turned to look at Lin Jian, a student who only knows how to memorize, how to repay resentment, but doesn't understand where the resentment comes from, is not truly studying. They are just stubbornly clinging to dead ideas. The corridor fell silent for a moment. Lin Qingyao, who didn't quite understand, tapped his toes in the silence. Even Jia Heng's smile faltered a little, secretly cursing why this cold-faced judge was saying such heavy words to a 12-year-old boy. Wasn't it discouraging the boy's enthusiasm? Wei Prince felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to stretch lazily, but thought the situation was inappropriate. Just as he was about to give up and try to ease the atmosphere, Lin Jian suddenly stepped forward half a step, suppressing all the youthful sharpness and stubbornness, and respectfully bowed deeply to the three. Junior has learned from you. Thank you, elders, for your guidance. This bow was not only a sign of respect but also a farewell to his past self who had only studied by rote. Wei Prince chuckled, patting Lin Jian on the shoulder. You little one, just enjoy it secretly. To receive guidance from Lord Jia and Lord Han. Many people would envy you. Jia Heng also nodded with a smile. It's rare that you can listen. Han Su didn't speak but nodded gently. The faint admiration in his eyes was no less than anyone else's. Having been in the court for many years, they naturally had the skill to see through people. Lin Jian's eyes were clear, and he had a strong will, but he wasn't rigid. Most importantly, he was willing to listen and to think carefully. Today, their words were so clear and serious. They didn't realize that their questions and answers today felt like 3 needles piercing into Lin Jian's bones. In the future, as the political situation changed and the court shifted, Lin Jian would begin to shed his bookish image and step onto the path of a capable official. After Xiao Jin's heard Lin Jian's story, she clicked her tongue in admiration. Otherwise, it's true that being educated makes a difference. She had spoken so much, but still couldn't make this young man realize the truth. Yet, with just a few casual words, his eyes no longer looked dull. Moreover, Lord Han clearly liked this young man, or he wouldn't have spoken so plainly, yet sharply. Her eyes flickered. She was determined to get close to Han Su. Later, when she made something new, she planned to have this young man deliver it often, ask questions, or give advice on writing. Building a relationship through guidance could develop genuine feelings. She also wanted him to report on his recent situation so she could get closer to him. Of course, she wouldn't forget the other two. Today, these three people had all been living freely until the very end. Getting closer to them was definitely a good idea. Who wouldn't want to befriend a smart, eager to learn, and well-behaved, growth-oriented person? But there were only 3 sheep and 6 children at home. How should they share? A bunch of fools so stupid they didn't even realize their house was being raided. When the Lin family clan came to the door, they didn't force the Marquis of Wei Yuan to admit fault. Instead, they lost face and even handed over the family dagger themselves. Did they really think they were the #1 family in the world? To disown others? The Marquis of Wei Yuan didn't care about their broken family name. Fine, that's good. Now their clan's reputation is completely ruined. What can they use to control those unruly women in the future? Li Xiaozi watched Yongning Marquis pacing angrily in the hall, his face serious. Only after Yongning Marquis finally sat down did he hand him a cup of tea. Father, what should we do next? Ning Marquis frowns as he drinks tea, calming his mind before saying, no need to rush. My father has already spoken with the Minister of Rights. As long as the ministry supports us, they won't cause trouble. However, because of the daily chaos, even the noble Ning Marquis dares not go outside. Just then, as if on cue, the messenger from Cao Cao arrived. Miao Yi's trusted attendant entered, and Ning Marquis immediately went to greet him, smiling and bowing politely. After a brief exchange, the attendant spoke directly. In a few days, Lord Zhou's case will be decided. The emperor will issue an edict about this matter. He asked me to ask you, do you want to save the entire marquisate or just the heir? Ning Marquis' heart trembled, and his face changed slightly. He quickly took out several silver notes from his sleeve and secretly handed them over. What do you mean by that, Lord Miao? The attendant took the silver without looking at it and remained polite. This matter started because the Marquis' wife and the heir had disagreements. But you promised to divorce her, which is not acceptable. I'm just worried that if the Marquisate delays giving a clear answer, the Emperor might get angry. To protect Princess and avoid blame on the Marquisate, he lowered his voice, speaking softly and gently. Since both the wife and the heir are weak, it might be better to send them away to recover. What do you think, Marquis? 7 days ago, after returning covered in dust from the gates of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence, Li Weiyong had been bedridden recovering from his injuries. Yuan Shi was also confined by an order from Ning Marquis and forbidden from leaving the inner courtyard. But confinement didn't mean Yuan Shi was willing to stay idle. She kept sending people to gather news outside and monitor Ning Marquis' movements. Occasionally, she also sent her maids to scold Wang Shi, who was resting after childbirth. One day, at noon, a maid named Guo, responsible for managing the servants in the backyard, came running in with a pale face. She ignored the maid trying to stop her and pushed open the curtain, rushing into the inner room. Madam, something's wrong. She leaned close to Yuan Shi's ear and whispered a few words. Yuan Shi's face suddenly changed. She grabbed a decorated box of agarwood fans from the tea table and smashed it onto the ground with a loud crash, shattering it into pieces. Bastard! Yuan Shi almost ground her teeth in anger, her gaze cold enough to bleed. In the evening, Lady Yuan carefully carried a bowl of thick yam and lotus seed soup and slowly walked toward the study of Marquis Yongning. Inside, the candlelight was dim, and Marquis Yongning was leaning on a soft couch, reading a document. When he heard footsteps, he didn't look up and simply asked coldly, "Why are you here? Who told you to come out?" Lady Yuan paused briefly, then knelt gently, her voice trembling with emotion. "Sir, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been so careless, I wouldn't have caused such a big problem, and I've only brought trouble to you and to Weong. I accept my mistake and am willing to be punished," she said quietly, lowering her head and eyes, appearing completely resigned. Even when she moved forward on her knees, she kept her breath steady. Hearing this, Marquis Yongning frowned slightly and looked at Lady Yuan kneeling before him. For a moment he felt a bit moved. He remembered that when she was young, she was very proud, with eyes that never lowered. Back then, the estate was falling apart, and she used her dowry to help repair it. Later, the matter with her cousin was also something he felt he had wronged her about. In recent years, while he was in the north, she had been alone in the capital, managing the household's trivial affairs, and naturally made some mistakes. Now that the situation was settled, and they were about to send her and Li Weong to Jiangnan to hide for a while, her current appearance made him feel a pang of sympathy. He sighed and reached out to help her up. "It's all in the past. Don't mention it anymore." But he didn't see the cold glint that flashed in her eyes the moment she lowered her head and stood up. She carefully offered the bowl of soup, her tone gentle. "This yam and lotus seed soup was made by me today. You've been worried about household matters these days and haven't slept well. Have some to warm your stomach." Marquis Yongning nodded and took the bowl, drinking it. The soup was smooth, sweet, and warm. He drank half a bowl in a row, feeling his chest relax slightly. Just as he was about to say a few more words to Lady Yuan, and the arrangements for Jiangnan had been settled, waiting for the new year to pass before sending someone to bring her and her son back, she suddenly let out a strange, eerie laugh. Hee hee hee. Her laugh was low and soft, yet it carried a chilling, unsettling feeling. The Marquis Yongning frowned, about to speak, but then looked up, only to see Madame Yuan slowly raise her head. Her face was no longer respectful, but cold and calm. "Marquis, do you like this broken heirloom powder?" His expression changed suddenly. He stood up quickly. "You wicked woman. What did you make me eat? Call the doctor at once." Madame Yuan sat straight, her eyes filled with a cold light that had been building for years. "It's too late, Marquis. Do you know what broken heirloom powder is? From today on, you'll be like a eunuch, no longer able to be with women, and you'll never have another son." "Yuan, madam," the Marquis was furious. He grabbed her neck tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "What are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Madame Yuan struggled to breathe, her face turning red, but she seemed fearless. Instead, she smiled, tears falling down her face. 20 years ago. Do you remember? I wanted to give you this medicine back then." Her eyes were empty as she whispered, "But that night, it was my foolishness that caused me to drink it. Maybe you're sad, in pain, but my foolishness has caused me pain for 12 years. Hearing this, the Marquis's grip loosened a little. "What do you mean?" Madame Yuan fell to the ground, her eyes almost wild, with a sharp, tearful voice. "I wanted to let you go."
"But you?"
"You wanted to abandon us, mother and son, to die far away, while you stayed in the capital, living happily. I tell you, that's impossible. From today on, you only have one son, Weong." Her voice suddenly softened again. "Marquis, listen carefully. You must promise me, please cure him. Okay?" So the Marquis understood her meaning. He staggered and rushed outside. "Where is second young master? Bring him here, Yuan. If anything happens to So, I will make sure you pay with your life." Madame Yuan smiled then, a sad and mournful smile. Even now, he only cared about that worthless bastard. The moonlight was clear, and the night was cool as water. Mrs. Wang stood under the eaves, lost in thought as she looked at the deep night. Little Butterfly gently draped a thin embroidered cloak over her shoulders. "Miss, it's cold at night and you're not fully recovered yet. Second young master is with Lord Ho, so he should be safe. An hour ago, the front yard was very lively. They went to ask what had happened, but the guards beside the Marquis's estate only told her to let her rest early." However, in the front yard, the steward, the head guard, even the kitchen manager, and the close maidservants who usually follow the lady were all taken away. They were beaten so badly that their screams could be heard from far away, and some tried to hide in the yard. It had just stopped 15 minutes ago. Mrs. Wang frowned softly. I still don't feel at ease. My husband looks calm on the outside, but he's actually careless. I warned him clearly, yet he still got his arm cut. If Lord Ho hadn't appeared in time, I would be really worried, thinking about Li Xiaozi's life being in danger, Mrs. Wang still feels scared. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly turned her head and asked, Has Anqua been taken care of? Little Butterfly immediately answered softly, Don't worry, Mississippi. I personally sent someone over. Anqua is smart and knows who will be in charge of the backyard in the future. She won't say anything unnecessary. Mrs. Wang nodded, her expression still cold and calm, with no sign of relaxation. And what about that one? Little Butterfly's expression flickered slightly. She whispered, The Marquis ordered her to be locked up. When she heard that second young master was safe, she caused a fuss. The Marquis had 2 maids tie her up and gag her. This time, the Marquis of Yongning didn't even bother to keep up appearances. Mrs. Wang smiled slightly, a hint of contempt in her eyes. That's how it should be. She lowered her head, her fingers gently resting on her flat belly, her fingertips tender and almost reverent. Child, mother has avenged you. Mrs. Wang married into the family not long ago, but since childhood, she had seen her mother fight openly and secretly with the concubines. Over the years, she had learned to be clever. Yuan's actions were too reckless. That day, she forced Mo Sheng to say the words, disown and break the marriage, in front of everyone with a stick. Many people saw that scene, and it was easy to find out who was involved. What puzzled Mrs. Wang was, given Yuan's personality, why she didn't make a big fuss after learning the name of the poison. Instead, she looked pained and distressed. She couldn't figure it out, and asked her mother when she came to see her. After hearing this, Queen Mother Wang slightly smiled and quickly thought of an answer. She followed this idea, looked through old account books of the Yuan family, and carefully found an old maid who had been dismissed from the household. She learned the story behind the broken inheritance. Queen Mother Wang was so shocked she broke out in a cold sweat. What a cycle of karma. Unfortunately, she was only a daughter-in-law. A single testimony from an old maid couldn't change everything. It might even bring trouble to herself. Her mother told her to stay calm and wait. During Yuan's house arrest, she took the opportunity to gather her trusted people around her. Today, she learned that her father-in-law planned to send Yuan and the heir away. Yuan was naturally impulsive. She only asked was made to pass on 2 misunderstood words, and everything else fell into place naturally. After this, her father-in-law would have no other children, and Yuan would no longer be able to cause trouble. Because of this, her father-in-law had no more heirs, and Yuan could no longer turn things around. The heir position was now practically meaningless. It would belong to her husband, and in the future, to her child. Queen Mother Wang sighed and looked up at the bright full moon in the sky. Actually, she didn't want to become like this. When she first married, she only wanted to stay with her husband happily, to be a happy little couple. Just as she was thinking this, Li Xiaozi came into the small yard with a lantern. Xiao Dai immediately whispered, Miss, second young master is here. Queen Mother Wang turned around and saw that his left arm was wrapped in white cloth. She hurried forward to check his wound, scolding, Didn't I tell you? How did you get hurt again? You fool. Li Xiaozi grinned and looked at her with gentle eyes. It's my fault. I made my wife worry. Just punish me. Queen Mother Wang paused, her tone softening. Does it hurt? He gently embraced her with his right arm and whispered, As soon as I see my wife, all the pain disappears. His sweet words made the servants in the yard cover their mouths to hide their smiles. Queen Mother Wang leaned against his chest, listening to his steady, strong heartbeat. The tension she'd been holding all day finally eased. Luckily, we are all safe. But what she didn't see was her husband's gaze in the moonlight, still smiling, but faintly revealing a calmness that was hard to explain. It seemed like patience, yet also like pride. Dayong, the 13th year of Qianxi, September 17th after the morning court, the officials gradually left one after another. Lianqing quickly caught up with a group of figures ahead, smiling warmly and bowing. Chief Minister Zheng, please wait. The group stopped. Before Zheng Tingjing could speak, Lianqing said to himself, there are new clues in Lord Zhou's case. We should thank the Chief Minister for his leniency. But I wonder, when will this person be released? Last night, Liandong sent someone to Lingnan and finally brought back some evidence, pointing to one of Zhou Yanheng's close aides. This gave the case some room to turn around. As long as someone wanted to protect him, they could shift all blame onto his aide. And Zhou Yanheng was just an inefficient inspector. Everyone knew that Zhou Yanheng's release was only a matter of time. So, after the court, Lianqing, who had been beaten down and unable to fight back recently, finally managed to regain some ground and couldn't help but show off. Before Chief Minister Zheng could speak, Miao Yigong, standing nearby, impatiently snorted, "What is Lord Lian talking about? The Chief Minister is fair and strict. If Lord Zhou is proven innocent, the Ministry of Justice will release him according to the law." What does Lord Lian mean by seeking the Chief Minister? Lianqing exaggeratedly slapped his forehead, scoffing and shaking his head. I was too abrupt. Since the Minister of Rights has spoken, I suppose the Ministry of Justice won't dare to argue. Miao Yigong was annoyed. This person was always trying to stir trouble. A deep voice came from behind, Chinger, and everyone turned to see Lian Sifu walking slowly toward them. Zheng Tingjing, who had been silent all along, only cast a faint glance at Lian Shangwen. Their eyes met, and there was a moment of silence. Then Lian Shangwen first offered a respectful bow, and Zheng Tingjing nodded slightly, one with a hidden smile, the other calm as Mount Tai. Their presence was like wind passing through deep water, silent, but filled with hidden currents of power. With a breakthrough in Zhou Yanheng's case, the long-standing divorce case in the capital, which had been heated for over 10 days, also naturally came to an end. The rare alliance between the Zheng and Lian factions is unusual. The matter of divorcing is absolutely unacceptable. However, it was originally a marriage scam by the Yongning Marquis residents, and the Weiyuan Marquis family is quite respected among the people. After some discussion, they decided to declare the marriage invalid. As for the compensation demanded by the Weiyuan Marquis family in the divorce papers, the emperor's personal assistant came to indicate that it should be paid, so it naturally had to be given. This case is so absurd that Emperor Qianxi has been holding back his anger. He even wanted to punish the Yongning Marquis. But then, the Yongning Marquis' wife committed suicide. This old man was quite sensible. He knelt outside the imperial study for 4 hours, begging to revoke Li Wuyong's heir title. In the end, the emperor, seeing his sincere apology, downgraded his rank by 1 level and fined him for 3 years' salary. When news spread that the marriage between the Weiyuan and Yongning Marquis families was invalid, clever townspeople gathered outside the Yongning Marquis residence. Sure enough, within half an hour, a grand procession of dowry was seen arriving. The new steward of the Yongning Marquis family looked kind and maintained a polite smile despite the sarcastic remarks and subtle jabs from the Weiyuan Marquis family. His good attitude made the young lady and others, who had come to speak for her, feel a bit embarrassed. But that was okay, they had thick skin. At the gate, Lady Anne suddenly shouted loudly, her voice clear and bright. The missing set of red coral headpieces, 50 tails of gold bracelets, 8 bolts of silk, and a complete set of jadeite rui with blessings of happiness, prosperity, and longevity. Remember to convert everything into silver and deliver it to the Weiyuan Marquis residence within 3 days. Don't miss a single coin. The steward inside the Yongning Marquis residence twitched his lips. This was the 6th time he had heard this. He couldn't understand why such words had to be shouted publicly instead of privately. Lady Anne took advantage of the crowd and pulled out several small packets of pre-prepared candies, fragrant osmanthus soft candies wrapped in fine cotton paper. She handed them out as she walked, saying, "Today is the joyful day when our Weiyuan Marquis young lady escapes from villains and welcomes new life. Dear villagers, Please enjoy some candy. Good luck and happiness in the coming year. She smiled so broadly her face almost split, then called out, please help spread the word. Starting today, at the south end of Chang'an Street in the southern alley, a place called Xianfang has opened. If any women are forced into marriage or afraid to live, just go find the princess. We have food to eat, work to do, and lives to protect. After speaking, he picked up the small cloth bag and became even more excited. On the corner, children were happily running around, grabbing candies. A few older women, hearing the words Xianfang, whispered to each other, wow, they really taken people here. The Marquis of Yongning was hiding in his study. After hearing the servant report the lively scene outside, he closed his eyes in anger, hoping this would be the last time he would be embarrassed. Li Xiaozi, whose arm was still wrapped in a bandage, stood nearby, his lips pressed tightly together. Father. Good. Good. Suddenly, the Marquis of Yongning stood up sharply. He waved his sleeve, and the teacup on the desk shattered loudly. His eyes were full of dark hatred, a declining marquis estate, and he still thought he could control them? He sneered inwardly. Each of the older generation was more ruthless than the last. What about the younger ones? Since the two families had become mortal enemies, he would never give the Wei Yuan Marquis' estate a chance to rise again. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he thought about his next move. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside. The butler entered, sweat on his forehead. Have they left? He asked coldly. The butler nodded, then hesitated before saying, the lady from the Marquis' estate said there's something she wants to tell you before she leaves. He swallowed hard. She said that this matter has been settled on her side. If the two families meet again in the future, it can be just a polite nod. But if you still can't get past it, he paused, his voice dry. Within 3 years, if any of their children have any accidents, whether they trip, bump into something, or even get a small scrape, they will directly blame it on our Yongning Marquis estate. She also said that this debt, she intends to settle it with you, and neither of you will rest until it's resolved. Suddenly, the room fell silent. The Marquis of Yongning's face turned pale. He suddenly swept the vase off the desk, smashing it to pieces. The sound of porcelain shattering echoed down the corridor, startling the young servant kneeling at the door. Not resting until it's settled? Well, that depends on whether she can protect a few of them. How did just one trip to the town lead to them being expelled? Now, for the past few days, several nearby villages have been making fun of them. I was already feeling upset, and today, people from the military village came in a big crowd to cause trouble, pointing at the land they were working on and claiming it was theirs. Could the people from Linjia village accept this? They immediately started fighting back, with sticks, stones, and chaos flying everywhere. When Lin Shoren was carried to the roadside, the people from Linjia village had already suffered many losses. Several were lying on the ground, bruised and swollen, with many footprints on the land. The leader was Zhou Sandao from the military village, about 40 years old. His left leg was missing below the knee. He used to be a captain in the army. He had seen blood before, so he looked imposing without even trying, but he was chewing on dry grass. Zhou Sandao, Lin Shoren gritted his teeth and said through his crutches, we agreed long ago that water from the well wouldn't interfere with yours. What are you trying to do now? The military village had often bullied Linjia village before. They had fewer people, mostly injured veterans. Linjia village, with more people, often took land, blocked wells, and even fought over relief funds from the government, mocking them as useless people with bloodlines from distant noble families. But things are different now. The children of those veterans have grown up, strong and bright-eyed, just like their fathers. When conflicts happen now, Linjia village is no longer their match. After the last fight, Lin Shoren saw they were at a disadvantage and chose to negotiate peace verbally. Zhou Sandao spat out the dry grass and slowly said, we agreed that water from the well wouldn't interfere, so what do you mean by occupying our land now? Lin Shoren was stunned. When did our village ever occupy your land? One person from Zhou Sandao's group took out a piece of paper and slapped it in Lu Shoren's face. Read it yourself if you can. The 50 acres of land from the Wei Yuan Marquis estate now belongs to our military village to farm. We pay rent 3 times a year, and the rest is ours. Ridiculous. Linjia village's second aunt was the first to jump up. This land has always been ours. We've invested our people, money, and seeds. Who are you to take it? Someone from the military village chuckled slowly. Is the land yours? Why don't you say that your royal estate also used to farm there? Is it the emperor's land now? The second aunt was so angry her neck turned red. The old lady just said a few days ago that everything from the past is forgiven. Why are you still trying to take our land now? Forget about the previous debts. That doesn't mean this land has to be given to you, Zhou Sandao said with a smile, looking at Lin Shoren with a grim face. Village Chief Lin, what do you think? He then took out a stack of papers and waved them in front of Lin Shoren, saying to Wu Taiyi, "You're Lin Shoa, right? TSK. These IOUs belong to your family. The Marquis of Weiyuan has already sold the debts owed by all of you over the years at a low price to our village. If you don't want to give up the land, then we can only settle the money with you. My family didn't owe them any money. Why should we return the land?" A young fool shouted out impulsively. Before he finished, several debtors from the back cursed him loudly. Get lost. The land originally belongs to the Marquis. Your family has been eating rent-free rice and taking silver for years. Do you think we don't know? Talking about others? Your family is worse at taking advantage. How did you get those few stones of grain a few years ago? Can you honestly say it out loud? The anger that was originally directed at the military village turned back onto their own people. The villagers of Lin suddenly split, shouting, "Don't shift the blame," while cursing, "Whoever tries to cheat will be scorned." Before the military village people could act, the Lin villagers had already torn each other apart. Lin Shoren listened to the noise and felt a surge of anger in his chest. It was so ruthless, making the villagers of Lin fight among themselves. This Lin Xiao was too ruthless. He was her elder after all. Didn't she used to respect him as the head of their clan? He only wanted to help his great-grandson show some strength before his superiors. How did it come to this? But even with questions, he knew he was in the wrong now. No matter where he argued, he wouldn't be right. He could only speak in a calm voice. "The land is yours," someone unwilling shouted loudly. "But what about the harvest from that land? We've worked hard for half a year. What will we eat?" Zhou Sandao sneered softly, his voice quiet but overpowering the crowd. "That's because you lack ability. You farm on someone else's land and still want to take their harvest?" He looked over the crowd with cold eyes and said sharply, "I give you 3 days. After 3 days, if the land isn't cleared, we, brothers, will visit each household." He stepped forward toward Lin Shoren, standing like a fierce tiger ready to strike. His broken leg didn't make him look weak. Instead, it made him seem even more determined. "We have fought in wars and seen blood. Back then, it wasn't just about talking." After saying this, he waved his hand and several old soldiers behind him turned around in unison, walking with neat steps and a cold aura. Their fierce presence made everyone in Linjia village too scared to make a sound, watching silently as they left. The next day, the dispute in Linjia village reached Xiao Jin's ears. She was quite satisfied with Zhou Sandao's ability to handle affairs. She waved her hand and directly reduced the rent for the next 2 years by 10%, reminding them to keep an eye on Linjia village regularly. As for Linjia village, there's a saying, "Don't chase after a desperate enemy." But it doesn't mean you can ignore them completely. Xiao Jins didn't want to deal with the Lin family members, but she had to send someone to watch them, so they wouldn't cause trouble. After all, as the internet says, clever villains are hard to outsmart, but fools can sometimes come up with quick ideas. Today's disturbance in Juanjia village further lowered the prestige of clan leader Lin Shoren. In a few years, she planned to find a more obedient clan leader, so everything would be safer. In the afternoon, sunlight shone through the high walls, casting golden light in front of the cold prison gate. A figure slowly walked out, staggering, wearing simple cloth clothes. Zhou Yanheng was only 23 or 24, at the prime of his life, but now he looked almost skeletal, pale-faced, with sunken eyes, like someone dragged back from the underworld. Half a month ago, there was a new development in Zhou Yanheng's corruption case. Everyone thought the emperor was protecting him, so he would just be demoted symbolically to avoid trouble, and he could aim for a higher position later. But unexpectedly, an imperial decree came. Zhou Yanheng was dismissed from his official position, stripped of his title, and forever barred from taking the imperial exams. This result confused many, but it also let Jingdang and Liandang parties breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Yanheng half-closed his eyes, lifting his head to look at the sun. Not far away, someone approached. Zhou Yanheng stopped, his eyes still holding some hope, but before he could speak, the other person started. "Master Zhou," the old master said, "since you already have a new master, this teacher-student relationship ends here." The person spoke, handing over a bundle and bowing slightly before stepping back. "Please be more careful in the future, Lord Zhou." Zhou Yanheng took the bundle, his fingertips tightening as if trying to grasp something from the layers of torn cloth, but he lowered his gaze. "Please, tell Lian Xiang that I am sorry. It is I, Yanheng, who let him down." The man said nothing more, bowed slightly, and turned to walk toward a nearby black carriage with gold decorations. He whispered, "Master." The curtain was lifted, revealing someone inside. Lian Shangwen looked steadily at the young man in the distance, who was gaunt and looked lost. This was his own chosen disciple, once full of promise. A young man who, before turning 20, could speak confidently in front of officials, full of youthful vigor. Now, he looked so helpless that even the wind seemed to knock him off balance. "Let's go," Lian Shangwen said softly, and the curtain fell. Zhou Yanheng stood still, silent except for the sound of the wind. He had come to the capital at 18, traveled south at 20, full of ambition. But now, having broken free and lost his way, he felt unsure of where to go next. But people always have to look forward, and the road must be traveled. After a moment, he composed himself. Just as he was about to walk away, suddenly, a carriage stopped abruptly in front of him. A person jumped down from the carriage, around 40 years old, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a silk short jacket. A scar ran diagonally from his left ear across his cheekbone, and his face carried a fierce, hardened look, as if seasoned by smoke and fire, making him look quite intimidating. Zhou Yanheng froze in surprise. The man bowed to him with a rough voice mixed with a smile. "Lord Zhou, my wife requests your presence." So, after hearing the decree read by Little Mirror, Xiao Jin's heart remained calm. However, when she heard that the Lady of Yongning Marquis had hanged herself and that Li Wuyong had lost his position as heir, she narrowed her eyes. It was clear that the Marquis of Yongning was a ruthless person. Since this enmity was already formed, it's better to think of ways to strike first in the future. As for the message from Imposi, it was just to stabilize that stubborn old man first. After reading the decree, Little Mirror casually mentioned, "I heard that the old lady has been looking for a teacher these days. Would you like me to recommend someone?" Little Mirror was acting on the emperor's orders, so everything he said represented the emperor's wishes. Former prefect of Nanling County, Zhou Yanheng, a top scholar 6 years ago, was recognized at 17, entered official service through the Hanlin Academy, and has a very clear career record. If he could come to the Marquis's house to teach and nurture talent, it would be a good reputation for the family. Xiao Jin's lips twitched slightly. Was this old emperor just trying to mess with her? Even if she wasn't involved in court affairs, it was just a matter of Zheng and Lian's rivalry. Zhou Yanheng, now a commoner, was watched by many unseen eyes. Getting involved in such conflicts too early was unwise and dangerous. It's worth noting that this month alone, the Wei Yuan Marquis' estate received more invitations than in the entire previous year. But apart from close friends, everyone else declined politely. It was all for a big plan: survive, develop, don't waste energy. Xiao Jin's was about to politely refuse when she only managed half a sentence. "This might not be." Little Mirror quickly responded with a gentle smile. "Coincidentally, a few days from now, the Empress Dowager will go to the Wei Kingdom Temple to pray. The Emperor wishes for the young lady of the Marquis's house to accompany her." That one sentence immediately silenced Xiao Jin's words of, "Not very convenient." The current Empress Dowager was not the emperor's biological mother, but she was sensible and not prone to causing trouble. In the novel, she remained unaffected through many storms. Although Xiao Jin's thought that divorce was not a big deal, in this era, there would still be some unpleasant opinions. If Yenner could stay with the Empress Dowager for a while, it would be like studying at Harvard in modern times, valuable experience. Even if she had to argue later, she could use it to shut people up. Thinking of this, Xiao Jin's refusal turned into a polite excuse. That's unfortunate. I was just about to suggest the same. As she spoke, her smile remained, but inside, she couldn't help but think, no wonder he's capable of becoming emperor. He's so good at reading my mind. This matter was already settled, but the key point is that on that day, the gatekeeper received a letter clearly addressed to Xiao Jin's. When he opened it, guess what? It was another recommendation for Zhou Yanheng as a suitable gentleman, with a long description, including his past achievements. At 12, he was a middle school champion. At 15, he passed the imperial exam. At 17, he was a top scholar. He became an official, talented, and successful in governance. Xiao Jin's read it and was speechless. Is the ancient spy network so powerful? Without phones or the internet, how did they find out? She only asked her butler to quietly inquire if there were any good teachers in the capital, and suddenly everyone knew. Her needs were even turned into a detailed job description. They wanted someone not too old to keep up with the times, able to teach simply and clearly, yet interesting, able to weave big ideas into stories, not just dry classics, and from a humble background, having endured hardships. Zhou Yanheng fit all these points perfectly. Xiao Jin sighed. Looks like her family still needs a clear out. Meanwhile, the storytellers at home could finally take a break. They had told all they could in recent days, stories, idioms, tales of how ancient people fell and got back up. Anyway, Lin Qingyao's brothers went back to school, and Lin Jian's sisters were busy with their toothpaste business. The real, main students now were the twin children. They sat quietly with their little heads, listening intently, as obedient as two cats that had been hypnotized. It was indeed time for these kids to suffer through some intensive education. Zhou Yanheng arrived outside the flower hall and heard two children's voices inside. Grandmother, that thief is so stupid. Covering his ears, thinking he can't hear the bell ringing. So dumb. The speaker was a girl with a voice as soft as a baby's, crisp like tiny firecrackers exploding. He not only thinks others can't hear him, another young boy said slowly, he's like a frog at the bottom of a well, only caring about his own little pond, thinking he can't hear, and that others can't hear either. Isn't that just stupid? Both foolish and mean. The little girl glared, her eyebrows jumping. Xiao Jins leaned on a soft bed, sipping tea happily, and asked with a smile, So, what do you think he did wrong? Little spicy pepper Lin Jiqing spoke first. He lied to himself. Even though he's wrong, he pretends he's not. Covering his ears won't help. If I were his neighbor, I would definitely scold him right away and also steal back the bell. As soon as she finished, Lin Suerwei said slowly, he still lacks courage. It's like Arue last time broke Grandma's vase. He was so scared he hid, thinking that if he hid, he could pretend he didn't do anything wrong. Seeing her brother look sad, Lin Jiqing didn't argue anymore. She held his small hand and protected him in front of her. But later, my brother took the initiative to admit his mistake. Grandma also said that as long as you're brave enough to admit it, you're a good kid, right? My brother is a good kid. Hearing this, Xiao Jin's heart almost melted. She used to dislike children in her past life, but these two little ones are like little angels. The atmosphere inside the house was lively, and the childish, innocent quarrels of the children made people smile. Outside, Zhou Yanheng listened with a slightly stunned expression. The warmth of family life hit him unexpectedly, making him unconsciously hold his bundle tighter. Zheng Tingjing leaned sideways on the Luohan bed, squinting as he listened to the report, saying nothing. Go down, Miao Yigong ordered softly, personally refilling Zheng Shoufu's tea. He whispered, Master, it seems even Lao has given up on this disciple. Zheng Tingjing finally raised his eyes. People, have you arranged everything? Rest assured, Master, Miao Yigong bowed. They will only act after he safely returns home. Since Zhou Yanheng had been in Lingnan for so long, who knew if he might discover something he shouldn't? It's safer to let the dead stay dead. Zheng Tingjing nodded lightly, as if unconcerned. At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside. A trusted aide came in quietly to report Zhou Yanheng didn't leave the city. He was taken away by someone. Miao Yigong's brow twitched, and he said coldly, "Even Lao has abandoned him. Who dares to take him now?" He paused, feeling uneasy in his heart. "Could it be, Your Majesty?" But just after speaking, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was already difficult for Zhou Yanheng to keep his life safe. The emperor should know that staying close to him might make him more vulnerable to attack. "Who sent people?" he asked quietly, suppressing his doubts. The messenger whispered, "From the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence." "The Marquis of Wei Yuan?" Miao Yigong doesn't seem to know much about them. "I haven't heard of any close ties between these two." However, Zheng Tingjing thought for a moment and said, "I heard that the old lady of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's house recently asked someone to find a teacher." Miao Yigong frowned. Although the old lady stays away from politics, why would she get involved in trouble? He didn't say another word. If the Marquis of Wei Yuan's family interfered, it would be hard for them to act. Not to mention, the family still has skilled people left behind by the previous Marquis. Currently, no one in the family holds an official position, and even if Zheng's faction has great power in the court, they wouldn't have a way to strike. Zheng Tingjing sipped his tea slowly and said softly, "It's probably the emperor's will." Miao Yigong was stunned, a hint of defiance in his eyes. "Then what should we do?" Zheng Tingjing nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. "I'm more curious about how much Zhou Yanheng knows about Qingxiu village. The emperor insists on protecting him. Master, perhaps we—" Miao Yigong lowered his voice, his eyes turning cold. He lightly touched his neck with his fingertips, making a sharp gesture. But Zheng Tingjing only closed his eyes, leaning back onto the bed with a silk cushion. He looked exhausted, speaking lazily with a trailing tone. "No rush, no rush." His tone was as gentle as a breeze over a spring pond, calm and undisturbed. Miao Yigong called out twice but received no response. He stepped forward and gently covered his knees with a thin blanket. The old man closed his eyes, resting quietly as if asleep, as if he had finished speaking and then fallen asleep. Miao Yigong took a few steps back, pushed open the door quietly, and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered he had forgotten something. He turned back. Just as his hand was about to touch the door, a deep, magnetic, muffled voice suddenly sounded from inside the room, with a cold clarity. "Qingxiu village. In 2 days it will be looted by the pirates." "Yes," another steady, emotionless voice replied briefly. Miao Yigong's heart suddenly trembled. Inside, there was actually a third person. Hearing Zhou Yanheng outside the hall, Xiao Jins told the twins to go downstairs first. Mainly because such big kids love to seek attention, and with them here, Xiao Jins couldn't think straight. Moreover, even though she was forcing them to go and complaining about it, Xiao Jins was actually looking forward to seeing Zhou Yanheng. A 23-year-old official of the 4th rank? Xiao Jins might still look down on that. But if you talk about a 17-year-old top scholar, then Xiao Jins had to admit she was a bit curious. Besides, if she hadn't come into this body, this person might have been in serious trouble long ago. Rounded up, she was basically this person's adoptive mother now. It's quite reasonable for her to want to see her son. She even started imagining the face of a certain popular male star. So she went in full of hope for a mother and son reunion, and when she looked up, good grief, he looked so thin, like a withered branch. His shoulders sagged, and his eye sockets were sunken in. His features were okay, but his aura, his complexion, his spirit. It was just a complete picture of a sickly person. Xiao Jins was silent for 3 seconds, then slowly put down her teacup. No wonder that letter was so long. Not a single word about his appearance. She didn't realize that, whether it was her or her original self, everyone saw her as a strong, heroic woman. Who would have thought that at her age, she still cared so much? Zhou Yanheng had been detained at the Ministry of Justice for several months. Despite the emperor and the second assistant's instructions, he still endured harsh punishments. He staggered to salute Xiao Jin's. On the way, Steward Zhang explained everything. He was ordered by the emperor to stay temporarily at the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence. But Zhou Yanheng knew very little about this house. When he first entered the capital 6 years ago, the last general of the border defense at the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate had already died in battle. The estate's influence had faded. Since then, this once powerful noble family had completely withdrawn from court affairs. They always kept a low profile. Although she admired the integrity of several generations of marquises, she had never had the chance to meet anyone from the Wei Yuan Marquis family. Xiao Jin deliberately waited a moment before calling out. Looking at the other person's calm and indifferent face, she lightly spoke. The emperor said I should find a good gentleman for myself. But whether this gentleman is good or not, I think I need to meet him first before making a judgment. Lord Zhou behaves properly, speaks politely, and is very considerate. But he seems to lack a bit of youthful energy and boldness. Xiao Jin's words were not meant to criticize. She was worried that if he was too cautious, the situation might become stagnant, and the warm family atmosphere she worked hard to create could fade away. It would be better to keep this person close herself. Zhou Yanheng knew that the old lady was testing him. He didn't want to stay here doing nothing. He first bowed politely and said calmly, "Old madam, you are being too kind. I am just a humble guest, not worthy of the title, sir." When he said this, Xiao Jin's face remained expressionless, but inside, she nodded slightly. Many people, no matter their status, often fall from high to low, and then recover. This young man was quick to shed his identity and show humility, which was quite wise. Then he added, "As for boldness, when young, one doesn't understand the limits of the world. They climb mountains and cross waters without hesitation, without considering the risks. But after experiencing many things, one realizes that true boldness is fragile, loud voices are easy to break, and visible strength is easy to bend. Only when one hides it and does not show it can it last. Sharpness should not always be displayed, and ambition should not be openly declared. Keep it in your heart, and it will grow stronger over time." After he finished, the room was silent for a long time. So long that Zhou Yanheng almost thought he had said something wrong. But in reality, Xiao Jin thought to herself, "Damn, he makes a lot of sense, but I didn't understand what those last few sentences meant. I am waiting online, urgently." When asked at the end, Zhou Yanheng, who had not yet fully recovered, was already sweating coldly, and Xiao Jin was also feeling sleepy. Onaji afraid she might really fall asleep, Xiao Jin simply put down her teacup and nodded gently. "From now on, I will trouble Mr. Zhou to be more patient. Your health still needs rest, so let someone take you downstairs to relax." Zhou Yanheng cupped his hands. "Thank you, madam." Housekeeper Jin stepped forward at the right moment, helping him to rest in the backyard. Once they were out of each other's sight, both of them almost simultaneously let out a big breath. Xiao Jin rubbed her forehead, thinking, the ancient people who could become top scholars at 17 are truly extraordinary. I won't discuss these deep topics with ancient people anymore. Zhou Yanheng was supported as he walked slowly. Madame Ho is indeed raised by Emperor Taizong himself. The aura on her is not inferior to Zheng Tingjing. In the backyard of Baoqing's studio, a small cart creaked as it rolled over the stone path. Xiao heard the noise and looked up, quickly going to meet him. "Uncle Sun, you're still moving flowers at your age? Where did those young boys go?" The old man called Uncle Sun was as thin as a bean sprout in his early 50s. When he squinted his eyes, it was hard to see much expression. His face was the same old face he had for years, never smiling. But Xiao knew he was very kind-hearted. When she was young, Uncle Sun often secretly gave her beautiful flowers from the greenhouse. Since he didn't respond, Xiao wasn't upset. She turned to look at the flower pots on the cart, all covered in mud. "What kind of plants are these?" "All different kinds of clay," Uncle Sun said, bending down to pick up a pot. His hands looked dry and thin, but he was surprisingly strong, steady, when lifting the flowers. "What does Madame want to raise?" Xiao muttered, quickly taking the pot to place it. Just then, a commotion came from outside. Shower, with sharp ears, smiled immediately. Madam has returned. She hurriedly set down what she was holding, winked at Uncle Sun, and then ran forward quickly. Old Mr. Sun stood still, his hand resting on the car door, slowly lifting his head to look at the familiar figure in the corridor not far away. But in an instant, he lowered his eyes again and continued with his work. This person really needs a good balance between work and rest. For example, after finishing a Chinese language class, they should take a break with some math lessons. Xiao Jins looked at the new batch of toothpaste and toothbrushes made by the sisters Lin Jian and the servants in the house. She was already thinking about how to price them. She opened one to look closely. The color was clear and bright, the smell fresh, and the paste smooth and even. The toothbrushes were made with fine horsehair, gentle on gums, and good at cleaning stains. Compared to the batch she gave to the Duke of Huogua and the Minister of Justice 3 days ago, this new batch was clearly better. In the noble circles of the capital, there are many rules and formalities. Every time someone's father, mother, son, or daughter's birthday comes around, they send gifts in reply. Such exchanges happen almost every day. Although her family didn't attend these events, she couldn't ignore the etiquette. Over the past few days, she included samples of this toothpaste in almost every gift she sent out. It's not for any other reason, just to advertise her toothpaste. She even prepared a catchy slogan. Hot, cold, sour, sweet, if you want it, just take it. Originally, she wanted to use this rare item, toothpaste, to break into the noble circles. But plans changed unexpectedly. Now, she could only leverage the influence of the nobles to make her toothpaste known. Why did Xiao Jin suddenly make such a big change? It all started with an audit from half a month ago. After settling the divorce controversy, she had some free time and decided to check how much wealth the original owner still had. When she looked at the family accounts, she nearly had a heart attack. Over the years, Zhang had been lending money from her dowry to the Marquis's household, totaling 9,400 taels. Xiao Jins closed the account book and was speechless for a long time. This was only because Zhang was a patient person. If she wrote a novel from her perspective, it would start with marrying into a wealthy family only to find out it's just a poor household, supporting her in-laws and sisters-in-law with her dowry, and finally being called a useless failure, a tragic heroine's beginning. She took a deep breath, forced herself to stay rational, and looked again at the assets of the Marquis's household and her own remaining wealth. She almost exploded with anger again. What is this? Was the original owner here to help the poor? The Marquis of Weiyuan's residence is a noble family, but now it only has 2 shops in the capital, both in remote locations, one in White Crane Alley and the other in Ash Market Street. These are busy areas filled with common people, and neither has a proper signboard. Originally, when she got married, she owned 18 shops located in prime areas like South Main Street, Dukwang Alley, and Qinghui Lane, where the wealthy gathered. However, to support her husband, she sold more than 10 shops over the years. Now only 5 remain, and they're not doing well. Does the Marquis's estate have farmland? No, it doesn't. As for herself, she still owns 2 farms, one in Qinghe Crossing, about 150 acres, and another in Jinsui Bay, just over 100 acres. Both are royal grants, gifts from Emperor Taizong. She also has a separate courtyard on Wangxian Ridge, a bit remote but with good mountain and water views. The former empress once praised it as a great place for health recovery. Despite her complaints, she still has debts to pay to the Zhang family. Xiao Jins didn't expect that. Now that she's a second-generation official, she still needs to roll up her sleeves and make money. Fortunately, she still has treasures stored in her space. As long as she's willing, making money isn't hard. Since she decided to do business, she plans to do it step by step. First, she will produce a batch of high-end, beautifully decorated products for noble ladies to earn their money. Then she will make simpler versions for the middle class. Finally, she will create the most affordable packaging and formulas for ordinary families. To her, toothpaste is something everyone can use. People in Daqing have long suffered from poor oral hygiene. The lower classes can't even afford salt, let alone use it for brushing teeth. Most just rinse their mouths daily. Many people start losing their teeth in their 30s. If toothpaste and toothbrushes become popular, not only will she make money, but it might also improve the overall smile quality of the era. Once the first batch of toothpaste and toothbrushes is ready, she plans to set up a factory. The Marquis' estate is large, but it's still just a residence. They can research products but can't produce in large quantities. She already has a plan. Yenner and Pashao will continue to refine the formulas and test small production lines, while she prepares to turn the Jinsui Bay estate into her first workshop. That place is spacious, with few people, good waterway access, and most importantly, close to the royal farms, safe and reliable. When production increases, she will hand over sales management to the Zhang brothers. She plans to copy this process so she can worry less and focus on enjoying her retirement. As the toothpaste research nears completion, she must start preparing for her next project, the toilet paper. This is the most important task. Talking about toilet paper, Xiao Jins remembered the bathroom she had her people build a few days ago. By the way, how is the progress on the guest room? Sometimes she went to the guest room 4 or 5 times in an hour, but she couldn't do her business. Facing Granny Chio's worried eyes, she felt a bit annoyed. So, she angrily hired a group of craftsmen. They designed a modern toilet, and she built a flushing toilet in her own bathroom. Granny Chio reported, "It's all installed now. Would the madam like to come see it?" Xiao Jins, exhausted at first, suddenly felt motivated by these words. Quick, call all the ladies in the house. She wanted to show everyone what modern wisdom was so they would all love using the toilet. Everyone thought the old madam was up to some strange new thing. But when they pushed open the door, they were stunned. It was a small, clean room with bright windows. The most eye-catching thing was a tall, throne-like seat in the middle. Yes, it really looked like a throne. Even though she was from a modern, wealthy background and wanted to have a flushing toilet in ancient times, it wasn't as simple as just saying so. Flushing is easy. If the water tank is high enough, water pressure can do the job. If not, they could have servants bring in more water and place a large water jar nearby to refill daily. The real challenge was the drainage system. Modern systems use pumps, vacuum pressure, and even reverse suction to remove waste. But in ancient times, there was no electricity or proper pipes, only the principle of water flowing from high to low. So, this bathroom was built following old ideas. The toilet was made higher, with a carefully sealed underground channel leading to a small, hidden room in the corner of the wall, used to store waste. It was cleaned and emptied daily, never smelling bad. The project was small, but she spent 3 drawings and explained the principles several times. Fortunately, today she finally finished it. Excited and unable to wait for everyone to arrive, Xiao Jins pushed the door open directly and was momentarily stunned herself, winky face. It was a small, private room, bright and clean. The most eye-catching feature was a tall throne in the center. Yes, it really looked like a throne. The base was made of blue bricks and was about half a person tall. You had to climb 7 or 8 steps to sit steadily. It looked very much like a famous picture Xiao Jin saw online once with a humorous comment. This sense of ceremony, even going to the bathroom feels like a coronation. This. Zhang looked at the high throne, slightly twitching at the corner of his mouth, trying to find the right words. The old madam goes up and down these steps every day. Isn't it a bit unsafe? Although there were handrails nearby, and the steps were wide. Yao looked at the imposing toilet with wide eyes, trying hard to find something good to say. Well, this stool does seem more convenient than a traditional chamber pot. But inside, she felt a bit disappointed, thinking they had made something more attractive than toothpaste or toothbrushes. Toothpaste? Is this the big gift that the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate sent to the guardian duke these days? Miao Yigong raised an eyebrow, looking disdainful. Their family, from the Ministry of Rites, usually used incense like agarwood, camphor, sandalwood, mixed with finely ground salt and honey to make lip balm. What was in front of them was a thin box, with a light fragrance, and the paste inside looked dry and dull, like a low-quality product from a marketplace. Yigong, don't underestimate this, Zhang Haoyuan said with a meaningful smile. He casually sniffed the box and whispered, "I heard that along with this toothpaste there was also something called a toothbrush." The Guardian Duke's old master used it and immediately threw away his sandalwood honey paste, saying he'd never felt so refreshing from his teeth before. And Minister Wan from the Ministry of Justice also praised it highly. He even asked around to find out more. Zheng Haoyuan was the second son of Zheng Shoufu. Besides making money, he had no big ambitions. Now he was a clerk in the Ministry of Revenue. Miao Yigong, as the Minister of Rights, is usually quite busy. He doesn't want to keep discussing whether this toothpaste is good or not. Honestly, if Zheng Haoyuan weren't the son of the Prime Minister, he wouldn't bother paying attention to him. Your meaning? I've asked around. Prince Wei, Han Su from the Dali Temple, and Jia Heng from the Jingzhou Prefecture all praised this thing. Zheng Haoyuan smiled without saying a word, gently rubbing the toothpaste box with his fingertips, as if weighing a treasure. Imagine if we could get this formula, then tidy it up a bit, put it in a more elegant box, and sell it just like the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate. It's something people use every day. Each person only needs to buy one. When that happens, not only in Jiangnan and the capital, but also the noble families, they would line up to buy it. If Xiao Jin's were here, she would definitely clap and cheer. Having the idea of packaging and limiting purchases so early shows she's a clever merchant at heart. Miao Yigong's originally lazy expression changed. His eyes showed some calculation and eagerness, but he quickly became cautious. But the problem is, how do we get this formula? We can't just go directly to ask for it. Zheng Haoyuan also thought of this, which is why he approached Miao Yigong. After all, the Marquis' estate isn't like ordinary folks. How to justify taking things from them? As the Minister of Rights, Zheng is much better at this than he is. While Miao Yigong furrowed his brows in thought, his attendant hurried in, looking anxious. He said his young son, along with Zheng Haoyuan's grandson and the grandson of the loyal and diligent Marquis, and the son of the Minister of Revenue, had been beaten up at the academy by Marquis Wei and the second young master of Marquis Wei's estate. Miao Yigong was furious, slamming the table. So many of them, and they got beaten by just 2 people. Zheng Haoyuan's eyes twinkled. That means is the reason already here. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin's, upon hearing the news, nearly stood up from the toilet. Did they lose? De Yom Academy is the most prestigious school in the land, directly under the emperor. The academy is divided into the Literary Institute and the Martial Institute. The Literary Institute teaches poetry, books, rights, music, classics, history, and strategy, emphasizing talent and character. The Martial Institute teaches military tactics, horseback riding, archery, formations, and combat strategies, focusing on strength and courage. Admission to the Literary Academy is based on talent tests, but the Martial Academy has very high standards. Only royalty, noble families, or exceptionally talented individuals can enter. Ordinary people cannot even step inside. Given Lin Qingyao's background and talent, he naturally joined the Martial Academy. With his height and strength, he has already become a star student there. Meanwhile, Lin Jianan, with his bright mind, was accepted into the Literary Academy. Now he is one of the top students in the elite class. The Literary and Martial Academies are separated by a few walls. Why would Lin Qingyao go to the Literary Academy to fight? According to Lin Qingyao's servant, Lin Hua, it was because recently Lin Qingyao heard that Song Yuchen, the grandson of the protector of the nation, was showing off. Song Yuchen boasted that his grandfather owned a rare handwritten copy of the extended rituals and classics, personally annotated by the great scholar Gu. Lin Qingyao knew Lin Jianan would like it, so he tricked Song Yuchen into a contest of strength. This morning, Song Yuchen actually brought the book with him, insisting he must return it before class, exactly as it was, or his grandfather would be very angry. To prevent his good brother from getting into trouble, Lin Qingyao didn't dare delay. He hurried to deliver the book to his book-loving younger cousin during the break. However, how the fight started, Lin Hua couldn't say. No servants are allowed inside the academy, so he only heard about it from others and rushed home to call for help. Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Yao, riding in a carriage, were anxious all the way. The 4 injured young men were all from the Zheng family, close to Prime Minister Zheng. If this matter got serious, it wouldn't matter much to women like them, but they worried it would affect the children's future. As soon as the carriage stopped, Lin Jianen's servant, Lin Quan, came over and briefly explained the conflict between those men and Lin Jianen. It turned out that when Lin Jianen skipped grades and entered under Mr. Xiao Yan's mentorship, it upset Zheng Yuan, the grandson of Prime Minister Zheng and leader of the Chrysanthemum class in the Literary Academy. The Literary Academy's young classes are divided into 8 groups, named after plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, and pine, cypress, locust, willow. The first 4 are for children without titles. Once they reach the chrysanthemum group, it shows the teacher believes they have potential. The top group, the A class, is for the best young disciples, mostly talented and noble children. Before Lin Jianen skipped grades into this class, Zheng Yuan was the undisputed leader. At only 15, he was very popular, favored by teachers, admired by students, and considered a rising star in the literary world. Unfortunately, the most unreasonable thing in this world is the word talent. Lin Jianan, only 12 years old, was personally accepted as a disciple by Xiao Yan, one of the 3 great teachers, an achievement that even Zheng Yuanan, who had tried for 3 years, could not attain. Young people often believe they are better than others, especially someone like Zheng Yuanan, who has been spoiled since childhood. He couldn't accept losing to a child 3 years younger than him. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes showed his dissatisfaction. He often looked at others sideways in class, and those trying to please him naturally started to keep their distance from Lin Jianan. Whether in ancient times or modern, in workplaces or schools, bullying often begins with such isolation, but since Lin Jianan was valued by Mr. Xiao and came from a noble family, these people didn't dare to be too rough. As for words, Lin Jianan either didn't understand or was pretending to be clueless. When others mocked him, he continued reading and writing. When everyone deliberately ignored him, he never showed any reaction, making it hard for those who wanted to humiliate him to find an opportunity. This standoff lasted for half a year. Therefore, Lin Jianan boldly guessed that today's trouble was probably caused by the other side first. Before Xiao Jins could speak, Zhang Shi angrily said, "This is too much. Those people deserve to be beaten." Yao Shi also looked annoyed. "It's all my fault. I didn't realize that kid was being bullied like that at school." Xiao Jin straightened her back a little. She joked to herself that her eldest son was strong but never caused trouble intentionally, and her second son was gentle and quiet. She couldn't imagine what kind of mistake the children made to provoke her son to fight. And the school actually allowed these students to form cliques and bully others? Thinking that the parents of those children would come soon, she decided that today was a good day to settle everything and ask how they were raising their children. With Lin Quan's words, the 3 women felt much more confident about this ambush. They walked quickly and confidently, full of momentum, without any shame about the parents of the children involved. Sometimes, arguments are just a way to boost one's confidence. Without finding points that support oneself, how can one confidently take the lead? Today, she also planned to teach her 2 children how to insult someone and still make the other person say thank you. They should understand that resorting to violence is usually the worst choice. Xiao Jins and the other 2 had already prepared many excuses in their minds. But as soon as they arrived at the scene, their hearts sank, and they all looked at Lin Quan and Lin Hua with displeasure. It's not just that the 2 young masters fought someone. They didn't expect it to turn out like this. In the hall, the 5 teachers from the academy sat with furrowed brows. Xiao Jins only recognized 3 of them: Yao Jujiu, Lin Jian's teacher, and Lin Qingyao's teacher. Miao Yongnian, Zhou Jinghe, and Feng Su, 3 close friends, sat at the lower end with faces swollen like pigs, and a doctor was bandaging one of them. In contrast, standing nearby were their own 2 children. Besides Lin Jian, who also had some bruises, nothing serious happened to them. It was obvious who the victim was just by looking at where everyone was standing. On the other side, the parents' alliance of the victims had just arrived. From left to right, they were Zheng Haoyuan, son of the Prime Minister Zheng, Miao Yigong, Minister of Rights, and Feng Shiling from the Ministry of Revenue. All of them looked very angry. as if they were demanding an explanation. Miao Yigong and the others had been thinking all along that no matter how late it was, they would force the Hofu of Wei Yuan to reveal the secret toothpaste recipe. But now they were angry. Even if they wanted to make money, they cared about their sons. Why did the Wei Yuan Ho use such harsh methods? Zhang Haoyuan only glanced at his nephew's injury and kept his feelings inside. It seemed the recipe was almost in their hands. Xiao Jins felt a brief moment of guilt, but quickly decided to start with the cause of the conflict and steer the conversation toward children being bullied for a long time. She was about to take the initiative and launch her 3 accusations when suddenly, a loud, pig-like scream came from inside the room. My hand. Oh, my waist. Confused, Xiao Jin saw her in-laws, Yao Jujio, kindly remind her, it's Zheng Prime Minister's grandson. The doctor is setting his bones. He'll need to rest for a month or so. Xiao Jin's. Stay calm, I can still argue. She patted her thigh and exclaimed, oh no, my 2 grandsons. Are you alright? Come here, like grandma, check if you're hurt. Before they could react, someone harshly pinched the soft flesh around Lin Qingyao's waist. That hurts. Zhang Yao and the others immediately rushed over, caring and asking where it hurt, but in reality, they were each grabbing and pulling at him. Poor brothers Lin Qingyao and his sibling had been in a fight and had more injuries now than from that. Mrs. Zhang looked angrily at the gentleman at the head of the table. Why don't you help my son and have a doctor check him? Miao Yigong and the others were so angry their noses almost crooked. Do your 2 children even need a doctor? But these learned men, who had studied the wise sayings, didn't want to argue with the widow. They wanted to delay time, so they let her. Anyway, they knew they wouldn't let this matter go easily today. Zheng Haoyuan and the others agreed. They didn't realize that foolish Lin Qingyao didn't understand that they were trying to conspire with him. He puffed out his chest and said, I'm fine, mother and second aunt. You should take Jian to see a doctor. He was just pushed to the ground. Mrs. Zhang looked at her silly son and, unable to do anything, followed Xiao Jin's signal to help Yao Shi gently pull Lin Jian away. In the hall, the remaining 5 gentlemen at the head of the table looked worried, along with the plaintiffs from the 4 families on the left and the defendant Xiao Jins and her grandson on the right. After arranging seats for everyone, Yao Jijio sighed deeply and finally spoke. It's better if Yongnian Miao explains the situation. Yao Jijio was very thoughtful. Since he was related by marriage to the Marquis of Wei Yuan, he couldn't afford to offend anyone. He had to favor the plaintiff's side to show his fairness and strictness. Zhou Jinghe, who was beaten the worst, was pushed by Lin Jian. Lin Qingyao's fists, like iron blocks, pounded toward Zhou Jinghe's face. Zhou was very aggrieved. Hearing Jijio's gentle voice, he felt his nose sting and almost cried. Sir, the Marquis of Wei Yuan is too much. As soon as he spoke, Lin Qingyao became angry. His eyes widened. Who was too much first? Tell me. Zhou Jinghe felt even more wronged. At 15, he was arguing with a 5- or 6-year-old child. He pointed at Lin Qingyao and shouted, It was you. You kept hitting me and punching my face. Lin Qingyao suddenly stood up, one hand on his waist, the other pointing at Zhou Jinghe's head. Who pushed my brother first? Does the Marquis of Wei Yuan think he can ignore us? The loyal and diligent Lord Zhongqin was so angry his nose almost crooked. Does the Marquis of Wei Yuan think he can pretend that Lord Zhongqin doesn't exist? Although he only held a nominal position in the Ministry of Rights, his ancestral title was real. Moreover, his wife had once been a companion to the princess, so he certainly wouldn't be completely disrespected. In fact, not only did Xiao Jins not think about this matter for now, but even if she did, she wouldn't pay much attention to it. If you still remember this kindness, you wouldn't be barking like a dog now. Xiao Jins didn't even look at him. She didn't want to give up the chance to speak first. People have their own opinions, and the one who speaks first has the advantage. Seeing Lin Qingyao stir the water, she leaned back on her chair, tapping her cane lightly, looking calm and confident. All right, young Master Zhou and the others are injured. Let's rest for now. My younger brother Qingyao is still young, so let him speak. Zhongqin Bo was furious. Now you admit to being polite? Why did your lord hit someone so harshly when he fought? Zhong Qinbo thought this family was shameless. Marquis Wei Yuan was tall, regardless of age, and didn't look any shorter than others. Zhou Jing was his most treasured grandson. He had never raised a hand against him since he was a child. Today, he was beaten so badly that his face was swollen. How could he swallow this anger? Xiao Jin squinted and looked at him. What do you mean your lord hit someone? Have your ears gone bad with age? Didn't you hear that your son pushed my second grandson first? What? You want to change the story just because you can't fight back? Zhong Qinbo stood up angrily, his voice loud enough to shake the roof. No matter what, you can't beat someone like that. Xiao Jin looked at him with disdain. After the atmosphere cooled down and even Zhong Qinbo felt awkward, she slowly said, You are a nobleman, yet you act like a common street woman. After making him furious, she added, For against two, fighting on your own territory and losing. Do you have the nerve to talk? I feel embarrassed just listening. Finally, under Xiao Jin's sharp tongue, Lin Qingyao gained the right to speak first about this matter. After listening to the story for more than 10 days in the house, Lin Qingyao changed from a simple appearance to tell the story vividly. If this matter hadn't caused some trouble, and if Yao Jujio, the host, had noticed earlier, he might have clapped and said the boy was finally waking up. But now, all he could do was force a bitter smile. It seemed that the Marquis Wei Yuan's family was really not in the right here. According to Lin Qingyao's account, the situation was as follows. He ran quickly to the literature department and found Lin Jianan reading alone in the corridor. Seeing the book in his hand, Lin Jianan hurriedly ran towards the master's courtyard to copy it, trying to save time. Just as he set out, he accidentally bumped into someone. Second brother was indeed in a hurry and didn't notice what was ahead, but he immediately apologized to Zheng Yinggan. However, they didn't accept the apology and started bullying him because they had more people. Although Lin Qingyao repeatedly emphasized that Lin Jianan was careless, the result shows that Lin Jianan was the one who bumped into someone first. Xiao Jin felt tense, so it was his grandson who started the trouble. The person bumped into was Lin Jianan, but the scolding came from Miao Yongnian, who shouted, Who the heck can't see clearly? Earlier, it was mentioned that Lin Jianan had been a bookworm since childhood and had endured bullying for half a year without saying a word. He was not someone who liked to fight. He politely bowed to Zheng Yinggan and apologized. But Zheng Yinggan didn't say anything, and Miao Yongnian lost his temper again. So you're this little brat. When Lin Qingyao reached this point, his young face was full of anger as he said, Grandmother, I overheard this behind me and got really angry. Lord Miao is the Minister of Rights, one of the most courteous people in Daqing. I don't know how he teaches his children. How did he raise a son who curses all the time? Miao Yigong, the highest-ranking official present, was originally squinting, waiting for the loyal and diligent lords to start the fight. Once they did, he planned to step in as the mediator and negotiate terms. But he didn't expect that the 13-year-old Marquis of Wei Yuan would be so sharp-tongued. As the Minister of Rights, he prided himself on being proper and strict in family discipline. Usually, no scholar in the capital would dare to disrespect him. But Lin Qingyao's words not only insulted his son but also publicly questioned his parenting and personal conduct. Was he not capable of managing his own family's manners? How could he still hold the position of Minister of Rights? Most importantly, he couldn't retort because the other was a marquis, and he couldn't argue back because the other was only 13 years old. He was at a disadvantage. Miao Yongnian was no fool. Hearing the other insult his father, he immediately retorted, Then why don't you say that Lin Jianan also cursed at me? Dear friends, urgent help needed. Do you have any suitable names for villain characters, both male and female? Thank you so much. Lin Qingyao snorted coldly. Was that my second brother insulting you? No, you're just insulting yourself. In the past, Lin Jianan usually didn't argue with them. First, because the wise saying says, those who boast with words are not gentlemen. Second, he knew their family was weaker than the Zheng and Miao families, so it was better to avoid trouble. But maybe he was annoyed by someone's constant trouble, or perhaps Xiao Jin's words, if someone wrongs me, I won't forgive, finally sink in. This time, he didn't pretend he didn't hear. Instead, He looked straight at Miao Yongnian. Who are you calling a little rascal? Miao Yongnian thought he was angry and raised his chin. Of course I'm calling you a little rascal. As soon as he spoke, someone in the crowd chuckled. Miao Yongnian's face instantly changed from red to green. His hand trembled. How dare you play me? Zheng Yuanan also felt embarrassed. Miao Yongnian was really useless. Faced with Miao Yongnian's furious rage, Lin Jianan simply said calmly, "The Book of Saying says, words are the voice of the heart. Since your words are full of foul language, it shows your true nature." Miao Yongnian was so angry he raised his voice. "You little rascal, how dare you call me dirty-mouthed? Your cousin, who's about to be divorced, is the one who's breaking family rules and ruining our family's reputation. TSK, the Marquis of Wei Yuan's household is really fallen. If I were from the Miao family, I'd hang myself with a rope to avoid shame." Everyone around gasped. Those words were almost as if they wanted Lin Jianan's cousin to die. Lin Jianan's eyes flashed with anger, but since his older sister's matter had just calmed down, he didn't want to start trouble again. He lowered his eyelids and said coldly, "I advise you to speak carefully." Miao Yongnian looked at him, still appearing gentle, and wanted to push his luck. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the crowd. "Who's got such a stinky mouth? Do you not rinse your mouth before leaving the house?" The voice was rough and aggressive, full of unreasonable anger. Everyone was stunned. They looked past Lin Jianan and saw a tall figure approaching against the light, broad shoulders, and a clearly angry face. They haven't dared to hit Lin Jianan for a long time, mainly because Lin Jianan always goes to school with his naturally strong cousin, the Marquis. Lin Qingyao is a proper Marquis of Wei Yuan, a status many people can never reach in their lifetime, so no one wants to offend him. Yelling for his older sister to die.
Huh.
Lin Qingyao's face turned cold like winter, and he walked a few steps to Miao Yongnian, looking down at him with a sharp gaze. "Say that again." Miao Yongnian's face turned pale. "Marquis of Wei Yuan, what are you trying to do? I tell you, this is a school of literature, not a place for your reckless bravado." It was better when he didn't speak, but once he did, Lin Qingyao's expression darkened even more. He reached out and grabbed his collar, lifting him off the ground.
What?
"Can't you understand what I say? I want you to say it." Again, Miao Yongnian's face flushed red. He struggled but couldn't break free, his mouth trembling as he stammered without forming a complete sentence. Seeing the situation getting worse, Zheng Yuanan finally spoke in a calm voice. "Marquis, please stay calm." This was just Yongnian's impulsive act. "Please give me some face and let it go." Hearing this, Lin Qingyao turned his head slightly and looked at him sincerely. "Who are you?" Honestly, Lin Qingyao really didn't know Zheng Yuanan, but Zheng Yuanan, who was famous across the Daiyong Academy, clearly thought otherwise. He was so angry, he almost ground his teeth. The Marquis of Wei Yuan truly thought he was above others. In the stalemate, someone finally spoke first. "People from the Martial Arts Academy are bullying people, and even bullying us from the Literature Academy." Sun Zijing, grandson of the loyal and diligent Earl, and Feng Su, son of the Minister of Revenue, were also brought into the conflict. They stepped forward, patting Lin Qingyao's back to tell him to let go. Originally, Lin Jianan saw that they were many and powerful, and was about to speak to persuade his brother not to cause trouble. But Zhou Jinghe suddenly said, "You reckless fool, this isn't a place for you to make a scene." Lin Jianan's expression darkened instantly. He was never someone who liked to start conflicts. He had been quiet since childhood, from a humble background, knowing he wasn't liked, so he always behaved carefully, kindly, and respectfully. But if there was one thing that could make him lose his composure instantly, it was someone disrespecting his older brother. His older brother was the person he trusted and relied on most in this world. When he was young, he was bullied but never cried or caused trouble. Always, Lin Qingyao was the first to rush over and fight back, leaving the bullies with bruised faces. When he first came to the academy because he was young, he was excluded. His older brother carried his books, helped him get a good spot, and stood taller than him in front of everyone. "Who do you call a reckless person?" He stepped forward, grabbing Zhou Jinghe's sleeve. Apologize. As teenagers, they cared a lot about their reputation. Making someone apologize in front of so many people was like challenging them directly. I won't apologize. What can a bastard son like you do to me? Then Lin Jianan, angry, jumped up to punch Zhou Jinghe. Zhou Jinghe, already alert, pushed him hard. Lin Jianan fell back several steps and hit the ground hard, which sparked a big fight. Lin Qingyao couldn't just watch his brother be bullied. He punched Zhou Jinghe, who was instantly confused. Zheng Yuanan and Feng Su quickly stepped in to stop the fight. The reckless Lin Jianan also tried to help. What started as a small accident turned into a big fight between people with different strengths. Finally, the academy's teacher arrived, separated them, and took everyone to the courtyard of the wine hall. After explaining what happened, Lin Qingyao summarized like a storyteller. Although this started because my second brother was reckless, he behaved very well throughout. I didn't plan to get involved in these kids' arguments, but it was wrong for Lord Miao's second son to bring up my older sister's matter, and it was also wrong for young Master Zhou to push my second brother. He got more and more angry as he spoke. In short, if Lord Miao's son and others dare to speak disrespectfully again, I will not hold back. Lin Qingyao kept calling himself this lord, sounding proud and confident. He seemed arrogant but was actually planning carefully. He wanted to get Lin Jianan out of trouble. Since he held the title of Marquis, he wouldn't suffer much. But Lin Jianan was different. He had no status and no connections. If those people turned their anger on him, he might end up getting beaten. Even at such a young age, he was clever. But the people watching from the hall weren't just young boys. They were experienced old foxes who had been through many battles in the court. Lin Qingyao's careful plans were obvious. Not only could they see what he was thinking, but how could anyone believe a 13-year-old boy giving such advice? Originally, Xiao Jin's, who was full of anger, listened to all his words. She was desperately trying to think of a way to speak and smoothly get out of the situation. Then she saw Miao Yichong with a grim face, giving additional explanations about Zhou Jinghe, who had been beaten the most. Zhou Jinghe argued 3 points. First, when Lin Jian bumped into Zheng Yuan, it wasn't a gentle bump. He was so close behind Zheng Yuan that he almost fell to the ground. So, their anger was normal. Second, Miao Yongnian did say some unpleasant things, but after Lin Qingyao pulled him up, Lin Qingyao didn't give him a chance to apologize. He and Feng Suo only stepped in to help because they were worried about trouble, and they didn't say anything harsh. Third, when Lin Jian tried to hit him, he only pushed lightly. Who knew Lin Jian's body was so fragile that he fell to the ground just like that. Finally, Zhou Jinghe also looked very wronged and said, I wanted to help Lin Jian up and apologize to him, but who knew Marquis Wei Yuan came up and punched me, not giving me a chance to speak. In summary, based on both sides' testimonies, it was Lin Jian who first bumped into someone and also the first to start the fight. Zheng Yua's side only involved verbal disputes. Minister Feng sneered sarcastically, Madam Marquis, your family's rules are strict. You bump into someone and don't let them say a word? Are you afraid to offend? Asu, hurry up and thank Marquis Wei Yuan for showing mercy. The loyal and diligent Earl's anger was soothed by Minister Feng's words. Only a cultured person could say such things. But Xiao Jin's, who had a thick face and pretended not to understand, saw the ladder and started climbing up. Did you hear that? Young Master Feng, your father told you to thank him. Feng Suo, who hadn't spoken a word from the beginning, looked confused and looked up. His eyes, swollen like a panda's from being beaten, blinked and wanted to say, Old madam, are you confused? My father was teasing you. But he didn't have the courage. Seeing everyone watching him and waiting for him, he started to doubt himself. Should he really stand up? Minister Feng had been working in the Ministry of Revenue for many years. He believed his best skill was to handle things with a light touch. Whenever a powerful family in the court demanded money, he could always handle it perfectly, without a flaw. He always thought his words were as strong as steel, but today, he almost lost his composure. The loyal and diligent Earl slapped the chair beside him, defending himself. Madam, Lord Feng's meaning is, your young master hit someone and even started a fight. How can there be such a rule in this world? Xiao Jin snorted coldly through her nose, ignoring his logic, and suddenly said, "Really? I also want to ask, how many young masters from the loyal and diligent Earl's family really oppose the Emperor's decree? How dare they openly question the imperial order in our great Yom Academy?" Everyone present was sharp-minded. They immediately understood who Xiao Jin was referring to. Yes, the Emperor has already issued an order canceling that marriage. Lin Ziyan is a pure and innocent young lady from a noble family. Miao Yongnian keeps talking about divorce, and damn it, isn't he indirectly implying that even the Emperor might be wrong? Honestly, Xiao Jin didn't want to cause trouble with the Zheng faction. In this huge novel, the Zheng faction has been prominent for nearly 90,000 words. These people are powerful but petty. She couldn't afford to offend them like she did with the Marquis of Yongning. But this time, her child was not at fault. Forcing her child to admit guilt would only humiliate him and crush his youthful spirit. She thought everyone would each take their share of the blame and take their children home to discipline them privately, which would be decent. But clearly, the other side didn't plan to end it that way. Xiao Jin narrowed her eyes and slowly approached the loudest and most aggressive, loyal and diligent Earl. Her gaze was like a predator staring at a live fish on the chopping board. The Earl's eyelids twitched, and he cautiously said, "Madam, although our families are old friends," a sharp crack sounded, crisp and clear, like a bamboo stick hitting the forehead, making everyone's heart shudder. The Earl was struck and staggered half a step to the side, a fiery red handprint appearing on his face. Miao Yongnian's young followers turned pale. Did she just slap the loyal and diligent Earl in front of everyone? The Earl was stunned for 3 breaths before blinking and preparing to shout. Lord Foam was the first to recover, trembling as he pointed at Xiao Jin. You. Xiao Jin quickly slapped him again, decisively, silencing him with a sharp retort. "Calm your tongue and speak properly when addressing me." Someone in the crowd couldn't help but gasp. The Earl finally snapped, his face turning red with anger, and he jumped up. "Madam, you." Xiao Jin turned and delivered another slap, completing a perfect symmetrical gesture. Lord Zhongqin was furious and raised his hand to strike. Xiao Jinsang immediately pushed her face forward and said, "Go ahead, hit me if you dare." Seeing Lord Zhongqin hesitate, Xiao Jinsei became even more confident and loud. "If you really dare to hit me." Everyone thought that with her brave attitude, she might say she wouldn't even frown. But instead, Xiao Jinsei said, "Tomorrow, I will find a rope and hang myself at your gate. Come on, hit me if you want." This forced Lord Zhongqin to step back, and Deputy Minister Feng also became honest, since he only received a slap. Xiao Jinsei had already figured out that instead of letting them keep bothering the children, it was better to make herself the focus. With her status and rank, a few slaps were nothing. They couldn't lock her up in prison. If they did, the Emperor would be more afraid of her dying inside than anyone else. She thought the original owner's group of men was a waste of effort. Finally, after 3 slaps, everyone in the house realized who was in charge and started talking calmly. Miao Yigong quietly glanced at Zheng Haoyuan beside him, then stood up, bowing deeply with a very humble attitude. "My son is young and ignorant, speaks without thinking. Today's trouble is my fault for not teaching him well. I ask Lady Ho and Marquis Wei Yuan to forgive him. I will take my son to the palace to apologize to His Majesty." No need for Lady Ho to worry herself. His words were perfect, admitting fault while also giving Xiao Jinsei a reason to go to the palace. He kept his tone respectful and made himself look good. Xiao Jinsei curled her lips. As expected of someone who could become a second-rank official, her poise and quick thinking were impressive, not much different from young people. He even used his son's mistake to make the world's parents feel sympathetic. What a remarkable skill. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin was not good at accepting defeat, and deep down, she did not believe her child was at fault. Just as she was about to argue fiercely with the Minister of Rights, Yao's voice, filled with tears, came from outside the door. "Old madam, please stand up for your daughter-in-law. Look at what they did to Jian." Following her voice, Lin and Lin Hu carried a stretcher into the room. Xiao Jin looked at Lin Jian, who was wrapped up like a mummy on the stretcher and was speechless. Then she glanced at Zhang and Yao, who were pretending to cry. Wait, are these two spies sent by the other side? She had worked hard to create a serious atmosphere, but now everyone present felt speechless. They thought the lady of Wei Yuan Marquis and her sister-in-law were fooling everyone. Yao Jujiu also wished she could hide her face in her sleeve. How could her daughter be so stupid? If she wanted to pretend to be hurt, that was fine, but couldn't she at least pretend from the start? Just moments ago, she was fine, and now she looked exhausted. Did everyone think they were fools? Miao Yigong and others were about to laugh out loud. They immediately asked a doctor nearby to check Lin Jian's pulse, who was pretending to be dead on the stretcher. Naturally, the people from the Wei Yuan Marquis residence tried to stop them. Amid the chaos, Zheng's personal attendant arrived. This attendant didn't know what was happening in front, and seeing the second young master of the Marquis' house beaten so badly, with sweat on his forehead, he quickly conveyed Zheng's message. Old Zheng said it was just a quarrel among children. Nothing serious. Everyone should go home first, and we'll discuss the matter later. Miao Yigong and others were stunned. When did old Zheng become so easy to talk to? But the person was indeed Zheng's personal attendant, so how dare he oppose openly? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed. The families who had planned to argue their case looked at each other in silence. Only their chests rising and falling showed their dissatisfaction. Xiao Jin's looked at Zheng's personal attendant with some surprise. She didn't expect that Zheng, who was known for being cunning, greedy, treacherous, vengeful, and cold-hearted in the story, would be so magnanimous today. Little did she know, this peacemaking act was all a big misunderstanding. Zheng's chief aide was still in the palace discussing affairs and had no time to manage family matters. He only asked the palace attendant to go and check the situation and gave a warning. If they are in the right, stand aside and let Miao Yigong and others seek justice. If they are in the wrong, the old lady of the Marquis of Wei Yuan is capable. Do not offend her. First, bring back your own grandson, and handle the rest slowly later. In the end, the palace attendant immediately saw Lin Jian wrapped like a rice dumpling, and this way, Lady Yao was caught off guard. The fight among the 5 noble families at the academy ended quickly, and without much fuss. When Xiao Jin's returned home, she first praised Lin Qingyao and Lin Jian for standing up for their family. Both did a great job. Then she straightforwardly shared a little life advice. Both sides fought and got hurt, which was a mutual fight. One side was beating others up, which was causing trouble. Next time, remember to get a little hurt yourself first, fall to the ground so that the parents coming over won't look down on you. She thought Lin Jian, the little bookworm, would cause trouble, but surprisingly, he immediately understood and agreed, even advising himself, using pain as a tactic, which is also in military strategy. Small injuries for a bigger purpose. If this can change the situation, both reason and emotion will benefit. Grandmother's lessons I will remember. Xiao Jins was amazed. Intellectuals are truly different. However, Lin Qingyao, the older brother, was not willing. A real man endures blood, sweat, and tears. He shouldn't complain about injuries. Even if he was hurt, he should pretend nothing happened. Lady Zhang slapped him on the forehead. You don't cry, so your mother won't cry, right? You little brat. Today I'll have the doctor check you.
What did you say?
You really are as dull as wood. Reluctantly, he obeyed and promised never to let anyone catch him off guard in a fight again. After teaching the 2 children, Xiao Jins repeatedly confirmed with Lin Qingyao and Lin Jian that this matter had nothing to do with the Yongning Marquis' residence. If there was even a hint of connection, she would tear down the signboard of the Yongning Marquis' house tomorrow, using their knife to kill people, and no one would escape unscathed. But both brothers insisted that from start to finish, no one else was involved. Xiao Jins frowned and thought, could she be overthinking? While thinking about this, a sneaky face suddenly leaned in close, startling Xiao Jins so much that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. What are you doing? Yao Shi also felt frustrated. Today, she was clever and quickly told the doctor to tie up Ji and's child in a way that would scare people. She wondered why the old lady only praised them and didn't praise her. Seeing that the old lady was starting to think about other things, Yao Shi knew she had to speak up to protect her own rights. But when Xiao Jins asked her, she became confused. She couldn't just say in front of the two children, "Old lady, you forgot to praise me." As an elder, she also cared about her reputation. The person who knew Yao Shi's little tricks best was Zhang Shi. She smiled and said, "Old lady, we are very grateful today that my sister-in-law asked the doctor to tie Ji and's child more tightly." Xiao Jins had almost forgotten about this until she mentioned it. Suddenly, a wave of anger rose in her chest. "Yao Shi, what are you really thinking?" she said sharply, tapping her cane on the ground. "You don't really believe those clever old foxes here can't see through your tricks, do you?" Today, it was only Zheng Shoufu's kindness that kept them from arguing with us. Do you know that if the loyal and diligent nobleman had exposed Jian today, what would happen to him in the future? Would he still have the face to stay in the academy? In ancient times, people valued virtue. If Lin Jian's deception was exposed publicly, he would likely become a joke in the academy and even in all of Beijing. His career might be over before it even started. Yao Shi hadn't thought about this before. She felt a chill run down her back and her legs trembled quietly. But then, a greater confusion overwhelmed her. Just a few days ago, the old lady had told them to cause trouble. How should they handle this situation now? Xiao Jins knew that Yao Shi only meant well, but had made a mistake. She patiently explained, "I told you before, causing trouble is a skill. If you're unreasonable and loud, you're just a shrew. But if you know when to be reasonable and hold back, then you're in the right. Knowing when to stop, when to let go, when to knock someone down, and when to give them a way out, these are all delicate skills that need to be learned slowly." She sighed softly and said, "You still have a lot to practice." Fortunately, Zheng Shoufu is a kind man. This matter, since it was a misunderstanding, can be resolved peacefully. Tomorrow, we should prepare some gifts to visit each family and smooth things over. Finally finished teaching my daughter-in-law and grandson, Xiao Jins massaged her temples. As always, no wonder the mothers at work look several years older. Who can handle teaching children like this every day?
Huh? Who can handle it?
Frustrated sigh. Can't be too gentle or they won't understand. Be too strict and you'll hurt their feelings. The main problem is that every situation is different, so it's really hard to give one-size-fits-all advice. Meanwhile, at the Yongning Marquis residence, Yongning Marquis was puzzled. Are you sure the person is Zheng Shoufu's close aide? In the study, the window shutters were tightly closed. Light from outside filtered through the lattice, casting a faint shadow on the desk. The room was unusually quiet. Even the wind passing behind the paper screens sounded cold. In front of him stood a tall, thin young man, dressed in a light-colored Confucian robe. He looked delicate and youthful, probably only 18 or 19. "Uncle, Jean Yu doesn't dare to speak recklessly. I only overheard some classmates at the Imperial Academy talking privately. They said that man is Zheng Xiang's most trusted aide, called Zhou He." Yongning Marquis lowered his eyes. He hadn't heard of any connection between the Wei Yuan Marquis house and Zheng Shoufu. With Zheng Shoufu's skill, how could he let the Wei Yuan Marquis house off so easily? If Zheng Shoufu wanted to get along with them, the Wei Yuan Marquis house would be temporarily safe. He paused for a moment, then suddenly looked up with a concerned expression, his tone softer. "Don't make any moves in the coming days. Yuan Jinyu was the one who caused trouble today between Lin Qingyao and Miao Yongnian. He had provoked by saying, 'The people from the Martial Academy are bullying us at the Literary Academy.'" Yuan Jinyu lowered his eyes, but his voice carried a cold edge. "The Wei Yuan Marquis house is aggressive, causing my aunt's death and forcing my cousin to leave home. Yuan Jinyu, will make them pay sooner or later." He was born from a one-night affair when his older brother Yuan was taking exams in the capital. The Yuan family didn't acknowledge him. If his aunt hadn't taken care of him and found ways to get him into the Great Yom Academy, he might have starved on the streets, ignored by everyone. Auntie is not only his family member, but also his only benefactor in life. Now that Annie has been forced to take her own life, if he doesn't help her seek justice, he would be a shameful person. Marquis Yongning stood up and patted his shoulder. You are such a child, so impatient and hot-tempered. He paused for a moment, then casually added, no matter what, you should take care of yourself first. We have plenty of time in the future. At this moment, Zheng Shoufu, who was thought to be kind by Xiao Jin's and misunderstood by Marquis Yongning, was sitting behind a folding screen, playing with a jade seal in his hand. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and his tone was calm, without any sign of anger or joy. Go and receive 30 lashes. His attendant, Zhou He, trembled and looked at his face. Seeing that his finger was still gently rubbing the edge of the jade seal, he finally relaxed. 30 lashes are enough. His life is safe.
He bowed deeply.
Thank you, old master, for your mercy. Not long after Zhou He left, Zheng Haoyuan spoke. Father, he had just returned home and seen his old father, realizing the big mistake that had happened. Seeing the duck about to fly away, he couldn't accept it. Yuan has been beaten so badly, he probably can't get out of bed for 2 months. If big brother and sister-in-law find out, they will worry so much. Zheng Shoufu also thought of his beloved second grandson, lying helplessly in bed. He slowly opened his eyes, his tone still gentle. What do you want to do? Zheng Haoyuan stood to the side, respectful and humble, lowering his head and speaking in a serious tone. Father, this matter cannot be ignored. If the Wei Yuanhou residence doesn't give us an explanation, who will still respect the Zheng family in the future? Zheng Tingjing remained silent, turning his teacup in his hand, his gaze fixed on his son's face for a long time. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. He didn't get angry or speak, but that single look made Zheng Haoyuan feel a chill down his back, and he unconsciously lowered his breathing a few notches. This is his father. Even when he says nothing, just staring at you feels like a mountain pressing down on your shoulders. After a long pause, Zheng Tingjing finally spoke slowly, his tone almost cold. Just a toothpaste recipe, and you're so determined to get it. Zheng Haoyuan's heart tightened. How did his father find out so quickly? It must have been Xiao Miaogong, that soft-hearted fool, who told him. He had even thought of earning some money with him. He was unsure how to answer or how to explain to his father, who only cared about gaining power. Although the toothpaste tube was small, everyone needed such everyday items. As he knew, the recipes used by the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate didn't rely on expensive medicines. Once they set up the business, the profits would flow in like selling illegal goods. While hesitating, Zheng Tingjing said, since it's in the name of Yuanan's child, let's split 2/10 of the profit and put it in his name. Zheng Haoyuan's heart suddenly burned with anger. His son was picked up from the roadside. He had been busy with his own affairs and hadn't gained anything, yet he was thinking of helping his older brother's children get benefits. He dared not speak out and could only bow his head quietly and reply, yes. As he left and the study door closed, Zheng Haoyuan's face darkened instantly. Favoritism. The fight at the academy naturally didn't escape the notice of Lien Xiang. When he heard Zheng Tingjing casually dismiss the matter, Xiang would immediately sense something was wrong. For people of their high status and power, often it wasn't about winning or losing in the moment, but about maintaining their reputation. If they let this slip today, others would have a reason to look down on them tomorrow. Because it involved their family honor, even if he could tolerate this insult himself, he couldn't let his subordinates think the Zheng family was weak and easy to bully. So Lien Xiang immediately ordered people to watch the Zheng family. Knowing Zheng Tingjing's cunning nature, this matter wouldn't end here. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to win over the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate. After the fight at the academy, life quickly returned to normal. The Zhang sisters started saving money and occasionally went out for social events. Lin Jian and her sister had already made their 5th version of toothpaste and toothbrush, personally leading a group of trusted followers. Even the factory in the village was taken over by these enthusiastic sisters. The twin children spent their days learning to read and write with their previous teacher. Whoever finished first could go listen to stories. Every day, the 2 little ones competed to see who was faster, busy, and happy. As for Xiao Jin's, she eats and sleeps every day, and she is very happy. In this world, there are many clever, lively, and talented people. Those who read thousands of books, have a kind heart, are brave and smart, or are calm and elegant. So, what's the big deal about having one more person who just eats and waits to die? The second day, the Marquis of Wei Yuan's family sent a gift, which Zheng's family also accepted. Lin Qingyao went to the martial arts school, as usual. When Song Yuchen received the book, continued rituals and examinations, he almost cried with happiness. Yesterday, he heard that Lin Qingyao fought in the literary academy. His small heart kept pounding, worried he might damage the rare copy his grandfather treasured. If that happened, he wouldn't have a good time either. Only Lin Jian and Mrs. Yao thought he should rest at home after being so badly injured in front of so many people. He needed some time to recover at home. Zhou Yanheng didn't expect that when he entered the Marquis of Wei Yuan's house, the old lady said, "Let someone take you to rest for a while." That rest for a while really just meant rest. That night, when he learned that Xiao Jins had invited the top scholar to be their teacher, Lin Jian immediately went to the house with his books. It's not easy to win over a 12-year-old boy, especially someone who was a fourth-rank official before. After talking for a while, Lin Jian suddenly had a great realization. He held onto Zhou Yanheng tightly, refusing to let go until Steward Zhen, seeing this, stepped in to urge him to leave. Zhou Yanheng let out a long breath. Although he enjoyed discussing studies and teaching such a clever student, Lin Jian asked so many questions. He really was too eager. One wave after another, it was a bit overwhelming. The next morning, Zhou Yanheng rarely slept until late. He lay on his bed for a while and finally felt truly free after being released. He wanted to go outside to enjoy the fresh air, but just as he got up, the servant from the Marquis's house, who was specially sent to take care of him, brought bad news. "Sir, are you awake? Second young master has been waiting for you for almost an hour." Zhou Yanheng's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he felt that the Marquis's money was a bit too hot to handle. What is it like to have a student obsessed with studying? In the past, Zhou Yanheng might have thought this was a great blessing in life. Even if he studied day and night, diving into books every day, such a life would bring a sense of fulfillment and achievement. Now, being truly involved, he could only helplessly sigh. "Why don't you give it a try?" That day finally eased Zhou Yanheng's worries because Lin Jian took the opportunity to ask Lord Han for advice while delivering the new toothpaste. Strangely, until almost noon, Lin Jian hadn't returned. Just as the household was about to send someone to look for her, Zhou Yanheng, wandering in the courtyard, suddenly heard a young servant running in and shouting, "Something's wrong. Second young master has been taken by the Ministry of Punishments." Zhou Yanheng quickly turned around, about to speak, when he saw a figure in green rush out from the side gate. "What did you just say? Regarding the part about taking care of the child, forgive me. These days, I've been helping my sister with her child, and I'm about to lose my mind." Lin Jian waited a long time, but didn't see Lin Jian return. Just as she was about to send someone to ask around, she heard the news before even leaving the side gate. She tried to calm her mind and quickly called her lady servants to gather at Baoqing Pavilion to discuss a plan. At the same time, she planned to take Lin Quan toward Baoqing Pavilion and find out what was happening. Zhou Yanheng saw this from a distance, hesitated briefly, then stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Miss Lin, may I accompany you?" Lin Jian looked at the unfamiliar man before her and guessed his identity. After all, recently, only he had been added to the Wei Yuan Marquis's household, and Lin Jian had been mentioning him often these days. "Mr. Zhou, you are truly talented," but this man had a notable background. As she hesitated, Zhou Yanheng self-deprecatingly said, "I just came from the Ministry of Punishments. If something happens, I might be able to help a little." Lin Jian's eyes flickered, and she nodded decisively. "Then thank you, Mr. Zhou." Xiao Jins was lying in bed for the nth time, playing a single-player game on her tablet under the guise of a headache, having a lot of fun. Mo Chio was outside the door delivering bad news. Xiao Jins was quite surprised. Lin Jian was a very obedient child, so why was she getting involved in all these messy things lately? She hurriedly put on her clothes. Before leaving, she heard Yao's furious voice. "The esteemed Prime Minister is acting so untrustworthy." No, I must go find him and reason with him. Seeing that Zhang's family couldn't stop the situation, Xiao Jin shouted, "Stop causing trouble." What exactly is going on? Lin Quan, sweating heavily, caught his breath and repeated the story. It turned out that today Lin Jian just came from Lord Han's place. As soon as he turned the corner, he was surrounded tightly by a group of officers. Without saying a word, they tied him up right there in the street. Lin Quan anxiously showed the gate plaque of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence, but the other side was very arrogant and said, "You've caught the second young master of the Wei Yuan Marquis' house. Don't you see who you've offended?" Lin Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking worried. He said, "Later, I followed and slipped some silver to one of the officers. He secretly told me that the young master had beaten Zheng's grandson so badly he couldn't get out of bed. Today, the second old master of the Zheng family went to the Ministry of Justice to report the young master. The officer also said that the Zheng family was determined to get justice. If this case went to court, the young master would likely face serious punishment." He then knelt down and begged, "Old madam, please, go and ask for help for the second young master. His health isn't good, and if he gets beaten again, he might not be able to handle it." Xiao Jin's half closed her eyes and sneered. No wonder every description of Zheng's official in the books carried a hint of sinister intent. She had thought that this old man was truly wise and just, but it turned out he was quick to betray and report others for his own benefit. Yao Shi saw that Xiao Jin was slow to act and grew anxious. She couldn't help but urge, "Old madam, we need to go to the Ministry of Justice quickly. If we wait too long, Jian's child will." Her voice cracked with tears. Although Lin Jian was not her biological son, he was the only son of their second household. At first, they raised him in hopes of giving their daughter a strong support in the future. Even after she married, they thought siblings could look out for each other. But over time, did she really not develop feelings? He was young but sensible. Whenever he was bullied and upset, he would quietly endure it, only rubbing his sleeve behind her back and smiling, calling her mother. Gradually, this mother became part of her heart. Yao Shi clenched her handkerchief, her eyes red. "I only have this son. If something happens to him, how can I explain to Zhenglang? Maybe I should tell the Ministry of Justice that I didn't teach him well. If they want to punish someone, just punish me." Mrs. Zhang quickly spoke. "You can't blame your younger sister-in-law. It was our little guy who started it. If anyone should be punished, it should be him. Anyway, he's tough, so a beating won't hurt him." Suddenly, Lin Qingyao, who was in a martial arts class, felt a chill at his back and sneezed several times. Xiao Jin was not without worry, but there was one thing she couldn't understand. Even if the grandson of the Zheng family was injured and had a few broken bones, they had already paid the necessary compensation, and half a month had passed. There was no need to make such a fuss now, causing trouble all the way to the Ministry of Justice. If it was because of Zhou Yanheng, then there was even less reason. Xiao Jin had heard about it that day, and it was clear it was the emperor's decision. There was no need to trouble herself over it now. Anyone who reached her position knew how to hide their true intentions, calm and calculating, not reckless. Such people understood gains and losses well and wouldn't act impulsively just out of anger. So, her sudden show of force must have another plan behind it. Her years of experience told her that rushing into battle without understanding the situation would only make her a target. Thinking this, Xiao Jin's eyes darkened. Could this old man be after something of hers, or trying to use her as a pawn? Now, power in the court was divided. Zheng Tingjing controlled the Ministry of Revenue, Justice, and Rights. Without understanding his true goal, rushing to the Ministry of Justice would be useless. But sitting and thinking wasn't enough. Xiao Jin strained her mind but couldn't figure out the reason. She clenched her fists and prepared to stand up. When faced with danger, she would meet it head-on. If she could talk, she would. If not, she was prepared to risk everything. She admitted that, although she often tried to build her confidence, she was still a bit afraid of these ancient politicians who could order executions and kill countless people with a smile. She just wanted to watch the chaos unfold, but now that they were threatening her doorstep, she couldn't hide anymore. People have habits. Once you hide your head, it becomes easier to hide again and again. She had worked hard to teach the children to fight back, to not offend others unless offended first. If she didn't set a good example, what kind of old lady would she be? She might as well be called an old eunuch. Humph. She had a plan. She wasn't afraid. Who knew that at this moment, Zhou Yanheng, who had been quietly standing in the corner, suddenly spoke. Little Linen, are you sure it was the second master of the Zheng family who filed the complaint? Lin Jian only then remembered that he had just brought this person here. Sir, is there a particular reason for asking about this? Zhou Yanheng spoke slowly. Zheng Tingjing is usually very careful and restrained. He rarely lets his nephews handle such matters publicly. Usually his butler or close aides do it secretly. But now, he suddenly has the second master of the Zheng family step forward. Mrs. Yao is anxious and restless. What's so strange about that? Whoever is available, they send them. The Zheng family has many members, so it's probably their turn. Zhou Yanheng remained calm and unhurried. Zheng Hao Yuan, the second master of the Zheng family, is 35 years old. His career is quite average. He is only a minor clerk in the Ministry of Revenue. He has decent background and experience, but has never been promoted. Does the old lady know why? Xiao Jins was also impatient and said, Mr. Zhou, if you have something to say, just say it directly. As soon as she spoke, Xiao Jin suddenly remembered that Zhou Yanheng was just a guest teacher they invited, not a strategist. It was already kind of him to help analyze the situation at this moment. She wanted to soften her tone and show friendliness, but Zhou Yanheng, who was broad-minded, continued casually. This Zheng Hao Yuan is neither talented in literature nor skilled in martial arts. His career is mediocre, but he has a natural sharpness when it comes to business. He made a profit of 3,000 taels of silver in just 1 month at age 17 by reselling salt tickets from the south. By 20, he privately established Yuan Chong Money Shop, which now has branches in major prefectures in the south, handling silver flow, loans, and pawn shops. Such a person, if truly sent to personally file the complaint, in my humble opinion, this matter is probably closely related to money. Mrs. Zhang frowned after hearing this and muttered softly, but our Ho family doesn't have any silver left. Are they trying to extort us? Xiao Jin's cleared her throat. No. How could she say that they had no money openly in front of outsiders? Does the Wei Yuan Marquis residents still care about face? Mrs. Zhang finally realized this and quickly shut her mouth. Xiao Jin squinted her eyes. Running such a large private bank. What does that say? Making money every day. In ancient times, money shops were more treacherous than modern banks. Depositing money costs money, loans cost money, and the usual tricks like 9 out of 13 were done secretly. They must have made a huge profit from that Zheng kid. How could such a person value our family? Lin Pixiao paced anxiously, his face showing worry. Lin Jiyan suddenly clapped his hands and almost simultaneously said, toothpaste recipe. Their voices overlapped, sounding like an explosion in the air. In the next moment, Lin Jiyan quickly turned his face away, pretending to straighten his sleeves. Zhou Yanheng cleared his throat softly, raising his hand to cover his mouth. Maybe. It's the mouthwash and bamboo toothbrush made at home. He spoke casually, but there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. After trying it, I also found it interesting and effective. I heard the old madam plans to produce a large amount, so she might have had this idea. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood. Lin Pixiao's face turned red with anger, and he stomped his foot. If he wants it, he should just ask for it directly. Does he have no shame? Zhou Yanheng lowered his eyes. This was indeed Zheng Hao Yuan's usual trick. Or perhaps, since they were from the Wei Yuan Marquis estate, Zheng Hao Yuan still kept some face. Yao Shi was anxious. What should we do now? She raised her voice. We can't just give away the recipe, right? The old master just ordered to produce a large batch. Xiao Jinsei certainly wouldn't give up the recipe easily. She had more than just this toothpaste. People's trust is fragile. Once you give something once, they will naturally come back for the second and third times. Today it's toothpaste, tomorrow it could be her, menstrual pads, and toilet paper, and after that soy sauce, soap, even glass mirrors. Would she have to give everything away one by one? It would be better to just sacrifice herself, become a fat pig, and let them stew her for soup. Just as everyone was feeling helpless, the young servant who had been sent earlier to the Ministry of Justice to gather news returned. The Ministry of Justice said that Zheng's family initially thought it was just a fight among children. But after Zheng's young master went back, his condition worsened. Several ribs were broken. He has been bedridden for over half a month, unable to move. The imperial doctor said there might be lasting effects, shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, and problems practicing martial arts in the future. So this morning, old Zheng went to the Ministry of Justice in anger, demanding justice for his nephew. The officials immediately took young Master Lin Jian from a street. It is said that Lord Zheng has issued a warning, insisting that the second young master also break a few ribs and stay in bed for 3 months before he will stop. Mrs. Yao couldn't hold back and advised, "Madam, maybe we should just give in." The officials from the Ministry of Justice are very harsh. Xinlong only has this one son. Xiao Jins closed her eyes and silently cursed. People who don't think ahead will have worries close at hand. She had been trying to stay out of trouble in this situation, but it turned out everyone saw her as a fish on a chopping block, waiting to be caught. She steadied her expression, gritted her teeth, and sneered. "Good. Very good. When I get through this, I will make sure to settle all scores with you." She then instructed Lin Jian, "Write down the formula for that toothpaste first." Lin Jian was surprised, his eyes flickering, but he nodded and began to write. Xiao Jins added, "Make an extra copy." Just as he started writing, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. "Madam." Xie rushed in, panting, and reported, "The head steward from the Lian estate wants to see you. Says it's an urgent matter." When Lian Xiang sent someone over, the situation suddenly became more complicated. Afraid of misunderstandings, Xiao Jins decided to bring only Granny Qiu and went alone to the flower hall to meet them. As soon as Xiao Jins left, Zhang Shi looked instinctively at Zhou Yanheng and hesitated slightly. "Lian Xiang has no relation to us, and now he's coming. Could he be here to offer help?" She actually wanted to ask Zhou Yanheng directly, but since news of their break from the master-apprentice relationship had already spread widely, she thought it was better not to ask outright. Zhou Yanheng didn't care about these details. He shook his head and said, "Lian Xiang never gives help for nothing. The head steward probably came for the toothpaste formula, or maybe to buy favor from the Marquis of Weiyuan." In other words, this was a way to force the Marquis of Weiyuan to choose a side. Either swallow their pride and be torn apart by the Zheng family, or join Lian's faction and become their subordinate. Zhang Shi felt her head ache. How did a family fight escalate to such a high level? It was like gods fighting and little ghosts suffering. Waiting here foolishly for news wasn't helpful. Zhang Shi decided to take everyone to the flower hall. Just as they reached the door, they saw a steward-like person walking away angrily. Zhang Shi couldn't help but ask, "Madam, how did it go?" Xiao Jin snorted coldly, a hint of coldness appearing in her eyes. "What else can we do? They are just people who take advantage of others' misfortune to harm them." Very clever. Honestly, even if Xiao Jin once considered joining forces with Lian Xiang, she now feels she has lost that thought completely. Sending a servant to see her. What does that mean? If she goes, she will lose her voice forever and just become a subordinate, a mere follower. But she doesn't mind. In her past life, she faced all kinds of difficult situations in the market, but she has a lot of younger family members behind her. Xiao Jins won't let them be looked down upon before they even get a chance to appear. Moreover, even if she has to serve someone, she will choose the most powerful one. Zhou Yanheng stood nearby, looking calm. Since it involved Lian Xiang, he no longer had the right to speak much. But the faint disappointment in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Yao's family was anxious and worried. "That old madam. What should we do now? Jian is still in prison. Should we go see the emperor?" Mrs. Zhang also thought that was a good idea, but Lin Jian hesitated. "Since we thought of this, probably Minister Zheng has already prepared for it." Hearing this, Zhou Yanheng looked more at the green figure. "Miss Lin is quite sharp." Mrs. Zhang was almost crying with worry. "That's not good. This isn't good. What should we do now?" Xiao Jins remained silent, her brows slightly furrowed. Her mind quickly raced through all the storylines from the novels she knew. Great, all about the heroine being abused, completely useless. So she immediately ordered, "Mrs. Zhang, take the medicine to the Ministry of Justice. I will go to the palace myself," who said the recipe for this toothpaste can only be given to one person. Lin Jian hurriedly led the others out of the house, but suddenly a figure blocked her path. "Young lady, please wait." Lin Jian frowned and looked up. Turns out to be Mr. Zhou, who looked frail and refined, but had just fallen silent again. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin's was walking briskly toward the gate. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She squinted her reading glasses and looked at Lin Quan. "What did you tell me last time? It seems that the second young master of the Zheng family wants to play with Jian. What's going on?" "Say it again." He immediately went to the Ministry of Justice, which was just 2 steps away since the 2 departments were next to each other. It was clear that Lin Qingyao was the one who hit him, so why was Lin Jian the one being arrested? It was because Lin Qingyao held a noble title. If they arrested him, things wouldn't be so simple. Moreover, that young man was very stubborn. If he caused trouble, it wouldn't be good for business or peace. This is how things usually go. People prefer to pick the soft targets. Once he entered the office, he sat confidently, waiting for the Marquis of Wei Yuan's people. He just needed to keep a serious face and act like the family of the plaintiff. He would control the situation, wait for someone nearby to remind him, and then have the Marquis's family voluntarily hand over the documents. Finally, he would pretend to plead with them, reluctantly accept the papers, and the matter would be settled. Just thinking about it made him happy. He remembered the last time the Marquis's old lady caused a scene at the office, bringing people to cause trouble. Zheng Haoyuan couldn't help but sneer. His father was getting old, but he underestimated them. These people could only cry and shout. They couldn't do much else. Now, the truth was on his side. He wasn't as soft as the Marquis of Ningning. The Minister of Justice and a few officials had already slipped away. Everyone still remembered how the Marquis's old lady had come last time, and no one wanted to get involved in that mess again. Only a 6th-rank clerk stayed, following Zheng Haoyuan's lead. Zheng Haoyuan lay on the bed, holding a cup of tea, slowly swaying it. The incense burner beside him was releasing fragrant sandalwood smoke, drifting lazily, making the shadows look sluggish. He turned over, rested his head on a fragrant pouch, and took a short nap. When he woke up, the sun outside was already leaning west. He sat up lazily and asked, "What time is it?" The servant quickly bowed and replied, "Young master, it is now the 3rd quarter of Shin time." Zheng Haoyuan frowned. "It's been so long. Hasn't the Marquis of Wei Yuan's people arrived yet? Could it be that he was mistaken last time? Maybe the Marquis's family didn't value this illegitimate son as much as he thought." But before he could draw a conclusion, there was suddenly a commotion outside. He faintly heard someone shouting, "Quick, release Lin Jian." Immediately after, a guard rushed in hurriedly. "Sir, someone outside is here to complain for the second young master of the Marquis of Wei Yuan." Zheng Haoyuan clapped his leg excitedly. Finally, they had arrived. Then he strode out quickly, not noticing the official's hesitant, constipated-looking face. Zheng Haoyuan had just stepped out of the prison office, still smiling confidently. As he left the prison gate, he saw a crowd gathered outside. In the middle, a stretcher was held high. The crowd was packed tightly around the entrance. On the stretcher, his nephew, who had been bedridden for 2 months, was half lying and shouting at the top of his lungs, cursing loudly in front of everyone. "Who the hell said I was beaten by Lin Jianan? Have you seen him? That little short guy can't even reach my knees when he jumps. You're all just scaring people with nonsense," he shouted while gesturing wildly. "Just this high, see, just this." He waved his hand, pointing to his waist, making the onlookers almost laugh out loud. Zheng Haoyuan's smile suddenly shattered. His eyes twitched violently, almost causing a brain hemorrhage. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd, his face dark as charcoal, gritting his teeth and whispering, "Yuan, are you crazy? Who told you to come?" Zheng Yuan seemed unaware of Zheng Haoyuan's dark expression and kept shouting, "Second uncle, you're here too. Quickly tell them, I hurt myself practicing last time. Do you think Lin Jianan can really hurt me? He's not even taller than me. He placed one hand on his hip and pointed at a few pale officials. It's them, lying with their eyes open, using me as an excuse, and randomly grabbing people. Should they be punished? Huh? Should they be punished? Zhang Haoyuan hadn't expected the Wei Yuan Marquis people to come cause trouble, but he never imagined they would send his own nephew. Zheng Yuan seemed to get more excited as he spoke, loudly bragging about his literary talents and martial skills, praising himself as a talented scholar and a capable fighter, quoting the praise he often received from teachers. Suddenly, he crossed his arms, glared fiercely, and raised his voice. I, a wise and brave, elegant and talented young man, can be broken ribs by a short guy. Are you all crazy? Are you out of your mind? He said this while patting his chest, wincing in pain, causing the onlookers to almost laugh. Seeing his nephew almost turn into a street performer, Zhang Haoyuan finally couldn't hold back anymore. He glared and shouted, "Shut up." The real victims came out to speak for the accused. After inexplicably sitting in the jail cell for 2 hours, Lin Jian was released without charge. When he stepped out of the Ministry of Justice, he still felt dizzy. It wasn't until Mrs. Yao, with red eyes, came to pick him up and pointed at the tall figure holding a stretcher nearby that he saw the boy on it, one hand on his hip and the other clutching his ribs, awkwardly turning his face to the side, gruffly shouting, "I'm not doing this to help you. I'm just stating the facts." Afterward, he urged his servants, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and go." "Why are you dawdling?" His second uncle, Zheng Haoyuan, was left gasping in place. At that moment, a young man who looked like a servant peeked out from the crowd and, when no one was paying attention, quietly whispered in his ear, "Second Master Zheng, my lady said, if you like causing trouble, then the Marquis of Wei Yuan's household will certainly join in." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man slipped into the crowd and disappeared. Zhang Haoyuan looked in the direction he had gone and saw a carriage quietly stopped at the end of the street. The curtain of the carriage was not lifted, but he knew that inside was definitely the lady of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's household. Through the curtain, although he couldn't see her, he could clearly feel her commanding presence. Zhang Haoyuan squinted and suddenly remembered his father's advice. The lady of the Marquis of Wei Yuan was personally taught by the emperor. She once sold all her dowry to raise military funds for the Marquis and others. Now, she's willing to stand up for her descendants. When dealing with her, don't rush. If you can work with her long-term, that's the best strategy. At the time, he thought his father was just being overly cautious, dismissing it as harmless advice. But now, he had seen firsthand what it meant to cut off support at the root and to show strength. His own move had left the lady of the Marquis's household with no chance to negotiate at all. Finally, the coachman flicked his whip, and the carriage wheels turned smoothly as it left the prison gate confidently and steadily. Zhang Haoyuan could only angrily shout, "Return to the residence." Today's case at the Ministry of Justice was quite famous. Tomorrow morning, there would be another official's impeachment, and the officials close to the emperor would surely seize the chance to attack. Gao Shongshu sat behind his desk, his face pale with anger and regret. He kept thinking, why did he listen to that irresponsible second young master? The Marquis of Yuan's family had even sent a birthday gift to his father last time. Now, if he goes to apologize, will it be too late? Xiao Jin's move today was so clever that all the politicians in the capital couldn't help but admire her. In the Dali court, Jia Heng was still in his official robes, with his tea still warm. After hearing his subordinate report that Lin Jian had been released, he turned to look at Han Su. He saw that this old man finally relaxed a little, the frown on his forehead easing. Jia Heng smiled immediately and leaned back in his chair, joking, "Now you're relieved, right?" Han Su looked at him and snorted irritably. Jia Heng clicked his tongue and teased, "Wow, this old temper of yours really flares up quickly. Are you really planning to storm the Ministry of Justice today?" As a city official, Jia Heng was always well informed. Lin Jian had just stepped out of the Dali court when the officials from the Ministry of Justice took him away in the street. Jia Heng sensed something was wrong and hurried to his friend's place. When he entered, He saw Han Su rolling up his sleeves, ready to cause trouble at the Ministry of Justice. If he hadn't stopped him in time, today's incident could have become very complicated. Normally, this case should have been handled by the Jingzhou court or the Dali court. The Zheng family deliberately bypassed these two offices, clearly aiming to wait for the Marquis of Yuan's people to arrive and negotiate terms. Jia Heng leaned closer and asked, "You old guy, do you really like that young scholar and want to take him as a disciple? Do you dare to get involved in such muddy waters?" Han Su shot him a glance, too lazy to lift his eyes, and said, "The person was sent out from my Dali court, and the Ministry of Justice just took him. Even the Prime Minister wouldn't bully someone like that." In fact, since first meeting Lin Jian, Han Su had thought he was a talented person. This child has a scholarly air about him, but he is not dull. He is willing to learn and willing to change. In just a few months, his progress has been obvious to the eye. Zheng Haoyuan's shameful tricks are unknown to others, but he himself knows. If the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence doesn't retaliate, Han Su worries he might become angry and use deadly means to harm others. After all, it's very easy to ruin a scholar in prison. Cutting off his hand so he can't write, destroying his face so he can't appear in court again. Someone who was originally on the path to success in the imperial exams could be thrown back into obscurity overnight. Of course, he's not that impulsive. If I were there, I'd at least make that kid take a beating, but it wouldn't cause any irreversible damage. Fortunately, Jia Heng's timely reminder about Princess Yihuan's cleverness. I thought she would go to the palace to see the emperor, but she took a different approach. She directly went to Zheng's family, using their own tactics against them. When Lian Xiang returned from the palace, he was furious at his eldest son. "I told you to keep an eye on things and help the Marquis of Wei Yuan at a critical moment. How could you be so useless?" Lian Qinghuai, nearly 40, looked unconvinced. "You said this was the best time to win over the Marquis of Wei Yuan. My son is doing this to make them see the situation clearly." Lian Xiang was so angry he almost lost his balance. His students quickly separated the father and son. He sat back in his chair, took a deep breath, and calmed his rising anger. It's no wonder he can serve as a deputy prime minister. When he calms down, his mind immediately starts thinking, how did that old lady persuade Zheng's little troublemaker? Yongning Marquis also looked at the young man in front of him with confusion. "You said they don't get along?" Yuan Jinyu was also puzzled. They are famously incompatible at the academy. Even Emperor Qianqi raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" His tone was steady, but his voice was smooth and melodious, showing that the emperor was in a good mood. Chao Dabin, full of smiles, responded. The defendant even admitted it himself. "Isn't it obvious that this matter is settled?" Today, Zheng's chief minister suddenly requested an audience, saying he had important matters to discuss. The chief minister's consultation was a major event according to court rules. Whenever the chief minister reports, the inner guards, the cabinet, and the 6 ministers are not allowed to enter without permission. Even the empress cannot disturb. These rules were established by Emperor Taizu to ensure that the ruler and the prime minister work together on state affairs, and that they listen carefully without eavesdropping or interfering. Emperor Qianqi was prepared for the situation but realized he was talking about the strategy of troop deployment at the border. The words sounded urgent, but in fact, delaying for 3 or 5 days wouldn't matter. Over the years, Prime Minister Zheng had often used the excuse of discussing politics to delay his summons of high officials. So Emperor Qianqi kept a cautious eye, lowered his gaze, and tapped his fingers on the teacup lid. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "All right, I also want to hear his opinion on changing generals in the Ministry of War." "Let him come in." He then gently spun the edge of the teacup lid with his finger. Chief Assistant Chao understood immediately, took the teacup, and left. Soon after, he returned, lightly tapped the teacup lid twice while pouring tea. Emperor Qianqi lifted the lid and quickly understood what had happened. Honestly, he had been waiting for his little aunt to come to the palace, but he didn't expect her to solve the problems so beautifully herself. But what exactly does Zheng Haoyuan want from the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence? Emperor Qianqi was quite interested. Anything that caught Zheng Haoyuan's attention was usually related to gold and silver. Coincidentally, as emperor, he was really in need of silver. Chief Assistant Chow was prepared and presented a small box. Reporting to Your Majesty, I suspect this is the item. Meanwhile, at Zheng's residence, a dramatic scene was unfolding. Zheng Haoyuan was so angry his face almost twisted. One hand on his hip, the other holding a feather duster, he pointed at Zheng Yuanan on the bed, who was clutching his ribs and whimpering, and shouted angrily, "What's wrong with you? Do you know how much face I lost today because of this?" Zheng Yuanan had a medicated patch on his mouth, grimacing in pain, but he still stubbornly retorted, "But I was right. I also want to keep my dignity." Dignity, Zheng Haoyuan sneered, slapping the feather duster with a loud crack. "Do you know how much I lost because of you?" Zheng Yuanan fell silent. Then he looked serious and widened his eyes. "I know. You want to steal someone else's stuff again." The feather duster almost flew out of Zheng Haoyuan's hand. He was so angry he nearly fainted on the spot. "Today, I must replace my older brother and punish you, the unfilial son." He angrily swung the duster and smashed it onto the bed, ignoring his own injuries. Zheng Yuanan was stunned. "Hey, wait, are they really going to fight?" He tilted his body, trying to dodge, but ended up crying out in pain and almost falling off the bed. At that moment, a calm voice came from the doorway, like a bucket of cold water poured over the scene, instantly making the room silent. Zheng Shoufu leaned on his cane and slowly entered, his gaze heavy as he looked over the uncle and nephew, finally settling on Zheng Haoyuan, who was still panting. "Things the child doesn't want to do. Don't force him." "Father," Zheng Haoyuan wanted to explain. But Zheng Shoufu raised his hand to stop him, then looked at Zheng Yuan, speaking calmly. "Your second uncle made a mistake, but you publicly embarrass him, not knowing your place. Remember, our Zheng family's honor is one and the same. A loss for one is a loss for all. From now on, your monthly allowance will be halved."
Huh.
Zheng Yunan wanted to protest, but then Zheng Haoyuan coldly said, "Don't even think about squeezing a penny from me." Zheng Yunan gritted his teeth and lay back on the bed. "If I don't get it, I don't get it." Then in a sulk he closed his eyes. Zheng Haoyuan followed Zheng Shoufu out, still angry. "Father, Yunan is too unreasonable. If we don't teach him a lesson now, who knows what trouble he'll cause in the future? Taking someone's money is like killing their parents. Even if it's a nephew, it's the same. Yet, this killed old father still protects that brat." Zheng Shoufu finally stopped and turned to look at him. His eyes were stern without anger, as if he could see through people. "Let's go." Zheng Haoyuan froze. "Where to?" Zheng Shoufu took a step forward, adjusted his sleeve, and his voice was calm and deep. "To see the medicine you've been longing for." Zheng Haoyuan's eyes widened. No way. Had his father already gotten it? He was about to chase after him to ask clearly, but from a distance, Zheng Shoufu's voice was carried by the wind under the eaves, softly. "Remember, some things, either don't do them or do them well. Be fully prepared. Otherwise, how can you maintain your reputation over time? The weather forecast says it will rain every day, but it never does. Over time, where will your reputation be?" Lin Jianan was confused from the moment he went to jail until he was released. In his limited life experience, a gentleman should do what he can and avoid what he cannot, not dwell on old grudges or hold onto resentment. Zheng Shoufu, after all, rose from the mud through exams and couldn't possibly do such shameful things. He obediently sat in the corner of the prison cell, breaking down his short 12 years of life, not even knowing what mistake he had made to deserve imprisonment. In the end, he concluded that perhaps the Ho family had some old hidden problems that had finally come to light after many years. Then he waited in the prison, hoping his older brother would come to discuss a plan. But unexpectedly, before he could make a move, he was about to be released. When he was brought in, the stern guard had looked at him coldly. Today, he seemed more like a caring father, bowing and saying politely, "Second young master, it was a misunderstanding. You can go now." Seeing his usually proud biological mother with red eyes, Lin Jian felt warmth in his heart and softly comforted her. "Mother, I am fine now." However, Madame Yao seemed not to hear him. She reached out and gently touched him, even inspecting his nails. Finally, she thought the prison was dirty and ordered the maid to take him for a bath and change clothes. After washing, it wasn't over. Before returning home, he had to step over a fire basin, change into new clothes, and stand still while Grandma Lu took a willow switch and lightly struck him 3 times, saying it was to drive away bad luck and bring good fortune. Once he finished everything, the family gathered again at Baoqing's studio for a meeting. Only then did he finally ask the question that had been bothering him. "Grandmother, how did you persuade Jung Yuan to help the grandson testify?" Everyone in the room was very curious, not just Lin Jian. The old lady had asked about Zheng Yuan's attitude towards Jian at the academy, then she left alone for Zheng's house. They waited at the gate and soon saw Zheng Yuan being carried out on a stretcher, shouting, "Quick, to the Ministry of Justice," while urging the servants with a pad on the stretcher. Xiao Jin's was also getting more mischievous with age. She deliberately sipped her hot tea slowly, glancing at the curious young faces, her eyebrows lifting with a smile. "Do you really want to know?" Everyone immediately sat up straight, like a bunch of little sparrows jumping around, pretending to be mysterious. "Actually, it's nothing much," she said. "Just 4 words. They waited a moment for more, but nothing came. Lin Pa Xiao couldn't hold back and tugged at Xiao Jin's sleeve, softly pleading, "Grandmother, please tell us, what are the 4 words? The sweet, soft girl's voice was sticky and charming, like a rice cake wrapped in honey. Who could resist? Xiao Jin felt her old bones almost shaken apart and immediately surrendered. "So you think you're impressive?" Everyone in the hall repeated the words together. Lin Pa Xiao frowned deeply. "That's it?" Xiao Jin smiled. "Don't underestimate those 4 words. It's often said that boys mature later than girls, and that's true, especially around middle school age. To deal with them, using a little reverse psychology usually works perfectly." Xiao Jin remembered hearing a comedian once say that when a man says you're impressive, it's actually the highest form of respect. Zheng Yunan had lost first place to Lin Jian, who was 3 years younger and naturally felt upset. But as Lin Quan mentioned, most of their conflicts started because Zheng Yunan's friends went to pick on Lin Jian. Zheng Yunan himself usually stayed quiet, and whenever things got too heated, he would step in to stop them. The thing he said most often to Lin Jian was, "Next time, I'll definitely beat you." When Xiao Jin heard that, the first thing that came to her mind was a scene from Meteor Garden, where Dao Mingxi said to Shankai, "No one has ever dared talk to me like that before." And then, if saying sorry worked, why would we need the police, silly girl?
All right.
She admitted she was wrong. If her grandson was going to be like someone, it should be that one. Back to the point. Though she had never studied child psychology, she knew that people like Zheng Yunan often admired strength, or perhaps were just acting out a proud young master wants to make friends story. But with his friends watching and Lin Jian refusing to give him a way out, he could only stand there awkwardly. So when she met Zheng Yunan, she tested him first and realized he had no idea that Lin Jian had been imprisoned. Then she began to guide the conversation. "I know you're a good boy," she said kindly. "The injuries you got do have something to do with our household. But poor Jian has already been sent to prison. He probably won't be able to study with you anymore. Maybe that's for the best. He used to study so hard every day because of you, afraid you might surpass him." Zheng Yunan, who had always been praised by others and never seen the darker side of people, looked shocked. "Madam, did Lin Jian really study hard every day because of me?" Xiao Jin nodded with a look of regret and immediately started making up a bunch of lies, saying things like you are the only classmate he talks about at home, that he quietly reads all your work to learn from your strengths, and that he thinks you're very talented. Hearing this, Zheng Yuan felt excited and worried for others. "Old madam, what should we do? He's your grandson. You can't just ignore him." Seeing that this young man finally understood, Xiao Jin put on a kind and caring face. "Silly child, the person who reported him is your second uncle. I don't have any way to solve this. Whoever can figure this out, not only will Jian thank him, but I will also think he's very capable. It's a pity you're lying here. If you weren't hurt, that would be better."
Oh.
I won't say more. Zheng Yuan was quick-witted and immediately thought of a plan. "Old madam, I can solve this. As long as I appear at the Ministry of Justice to testify. Xiao Jin's was shocked 3 times in a row. You're not lying down? That might not be good. Zheng Yuan helped the young servant up, almost patting his chest. What's wrong with that? Leave it to me. Until Xiao Jin saw him being carried away on a stretcher, she still gave him a thumbs up. You're really smart. So impressive. Then, after a mental boost, Zheng Yuan confidently appeared in everyone's sight. Lin Jian listened, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, speechless. This person was supposed to be the second best in their circle, yet his intelligence was even less than Jiqing and Arue. The twins are very clever now, and such tricks no longer fool them. He didn't know that the twins spent every day teasing and competing with each other, living in mutual banter, and that they wouldn't be fooled by anything that didn't have real benefits. As for Zheng Yuan, his parents were still working out of town, and the family in Beijing was raised by relatives, living a luxurious life. He had never seen such a treacherous human heart. After Xiao Jin's finished recounting the story, she also summarized, actually, the boy who can be caught by a single phrase like, "You're impressive," isn't bad at heart. Although his family situation is special, in the end, he helped you this time. Later, just treat him a little better, and there's no need to get too close. Lin Jian solemnly cupped his hands. My grandson understands the importance. Xiao Jin nodded, her gaze falling on Lin Jian's thin shoulders, feeling a sudden tightness in her heart. She suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Lin Quan said he often kept himself at the academy and didn't have many friends. Thinking about these years, he has been quietly studying and doesn't talk much. He is also not good at approaching others. Suddenly, he changed his tone and said kindly, "Forget it. If you really don't want to make friends, that's okay. Soon, grandmother will organize some lively activities for you young people. When everyone is together, those who get along will naturally come closer, and those who don't, well, it's just a game and everyone will save face." Lin Buxiao's eyes lit up immediately and he quickly moved closer, leaning on Xiao Jin's. Grandmother, what kind of game is it? Tell me, please. Xiao Jin's hadn't thought of an answer yet and said, I haven't decided yet. When I do, I will tell you. Neither of them expected that the game Xiao Jin's thought of would not only become popular in Daeong for a while but also be passed down for over 1,000 years across this land. Hey, does anyone have an idea what kind of game this might be? Mrs. Zhang saw everyone talking further away and felt a bit worried. Old madam, since the Zheng family didn't succeed today, will they try some tricks in the future? Although she wasn't involved in court affairs, she occasionally heard about the fierce struggles among officials and was quite frightened. Mainly, the old madam had sent someone to deliver a provocative message to old Zheng, clearly not planning to give up easily. Xiao Jin showed a hint of a sneer. I originally wanted to get along with them as an ordinary person, but since they insist on forcing my hand, let's see what happens. Yao Shi volunteered. Old madam, you don't need to do anything. This time, your daughter-in-law will go to the Ministry of Justice and cause some trouble. Xiao Jin was surprised. Cause trouble? What kind? Yao Shi also widened her eyes. The Ministry of Justice almost made a wrongful case. Shouldn't we make some noise about it? Didn't we say we shouldn't suffer injustice? After Zhang's fame at the gate of the mansion for fighting Yuan Shi, she and her sister-in-law had participated in a few gatherings among noble women in the capital. Honestly, you wouldn't believe it. Those who used to love to mock them. Once Zhang spoke, all of them looked like quails, afraid she would tear into them right then and there. After all, Zhang was lucky. She wasn't afraid her husband would scold her or that her mother-in-law would support her. They couldn't do that. Yao Shi watched from the side, feeling very eager inside. She had always wanted to find a chance to set some proper rules in the noble women's circle. Xiao Jin felt a bit speechless. How could she explain that the Ministry of Justice was just a department and not the same as being part of the Yongning Marquis family? She also wondered how to explain that going to the Ministry of Justice wouldn't really help Zheng's family. It might even make things worse by giving others a reason to blame them. As for causing trouble at Zheng's house, that was even less acceptable. Zheng's grandson was lying in bed, and he had already helped clear her name. Going there now seemed unfair and unreasonable. Xiao Jin's was a little headached as she looked at her second daughter-in-law, who had been completely convinced by her nagging wife theory. Suddenly, she asked, "Second daughter-in-law, your biological mother must be a kind and clever person, right?" Yashir was momentarily confused, not understanding why the topic suddenly changed so quickly. "Yes, haven't you met her before?" Old Madam Xiao Jins hesitated. Sometimes, when she made sarcastic remarks, the other person didn't understand, which was a bit frustrating. Fortunately, Lin Jian was sensible and patient. He carefully explained everything to Yao Shi, who then became unhappy. "So, can we just forget about this matter?" Xiao Jin shot her a sidelong glance. "Don't worry, we can't forget it. We need to prepare. Our family's reputation will soon shine in the capital." She originally wanted to say that her family was about to get a promotion, but since that didn't seem likely at the moment, she changed her words. Yao Shi didn't quite understand what she meant. Suddenly, Zhang Shi snapped out of her daze and frowned.
Hey, Yana?
"Pashao, isn't your eldest sister always with you?" Lin Pashao was also confused. "No, it seems like my eldest sister didn't go with us to pick up the second brother." Zhang Shi panicked, worried that after just rescuing someone, the Zheng family might target her daughter again. She immediately ordered the servants to go find her. Fortunately, Lin Jian's voice came from outside. "No need to look. Grandmother, Mr. Zhou has already caught the traitor bought by the Zheng family for us." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jian entered the room. His expression was stern, and behind him, 2 guards carried a small servant, who was tied up with 5 strips of cloth. They threw him into the center of the hall. Lin Pashao looked carefully and suddenly shouted, "Chongsheng? How come it's you?" In ancient times, people valued secret recipes very highly. Usually, trusted confidants held the recipes, and each step was carefully supervised by designated people. No one had the complete formula. In fact, Xiao Jin's estate was arranged the same way. However, the key point is that Xiao Jin's was gradually trying to make toothpaste in the way Yuan Marquis' residence. At that time, he used a few clever young servants who stayed nearby to observe. One of these servants, Chongsheng, was actually one of the cleverest. He had been promoted by Lin Buxiao to a small supervisor in the workshop because of his quick wit. Zhou Yanheng slowly followed behind and nodded slightly to Lin Jian, who was far away, bowing in greeting. Lin Jian explained, "Just now our grandmother and elders went to rescue the second brother." Mr. Zhou told his granddaughter that, based on his understanding of Zheng Xiang, since Zheng Xiang decided to offend the Wei Yuan Marquis' house to get this thing, he would definitely have a secret backup plan besides openly going through the Ministry of Justice. Then, the two of them discussed and concluded that Zheng Xiang was most likely to bribe someone in the house who knew the toothpaste recipe. After their discussion, they immediately went to the workshop. They waited in the shadows for almost an hour, and then they saw a familiar young servant sneaking out through a side door. He was clutching a bundle tightly, walking very quietly but kept looking back nervously, looking very anxious. They quickly moved to catch him. Inside the bundle was the core record of the toothpaste formula and several semi-finished samples that hadn't been packaged yet. Seeing that everything was discovered, Chongsheng confessed everything openly, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that 10 days ago, someone had secretly approached him, promising that if he could produce the complete toothpaste formula, he would be sent south to Jiangnan to become a nobleman. He would have a new identity and even be given a workshop to manage. Chongsheng didn't believe it at first, but the person immediately gave him 100 taels of silver and promised another 500 taels if he succeeded. For a young servant earning only 1 or 2 taels a month, this was a huge temptation. He simply couldn't resist. Lin Buxiao listened with his ears practically smoking. 100 taels? You took 100 taels and sold us out? Have you forgotten how you and your mother begged the grandmother to let you stay in the Wei Yuan Marquis' house? Chongsheng knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing. "Old madam, have mercy. I was momentarily blinded. I haven't handed over the formula yet. Please have mercy." Xiao Jin's, too lazy to bother with him, turned directly to Zhang Shi and asked, "What are the rules in the house for someone who betrays their master?" Zhang was very angry with this young servant. Since the second young master was already in prison and her family's belongings hadn't been taken, this boy was quick to give away other secrets, selling them for 100 taels of silver. Cut out his tongue and send him to the pawn shop, then sell him in the dirtiest place, she said sharply. Mrs. Yao emphasized, make a big show of it, so those in the mansion who might betray us will see what happens to those who turn their backs on their master. She spoke harshly, but since there were others present, Xiao Jinsei just pursed her lips and agreed, that's fine. Someone immediately dragged Chongqing away. Everyone was calming down when, unexpectedly, the Marquis of Weiyuan, who had been at the academy all day and unaware of the sudden changes in the mansion, finally returned happily. As soon as he entered, he cheerfully looked around and said, "Oh, everyone's here. What kind of meeting did grandmother hold today?" Seeing his silly, innocent look, everyone couldn't help but think, foolish people often have good luck. But Lin Qingyao's mother couldn't stand it anymore. She pointed at his shoulder and said, "You young man, you're finally back." Lin Qingyao scratched his head, confused, and smiled foolishly. "Isn't this the time I always come back?" Everyone else was silent. Just as the atmosphere started to warm up, suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. Lin Qingyao's eyes lit up. He patted his forehead as if he suddenly remembered something and turned to Lin Jian, saying, "All right, big sister, I just met the manager of the toothpaste workshop at the door. He said he has urgent news for you. Something's missing from the workshop again." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces changed. Oh no! Did they fail to protect the plan? Xiao Jinsei's face darkened. The only thought in her mind was, the Prime Minister is truly the Prime Minister. Others hold back, but he's like an octopus, with 4 hands in front and 4 behind, making him hard to defend against. Zhou Yanheng felt a chill run down his spine. He staggered back and muttered, "I have no regrets about losing. However, both sides are old rivals and they know each other's strategies well. Leaving only one backup plan clearly isn't enough." Therefore, while bribing Chongqing, Zheng Yanjing also secretly placed another piece, which shows his greatest respect for the young Zhou Yanheng. Lin Jiyan noticed Zhou Yanheng's pale face and softly said, "Sir has done enough already. At this point, there's little more to do. You don't need to blame yourself." Zhou Yanheng bowed and said, "Thank you, Mississippi." After speaking, he turned to leave. He took the initiative to get involved today not only to repay the Wei Yuan Marquis family for their help but also because of his own lingering dissatisfaction. He was a young man who had achieved great success, top of his class at 17, a high-ranking official at 20. But when he faced Zheng Yanjing, who was far away, he kept losing and retreating, almost risking his life. Today, he had another chance to fight him. He thought that after thinking about Yu Liang in prison for a long time, he would improve, but he didn't expect that the older, wiser opponent was still better. Now, staying here wouldn't help much. But just 2 steps out, suddenly an old, steady voice came from behind, slow but clear. "How about it, Mr. Zhou? Don't you want to know how I will respond to this game?" Zhou Yanheng was startled, turned around and saw Xiao Jinsei sitting calmly on the grand chair, expression unchanged, with a confident smile that seemed half serious. He immediately stopped, bowed respectfully and said, "Please, madam, teach me." But inside, he was very pessimistic. The situation was already decided. They had lost this round. Xiao Jinsei looked at his dejected appearance and made a sound from her nose. That old Zheng was ruthless, even beating this proud, handsome young man into losing his spirit. But that was good. Today, she also realized that although she held the script, her understanding of the court's figures and factions was not as good as this local, native. If she could use this matter to bring Zhou Yanheng into her team as an advisor or strategist, it would be a great advantage. Since she already had the intention to surrender to the emperor, she naturally wanted to show her skills. In summary, she was determined to fight well in this unfavorable situation. I, Xiao Jinsei, may not have won the first fight against the Zheng family, but I will never lose. Xiao Jin suddenly raised her voice, her tone sharp and cutting. "Who said the firewood in my plan to cut off the source only has one piece? Go," she ordered with a wave of her hand. Find out which of Zheng Haoyuan's businesses make the most money. Zhou Yanheng's heart trembled. He looked up at the elderly woman sitting in the main hall. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether she was an old lady or a master strategist. As the Minister of Justice had expected, the next morning's court meeting almost turned into a session criticizing him. Although he explained that he had been busy the previous day and that the mistakes were made by his subordinates, he couldn't escape blame for poor supervision. Fortunately, the emperor didn't want to make a big issue of it. A scapegoat was named, and the minister was fined 3 months' salary. The matter was considered settled. As for Zheng Haoyuan, with such a powerful father, he only received a light punishment, half a year's salary deduction. But when the minister was leaving the palace and saw the Marquis of Wei Yuan's carriage waiting at the gate, his heart skipped a beat. Could that group of sharp-tongued women be there to complain about him to the emperor? Back at the Ministry of Justice, he was still uneasy until he heard that the old lady of the Marquis's household had been personally escorted out of the palace by eunuch Chao and even received many rewards. Only then did he finally relax. Having served the emperor for many years, Minister Gao had come to understand Emperor Qianqi's way of ruling. He was a master at managing people. When someone gained power, the emperor would tighten the reins. When someone lost favor, he would show kindness. This kept people from becoming arrogant and maintained balance in the court. He never allowed anyone to have everything their way, nor did he ever let anyone lose all hope. If he chose to comfort you, he wouldn't let you be completely satisfied. If he allowed you satisfaction, he wouldn't bother to comfort you again. This time, with eunuch Chao personally escorting the old lady to the palace gate, it was clear that the emperor's gesture of reassurance had been made. The matter was truly over. Thinking of this, Minister Gao finally felt at ease and even hummed a cheerful tune. How delightful are the carefree children by the stream, playing with lotus pods. His voice was light, carrying a sense of calm and quiet pride. Just like Gao Shangshu, Wei Xiang, the Minister of War, was also stunned when he saw the carriage from the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence at the palace gate. Yesterday, the Prime Minister called for a political meeting and several officials gathered together. Even the Prime Minister guessed that Zheng Yanjing was about to make a move, so he ordered his son, Lian Qing, to keep an eye on things. However, that irresponsible son of his didn't take the current powerless and unimportant Marquis's residence seriously. He casually sent a servant to show goodwill, but almost ended up offending someone completely. Seeing Xiao Jin skillfully turn the situation around, such a talented person missed the chance to show goodwill and was easily offended. The Prime Minister was so angry he almost ordered his family to discipline him and even beat his own son. After thinking it over, the Prime Minister decided to have Minister Wei personally go to the Marquis's residence today to help explain the situation. His mentor had given him the order, so Wei Xiang had no choice but to obey. In truth, Wei Xiang was reluctant to go. He was childhood friends with the late Second Master Lin from the Martial Arts Academy. Their friendship was pure, so even after many years, he still wanted the best second son of the Lin family to marry his only daughter. Recently, there was quite a commotion at the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence, and the whole city was laughing at them. But the Marquis's family didn't come to ask for help at all. Coincidentally, his wife had taken their second son back to Huaibei to visit her father-in-law for his birthday. He secretly sent his eldest daughter-in-law to visit the Marquis's residence, subtly indicating that no matter what happened, the Wei family was committed to their daughter-in-law, Qiao Xiao. But in the end, as the father-in-law, he didn't step forward to help. Now he had to go and face the situation himself, which made him feel somewhat guilty about his old friends. So when he saw the carriage from the Marquis of Wei Yuan parked at the palace gate, he briefly relaxed, thinking he could take this chance to consider what gift to send as a gesture of goodwill. However, when he went to visit the next day, he found the place empty. Xiao Jin was personally sent to the palace gate by Qiao Dabin, with a bunch of gifts behind her. The sisters Lin Jian, hiding in the carriage, were so nervous their hearts were in their throats. Yesterday, after a clever battle of wits with the Zheng family, the toothpaste recipe was leaked. Grandmother then announced a huge decision. She planned to partner with the emperor in business. From then on, The Marquis of Wei Yuan's residents would firmly support the emperor, becoming his most loyal followers. At that time, my grandmother announced this with great confidence, but everyone was actually a bit confused. Many people wanted to be close to the emperor, so why would the emperor give them such a chance? Also, what does it mean to plan to partner with the emperor in business? Shouldn't it be helping the emperor manage his affairs? Xiao Jin's didn't pay attention to their noisy questions. Instead, she immediately started brainstorming with everyone. Right now, she was like someone seeking investment for her project, so she had to make the project proposal look perfect. She had already thought of a good name for the project. A good tooth for the world. Simple and clear. But grandmother, what if the emperor finds out about this recipe later? Lin Jian looked worried. Others might not know, but they all understood that the Zheng family had already obtained this recipe. If the emperor discovered it later, the last few pages written by grandmother about selling this exclusively across Daong wouldn't be possible. Would the emperor think they were betraying him? Xiao Jin was not in a hurry. Instead, she smiled calmly. If your grandmother steps in, is there anything I can't handle? So, under Xiao Jin's command, the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence instantly transformed into a temporary creative workshop. Everyone sat at a desk with a set of writing tools. No one could escape. Those who could draw painted, those who couldn't write well practiced calligraphy. Even Lin Qingyao, who was the most unacademic, was pulled to outline and grid the designs. Zhou Yanheng, who had just arrived at the residence, was assigned to write a user experience evaluation. The drawing team consisted of Zhang, Yao Linjian, and Lin Jianan. It was their first time trying to create something so lacking in aesthetic sense, with stiff lines and no sense of beauty. They had to redo the charts and graphs many times. It took them 2 hours just to produce a rough draft of the proposal. When they finished, everyone's hair was messy, their hands sore, and the room filled with the smell of ink and paper scraps. But Xiao Jin felt refreshed. Standing in front of the main hall, she held the thick stack of proposals and personally gave a full presentation. Steady speech, clear logic, confident tone. Everyone's eyes lit up listening. Most importantly, she was explaining it to Zhou Yanheng, who knew the most about the emperor. Although this plan was good, it depended on how well he could accept it. Zhou Yanheng had managed to become the emperor's confidant without anyone noticing, so if he passed this test, it should be easy to handle. Yao's devoted fan, Xiao Jin, was the first to clap and praise. Brilliant. Truly wonderful, Mrs. Zhang sighed. My daughter-in-law has managed the household for so many years, and I just now realized that business can be done this way. Even the burly Lin Qingyao couldn't help but gasp. Grandmother, hearing you say that makes me want to take out my monthly allowance to make toothpaste. Lin Buxiao proudly lifted his chin. Then, big brother, you can ask me and big sister nicely. Grandmother said before that this matter is for us to handle. While everyone joked and teased, Lin Jian was already thinking about the project plan. It seemed there were many points that would be easy for ordinary people to understand, especially those who wanted to buy toothpaste. She needed to remember to tell the shopkeeper and the attendants. Lin Jianan, who had been silent all along, also fell into thought. He felt that this thing was profound and worth studying carefully. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanheng, a former high-ranking official, was overwhelmed with emotion. Though his time in office was short, he had drafted countless reports, managed grain policies in a province, and inspected military affairs in a county. He considered himself experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never seen a document, using drawings, numbers, and logical reasoning, that explained a matter so clearly, simply, and powerfully. Especially those few pages of tables, clear at a glance, tightly organized, with distinct levels, even suitable for official use. If used by the Ministry of Revenue, it could help calculate taxes and corvée. If by the Ministry of War, it could manage soldiers and military supplies. If by civil administration, it could estimate household registration, births, disasters, and relief distribution. He could almost imagine that if this writing style and template were promoted, future policies could be implemented more efficiently, based on clear plans and local conditions, without relying on personal connections or handwritten documents. This was not just a small business trick or a single product idea. It was a tool, a prototype of an administrative system, a powerful device for future government reforms and national policies. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Jin's, who was drinking tea to soothe her throat. Seeing his intense gaze, Xiao Jin's pretended not to understand. "Mr. Zhou, are you thirsty too?" The man suddenly bowed deeply, his voice filled with genuine respect and awe. "Madam Ho, forgive me for my limited eyes. You truly are an extraordinary talent. Once this is out, it will not only benefit one matter, but can be used by the whole world." Xiao Jins was naturally a superficial person who liked to hear kind words. But when she heard such sincere and powerful praise, for some reason, she suddenly felt a bit ashamed of herself. Haha, yes. However, inwardly, she felt more confident about persuading the emperor in the inner palace. Emperor Qianxi was a very diligent ruler. Today, he was busy with government affairs, but he was also quite curious about what this recently unpredictable little ant might say to him. Unexpectedly, after she finished her greeting, she directly asked him, "Your Majesty, do you want to become the owner behind the largest business in Daeong?" Xiao Jins casually dropped this question, then looked up with a half-smile. "I have a simple plan. Just climb up by taking over Zheng's business and reach the top." "I just don't know, Your Majesty. Are you interested?" Emperor Qianxi. "Climbing over Zheng's family to get ahead?" This old lady might really have lost her mind after her stroke. Actually, Emperor Qianxi didn't want to believe it. Zheng's business was watched by spies in all 6 ministries and 8 offices of the court, with connections all over the country. Their business had expanded across the south and north of Daeong, trading in 36 counties. But wait, the word first really does sound tempting. In that brief moment of distraction, Xiao Jins caught him. It turned out the emperor liked this kind of idea. No wonder. As the ruler, what do they hear most often? That officials do their best, and that it's their duty. Maybe, even with confidence, only about 60%. But in truth, emperors are also the ones who love to indulge in big ambitions. Otherwise, throughout history, so many magicians have tricked them around. Realizing this, Xiao Jins kept talking nonstop, drawing big, round pies. "Without dreams, what's the difference between a person and a salted fish? Your Majesty, I still have some good things. Don't you want to try? If it succeeds, you won't have to worry about money anymore, just like your father once did." These 3 sentences kept echoing in Emperor Qianxi's ears. After Xiao Jins made a firm promise that, although the toothpaste formula had already been leaked, she would not let Zheng Haoyuan profit from it, Emperor Qianxi finally lowered his head and opened the plan document in his hand. As Emperor Qianxi flipped through the plan again, his eyes gradually became clearer. He could see what Zhou Yanheng could see. After all, he was the one who got up at 4 a.m., held meetings at 5 a.m., and reviewed memorials in the study at 8 a.m. When he was not busy, he reviewed documents for 3 hours. When busy, he sat on the dragon throne all night. He dared not think too much. If this chart could truly show the long, complicated memorials at a glance, he would be so relaxed, happy, and bright as the little emperor. Even history books would leave a record of it. Looking at the disappearing figure at the door, Emperor Qianxi leaned on the bed, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He thought, just because this young ant could come up with such a straightforward and effective chart, he was willing to give her a chance. He really wanted to see how she planned to make Zheng Haoyuan unable to even earn money from selling toothpaste. After the old lady of the Wei Yuan Marquis residence argued with the Zheng family, she was so frightened that she hid in the village within a few days. Rumors suddenly spread throughout the capital. Zheng Haoyuan was very pleased when he heard this, sneering to his trusted aide. "That old lady is quite sensible." His subordinate didn't slow down at all, instead speeding up, sending people, adjusting supplies, and mass-producing, all to prevent others from taking the lead. They wanted to seize the new toothpaste business before Wei Yuan Marquis could strike back, swallowing it all in one go. Just when everyone thought Xiao Jins was avoiding trouble, half a month later, the Zhongqin Marquis residence received a letter from the Wei Yuan Marquis house. The Zhongqin Marquis didn't even lift his eyelids when he heard it was from the Wei Yuan Marquis. "Didn't I say everything should be destroyed?" The Zhongqin Marquis wife, Wu Shi, was Xiao Jin's childhood companion, from a family of officials during the Taizong era. In the past, the Wei Yuan Marquis house was powerful, and the two families had frequent contact. Even though their relationship had grown distant in recent years, Lord Loyal and Dutiful, who still considered himself close to his wife, never stopped her from visiting old friends. However, that day, Marquis Wei Yuan unexpectedly attacked his grandson in front of many people. This made Lord Loyal very angry. Within a few days, he heard that Xiao Jin had sent a message to Wu. He immediately confiscated it. Seeing that there was no apology in the message, Lord Loyal, furious, ordered that from now on, all letters from Marquis Wei Yuan's house be destroyed without exception. Today, however, the housekeeper said, "Master, this letter is for you." "For me?" Lord Loyal asked. The housekeeper quickly handed over the letter. "Yes, it's from the same person who sent the previous message. She personally told the servant to make sure this letter reached you." In just a few words, two key pieces of information were revealed. First, the sender's identity was real. Second, the letter was definitely meant for him. Lord Loyal was full of suspicion. As he opened the letter, he muttered softly, could it be that she didn't get Wu's reply and became suspicious? He still felt uneasy and wondered how to dismiss the matter. After all, he would never admit to intercepting his wife's letter. His assistant, standing nearby, frowned and said, "If Lady Marquis really suspects something, she should write to the lady, not hand the letter directly to you. As a widow, it's strange for her to write to you, the head of this household." The assistant's brow furrowed deeper.
Could it be
something serious has happened? Just as the assistant was about to analyze the situation based on the morning's events in the capital, Lord Loyal suddenly changed his expression, his brows tightening as he looked at the letter and whispered, "What does she mean by this?" The assistant hurriedly asked, "Master, what does the letter say?" The letter was written in Xiao Jin's tone. It was only 4 pages long. The first page was a simple greeting, then she changed tone, saying that out of old friendship, she had sent a gift and asked Lord Loyal not to refuse. The next 3 pages contained only instructions for making toothpaste. Lord Loyal belonged to the lower ranks of the official circles in the capital. Since his grandfather's generation, 5 generations had passed without anyone holding real power. It was clear that the person working as his aide was of modest standing. The aide frowned and quickly offered a guess similar to what most people might think. "Could it be that Lady Marquis is trying to tempt you with benefits, so you will also get involved in this business?" His tone suddenly grew serious. "Sir, you must think carefully. I've heard that Lord Jing recently bought a batch of fragrant resin from Lingnan, planning to add it to toothpaste to sell to wealthy families. Now he's also spent a lot on musk and sandalwood, all top-quality ingredients for toothpaste. It seems he's planning a big move. Be careful not to fall into a trap and turn against the Zheng family." Actually, the advisor's words slightly exaggerated Lord Loyal's importance. He has no real power to oppose the Zheng family. At most, he might be betrayed by his own followers. But when you're under someone's roof, you should speak politely. Sure enough, Lord Loyal immediately appreciated this and snorted coldly. "Humph. Princess Yihuan underestimates me too much. She thinks a simple plan can turn me against the Zheng family? Dream on." Despite his words, he quickly ordered his trusted men to deliver the plan to Zheng Haoyuan and also revealed Xiao Jin's scheme, showing loyalty. The advisor kept his thoughts to himself. "My lord is wise." Lord Loyal waved his hand, a proud smile on his face, but his fingers tapped the table unconsciously. Fragrant resin, musk, sandalwood. Combined, this toothpaste could sell for a huge price. His eyes darkened slightly as he began to calculate how much money this simple plan could make. At the same time, Prince Wei finished reading the letter and said speechlessly, "Did your old lady say anything else?" "Old lady didn't say much. Just asked the servant to deliver the letter," a steward respectfully replied. Prince Wei frowned. "Isn't she asking for help with something?" The steward waited a moment, then, unable to hold back, said, "Your Highness, I need to leave now. There are several families waiting for me to deliver things." Prince Wei, "Several families? What does that mean?" Jia Heng received the letter and looked more distressed than if he had been crying. After all his time in court, was he really going to be forced to choose sides by the old lady? He held back his anger. Do your old lady have any other instructions? Reporting to your highness, no. The Minister of War looked at the letter, pondering. Could it be that Lady Ho wants to use me to pass the plan to her teacher, so he can help her? The more he thought about it, the more he believed this was possible. So, he immediately went to find Lien Xiang. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he heard Lien Qing's loud voice say, "It's good that Madame Ho recognizes the situation. Only our Lien family in the whole capital can compete with the Zheng family." At the same time, in front of the Fong residence, Zhang Yanjing, who had just left the palace gates and was about to get into his carriage, was stopped quickly by a young servant. The servant bowed and said, "Master Zheng, Madame Ho asked me to give you a letter." His accompanying guard stepped forward, carefully checked the letter, and after confirming it was safe, respectfully handed it to Zhang Yanjing. The envelope was very thin, containing only two things inside. One was a clear and simple prescription, the famous toothpaste recipe that everyone was talking about. The other was a piece of paper with just a few words: shared prosperity. At this moment, he thought Xiao Jin's was just mocking him for stealing her recipe and didn't pay much attention to these 4 words. He even sneered inwardly, thinking she wanted to break her own situation, but didn't realize that the pot was already empty. And he, with his vast wealth, could change ships even if the sky fell. But he never expected. Half an hour later, he finally understood what those 4 words meant. That day, 8 people from the Wei Yuan Marquis residence went out. They left in the afternoon and only returned late in the evening, exhausted. The guards guarding the imprisoned 5th prince looked at the letter in their hands, then at the drunken, dazed 5th prince's face. After some thought, they decided to deliver the letter. At the same time, Emperor Qianxi sat in the imperial study, looking at a table full of toothpaste recipes with a complex expression. He remained silent for a long time. So, the way you stop Zheng Haoyuan from making money is to ruin everyone, so no one makes money anymore? Seeing that even the 5th prince, who was surrounded by him, was not spared, Emperor Qianxi knew that his decision to check which families the Wei Yuan Marquis sent people to was correct. After all, she openly allowed 13 groups of people into the harem, including but not limited to the Empress Dowager, the Empress Consort, the Queen, various concubines, and even 2 princesses who had lost their mothers. But, thinking about the things Zheng Haoyuan bought at a high price a few days ago, now they might all be ground into powder and mixed into toothpaste. What could once sell for a high price in one go now is almost common in wealthy families in the capital. And each recipe was clearly written with a note. This recipe is for the convenience of common people to make themselves. If the noble wishes to produce and sell it using this method, that is also fine. Thinking about Zheng Haoyuan's losses, Emperor Qianxi raised an eyebrow and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had lost so much silver, and he was eager to see Zheng Shoufu's expression. Unfortunately, Shoufu was Shoufu. Even if his private treasury was drained and his reputation damaged, he still looked calm and normal. The next morning at court, he dressed neatly and entered the Golden Hall with a composed walk, without a single crease on his face. The real commotion was outside the Chuehua Gate before the court session. A few officials, who had been whispering about politics, suddenly raised their voices. "You also received it? You didn't. You didn't receive it too, right? You all received it?" A few groups of officials quickly started whispering among themselves, but none dared to ask Zheng Xiang directly. They could only glance at him from the corner of their eyes. No one expected Madame Ho to have such courage. If she wanted to steal my recipe to make money, I might as well spread it out so no one could profit. This move was so ruthless that Zheng Xiang's dignity was about to be stripped away. Loyal and diligent Lord Ho's face turned pale, and then white as he heard these discussions. Thinking of what he had told his trusted aides yesterday, he wished he could hide his face in his trousers. The surrounding gossip and mockery, how could Zheng Shoufu not know? But the more this happened, the more he had to pretend nothing was wrong. He sat steadily at the front, as if nothing had happened, until Emperor Qianxi came out. No one dared to approach him to talk. Seeing everyone's timid behavior, Emperor Qianqi sneered and looked at Lian Qing, who was secretly pleased and couldn't hide her glee, and found her annoying. Isn't it true? In this room full of clever people, does this fool not realize how to play she is? If it weren't for her good father, I really think it's a waste to even glance at her. After discussing official matters, a government official from the party stood up and said that he was old and had poor teeth. Madame Ho's action was like a timely help, and he heard she had helped many people. He thought such a kind old lady should be rewarded by the emperor. Before he finished speaking, an elder from Zheng's party snorted coldly. Is this a small matter worth shouting about in the court? Do you think this is just a street show? Who says it's a small matter? Everyone wants good teeth. Don't you? This is a big issue related to people's lives. Why shouldn't people talk about it? Then, the usual exchange of words between the two sides continued. This time, Zheng's side, usually at a disadvantage, was surprisingly pressed down and beaten in the argument. In the end, Emperor Qianqi, who had been watching the fun, made the final decision with a smile, praising, Madame Ho's actions are not for small gains. She cares for the country and the people, which is rare. If she doesn't mind gains and losses, why should the officials worry so much? One sentence made everyone stop in place. It sounded very grand, but the meaning was clear. This matter is over. No one should cause trouble anymore. People like Qing and others were very disappointed. They had hoped to see these two clever old men argue back and forth, maybe even come up with some shocking moves. But how could the emperor's single sentence settle everything so quickly? Zheng's side also had some complaints. A few officials looked unhappy. What did it mean? Their leader was slapped, and no one was allowed to hit back? Is there such a rule in the world? Only Zheng's chief minister remained calm from start to finish. He calmly bowed and said in a steady, humble tone, Your Majesty is right. Madame Ho's generous act of helping without concern for profit is a blessing for the people. I am ashamed and should learn from her, doing my best to help the people. This matter quickly spread through the streets of the capital. The common people were amazed. The Wei Yuan Marquis' residence was truly impressive. Then, the leading family of the alliance announced that their shops would soon start selling the legendary toothpaste. They specifically said their toothpaste did not contain fancy or strange fragrances, since it was something people used daily and needed to be very careful with. Hearing this, Zheng Haoyuan was so angry he smashed 2 teacups on the spot. He said, No fragrances? I add only good ingredients, the best ingredients. Good ingredients that can be offered as tribute. Thinking about how much effort he put into that batch of high-quality toothpaste, Zhang Haoyuan felt a tightness in his chest. With a loud wow, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zheng Shoufu, because the emperor tolerated this situation, watched his wife, Zheng Er, who was vomiting blood and could no longer bear it. Since he couldn't attack his own man, he decided to let her use her womanly methods to give old lady Ho a little warning. On the 9th day of the 9th month, with the arrival of cold dew, the October wind became sharp and bone-chilling, carrying a foggy chill in the air. On October 29th, the 13th year of the Qianqi era, the sky was overcast in the morning. Xiao Jin's, who had just returned from the farm, changed into a new outfit for the upcoming banquet and looked very pleased. This was a gift from the emperor a few days ago. A deep blue silk robe with cloud patterns, lined with warm golden soft silk satin, and covered with a white fox fur-trimmed jacket. The fabric was thick but light, protecting against wind and cold without looking bulky. 10 days ago, the emperor suddenly bestowed some gifts on the Wei Yuan Marquis' estate. The person delivering the gifts was none other than his trusted aide, Qiao Dabin. Qiao Dabin had smiled like a chrysanthemum that day, personally handing Xiao Jin's a small box and quietly whispered, The emperor told you to do well. Xiao Jin's, who had successfully secured the biggest client, was very happy. She was about to lead her team back to their familiar rhythm, ready to work hard and take risks. That afternoon, the quiet, loyal, and diligent Marquis' estate finally responded. They invited Xiao Jin's to attend a banquet today. It was called a birthday celebration, but it was really just a casual gathering. Wu only invited a few close friends to chat. Xiao Jin's was hesitant at first, but eventually agreed. After all, she was the best friend of the original owner. When the original owner was down and out, Wu often visited, bringing soup and medicine, talking to her to pass the time, sincerely helping her through the hardest days. Such friendship could not be ignored, even if the situation had changed now. Lin Jian and Lin Buoxiao stayed at the estate. Many items had already gone into production, and they were working hard to catch up. As for the twins, to prevent any plot from unfolding in the story, Xiao Jin's had already ordered that they not leave the estate until after the new year. She also sent people to watch them closely. Therefore, this time Xiao Jin's only took Zhang and Yao to attend the banquet. Yao stood in front of a bronze mirror, excitedly pointing at her earrings. As a young fan of the old lady, she was very eager. While they were talking, suddenly a message was delivered from outside. Chun Tao, Wu's personal maid, asked to see them. The three women were surprised. Madame Wu usually behaved with dignity and courtesy. It was strange for her to send her maid without a formal invitation. Confused, Chun Tao hurried inside, looking anxious. She knelt down immediately and said, "Old madam, my lady asks you. Please don't go to the Zhongqin Marquis's house tomorrow." Zhang helped her up and asked in surprise, "Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Tomorrow is Aunt Wu's birthday. We've prepared gifts already." The old lady is looking at the clothes and jewelry for tomorrow. Could it be that Aunt Wu is still upset about the last fight among the children? No, Madam Ho, it's not like that. Chun Tao waved her hands quickly, her fingers trembling. Her eyes flickered as if she was weighing whether to say more. She straightened up, then suddenly knelt again with a loud thud, bowing to Xiao Jin's with tears in her voice. "Old madam, please help my lady." Xiao Jin's eyes darkened. She suddenly remembered that Wu had not replied to her previous letter. She signaled the others to step back a few paces and asked, "Tell me what happened." Chun Tao sobbed and said, "My lady isn't in good health. Last winter, she fell ill and has been sick twice since winter started. The house is controlled by Anton, and they won't even let anyone send good charcoal to her. If this continues, I'm really worried my lady's health will get worse." Yao, straightforward and honest, asked, "Aren't your brother and the old lady taking care of her?" Chun Tao wiped her tears and said, "The old lady doesn't like my lady. Plus, Aunt Anne is related to second Madame Zheng. My brother doesn't listen to us. He just says my lady is making trouble for no reason." Xiao Jin's knew about Anton. When she was young, she seemed honest. 10 years ago, her niece became the concubine of Zheng Haoyuan's older brother, and Anton took the opportunity to get close to second Madame Zheng. Aunt Anne was quite clever with her words. Originally, Lord Zhongqin held a minor official position at Honglu Temple. In recent years, with the help of Prime Minister Zheng, he was promoted 3 times and is now a deputy minister. How could Lord Zhongqin and his mother, who only cared about power, not favor Anton? Poor Mrs. Wu. When she married into the loyal and diligent Marquis's family years ago, her father was still an official at court, and she was the young wife of the powerful Wei Yuan Marquis. The family treated her with great respect, as if she were precious.
Now, times have changed.
Her family has lost its influence, and her dowry has been mostly spent. Her days in the household are getting worse each year. The main power in the household is now in Aunt Anne's hands. Everyone in the house follows her lead, even the old lady, who spends her days trying to please Anton. What's more, Mrs. Wu has 5 children, 2 sons and 3 daughters, and none of them are willing to support her anymore. Her 2 sons are the heir and a young official, both seeming promising and obedient. But Spring Peach knows that when they return home, they barely look at Mrs.
Wu.
Sometimes, Mrs. Wu really misses them and asks someone to bring them to see her. But they only reply coldly, "Mother isn't feeling well, so don't trouble her. Just rest." Then they dismiss the servants and go to the back garden to listen to Anne talk about the household affairs. It looks like Mrs. Wu is the outsider, not Anton. Her eldest daughter married far away, and her second daughter married Anton's nephew, often speaking up for Anton recently, When they visited home, she even secretly advised Mrs. Wu to be more obedient to Anton, as if it was for her daughter and the family. That night, Spring Peach overheard Mrs. Wu crying in her room all night. Her youngest daughter, besides wanting to take her dowry, hardly ever looks at her own mother. As for her grandchildren, they all call Anton grandmother and affectionately. Spring Peach feels sad. Mrs. Wu is truly their real grandmother. Anton, relying on her influence over the years, has become even more bold and reckless. She deliberately reduced Mrs. Wu's daily meals, making the soups and broths so bland they were barely edible. The old screens in her room, which had never been replaced, were damp and moldy, but no one cared. Every year, she bought more charcoal, but the coal she received was the worst quality, fragile and easy to break, burning poorly and unable to keep the house warm. A month ago, after Zhou Jinghe had a fight at the academy, Lord Loyal and Diligent returned home furious and took out his anger on Mrs. Wu, scolding her for not raising her children properly. Since then, Aunt Anne has stopped even pretending to be polite. You don't know, during those days, our madam could hardly get a bowl of hot water. She was coughing so badly she couldn't breathe. The family doctor only looked at her briefly and left without checking her pulse, saying she was fine. If it weren't for Madam holding on, she would have already. Spring Peach choked up and tears rolled down her face. Today, finally, Madam's condition improved a little. She was walking in the garden when she overheard them planning to use her birthday to make a raft for you. She got very upset right away, so I hurried to come here. In recent years, Madame Zheng and her small group had become quite notorious in the noble circle. Many women they targeted and disciplined never returned from the countryside. By the end, Spring Peach was crying so much she almost knelt down, trembling as she begged, "Old madam, I know you are very capable. Please, I beg you, save my madam." She is now completely alone and helpless. After hearing Spring Peach's story, not only Xiaojins but also Zhang Shi were stunned. They had seen jealous wives and jealous concubines before, but never children bullying their own biological mother along with a concubine. Yao Shi, also a mother, immediately shouted, "What kind of people are these? They are worse than drowning her at birth." Zhang Shi gently patted her hand to comfort her. Aunt Anne was so unreasonable, but didn't Annie ever cause trouble? Spring Peach wiped her tears with her sleeve. 6 years ago, Madam truly couldn't bear it anymore. Back then, the kitchen kept making mistakes. Every day, the meals were either undersalted, bland, or had strange smells. Even the dried abalone from the palace was stolen and replaced with the worst fake goods from the market. Madam became suspicious and secretly checked the accounts. She found that the records for nearly 3 months didn't match. She took the ledgers and the fake goods directly to Lord's study, but Auntie Anne only shed 2 drops of tears and insisted that Madam was framing her, saying she was afraid of losing favor and wanted to take back control of the household. What's maddening is that the young master immediately stopped Lord and said, "Father, Mother is narrow-minded. She can't manage the household, so this is just her making trouble. Don't let her lead you astray." The second young master also looked cold and said, "Is this small matter worth causing such a fuss? We are from a noble family, not a street quarrel." Second miss and third miss, needless to say, that night the lady didn't sleep at all. She cried and held back her tears. The next morning, the old madam called her over and told her she didn't understand proper conduct for women. She ordered her to read the women's instructions at the ancestral hall every morning at dawn and punished her for half a month. Spring Peach wiped her tears with her sleeve, her voice low but full of concern. During those days, the snow and wind were so strong that her feet went numb. She didn't even burn much charcoal, yet she endured it all alone. "I beg you, can we please ask a doctor to see Our Lady? Her health is really not good. These days, her hands and feet are cold all night long." Yao suddenly thought of a question. Since Anne has been going through such hard times, why didn't she write to tell us earlier? Spring Peach looked confused. Right? What letter? This is simply unacceptable. Even Zhang couldn't hold back anymore. "Old madam, we can't ignore Aunt's situation. In the past, when bad news kept coming from the Wei Yuan Marquis estate, aunt was the one running back and forth, helping her mother-in-law through the hardest times. We still remember her kindness. Yao immediately agreed. No, we must send a female doctor over, even if it's secretly, to check on aunt. Zhang also agreed, but then remembered that tomorrow was the grand banquet at Hongmen. The two looked at Xiao Jin's, who had been silent for a long time. Old madam, are we still going tomorrow? Xiao Jin's lips curled into a cold smile. Go. Why not go? Exactly. I've been itching to curse someone lately. It's because the people of Dayong are so well-mannered. Since the last time at Yongning Marquis' gate, she hasn't had many chances to let loose. Yao's eyes lit up. She remembered how her mother-in-law had cursed Yuan at Yongning Marquis' gate last time. She still felt it was one word. Awesome. This time, she must write down everything her mother-in-law said. She even thought of a title for the book, called Mother-in-Law's Sayings, a guide to cursing, to be passed down through generations. Yao was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. Before dawn, she got up to find her clothes. But as she stepped out the door, a gust of cold wind hit her head, her nose stung, she sneezed, and tears flew out. Half an hour later, Yao, overwhelmed with emotion, was wrapped up like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. Xiao Jin's felt speechless for a moment. What exactly was Mrs. Yao doing? Clearly, she was a promising candidate among the shrews. Recently, she suddenly adopted a weak and delicate look, like Lin Daiyu, appearing constantly exhausted. Now, she had even made herself sick from overexertion. Mrs. Yao lay pitifully on the bed, only able to sadly watch Mrs. Zhang, who was holding Xiao Jin's arm, happily dressed in new clothes. Even her back looked full of confidence, as if ready to face any challenge. Mrs. Zhang was loyal and kind. Before leaving, she promised she would bring back her updated mother-in-law's sayings to share with her. Momo Wang, who was nearby, looked at her with envy and covered her mouth to laugh. Old madam said next time she takes second madam out, "You shouldn't be so childish. Why do you keep acting like this?" Mrs. Yao felt a little embarrassed but insisted, "That's not the same. Today, the old lady went to battle, and without me, big sister-in-law's temper might not be enough to help." Momo Wang didn't want her mistress to worry and comforted her repeatedly. "Don't worry," the old lady said. "She can handle everything alone. She's still very fierce and has scolded those people so much that they dare not cause trouble anymore." Hearing this, Mrs. Yao felt even more upset. She just wanted to see her mother-in-law scolding everyone loudly. Soon, the little maid Xier, who was close to Xiao Jin's, ran in happily. "Second madam, the old lady said for you to stay at home obediently. She'll bring back delicious food for you." Momo Wang chuckled softly. Mrs. Yao no longer felt shy and looked a little proud. "Now I have my mother's love. I'm not a little kid anymore." Momo Wang also smiled, but as she did, her nose suddenly felt a bit sore for some reason. As the carriage steadied, Xiao Jin's pushed aside the curtain and got out. As soon as she stepped down, a sharp-faced, thin-cheeked old maid hurried over, her voice sharp and sour. "Oh, Lady Ho is here. Quickly, quickly. The ladies have been waiting so long they've lost their patience." Xiao Jin's ignored her and calmly followed Mrs. Chiao, supporting her as they walked. Who knew that the mother-like woman still rushed forward like a dog, constantly urging, "Oh, madam, please walk faster. The ladies are getting impatient and everyone is waiting." Suddenly, a cane swung out and hit her firmly on the knee. She knelt down heavily, hitting the ground with a loud thud. Just as she was about to react, a second strike hit her forehead, making her stagger and almost fall, biting her lip to stop from crying out in pain. Before she could shout, Xiao Jin's lifted her eyelids, placed her cane on the ground, and spoke coldly like a sharp blade. "Who is this dog barking wildly in front of me?" She tapped her cane on the ground, took a step forward, and looked over the entire courtyard entrance with a cold gaze, her voice as icy as frost. "Is there no one in the loyal and diligent Marquis residence? Such animals are allowed out to greet guests." In the east side courtyard of the main hall, today was a birthday banquet prepared for the women of the household. Several beds and tables were set up, filled with fragrant scents, and curtains hung low. 7 or 8 elegant noblewomen had already taken their seats. The commotion at the courtyard gate had not yet settled, but the news had already reached here. Madame Miao chuckled softly, half lifting her eyes to look at the others. Oh, this Madame Ho really shows no mercy. She had never liked Antian, yet a concubine coming out to entertain the main wives was no wonder the loyal and diligent Marquis's household had fallen into such disarray. There was no sense of decorum at all. Auntie Anne's face also looked grim. She knew these ladies looked down on her, so she wanted to use this chance to give Xiao Jin's a warning. Anyway, after the event, she could just shift the blame onto her mistress. At worst, their 40-year friendship would be broken. But she never expected that Xiao Jin's would be so rude. She not only hit people but also insulted them with harsh words. The word, beast, escaped her lips, tearing her face apart as a concubine. Madame Zheng, the second wife, listened quietly, lowering her teacup with a hint of coldness in her tone. All right, everyone is about to come in. Let's follow the plan. Yes, the other ladies responded. She was from the Jiangnan military governor's household, raised in wealth and luxury from a young age. After marrying into the Zheng family, her luck improved. Her mother-in-law had passed away early, her eldest sister-in-law was often away, and she had become the real backbone of the Zheng household at a young age. Over the years, wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Recently, the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence caused her husband to lose face in court. As the main wife, she naturally had to stand up for her husband. The lady of the air, Lu, secretly felt troubled. When Anton asked her to send the flower maid nearby, she sensed something was wrong. After all, she was a princess raised in the palace. Could she really endure this insult? Before it even started, she had already offended people so much that she couldn't imagine what chaos would follow. Wow, old lady Marquis has such a fiery temper. You're just visiting, and now you're fighting? The voice was slow and drawn out, with a teasing tone that floated in the air, neither fully serious nor mocking. Momo Chio quietly approached and whispered, "This is Madame Yu, the wife of the imperial censor." Xiao Jin's raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. She recognized her as Zheng Er, a member of a small group known for their sharp tongues. Rumor had it that last year, she even insulted a minor official's wife so badly that she threw herself into a lake. Last night, Xiao Jin's had her people gather information about each lady attending the banquet today, along with all the gossip she could find from the market. She spent the evening searching through stories and slowly memorizing details. Knowing her enemies well was the key to victory. She kept walking, her cane casually tapping the threshold, her gaze cold and sharp. Ah, isn't this Madame Yu, the wife of the imperial censor? TSK. Do you have time to bother with whether I've moved or not? Why not go back and smack your 3 sons' heads, see if what's inside is all garbage? One is a useless good-for-nothing who spends all his money on drinking, gambling, and womanizing. Another often swings a brick, living like a crazy little kid. And the third, oh, that youngest son, almost 10, still nursing. Planning to make his mother-in-law his daughter-in-law and rely on her in old age. Madame Yu's face turned as green as over-fermented pickles. She choked, lips trembling, veins bulging on her forehead as if about to burst. She pointed at Xiao Jin's, her voice sharp as a broken gong hitting the ground. You, try insulting me again. Xiao Jin's leaned on her cane, her voice louder than hers. Try it and see. She had initially wanted to keep a low profile and get along with them, but since they insisted, Xiao Jin's chose to satisfy their demands. Not that I'm saying this to you, but with your height of 4 feet 5 inches, 3 inches short of your legs, walking with a limp like a bald old duck, have you ever looked in the mirror? How dare you stand up and talk? You have a mouth smell worse than a dirty wall crack. Your words are sarcastic and full of nonsense, like a dead body floating from a cesspool. How dare you shout in front of me? She stepped forward slightly, tapping her cane on the ground with a loud bang, as if igniting the scene. Maybe the Yu family's ancestors' graves are not lucky. Otherwise, the graves would have caught fire long ago, burning you, you scoundrel. While at it, I should also shut that rude mouth of yours. 3 sons, 3 useless men. You've lost face outside and still dare to embarrass us? If I were you, I'd have taken a stick and hanged myself so you wouldn't continue to harm others. Perhaps because these ladies usually behaved well, Xiao Jin's words were too harsh for them. When she finished, Madame Yu was so angry she nearly fainted. She gasped, leaned back, and collapsed on the spot. A few maids around panicked, hurriedly supporting her to sit back. Granny Hua quickly brought tea, fanning her and calling for a doctor. After a while, they managed to bring her back from the brink of fainting. Seizing the moment of chaos, Xiao Jin, with her eyes shining like stars, sat at the main seat with Zhang, who was also excited. She even took the initiative to signal the servants to pour tea, gulping down half a bowl happily, more relaxed than anyone else. Madame Zhao, who was supposed to be the second to speak, watched Madame Yu almost get scolded into a coffin, her palms sweating. When Second Jing shot her a glance, she wanted to speak out but caught Xiao Jin's gaze. She was so frightened she shrank her neck, choked, and swallowed her words, her ears turning red. Actually, Xiao Jin wasn't looking at her. She was just scanning the room evenly, searching for the next target to criticize. In fact, Xiao Jin wasn't paying attention to her. She was just doing her routine scan, choosing the next unlucky person. Her gaze happened to meet Madame Mao, who was supporting Madame Yu with an angry face. This was also an old acquaintance, Madame Mao, wife of the Ministry of Revenue's deputy, a cousin of Magistrate Yu, known in Beijing for being talkative and gossipy. Recently, she had loudly declared at a flower viewing event that she wanted to jointly petition to send Miss Yan into the Zhennu Pavilion. She even spread rumors openly in front of everyone, saying, if Miss Lin is still a pure maiden, then how does she know about that unworthy person? She probably isn't so innocent in her daily life. Just talking about this makes our mouths sturdy. Fortunately, I managed to get involved in this situation. Otherwise, if these words had spread, Xiao Jin wouldn't even dare imagine the consequences. Lin Jian, such a kind girl, would face terrible repercussions because of these rumors. Mrs. Mao was the first to speak firmly. Madam Ho, let's not be too harsh. We're all women. We should behave with some dignity when we go out. Xiao Jin snorted with laughter, then pointed her cane at Mrs. Mao's nose and scolded loudly. Are you the wife of the Ministry of Revenue? So now the ministry only cares about water waste, huh? Just spouting nonsense without a second thought. Stop pretending. I just scolded her and you enjoyed it too, didn't you? Mrs. Mao was stunned. She had been a bit. That's why she hadn't spoken earlier. But how did this old woman see through her? What kind of fake sister-in-law are you? 2 mouthy women teaming up, and you think you can come out smelling like a lotus flower? Your group is the worst in the city. A cesspool of dirt, one throwing filth and the other stirring it up. Are you planning to open a diarrhea tea shop together? Mrs. Mao's face turned pale, her lips trembling. Just as she was about to retort, how dare you? Madame Yu, who had recovered, stepped in to support the faltering Mrs. Mao. The 2 women looked like close sisters, united against Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin spat and sneered. What sisterhood are you pretending to have? You desperately wanted to marry your cousin, even prepared the dowry, but he refused because you looked like his cook. In the end, you had to settle for a newly arrived young master. She suddenly covered her mouth, looking incredulous. No way, no way. You're now sweetly sticking to Madame Yu. Are you just trying to get a better look at your cousin? Are you that obsessed? Mrs. Mao's face turned dark with anger. She pointed at Xiao Jin. You're lying. I will report you. I must have my husband report you. Xiao Jin nodded kindly. I understand. Everyone reacts this way when their tail is stepped on. Forget whether Mrs. Mao has such intentions now. As Xiao Jin spoke, others thought it was enough for her to say it. It's just gossip. Who can't do that? Mrs. Mao's face flushed with anger, as if she was about to explode with frustration. She was trembling all over, suddenly turned around, and grabbed Mrs. Yu's hand, looking almost to tears. Sister-in-law, you believe me. Those words. She's just talking nonsense. Mrs. Yu forced a faint smile, nodded gently, and patted her hand. I know, I believe you, but her eyes showed hidden disgust. In her heart, She had already heard some rumors about how her husband almost got engaged to her cousin years ago. Her in-laws claimed it was nonsense, and she had just dismissed it as idle gossip. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Jin's outburst, the next lady to appear was too scared to speak. Even Lady Miao hesitated, realizing that the old lady was really going all out today. Even if she was scolded by the emperor later or apologized afterward, it didn't matter. But after this shouting match, Madame Yu and Madame Mao had become the laughingstock, and there was no way to clear their names. Seeing so many people's anger being suppressed by an old woman without a husband or son, Second Jung secretly cursed everyone for being useless and decided to speak up himself. "Old madam, be careful with your words. You're the elder, and some things should be said with respect. Aren't you afraid that deputy minister will report you tomorrow?" Xiao Jin snorted and moved back into her favorite, most comfortable position of authority. She slammed the lid onto her teacup and said, "Do you know that I am your elder and you're still arguing with me? Do you have the right to talk back? It's obvious you're just showing off. Not to mention your husband. Even your father-in-law should call me Princess Yihuan respectfully. If she reports on me, I won't report on her 10 times. If Deputy Minister Yu had half a brain, he'd tie up those crazy dogs at home and stop them from biting people. And you, stirring up trouble, she's telling the truth, but I'm not? Do you understand what this banquet is really about?" "I know, and you know very well too." She looked at Second Jung. "Don't think others are fools. Or, do you want me to recall your little secrets too?" Of course, Xiao Jin knew nothing about Zheng's affairs. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to expose the mastermind so easily. But clearly, her recent threats to Madame Yu and Madame Mao had successfully scared everyone. After all, everyone has some dark secrets in their lives. Zheng Er was scolded until he turned pale and white, but he was afraid that Xiao Jin might say something more, so he didn't dare to provoke her again for a while. The atmosphere around was very tense. Even the servants in the hall didn't dare to move or breathe loudly. Seeing that even Madame Zheng couldn't suppress Xiao Jin's presence, the Crown Princess Lu was truly panicked. With such little ability, what kind of grand banquet was she planning? She quickly signaled to the maid behind her. The maid stepped back quietly and slipped out of the side room without making a sound. At this moment, on the main seat, Anton, dressed in a light blue embroidered gown, spoke gently with a faint smile. "Oh, everyone, let's stop arguing. Ladies, it's about time. Today is my lady's birthday, and it wouldn't sound good to spread rumors. Why don't we all step back a little, settle this peacefully, and start the feast?" Everyone was about to agree when Xiao Jin suddenly turned her head. Her sharp gaze, like a blade, fixed directly on that person. "Let me step back," she sneered coldly, her tone even sharper. "Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can play the good person here?" The hall instantly fell silent, as if even the wind had been scared into stopping by her words. Xiao Jin didn't bother to respond to their reactions. She directly pressed her presence onto the main seat. "I'm asking you, isn't today the birthday of a lady? Where's she?" The room was completely silent. Even the teacups stopped midair. Anton, who managed to cling tightly to Zheng Er's thigh despite being a concubine, had an extraordinary amount of nerve. She awkwardly smiled and said, "My lady caught a cold yesterday and couldn't get out of bed today. That's why I came out to greet everyone." Her eyes showed apology, but her tone was as sweet as honey. "But the lady already told me where each lady sits and which dishes to serve. I've remembered everything clearly. I dare not overstep." The meaning was simple. She was there to find her lady. "Huh?" Xiao Jin sneered coldly, interrupting. "So, she told you to take care of us, or to climb onto the main seat and act mighty. I remember you're the auntie, right? How come you sit more steadily than the proper madam?" Anton looked a little embarrassed but forced a smile. "I am just here just a host." "Well, that's really considerate of you, Auntie In." Xiao Jin smiled slowly and calmly, but her eyes were cold like a knife. "I heard you're not only good at serving men, but also skilled at stealing sons and daughters. Truly a master of tricks." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Madame Mao, who was finally catching her breath. Xiao Jin sneered, "You should learn from her. how to steal someone else's man, and how to make children not recognize their own mother but recognize you. She's an expert. Madame Mao, this time, learned her lesson. Her face twitched, and she forced herself to turn away, not daring to reply. But her reaction seemed to be understood as an admission by Madame Yu, who was standing nearby. She tightened her handkerchief with a snap, and her eyes grew visibly colder. A few young ladies below the hall giggled behind their handkerchiefs, their shoulders shaking. Madame Miao, who always looked down on Annie and showed no interest in pretending to be polite. She looked away with disgust, as if afraid that even a glance would stain her with the smell of blood. At the main seat, Auntie Anne was already tearful, her voice trembling. I only did my duty. Even if the old madam is unhappy, she should. Could Xiao Jin still tolerate the smell of that old green tea? She raised an eyebrow and walked over with a cold smile. Auntie Anne thought Xiao Jin was after her position. She looked heartbroken and was about to stand up. I know, old madam, that you and my lady are close friends, but you can't. Friend, your sister. Xiao Jin suddenly slapped her. The slap was hard, making her shiny face tilt to one side, and flowers in her hair fell with a rustling sound, jewels scattering everywhere. Before she could cry out, Xiao Jin stepped forward with her cane, forcing her to lean back, and she sat down heavily in her chair. Auntie Anne finally lost her temper, her voice sharp. Old madam, what are you doing? My husband won't let you get away with this. Oh. Xiao Jin sneered coldly, her voice slow but sharp. Who do you think your husband is? The King of Heaven. She stepped closer, her voice like nails hitting the table. A useless thing, fooled by you so completely that she can't even tell who's in charge at home, and you dare to threaten me? As she finished speaking, she suddenly kicked. Bang! Her foot hit Auntie Anne's stomach, making her slide back, and the chair scraped loudly on the floor. Xiao Jin threw her cane aside, swung her arm, and her sleeve fluttered like a gust of wind. Smack! One slap followed by another, hitting Aunt Anne's head so hard that she staggered. Her hairpin came loose, her red lips swollen, and red finger marks appeared on her face. You're so good with your words. Why don't you smile again? Today, I will teach you the rules of being a concubine. She grabbed Aunt Anne's collar with one hand and punched her face with the other. This punch is because you stole someone else's son. This punch is because you sit in someone else's place. This punch is because you give orders in the lady's name. Just as Anne was crying in tears and snot were running down her face, with her face covered in red marks, an old yet commanding female voice came from outside the door, like a loud thunder crashing into the main hall. Madame Bai, the old lady of the Bai family, shouted angrily. The servants of the loyal and diligent lord's residence suddenly seemed to wake up, rushing forward to pull people away. But today, Xiao Jin's brought only the strongest and most capable maids. The young maids just stood nervously to the side, looking anxious. Xiao Jin's paid no attention and, before everyone could react, kicked Anne twice. The hairpins and jewelry clattered to the ground. Satisfied, she relaxed her grip on Zhang's hand and lazily stepped to the side. Zhang quickly smiled and said, Oh, old lady, you too. What is your status? What is her status? She's just a servant. Do you really need to hit her yourself? Let me see. Did it hurt? Everyone present gasped in shock at her words. To beat someone into a pig's head and then ask if it hurt? How little they see Anton as a person. Madame Bai's face turned pale with anger. She was furious, but forced to smile, leaning on her cane and shouting at Xiao Jin's. Princess Yihuan, you come to my loyal and diligent lord's residence to cause trouble and hit people. Do you think we have no one left? Are they all dead? Xiao Jin's looked at her cane, realizing her weapon was gone. Quickly, Momo Chio grabbed the cane from the corner and hurriedly handed it back to her. Xiao Jin's gripped the cane, straightened her waist, and lifted her eyes with a commanding presence. She looked at Madame Bai coldly, giving no face, and sneered. Are all the people in the lord's residence dead? Then why send a servant to pretend to be the mistress? What's wrong? Has the loyal and diligent lord's residence fallen so low that Anton is in charge? The cane clattered loudly. Tomorrow I will go to the court and ask the emperor to decide, Since the loyal and diligent Marquis's household has no clear distinction between master and servant, I might as well change our family name to An. Mrs. Bai's face suddenly changed, her fingers turning white as she clenched her fists. She knew very well that letting a concubine act so arrogantly would become a joke in the capital. So, from the very beginning, she had no intention of coming out to embarrass herself. But since the Marquis's household was already in decline, if this continued, they would eventually be forced out of the noble circle of the city. At that point, what face would they have left? Originally, Auntie Anne, who was pretending to faint beside the maid, heard these harsh words. She secretly opened her eyes and saw Mrs. Bai's darkening gaze. She quickly raised her voice weakly and called out, "Old madam, you have finally arrived. It was the lady's order for me to serve you. I didn't act on my own." Auntie Anne handed over a ladder. Mrs. Bai then coldly shifted all the blame onto Mrs. Wu and promised to punish her properly. Then she changed the subject. "But Princess Yihuan, when your father-in-law was alive, you never dared to be so presumptuous with me. I am also your elder. According to etiquette, you should call me auntie. What does it mean for you to cause such a scene today?" Then Xiao Jin's, MD, is an old person still an old person. Xiao Jin's looked at Mrs. Bai for a moment, then suddenly asked, "May I ask, old lady Bai, what does the great Yong family and the country mean to you?" Mrs. Bai's mouth twitched, momentarily speechless. Xiao Jin stepped forward gradually. "As a first-rank noble with a noble title and a second-rank princess, you, a second-rank noble, refuse to bow, salute, or show respect when you see me. I won't argue with you. But let me say this. If a concubine is allowed to serve me, and the loyal and diligent Marquis's household refuses to give me an explanation today, I will not leave. And what did you just say about being old? Your age doesn't matter to me. Why are you acting so high and mighty?" She changed her tone, sneering even more. "You're almost 70, still meddling in so many things. You're old, indecent, nearsighted, cunning, with old arms and legs, rushing forward to cause trouble. Do you know you're annoying people? Why come out just to make trouble and be disliked?" Xiao Jins kept calling her old, making Mrs. Bai's anger boil. She suddenly broke free from the maid supporting her and stormed forward, furious. Xiao Jins shifted her body to one side, and a spirit moved quickly to avoid her. Bai sure missed her target and almost fell flat on her back. She finally steadied herself, but ended up sitting heavily on a chair, looking like an angry old cat with fur standing on end. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Xiao Jin stood still, looking down at her with a calm expression. She raised an eyebrow and said softly, "SK, the old lady is actually getting angry and embarrassed." Bai sure opened her mouth, breathing irregularly, her eyes rolling back as if she was about to faint right there. Zhang Shi was startled and whispered, "Did she really get hurt?" Aunt Anne hurriedly stepped forward, supporting Bai Shi and trembling as she shouted, "Quick, call the family doctor. The old madam can't take this." Suddenly, the room was in chaos, with people shouting and moving around. Only Xiao Jins remained calm, watching the scene with a cold gaze. Suddenly, she grabbed Aunt Anne's wrist and pulled her away from Bai Shi. Then she raised her hand and gave her a loud slap. Slap. The crisp sound seemed to strike everyone's hearts, and the room fell silent. "You shameless brat! How dare you make the old lady so angry?" Aunt Anne covered her reddening face, confused. "Isn't this framing people unfairly?" It was only Ma Machio who cared, while everyone else was secretly criticizing Xiao Jins for lying and turning things around. She was just worried about her young lady getting tired from fighting. She quickly stepped forward, distressed, and supported Xiao Jin's hand. "Old madam, don't let this lowly girl stain your noble hands. Let the servant do it." Xiao Jin's hand was a little numb. Hearing this, she pouted and said, "Her skin is thick, and my hand hurts. Honestly, if this era had videos or photos, Xiao Jins would probably be so disgusted she'd want to vomit just looking at this. The ladies of the house, what is this?" Ma Machio was annoyed when she heard this. Her young lady was a noble, and now her hand was hurting? She was furious and full of energy. As expected, a good maid is a tough character. She rolled up her sleeves and, without hesitation, grabbed Anton, lifting her up. Then she started hitting her face with a series of loud slaps. The sound made Xiao Jin swallow hard, wondering if she had secretly been lifting weights to have such strength. Lu was anxiously pacing nearby, shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" while also caring for her half-dead grandmother. The other noblewomen had already shrunk into the corner, watching nervously, wishing they could hide in the wall cracks. They were afraid that Xiao Jin might remember them and slap them too. In the Beijing women's circle, Zheng Er, who was used to commanding respect, also looked serious. "How dare you?" Everyone knew that Annan was her person. Harming her was like insulting herself. But she didn't dare step forward to stop it. She truly couldn't, because that old woman was crazy. If she tried to intervene, she might get hit too. Finally, Lu reacted and turned to a maid, ordering, "Quick! Go call the madam over quickly." Xiao Jin's pursed her lips and finally arrived. Zhang, who had been blocking the way in front of Granny Qiu to keep others away, also relaxed. If they didn't let Aunt come out today, it would be truly difficult to resolve everything. But she didn't know what color clothes Aunt would wear when she finally appeared. Mrs. Wu was carried in by two maids. She was so thin she looked like a skeleton, staggering with each step. Her face was as white as paper, lips colorless, as if she was hanging by a thread. She was wearing a light blue jacket, with a neckline so clean it seemed like she had used all her strength just to dress herself, but her frail body and worn-out appearance still showed through. Xiao Jin only glanced at her, but her mind recalled the gentle, composed woman from her past memories. Now she could hardly recognize her. Mrs. Bai, who had taken 2 pills from the family doctor, had controlled her emotions. Seeing Mrs. Wu like this, she was startled. Was she really sick? Aunt Anne had said she was fine. But in the next moment, her usual mother-in-law face appeared. "Mrs. Wu, what exactly is going on with your birthday banquet today? Even if you're unwell, you should have sent someone to tell me so I could help. No matter how much you value Aunt Anne, you must respect your rank and order. Having a concubine handle the reception of guests, what will others say about our noble family? Do you want to make us look like we have no one left? Mrs. Wu, what are your true intentions?" At this moment, Auntie Anne had already been taken away to receive medicine. Otherwise, Xiao Jin really wanted to see if old lady Bo dared to say such words to her face. Mrs. Wu forced herself to stand straight, but her coughs were uncontrollable. She coughed so hard, she bent over several times, unable to speak clearly. She could only bow awkwardly and say, "Old lady, I apologize for my rudeness." Cough, cough. "Please forgive me." Her voice was hoarse and weak, as if it could disappear with a gust of wind. Not to mention Lady Miao. Even Lady Yu and Lady Mao, who always follow Zheng Er's lead, couldn't help but frown tightly. An auntie entering the hall and acting mighty, while the main wife looked so frail she could fall over with a breeze. Everyone could see that Mrs. Wu had been worn down by time. Lu, who was very good at reading people's expressions, quickly noticed the change in the noble lady's moods. Coincidentally, she had already taken the blame for Mrs. Wu. Afraid of delays causing more trouble, she immediately changed to a caring look and softly advised, "Grandmother, please don't be angry. Mother was truly too sick to get out of bed this morning, so she arranged things this way. If you're still upset, I will apologize to you on her behalf." She waved her hand and said, "Quickly, help Mother down and have the family doctor check on her." Xiao Jin smirked slightly and said, "Oh, the future wife of the heir really is her mother's good daughter-in-law." Just now, the old lady and a maid were in a hurry to call the family doctor because someone didn't feel well. Now your mother-in-law isn't feeling well, and you want her to go find the doctor? TSK, such attentiveness. I truly am impressed. Mrs. Zhang also felt annoyed and quickly cooperated. "Old lady, rest assured, your daughter-in-law and younger sisters will always put you first and be filial. As for who is unfilial, she didn't need to say." Lu, who had been lowering herself for a while, didn't want the fire to burn to her side. She could only awkwardly say, "Madam Old Ho, you misunderstood." I was just worried that mother might catch a cold and wanted her to rest early. Xiao Jin's leisurely turned back and ordered, "No need to call the doctor. The maidservant beside me knows some medical knowledge. Let her check your mother-in-law's pulse." As soon as she finished speaking, her maid stepped forward to respond and took out a medicine box. Lu's face turned pale with worry. Mrs. Bai, who usually ignores everything, perhaps doesn't realize that her future daughter-in-law knows very well. Mrs. Wu has been truly ill for a long time. If someone unfamiliar were to examine her now, they might reveal her condition, and today's gathering could turn into a big problem. Mrs. Bai quickly thought, then stopped her, saying, "There's no need to trouble yourself. Mother's health has always been watched over by the family's old doctor. The prescriptions and pulse readings are well known. If Madame Wu is worried, I can have the family doctor come here." She then leaned closer and gently pulled Mrs. Wu's hand, asking, "Isn't that right, Mother?" Mrs. Wu looked at her silently. This well-mannered and polite daughter-in-law was someone she had personally chosen and raised herself. Back then, Lu was just a low-ranking official's daughter. From a poor family, her mother had died early, and no one had taught her how to speak properly or behave politely. She even sewed her own wedding dress. Mrs. Wu wanted her to live well and was afraid others would look down on her. After marriage, she carefully taught her everything: how to serve tea, keep accounts, manners, and social relations. She treated her like her own daughter, guiding her patiently. She often said, "You are no longer a child without a mother's love. You are the future lady of this house." She said this for over 10 years. 9 days ago, Lu was so ill that she was confused. Chun Tao came to her, begging her to give her some medicine. But Lu sat calmly, drinking tea, and said lightly, "Our family rules don't allow us to take medicine from the storeroom without permission. If Madame Wu is truly ill, she can ask the family doctor to see her." Then she had Chun Tao sent away. Mrs. Wu had personally taught her that the inner courtyard was like the court. Nothing could be done without rules. But she never thought that one day, those words would become a sharp weapon to silence her. Mrs. Wu's eyes gradually lost their light, and she finally looked away from Lu. She slowly turned to Xiao Jin's and softly said, "Princess, please." As soon as she said princess, for some reason, her voice cracked with tears. Xiao Jin didn't know why, but her nose suddenly felt sore, and she said, "Don't worry." Mrs. Bai also became anxious at this moment, trying to stop her, but was blocked by a few strong women brought by Xiao Jin. She initially wanted to force her way, but Xiao Jin sneered and turned her head. "What's wrong? Is there something shameful about the lady's health?" She swept her gaze and raised her voice sharply, like a whip hitting everyone's hearts. "Is the loyal and diligent Marquise' house a den of monsters?" Mrs. Bai choked, her face turning pale and then white, and she dared not move. Zheng Er and the others had forgotten they were there to intimidate Xiao Jin. Instead, they were all watching to see what was happening at the loyal and diligent Marquise' residence. The female doctor had already knelt down to check Wu's pulse. After a moment, she stood up and said, "Madam has a cold that has entered her lungs, affecting her 5 internal organs. Her energy and blood are weak, and her vital essence is nearly exhausted. The pulse is faint and unstable. This is not just a common cold that has lasted too long. It has gone deep into her bones, and her vital energy is almost gone. If she doesn't rest and recover soon, she might not last until next spring, even if the weather warms." White Shi's eyes widened in shock. Was it really this serious? Zhao Shi, who was watching nearby, couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "What? Madam is so sick," and no one knew. As soon as she spoke, she was stunned herself. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand but couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The loyal and diligent Marquise' residence is really a mess. Even the main wife is so sick that no one notices until she's close to death. Their family's reputation is truly falling apart. Lu Shi was about to say that maybe the female doctor was inexperienced and had misdiagnosed, but before she could speak, Xiao Jin said, "Did I see wrong? Should I invite the 18 doctors I brought last time to examine her carefully one by one?" When she said this, Lu Shi's face turned pale, and her heart skipped a beat. Thinking about how embarrassed the Marquis family was that day, she knew she couldn't allow that to happen again. Her eyes flickered, and she immediately put on a gentle, kind smile. "Mother, why didn't you say so earlier?" She stepped forward to support Wu's arm, applying firm pressure but speaking with genuine concern. "Your daughter-in-law thought you just weren't feeling well yesterday." Whiteshire stood nearby, initially hesitant. Over the years, even if Wu was not favored, she had never truly disobeyed her. She always followed proper etiquette, provided food and medicine, and even the dish Wu loved, the dried tangerine peeled chicken feet, was carefully tested and adjusted by Wu herself after trying 3 different workshops. But hearing Lu Shi's words, her mind suddenly cleared. She realized that their family had finally started to turn things around. They couldn't afford to leave a reputation of a family that would push the main wife to death and favor the concubine over her. So she stammered in agreement. "Yes. Yes, Wu family. Why didn't you say so earlier?" As she spoke, even she almost believed it, and her tone grew firmer. "You, as a grandmother, still can't tell right from wrong? Not saying you're sick, just trying to scare someone?" Chuntao couldn't listen anymore. She suddenly looked up sharply at Lu's hypocritical face, her voice trembling but strong. "Young lady, don't you know the lady is seriously ill? 9 days ago, I knelt before you, just asking for a word so I could bring some medicine for her cold. What did you say? Rules in the house forbid taking medicine privately, and then you had me thrown out." Her eyes reddened. If the lady hadn't pulled through herself, today, she might not even be alive. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Lu. Lu's face turned pale. She hurriedly waved her hands. "No, that's not true. I was just. She didn't want to explain. It was just that everyone in the house was controlled by Anton. If she brought the medicine in, Anton would definitely not let her go. Her husband had been hoping for a promotion for so long. It might all be ruined now. Clap. A sharp sound interrupted her excuses. Mrs. Zhang walked forward with a cold face and slapped her hard. "Are you even human? Aunt Wu has treated you like family all these years, and this is how you repay her." Lu was knocked back a step, staggering. Xiao Jin's was just approaching her. Frightened, Lu took a step back. The old lady's slap was even more intimidating. But Xiao Jin's didn't look at her at all. She simply stepped over her and went straight to Chuntao, helping her up. "Good girl, you've worked hard all these years." Wu's former trusted servant had died, left, or betrayed her, but this girl had always encouraged Wu and given her strength. A small maid, with no background, no skills, no support, yet she was the only one in the back house of the loyal and diligent Marquis' estate who hadn't betrayed her. Chuntao wanted to say, "It's just what servants should do," but before she could speak, tears had already fallen. She shook her head desperately, her face covered in tears and snot. Xiao Jins gently patted her head, as if comforting a trembling little animal. Then she turned around and looked at Wu Shi. The person was so thin that a gust of wind could knock her over. Xiao Jins reached out and held her cold, bony hand. "Good sister, I will take you home." This phrase, "good sister," carried a tone of certainty, along with a hint of sadness and concern for her. Wu Shi was momentarily stunned. Does she still have a family? Without waiting for her to ask, Xiao Jins replied, "Yes. There definitely is." Wu Shi nodded gently, a tear slipping from her eye and falling quietly onto her lake blue clothing. She didn't make a sound, but her eyes looked like she was clutching a piece of driftwood. Zhang Shi, worried that delay might cause trouble, quickly asked the person she brought to help Wu Shi. "There's no need to bring anything, just go now." But before they could take a few steps, a loud shout came from behind. "Stop." Bai Shi tapped her cane on the ground, blocking everyone's way. "Princess Xiao, what are you doing?" "She is my loyal wife's daughter-in-law. You say she can be taken away? Her body is weak now, she can't walk even a step. Anyone who dares to move her will be opposing the loyal wife's family." Although she hadn't been involved in affairs for a long time, she wasn't stupid. As long as Wu Shi remained in the house, there was still hope for this situation. If others blamed her, it was because the young princess caused a fuss at the birthday banquet. But if Wu Shi left this place, the reputation of her family would be ruined by tomorrow. Xiao Jin's turned around, her gaze cold as she looked at Bai Shi. She had just beaten Anton, forgetting to deal with this old troublemaker. But she didn't move a step. Wu Shi was the first to step forward and block her. "Mother," she said softly, her voice still weak but firm, "the daughter-in-law wants to leave to see the doctor." The princess had helped her a lot already. She couldn't just watch her become enemies again. But she didn't move. Wu Shi's fragile body stood in front of her. Bai Shi's eyes sharpened as she stared at her daughter-in-law, who had been obedient in front of her for so many years. "Are you blaming me?" Her tone wasn't as vicious as she imagined, but rather carried a hint of grievance. "You blame me? You know, I had no choice." Wu Shi turned her face away, her gaze falling into the cracks between the blue bricks at her feet. She knew. Of course she knew. She knew Bai Shi wanted to keep the household stable, knew Anton was favored, and knew her own status as the legitimate wife was unwelcome. It was best to be sensible and silent. So she had endured, tolerated, and supported all along. But she is also human, with flesh and blood. She feels pain, fear, and sadness. When she was sick in bed, she kept watching the shadows outside the door, hoping her children or even her husband would come. Even if only a doctor from the household was sent, she could still lie to herself. They are kind-hearted, just too busy. At one point, she even thought that if she just passed away quietly, it might be a good thing, helping them save face. But that night, Spring Peach cried all night by her bedside, gasping for breath. At that moment, she suddenly felt a little reluctant because she realized someone would be sad about her leaving. So she held on. Now, she no longer wants to wait. She finally understood. Her hard-working family, the Marquis estate, cares only about status and future prospects. They never truly cared about her. Her 4 children, whom she fought hard to raise, have all become ungrateful. She even suspects they have been waiting for her to die so they can promote Annan. She cannot leave her life in the hands of this pack of wolves. Just like what the princess told Spring Peach yesterday, life is hers. She must hold it in her own hands. "Your daughter-in-law does not dare blame you." Wu's voice was very soft, like the wind, but each word was sharp as a needle. "Your daughter-in-law just wants to live." "Mother, what are you talking about?" Lu's face suddenly changed, and she looked almost panicked. "Doesn't this mean directly shaming their family? What is she thinking?" Bai's face froze with a look of supposed kindness, but her tone suddenly became sharp. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could see it long ago. You see how much I love An's wife, and it makes you unhappy. So now you're acting together with the princess, is that it? You just want to ruin the reputation of the Marquis family, you jealous woman. You've broken 7 rules. Do you know that I can have my son divorce you?" Wu looked at her quietly, without anger or accusation, only exhaustion, like she had given up, but also seen through everything. "Mother," she said slowly, "did I really never tell you? Think about it carefully." Bai suddenly froze, then remembered that 9 days ago, Spring Peach had also asked to see her. The air seemed to pause for a moment, and everyone's breath felt like it was being held. Mrs. Wu's suppressed cough echoed through the hall again. Xiao Jin supported her gently but firmly and said softly, "Let's go." Mrs. Wu hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped out of the room. As her left foot touched the ground, suddenly, Bai's furious cry filled the room. "Mrs. Wu, a family shouldn't have upper teeth not touching the lower teeth. If you dare step out that door, I'll make my son divorce you." Mrs. Wu froze, and the room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, thinking she was afraid, but in the next moment, she slowly lifted her right foot, which was still inside the room, and confidently stepped forward. Bai nearly fainted. Is she crazy? Not afraid of divorce anymore? Since her father retired and returned home, whenever she used this threat, she would always bow her head and admit her mistake, trembling with fear. It must be the princess, yes. It's that princess who taught her to be bad. Of course, anyone who can encourage her granddaughter to divorce must be a bad influence. Bai clenched her teeth and shouted angrily at Xiao Jin, who was still at the back. "Princess, If you dare take her out of this estate even a step, I will fight you to the end. This frantic threat made Xiao Jin's pause for a moment, then she immediately turned around. Mrs. Wu tightly held Xiao Jin's sleeve, her eyes full of warning. Don't cause more trouble. But Xiao Jin only smiled faintly, patted her hand, and whispered, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She handed Mrs. Wu to Aunt Qiu to support her, then handed her cane to Madame Zhang. Then, she suddenly took a big step forward and confidently stepped out of the door. Turning around and standing outside, facing the stunned crowd inside, she said seriously, Old lady bye, I have come out. Before anyone could react, she kicked her foot and lightly jumped back in. Huh? I've come back in. Then she turned around again and jumped out. What should I do?
I've come out again.
And then she jumped back again. I've gone in again. Everyone. Who is this crazy person? Does she think she's still a girl of 14 or 15? Bai's face turned red with anger, veins bulging. Is she crazy? Aunt E, with a pig-like face, was leaning awkwardly on the bed. Two maids carefully attended her, one applying medicine to her face, the other spreading ointment on her stomach. Ugh, she gasped in pain and took a cold breath, then slapped the maid who was applying ointment to her face. Be gentle. Didn't you hear me say gentle? The maid covered her face, her eyes red, but she dared not speak. At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. The trusted maid who was watching the commotion rushed in, stumbling and out of breath, then knelt down suddenly. Only then did Lady An learn that Mrs. Wu had not only appeared in front of everyone but also tried to leave with Xiao Jin's. She sat up straight quickly, her face changing instantly.
What?
Who called her out? Who allowed it? The wind blew in from outside the curtain, making her sleeves flutter. She ignored the cold, her eyes full of anger and fear. Her face was still swollen, her cheeks puffed out like dough, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself to stay calm. No, she must not panic. Absolutely not. Even if the lady was determined to leave, as long as she hadn't stepped out of the Zhongqin Marquis' house, there was still hope. At most. She could blame the careless servants. But if she really took her out, mistreated her, secretly kept the moon silver, or deliberately delayed her illness, each one would be a deadly sin. By then, don't even think about the Marquis' protection. With the Marquis' temper, he might be the first to drag her out and sacrifice her. She gritted her teeth, neglecting her shoes, and barefoot, shivering on the cold tiles. She staggered a few steps and then slapped another maid by the bed fiercely. Are you all stupid? Why are you just standing there?
Go.
Called back the heir and the second young master. Her eyes nearly bulged out, almost shouting, and the second and third young ladies, and the young masters and misses in the house. Any legitimate children, don't leave a single one behind. Bring them all to the east side courtyard, in front of the lady. She almost yelled her orders, her voice rising and breaking, startling the birds outside into flight. Hurry! In the east side courtyard of the main hall, Baishir looked at Xiao Jin's shameless behavior. Her wrinkled face turned blue with anger. She clutched her chest, gasping like a broken bellows, her vision blurring. Seeing Wu's group still leaving, she suddenly shook off Lu's support and shouted angrily, What's there to wait for? Hurry! Stop them. Earlier, Xiao Jin's had gone crazy in the hall, but the Marquis' estate, respecting her status, endured it. Now, since it concerns the family's reputation, Lu didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the maids and servants to block the gate. When Xiao Jin's group reached the door, they were surrounded tightly by 7 or 8 guards with sticks and burly maids. Mrs. Bai also recovered quickly, walking briskly with a cane, followed by a group of curious ladies. Her eyes reddened as she stared fiercely at Xiao Jin's. Princess, this is the Marquis' estate of my loyal and diligent uncle. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. But if you want to take away the head lady of my uncle's house, unless you step over my dead body. Wu's face turned pale. Seeing the crowd at the door and the stern looks of the maids, she instinctively looked at Xiao Jin's and whispered, Princess, maybe, Xiao Jin's, uninterested, cut her off coldly. She looked at her slowly and said, "You are wearing this lake blue dress today, so I will keep my promise." She then turned to the crowd, her gaze cold but with a hint of sarcasm. "I told you. Today, I will take you home." Wu trembled suddenly. Tears that had stopped started flowing again, falling softly. Mrs. Bai was furious but forced a smile, tapping her cane on the ground. "Why don't you show me one of your own?" Before she finished speaking, Xiao Jin suddenly stepped forward, directly facing Mrs. Bai. Her movements were quick and decisive. She pulled out a shiny dagger from her sleeve, swung it in front of Mrs. Bai with a flick, and a flash of silver appeared, causing a sudden gust of air. The dagger brushed past Mrs. Bai's ear, slicing through a strand of her white hair. Mrs. Bai instinctively stepped back, almost throwing her cane away. "Are you trying to hurt someone?" she exclaimed in shock, her voice trembling. Xiao Jin smiled lazily, twirling the dagger between her fingers. Xiao Jin revealed the dagger, making Zheng Er very happy. He thought that after Wu's incident, they wouldn't find a handle against Lady Ho anymore. He immediately said, "Lady Ho, who are you trying to scare? This is the family matter of the loyal and diligent Marquis's residence. As an outsider, you really dare to interfere?" With her leading the way, others, whether sincere or not, began to persuade. They said that family members should not fight like this. They argued that the Marquis's wife should think about the children, not just herself. Hearing this, Xiao Jin suddenly became angry. She quickly raised her hand and pointed her dagger at Madame Yu, who had just said, "Think about the children." Madame Yu had only casually agreed, not expecting to be called out. Her face turned pale, her body stiffened, and she almost stepped back. Her lips trembled as she said, "Old madam, I didn't mean anything bad." Why was she so unlucky? So many people had spoken, and now the old lady was focusing on her again? "Madame Yu," she sneered, "you haven't even figured out your own life, yet you still think about the children." Her eyes were deep and cold, like a beast lurking in the night. "What's the point of living if you're like this?" Before she finished speaking, she suddenly flipped her dagger and slashed it down on her own left arm. A tearing sound came as her sleeve split open, and blood appeared. Everyone exclaimed, "Old madam." Before anyone could see Xiao Jin's injury clearly, she was quickly surrounded by people from the Wei Yuan Marquis' estate. A maid, Qiu, took the opportunity to throw a signal flare from her sleeve. There was a loud bang as the flare shot into the sky and exploded over the loyal and diligent Marquis' residence, bursting into bright red flames and thick smoke that soared into the clouds. Young people like Lu and others didn't understand what was happening, but the older ones, like Bai, stared with wide-open mouths. This isn't." Everyone was stunned for a moment. The maids brought by Xiao Jin immediately surrounded her and Wu, while Qiu shouted desperately, "Help! Save us! The loyal and diligent Marquis' estate is trying to kill our young lady." This sentence was like a splash of water in hot oil, instantly igniting the crowd. Bai suddenly choked on her breath, her vision darkening. She hammered her cane 3 times in anger, her face twisted with rage. "You're lying. You're framing us." Xiao Jin was the adopted daughter of Emperor Taizong. Even now, she was called Little Aunt. If the Wei Yuan Marquis' estate accused her of harming royal family members, they wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash. Mrs. Zhang looked at the wound that the healer had already bandaged. She knew it was fake, but somehow, she just couldn't hold back her anger. She stepped forward quickly, rolled up her sleeve, and pointed at Mrs. Bai, shouting, "You old woman, do you really think our Marquis of Wei Yuan is finished? If anything happens to my mother-in-law, I will tear off your old skin. I will make your son kneel and beg for mercy, make your grandson wear mourning clothes, and remove your loyal and diligent family from the capital." Mrs. Bai trembled with anger, grabbing her cane and shouting back, You lowly outsider. Think you can cause trouble in my family?" Mrs. Zhang sneered. "Your family, a mere kennel, dares to call itself a family? Titles like Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron, if we really count, your broken family name isn't even worth a hairpin compared to me. Try again. If you dare to stop my mother-in-law even a little, I will tear apart your rotten mouth right here in front of everyone. Don't think just because you're the mother of the loyal and diligent Baron that I won't recognize my own family background. I am still the daughter of the Marquis of Wei Yuan." Mrs. Bai's face turned pale with anger, her lips trembling. She raised her cane high, but didn't dare to strike. Mrs. Zhang moved closer step by step, flicked her waist badge, and sneered coldly, stabbing into Mrs. Bai's heart. "You're old, but not everyone will tolerate your crazy temper. If this gets out, do you think you're still a noble? People outside will say you tried to harm a royal relative. Your courage is reckless." Mrs. Bai shivered all over, her head buzzing, and she nearly fainted. Xiao Jin's watched Mrs. Zhang with admiration, deciding to officially give her the title of the second loudmouth of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's family, replacing Mrs. Yao. She enjoyed the scolding herself. Lu's wife saw that she couldn't reason with her. She turned to Zheng Er, Lady Yu, and others, anxiously stomping her feet. Everyone saw it. This wound was made by the old lady herself. "Please, you must testify for my loyal and diligent family." The scene became even more chaotic. A maid tried to step forward to help her bandage the wound but was stopped by Xiao Jins, who drew her dagger and coldly said, "If anyone dares to come closer, I will slit their throat immediately." The cold gleam flickered near her throat, making everyone stop in their tracks. Mrs. Zhang was really nervous. "Oh, my mother, your neck doesn't hide a blood bag." Of course, Xiao Jins was just scaring them. With her personality, she wouldn't even cut someone's neck. She wouldn't cut her own either. Wei was very anxious and angry, but she didn't dare to gamble or risk her life. She clenched her palm around her cane, making a clicking sound. Zheng Er's heart trembled. Just as he was about to speak, Lady Miao quietly tugged on his sleeve and whispered, "Don't get involved." The situation was at a standstill. Lady Lu forced herself to give orders for people to go around from behind the house, hoping to hold back Xiao Jins and prevent anyone from escaping. A few guards silently moved out, walking quietly through the crowd like snakes hiding in the shadows, almost reaching Xiao Jins from behind. But Xiao Jins didn't even lift her eyelids, as if she didn't notice at all. What Lady Lu didn't know was that she wasn't the only one trying to delay time. Several guards from the loyal and diligent Marquis's estate quietly approached, but the maids brought by Xiao Jins were not easy to deal with. One of them was especially quick and skillful, managing to grab and hold the leading guard by the throat, knocking him down. Ugh, the guard didn't even have a chance to struggle before he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, two other guards secretly approached Xiao Jins. Auntie Chiu turned her head in shock and shouted, "Auntie-in." Suddenly, those two guards grunted softly, and everyone didn't see what happened, but the guards fell to the ground. Lady Lu's face changed completely. Just then, the gatekeeper stumbled in hurriedly, running and gasping, "Madam, something's wrong." Lady Bai's eyebrows jumped, and she quickly turned around. "What is it now?" The gatekeeper said. "The military and cavalry office and the Jingzhou prefecture officials have arrived. They said they saw a signal of help from our house, and they are about to rush in." The courtyard fell silent. Zhang's tense body suddenly relaxed, finally catching up. Lady Bai looked as if she had been hit by a heavy blow. Her legs buckled, and she almost collapsed to the ground. It's over. Everything is lost. Emperor Qianqi's word is final. After Xiao Jins announced the whole city release of the tooth powder recipe, he immediately kept his promise. Not only did he have Chao Dabin bring her some of his private properties in the capital, 10 shops, 2 farms, and 3 mountain peaks, but he also specifically instructed the Jingzhou prefecture and the military and cavalry office, "Please take good care of the old lady of the Wei Yuan Marquis if she needs anything." The so-called favor is, in fact, just a simple matter. Xiao Jins is handling affairs in the capital and tries to give her some convenience. Yesterday, Xiao Jins had already made arrangements and sent people ahead to these 2 government offices. She didn't ask them to do anything difficult, just instructed them to casually patrol around the Zhongqin Marquis' residence at this time tomorrow. As for the red signal flare, it was already in her possession. After all, she is a royal relative and the adopted daughter of Emperor Taizong, which grants her the right to seek urgent help. Now, the officials from the military department and Jingzhou prefecture arrived just in time. Seeing her with a wounded arm and bloodstains still on her, Bai and others, despite their excuses, could no longer justify detaining her. As for Wu, Bai couldn't afford to have a reputation for imprisoning his daughter-in-law. In desperation, they could only follow her to the gate and start playing the emotional card. Wu, you've been married to the Marquis's residence for over 30 years. Are you really willing to leave? Leave your children and husband. Wu's figure paused slightly, then she lifted her foot and resolutely walked outside. Bai immediately anxiously said, "This will always be your home." Xiao Jin's thought to herself, "This is so fake," acting like she just said her son should divorce his wife. Fortunately, Wu didn't waver. Just as they were about to step over the threshold, a deep, impatient male voice came from outside. "What's going on?" Everyone froze. A man about 30 years old quickly walked in, tall and straight, with sharp features and a commanding presence. When he saw Wu standing at the front, his expression immediately turned cold. "Mother, what are you causing trouble for again?" The visitor was Zhou Jinyan, the heir of the Zhongqin Marquis. He was dressed in his usual formal clothes, with a commanding aura in his eyebrows. He moved at a steady pace, but his gaze was cold and intimidating. Xiao Jin's thought to herself, "He's just a minor official, yet he's putting on airs." Not far behind him, second young master Zhou Jingtian hurried over. As soon as he entered, he saw Wu standing beside Xiao Jin's. His face darkened, showing no friendliness, and he turned directly toward Bai. Bai and Lu had exaggeratedly recounted what had happened. They said that Wu had fallen ill last night and couldn't entertain guests today, and that Madame Ho had misunderstood something and caused a scene. A mother unexpectedly helped Lady Ho, and also had opinions about the grandmother and her daughter-in-law. She insisted on following Lady Ho, worried about Mother Wu's health. They wanted to keep her there, but Lady Ho misunderstood and, in a fit of anger, cut herself with a knife. Mrs. Zhang was stunned, and Lu's clever words seemed to turn black into white. Zhou Jinyan looked at the two officials with swords and guessed that his wife's words might have some exaggeration. But so what? If there was a problem, couldn't the family sit together and talk? Why did it have to escalate to this? Thinking of this, his face grew serious. He finally cupped his hands and bowed to Xiao Jin, speaking calmly. "And Xiao, is what my grandmother said true?" Though he asked this, his scrutinizing gaze clearly showed he had already taken sides. Xiao Jin glanced at him sideways and sneered. "Who do you think you are? Dare to question me? Even you, Aunt Xiao, what kind of relative are you? I don't have a nephew like you who can't tell right from wrong or see good from bad." Zhou Jinyan was silenced, and his face changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Lady Ho, who had always been kind to him, would embarrass him in front of everyone today. He remembered visiting the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate as a child, enjoying everything prepared by this very lady. Now, she seemed to completely forget him, with no trace of old affection in her eyes. He didn't realize that Xiao Jin had changed inside, and even if she was still herself, her kindness to him in the past was only because of Wu's influence. Now, their mother and son's relationship was fragile, and no one would give him the face of a troublemaker. Zhou Jinyan frowned in displeasure and turned to look at Mother Wu, his tone no longer restrained but tinged with blame and disappointment. "Mother, how can you be so willful?" Even though he was prepared, Mother Wu was hurt by her son's sudden questioning and attitude. She looked at the man in official robes, with an elegant demeanor, and saw his face that resembled her late husband. Suddenly, she felt very unfamiliar. Was this the little boy who used to say, "I want to grow up quickly and protect my mother"? She remembered that winter when he had a high fever. She stayed by his side for 3 nights, her eyes red from exhaustion. She didn't dare drink much water, afraid that if she left, he might not survive. She sewed his clothes stitch by stitch and personally wrote his first reading books. She even stepped in front of him to block the punishment from the master, receiving a few lashes in return. She didn't even get a chance to explain herself and was labeled as willful. Zhou Jingtian also spoke, with a tone that sounded like he thought it was obvious and was impatient. "Yes, mother, It's just a small matter. Why make such a fuss? We are a family. If you're not feeling well and want to see a doctor, just tell us. Why cause such a big scene? Wu felt a sharp pain in her chest as if her heart was twisting, and her vision blurred. She slowly looked up at her second son. He was born after a difficult labor, and she had stayed up for 3 days and nights to save his life. That summer, when he was weaning and broke out in a rash, she stayed with him for 7 days straight, not daring to sleep. But now, he was standing among everyone, speaking to her in a condescending tone, as if she wasn't their mother, but just a crazy woman disturbing the peace of the family. Suddenly, she wanted to laugh but couldn't. Only a cold feeling spread from her bones. Mrs. Bai looked on, sad and nostalgic, sighing. Oh, it's all because I'm too old and useless now. I speak badly and people misunderstand me. Now everyone looks down on me. Hearing this, Mrs. Bai raised her eyebrows proudly, her eyes shining with satisfaction. This Wu had just argued with her and was so tough in front of her. But now, in front of her own son, she was silent again. Fortunately, Mrs. Bai was clever. She had already seen that Wu was not a good person and had taken control of her children early on. Now, seeing her isolated and helpless, what could she do? She didn't believe Wu could really ruin her son's future right in front of her own children. Even if I am wrong, you shouldn't blame the children, Mrs. Bai said. Wu, do you realize what you've done to the children? Zhou Jinyan and his brother listened and comforted her patiently. Grandmother, you can't blame her. It's because Mother is too naive. The other brother looked at Wu with more disgust. Mother, did you hear that? If you admit your mistake now, your sons will ask Grandmother and Father to forgive you. Wu was so angry she couldn't say a word. Since she stood in front of them, they hadn't shown her any care, only accusations. That was her child, she raised herself. Her palm felt cold, her throat was tight as if something was blocking it, and she couldn't speak. Xiao Jin's couldn't stand it anymore. She suddenly raised her right hand and pointed at them, scolding loudly. Are you blind or deaf? Can't you see your mother is sick? Her face is as white as paper, she's walking unsteadily, and you haven't even asked how she is. She's been cursed with bad luck for generations, and only then did she have you two heartless kids. Old Lady Ho, mind your words. Zhou Jinyan forced a cold tone and warned, glancing around. He noticed the officials nearby, who looked at him with half-smiles, making him feel uneasy. They are officials, appointed by the court. These days, the country emphasizes filial piety. If this gets out, not only will his future be ruined, but he might also face serious accusations. It's better not to say anything. But once he said, mind your words, Xiao Jin suddenly sneered coldly. Mind your words? She stepped closer. Do you even know how to write those 2 words? You're all respectful to your grandmother, polite to your aunt, but when it comes to your own mother, you speak loudly and coldly. Do you even deserve to call yourself filial? If I were your child, I'd have already dumped a bucket of dirt on your head and made you kneel before the ancestors. Zhou Jingtian also got angry and shouted, Old Lady Ho, don't go too far. Wuxia seemed to finally break down. She slowly lowered her head, covering her face with her hand, tears falling through her fingers. Xiao Jins was furious and about to scold again when she suddenly saw Wuxia trembling. Her raging anger seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water, and she suddenly cooled down. But in the next moment, she turned around sharply and slapped her. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as her hand struck Zhou Jinyan's face firmly. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Jinyan staggered back, his face immediately showing finger marks, and his ears buzzed. Brother Yan, Bai Shi and Lu Shi exclaimed and hurried forward to support him. Zhou Jinyan covered his face, stunned for a few moments before regaining his senses. His eyes were filled with shame, anger, and disbelief. She actually dared to hit him. He had grown up, never been hit like this by his parents, let alone slapped in front of others. Anger burned like fireworks to the top of his head. He suddenly turned around, not to look at Xiao Jins, but to glare at Mrs. Wu, his voice trembling slightly. Mother. Are you just going to watch? He stared at her tightly, as if he had been terribly wronged or was humiliated in front of everyone, like having his face stripped away. Seeing his cowardly attitude, Xiao Jin's originally rising anger slowly cooled down. Instead, a faint cold smile appeared, more frightening than his earlier rage. Suddenly, she understood why these people treated Mrs. Wu this way. They all knew that supporting a concubine was wrong, but since her sister's son was the only child of Zheng Ernyang's family, they had to pretend otherwise. Their inner conflicts couldn't be settled, so they vented their anger on Mrs. Wu, who couldn't help them. Mrs. Wu's existence became a scapegoat, uniting these selfish and heartless people. Xiao Jin slowly lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes casting a shadow. These were all extremely selfish things. She didn't believe their alliance could be very strong. She no longer got angry or smiled. She just quietly watched the two brothers, her eyes calm like a still lake, but beneath the surface, there were hidden hooks, capable of peeling away skin and revealing bones and blood. Huh. She chuckled softly, her tone becoming calm, but her words like a dull knife, slowly pricking nerves. There's no point arguing about this. But since you've called me and a few times, I, as an elder, have to say something. Whether it's right or wrong, you should think about it yourselves when you go back. After speaking, she ignored their expressions and continued. Zhou Jingtian, do you think your grandmother's favorite person is you? She praises you for being filial and sensible. Even outsiders think you're the future pillar of the loyal and diligent house. Her tone suddenly paused, a hint of sarcasm appearing at the corner of her mouth. But do you know what she says about you behind your back? She calls you stupid, stupid to the extreme, with ears as soft as cotton. Just a few words to provoke you, and even your own mother would abandon you. She says you're shallow and useless. As long as you get a little benefit, you can easily sell your own mother. Flattering and deceiving you, she makes you kneel faster than a dog. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhou Jingtian's face suddenly changed. He held Bai's hand stiffly, like a carved stone. He froze in place, unsure whether to let go or hold tighter. Bai forced a smile and said, Jingtian, you don't believe her words, do you? She's just trying to stir up trouble between us, the grandparents and grandchildren. Xiao Jins glanced at her without arguing and coldly said, If you have no guilty feelings, why are you so anxious? Then she turned to another person. And you, Zhou Jinyan, she slowly bent down, her expression calm as if she was chatting about everyday things, but her voice was cold like a chilling wind. You always pretend to be a filial grandson in front of your grandmother, acting so sincere. But do you know what she just said to Annan? She said, Wu's health won't last long. As soon as she passes, she'll immediately support aunt and son to take her place. Yes, aunt and son. Only 12 years old, learning to ride horses, looking strong and lively. She said he's her legitimate grandson. She smiled lightly, her tone gentle but filled with biting sarcasm. You're always acting as a grandson, obedient and loyal. But in the end? Once her own son takes the throne, what are you? Just a bother, standing in the way? Your eldest legitimate son from before, how much is he worth now? Xiao Jin's words felt like a knife stabbing into the hearts of the two brothers. Don't ask if what she said was true. She just said it, so it must be true. Zhou Jingtian and Zhou Jinyan looked at each other, the first signs of hesitation and unease appearing in their eyes. Even Lu's eyes flickered with a strange light. Bai noticed the tense atmosphere and hurried to explain. When did she ever say such things? How could aunt and son be so young? She would never think that way. Don't believe Xiao Jin's lies and tricks. Even if she did say it, she wouldn't let Xiao Jin's find out. But the more she panicked, the more suspicious she sounded to others. People like her, who can scheme against her own daughter-in-law and manipulate her own grandson, would not only deceive Wu's son but even Lu's family felt uneasy. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it's like a poisoned well. No matter how clear the water, no one would dare to drink from it. Taking advantage of the moment when their 3 generations were arguing, Xiao Jins was already ready to leave, walking toward the main gate with her people. Suddenly, Anton, hiding in the corner, changed her expression drastically. She had been standing behind the screen in the side hall, shrinking her neck and not daring to breathe. But now, her mind was filled with one thought. Is this Madame Ho hiding someone in the house? She had been planning this for so long, yet someone could say it out loud word for word. But honestly, she had never told the old madam about this. She clenched her handkerchief tightly, her knuckles turning white, her eyes full of panic. She knew she couldn't step forward now. Although Wu was usually timid, if she really brought up old issues and mentioned two things she had done, she would be so overwhelmed she might cry. Panicking, she dared not show herself and could only ask her maid softly, "Where are the second miss and the third miss?" "Haven't they returned yet?" The maid whispered back. "Madam, the two young ladies went together to Puan Temple for incense this morning and haven't come back." Aunt Anne's face turned pale suddenly, and she was so angry she almost kicked someone. What kind of children did Wu have? On her birthday, they still went to worship Buddha. She gritted her teeth and said, "Go, bring all the young ones in the house here. The faster the better.
Say
Their grandmother is leaving, and they should come and persuade her." Feeling that this was still not enough security, Aunt Anne made a harsh decision. "Go, tie up the house doctor and steward Ma for me." Xiao Jin's and her group had already stepped onto the stairs when suddenly a panic shout came from behind. "Young Master Jing, and wait, don't run. Young Master Jingli, hey, hey, hey. And Miss Qing, don't follow them." Before the words finished, several small children, looking like little dumplings, rushed out from the side corridor, like a bunch of rabbits hopping out of a spring meadow. "Wow, why are there so many people?" The boy leading the group, Jing'an, blinked and looked at the crowd, immediately feeling a bit scared. A child about 5 or 6 years old, who looked at Wu with a frown, stepped forward and said, "Grandmother, I heard you're pretending to be sick again." The teacher said, "This is not correct." Another child, holding Zhou Jingtian's leg, said, "Fourth brother, you are wrong. Grandma An said that she's not pretending to be sick this time. She wants to leave, and she's trying to make us leave her behind." There was only a small girl, about 4 or 5 years old, who looked blankly at Wu Shi. "But Grandma looks very sick, like she really is ill." Mrs. Zhang was stunned when she heard this. Seeing how openly these children spoke and then looking at Wu Shi's pale face, her heart felt sour. Such young children dared to mock her openly, calling her Grandma and always protecting that concubine. She was not worthy. It was clear how hard and frustrating Wu Andy had been living in the house all these years. Zhou Jinian's face softened a little, and his tone was less harsh. "Mother, even the children see through your tricks. Please stop causing trouble." Zhou Jingtian also lowered his voice. "Yes, we won't mind the shame you brought to the main house today. Just stay at home and rest." Maybe Xiao Jin's earlier scolding had some effect, or maybe he finally saw how pale Wu Shi's face was. Of course, the biggest reason was probably the fear that Wu Shi might really die, and after Auntie An took her place, his brother's position would be insecure. He paused for a moment and added, "Later, I'll ask someone to find a doctor to check on you." "A doctor?" Wu Shi heard this and felt deeply sarcastic. She couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, like a sharp blade. You see, he knew. He knew that the doctors in the house were planted by Auntie An. He knew how difficult it was for her to get sick over the years in the house. He knew that, under Auntie An's orders, the house doctors spread rumors outside that she was old and still pretending to be sick to seek favor, making her a laughingstock. He knew everything. He knew it all. But the fire hadn't burned him yet, so he didn't want to get involved. He just relied on the resources Auntie An gave him to get ahead, so he dared not interfere. How ridiculous. This was the son she fought so hard to give birth to. As the princess said, he was better off being a piece of roasted pork. Honestly, Xiao Jin's had heard before how difficult it was for women in ancient times to leave their husband's home. But she never expected it to be this hard. So hard. Walking from the eastern side courtyard to the main gate, just a few hundred steps, she was stopped by 3 groups of people, her son trying to persuade her, her grandson surrounding her, and her grandmother scolding her. It was more difficult than crossing obstacles, as all of them were close relatives who wanted to drain her strength and then turn cold. If she hadn't prepared carefully today and brought two officials to help, Wu Shi might have given up at that moment. She was afraid she would be forced to go back and take medicine to admit her mistake. Just 2 steps away from freedom, she saw it within reach. Suddenly, a face swollen like a pig's head, painted with makeup, unexpectedly stepped forward. "Oh no, madam, wait. It's all a misunderstanding." It was Anton. Her face bore several slap marks, her lips swollen, and her rouge couldn't hide her embarrassment. Yet her clothes were neat, and her hair was carefully combed, looking pitiful and innocent at the same time. She slowly approached, first lowering her eyes and speaking softly and sadly to Bai Shi and Zhou Jingyan, the mother and son who couldn't tell right from wrong. "It's all my fault. I didn't take good care. Please don't blame madam anymore. She's sick and feeling wronged. No wonder others are upset." Xiao Jin's rolled her eyes. The smell of old green tea was really strong. Anton glanced at everyone's expressions, then quickly turned around, looked up at Wu Shi and Xiao Jin's on the steps, and raised her voice a few notches, sounding sharp and tearful. "Old lady Ho, madam, I've already checked carefully. It was my mistake. I didn't notice." And these 2 reckless servants responded carelessly, which caused the delay. After speaking, she clapped her hands. 2 servants were immediately pushed out, tied up, and thrown onto the 3rd step with a thud. Their faces were bruised and swollen, and their mouths were stuffed with cloth, making them whimper. Anton seized the moment. Without hesitation, kneeled down on the stone steps with a thud, her voice trembling just right, tears suddenly falling. She pointed at the women tied up and said, "Madam is sick," but this lowly servant deceived everyone and kept the news tightly sealed. "I really didn't know what to do." She spoke and then pointed at the imperial doctor. "And this? How dare he lie to the servant girl, saying the madam is not unwell? I was confused at the time and delayed the important matter. I am to blame. I am guilty. Please, madam, punish me." She spoke with sincere regret, tears streaming down her face, looking like a tragic person who had gone out in the night to seek medicine for the madam but was misunderstood. Before Mrs. Wu could speak, Zhou Jingyan quickly stepped forward, quietly scolding the 2 servants. Then he turned to the maid nearby and ordered, "Hurry and help the madam up." He spoke softly to his tearful aunt. "Auntie, it's all the servants' fault. You shouldn't blame yourself." When he said this, he deliberately looked at Mrs. Wu, with blame and coldness in his eyes. He was truly angry. No matter what, he was her biological son. Yet she let that old marquis lady scold him harshly, calling him barbecue pork and fool, and she didn't say a word in his defense. She didn't even bother to give him a glance. It was a terrible way to be a mother. If Anton hadn't stepped forward now, he would have thought she would really risk everything and walk out that door. So he knew Aunt Anne's words had some exaggeration, but he deliberately helped her and comforted her, thinking that his mother would probably be overwhelmed and start to complain about her grievances. As soon as she spoke, he would act as if he just found out and sincerely apologize, maybe even apologize in front of everyone. His mother was usually gentle and obedient to them, her siblings. If that happened, the matter should be settled. Clearly, Aunt Anne shared his thoughts. She was secretly happy, but still looked tearful. She wiped her tears and forced a gentle tone to speak. "But the madam is truly wronged, I know." She looked softly at Mrs. Wu, like a small wife full of grievances. "Madam, if you want to scold or punish, do it to me. The young master and second young master don't know anything. It's my mistake. Please don't make things difficult for them. If you insist on leaving the house, what about the face of the loyal and diligent Marquis's estate? Do you know what they will face if you go out?" Each sentence was full of concern for them, pushing Mrs. Wu toward being seen as heartless and unkind. This caused a rift between mother and son. Sure enough, Zhou Jingyan listened carefully and interrupted her with a cold face, full of annoyance. "Madam, what did you say to her? She won't believe it. She's long determined to leave. She doesn't care about this family anymore." Thinking about how she was just beaten and how Wu Shi just stood silently by, watching without saying a word, Zhou Jingyan felt a deep discomfort in his heart. Zhou Jingtian looked at Wu Shi's expressionless face. His heart skipped a beat. He sensed something was wrong and couldn't help but tug at his older brother's sleeve, whispering, "Big brother, stop talking." But Zhou Jinyan, full of righteous anger, suddenly swung his hand, causing Zhou Jingtian to stumble. The anger and hurt in his eyes almost broke through his disguise. "Why shouldn't I say it? She's even worse than a concubine," he pointed at Nyang with a cold smile. "Look at her. She still knows to consider our face and to hold her ground when things go wrong. But her? She's our real mother, yet she doesn't even leave us the basic dignity. Does she even see us as her children? Since she doesn't care about this bloodline, why should I be understanding towards her?" When he said this, not only Zhang Shi frowned deeply, but Zhou Jingtian also knitted his brows. "Big brother, are you crazy?" he shouted softly. "That's our mother." "Mother?" Zhou Jinyan looked at his brother coldly. "Does she still look like a mother now? Do you see us in her eyes? All she cares about is Lady Ho, her pride. She just got a little sick, and even the grandmother apologized to her. We also offered to help her get a doctor. Even Madame Nyang knelt down for her. Does she show any sign of stepping down?" After finishing his words, he said no more, but his anger kept growing. Actually, what he really wanted to say was, she not only cruelly watched herself get beaten but was also stubborn to the point of obsession, only recognizing Lady Ho, wholeheartedly pushing us away, as if she were the real victim driven mad. Why can't she understand us? He didn't know that everyone outside was laughing at him for constantly flattering a concubine. Would he be willing to flatter her? Does he have no shame? He also wished to have a mother who could help his future like others do. But what could he do? He also had no choice. Their uncle's family had long since stepped back from the power center in the capital. If Aunt Anne hadn't connected with the Zheng family, father would probably still hold only a minor position at the Ministry of Rights. As for him and his second brother, they could only stay at home every day. He didn't expect her to care more for him, nor did he want her to do anything for him. But could she at least stop hindering him? Just for their sake. Couldn't she endure a little hardship? Why does it have to be like this? Why must she do this in front of so many people? What does she want to do? Is she trying to prove that her son is unfilial? Or to make Auntie stop helping him? Or to force him back into a life of idleness at home? Zhou Jinyan's heart was filled with raging anger, but he accidentally looked up and met her gaze. That look, Mrs. Wu saw very clearly. It was him, her most loved and proud son. The child who used to sleep hugging her arm and whimpering, "I feel uneasy when you're not here." The child who, when she was sick, would tear up with tears in his eyes, secretly give her candies to make her take medicine. But now, those familiar eyes were full of hatred and blame. Hate her for not knowing the times, hate her for not ending things properly, hate her for ruining his reputation, his career, and the fragile balance he had worked so hard to maintain. His gaze was cold, like he was looking at a troublesome stranger. Mrs. Wu's throat felt dry, as if an invisible string was tightly choking her. In that moment, she had a brief illusion. Could it be that she was wrong? Just a small illness? Xiao Jins looked at her distracted expression, worried that the only sister of the original owner was being manipulated again. She stepped forward and shouted passionately, "Your mother almost died in bed. No one in the house dared to call a doctor. The courtyard was sealed off, and the servants didn't dare pass on messages. And you say just a small illness? Zhou Jinyan, are you even human? Even animals know to protect their mothers. And you? You're worse than animals. Do you think that if she dies and your father's concubine is promoted, you can climb higher through the Zheng family? As long as she's alive, she's blocking your path to wealth and status." Just as the argument reached its peak, she suddenly heard a quiet whisper behind her. "This has nothing to do with my Zheng family." Zheng Er was already furious seeing Aunt Anne's attitude. Everyone knew Aunt Anne was her person, so her words felt like a slap in her face. And Wu's attitude was the same. If she couldn't keep her own husband, who could she blame? Family issues shouldn't be made public. Several people had already given her way out, but she still caused trouble. She showed no respect at all, even though she was the wife of the eldest brother. Everyone turned to look. noticing her face full of disdain. Xiao Jin's eyes sharpened, and she slowly turned her head, her gaze cold and piercing. Zheng Er immediately shrank back, tilting her head as if she were a student caught by the teacher. Xiao Jin's tone was surprisingly gentle. Madam Zheng, go back and tell your husband Zheng Haoyuan that today he kindly invited me to a feast. I am grateful for his kindness. Tomorrow, I will have someone take over his #1 building in the capital, so I won't let his efforts go to waste. Zheng Er's mouth moved, trying to understand the connection between her words. Xiao Jin spoke again, her voice calm but sharp. A daughter doesn't dislike her mother's ugliness, nor does a mother resent her son's poverty, but you dislike her illness, her hardship, her dragging you down. For a son like you, I'd rather cut you down now. Her words made Wu tremble all over. Finally, her eyes sharpened, almost questioning. And you, stop crying. What's the use? Do you think crying at these ungrateful people will make them respect you? And knows she must improve herself to be listened to. You cry all day long. What's the point? You've lost all your luck because of your tears. As Wu hurriedly wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, Xiao Jin's finally relaxed a little and softened her tone. Good sister, do you understand? People can only rely on themselves. When you become strong, one day, those who looked down on you and stepped on you to climb higher will all kneel and beg you. The moment her words hit the ground, Wu's body trembled slightly. Her hollow eyes seemed to finally focus, as if she was slowly waking up from a deep abyss. Her gaze first flickered with confusion, then gradually turned cold, finally becoming completely resigned and sharp. She slowly lifted her head and looked at Zhou Jian. That look was no longer gentle, nor was it willing to compromise. You are right, I really haven't acted like a proper mother. After all, you don't need me to be such a useless mother. Zhou Jian suddenly shivered, his face turning as white as if he had been splashed with cold water. He instinctively took a step forward but staggered and almost fell. Zhou Jingtian also noticed something was wrong, his face changing as he hurriedly shouted. Mother, no. Big brother didn't mean that. He was just too anxious. He has actually been worried about you. He's almost gone crazy, that's why he said those things. Please don't argue with him. In the end, Wu Shi left. Behind her, her two sons shouted loudly. If you leave this house, don't expect me to call you mother again. Bai Shi, leaning on her cane, yelled angrily. This is outrageous. Outrageous. I will divorce you. I will make my son divorce you. A few young grandsons stood on the porch, staring in shock. Wow. Grandmother really left? She probably won't come back, right? Wu Shi heard all those words. But she didn't even turn her head. She walked to the door. While Spring Peach and the maid tried to help her, she pushed them away. She lifted her skirt and stepped steadily down the tall steps. Originally, she was carried into this house by Lord Zhongqin with a grand wedding that everyone admired. Now, she was walking out on her own, step by step, without stopping, without looking back. Behind her was a house full of shouting, scolding, gossip, old feelings, and her two sons she had raised herself. But all of that stayed inside the house. Actually, it would be fitting to give Wu Shi a background music here, like Zhang Baiji's, one person carrying two people's debt. Oh, intersection, intersection. Oh, haha, I bet many friends haven't heard of it. Housekeeper Zhen happened to come to report something. As he spoke, he suddenly changed the topic. Madam Second, a few days ago, the Changsheng was sent to the servants' yard. And he is gone. Mrs. Yao was caught off guard. Gone? How did that happen? Changsheng was a servant bought by the Zheng family. He was caught by Lin Jian while trying to escape, and Madame Zhang, angry, sold him to a very cold place. Housekeeper Zhen whispered. It is said he froze to death last night. Mrs. Yao was silent for a moment, then said, It's fine. It was his fate. She paused, then added, Don't let the old madam or the eldest sister-in-law hear about this, so they won't be upset. Housekeeper Zhen nodded and left. The room still felt stuffy. Mrs. Yao put on a cloak and slowly walked to the garden. Although it was cold, the quietness was refreshing. The wind seemed to clear her foggy mind a little. In the garden, The winter branches were thin and withered. Leaves were scattered on the ground, not yet swept away. A servant was crouched in the corner planting holly, and from afar, the sound of water being drawn from the well could be heard. Her eyes soon fell on the southwest corner of the garden, the newly repaired tall pavilion. It was a sudden idea from the old madam a few days ago. She said the old pavilion in the garden was too low, and when she looked out from it, she could only see part of the flowers and trees, not the whole view. So she personally ordered the construction of a tall pavilion that could overlook the entire Wei Yuan Ho residence. It is said that after the inspection yesterday, the old madam stayed alone on top of the pavilion for nearly 2 hours, enjoying the warm sunlight. At that time, she and the eldest sister-in-law were very worried, fearing the old madam was remembering her late husband and her 3 sons and might be overwhelmed with sadness. Fortunately, she eventually came down herself. Mrs. Yao suddenly became interested. She also wanted to see what it would be like to look down from a high place at the Ho residence she had married into and walked through every day. She wrapped her cloak tighter and slowly headed toward the pavilion. Below the pavilion, 2 little children were arguing happily. Little Pepper Lin Jijing was the first to climb up the steps, hands on her hips, head tilted back. "This is my territory. Brother, you're not allowed to come up." Chubby Lin Surway stood at the bottom of the steps, cheeks puffed like a pufferfish, looking wronged and angry. "It's clearly a pavilion built by Grandma. Why is it yours just because you got here first?" "I'm faster." Lin Jijing swung her ponytail confidently. "Grandma also said that only one person should go up such a pavilion to make it fun, and no pushing or squeezing. I want to go first today." Lin Suerwei crossed his hips and hurriedly ran up with short legs. Mrs. Yao stood by the fake mountain, watching the 2 small figures, and couldn't help but smile. She tilted her head and said to Madame Wang, "Today, the sun really seems to have come from the west." Rue actually argued with Jiqing. Knowing that these 2 were the youngest children in the household and had lost their parents early, everyone in the house naturally favored them a bit. Jiqing was fiery-tempered and bossy since she was young. Even her 2 older cousins couldn't handle her. Although Rue was half an hour younger, he was calm by nature, always acting like a gentleman, breaking a piece of candy to share with his sister, holding the string of a kite without grabbing the handle, and even sitting quietly behind Jiqing when listening to stories. Today, he actually got teary-eyed just because of a fight over who would go first. That was quite a surprise. Mrs. Yao found it interesting and didn't rush forward, just watching with a smile. "You can't do it. Your legs are too short. Your legs are shorter. Your bottom is big. Your mouth smells bad." The 2 children kept arguing until Lin Surwei couldn't take it anymore. He snorted, and with his chubby legs, he pushed off hard and actually climbed up 2 steps. Seeing Jiqing reach out to push him, he waved his little arms and pulled her sleeve instead. No one expected this scene. Even if the children had disagreements before, Lin Suerwei had never hit anyone. When Jiqing was pulled, her foot slipped and she fell backward. Mrs. Yao shouted in alarm, "Jiqing, be careful." A few maids were all frightened and wanted to rush over to catch her, but were too late. At the critical moment, a dry but steady arm reached out from the side and caught her. It was Old Sun from the flower room. He had somehow appeared at the edge of the steps, holding the little chili pepper in one arm and supporting her with the other hand on the corner of the blue bricks, holding her securely. The children had been raised by Mrs. Yao and still shaken. She quickly stepped forward and hugged Lin Jiqing into her arms, her voice trembling but gentle. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Second aunt is here. Be good. Don't be afraid." The little chili pepper calmed down first, sniffed her nose, and then suddenly tears streamed down her face as she let out a loud cry. The chubby boy was also scared and stunned. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't want my sister to fall." As he spoke, his voice choked, and his eyes turned red with sadness. Finally, he sat down heavily on the steps with a loud thud, closed his eyes, and started crying loudly. Mama Wang quickly crouched down, hugged him into her arms, and patted his back to comfort him. "Oh, don't cry anymore. It's okay now. The young lady is fine. The two children cried loudly together, filling the air with their sobs. After a while, their crying finally stopped. However, Mrs. Yao couldn't help but notice the old gardener, who had quietly moved to the corner with a calm expression. This gardener, whom she usually paid no attention to, had just appeared out of nowhere. She clearly remembered that when she arrived here, only two maids and Mama Wang were nearby, no one else. Just as she was about to ask about him, the little girl in her arms sneezed and looked up at her with teary eyes, snuggling closer. Mama Wang hurried over, touched Lin Siriai's back, then checked Lin Jiqing's clothes and said quickly, "Oh, she's sweating. The young master's back is wet. Madam, let's go back to the house quickly and change their clothes so they don't catch a cold." Yao looked down at the two tired, crying children, then nodded without hesitation. "Yes, let's go back," until their figures disappeared into the corridor. Old Man Sun, who was standing by the rockery, slowly turned around and strolled toward the greenhouse at a relaxed pace. Children tend to argue loudly, but soon they held hands and made up. At first, Yao wanted to find Old Man Sun to ask what was going on. But when Xiao Jin's returned injured, she had no time to think about anything else. She and Zhang hurriedly arranged a room for Wu, making sure to use the best bedding, hot water for medicine, and charcoal heaters, everything to make her feel like she was in her own room. They also called some famous doctors from Beijing who had been prepared in advance to give Wu a consultation. While the medical maids cleaned Xiao Jin's wounds, Yao couldn't help but chatter nearby, saying, "Old madam, no matter how capable you are, you shouldn't take your health lightly. If it's really serious, you might have to." Zhang shot her a glance, and before Yao could even say, "Sister-in-law," she swallowed her words hard. She smiled shyly and quickly changed her words. "Just cut a sleeve to scare them. There's no need to use a real knife." Before she finished speaking, she saw Xiao Jin's intact arm and immediately changed her tone. "Oh, I knew it. That must be a trick. Those people must have been so scared their faces turned green, serving them right. Madam, your move is really clever. No wonder you're the backbone, the smart one, and the living fairy of our marquis's residence." "Shut up," Xiao Jin's interrupted with a headache. Yao nodded obediently and kept quiet. But in the next second, she couldn't help but mutter softly, "Madam, next time you put on a show, can you tell me in advance? You scared me half to death." Xiao Jin's was getting a headache from the noise, so she finally picked up a jewelry box beside her and handed it to Yao, successfully making her shut up. After a moment of peace, she asked Wu about her condition. Today at the Marquis's estate, Xiao Jin's deliberately let the doctor exaggerate Wu's illness in front of everyone, but judging by Wu's face, she didn't look much better. Zhang sighed nearby. Anne has been feeling upset these years, and after this cold and shock, her body is already weak. Now she's completely drained. She paused and added, "The doctor has checked her pulse. She has liver stagnation, spleen deficiency, and blood and qi loss, along with a mild invasion of cold evil. She needs good care and rest. The medicine has been prescribed. She must nourish herself and rest well, avoid worries, and not get upset even a little." Xiao Jin's nodded. "The root of the illness is caused by qi stagnation, so we need to cut off the source of the qi. You all should inform everyone in the household. Make sure she has the best food, clothing, and supplies. Anyone who dares to disrespect her, even a little, should be disciplined." Yao immediately nodded. "Don't worry about that. My sister-in-law and I have already arranged everything. We'll make sure Aunt Wu lives as comfortably as if she were at home. No, even more dignified than at home." Just then, a servant came in to report that Emperor Qianqi summoned her. Zhang and Yao couldn't help but worry, especially Zhang, who thought about Xiao Jin's scene today at the Marquis's estate, where she was endlessly criticizing from grandmother to daughter-in-law, calling her a filial child one moment, then a white-eyed wolf the next, scolding the entire household. Xiao Jin's glanced at the two of them when she heard this. She sneered softly, stood up, and ordered her servants to prepare her palace clothes. She also took the opportunity to teach a lesson while dressing, speaking confidently and calmly. "Do you think the emperor really cares about who is right or wrong today?" She gently adjusted her sleeve cuffs and spoke steadily. "He cares about two things: First, I secretly used the military department and Jingzhou office, letting the alliance between me and them be exposed too early. Second, those who are wronged want to file complaints, making noise and disturbing his peace. As long as these two issues are resolved, or even turned into something beneficial for the emperor, what anger does he have? Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Yao listened in surprise, thinking it made sense. So, how do you plan to solve these two problems? Xiao Jins just smiled, tightened her cloak, and walked out without looking back. An ingenious plan will come from a mountain. In the imperial study, Emperor Qianxi tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his gaze fixed on the hunched figure below. So, you are willing to disturb Jingzhou and the military department, even causing a fuss at the Bo residence, just for the glazed glass formula in Wu's hands? Xiao Jins, like a scheming court lady from a drama, flattered. Yes, Your Majesty. You don't know, that glass, I saw one when I was young, completely clear, thin as cicada wings. When sunlight hits it, it can split light into 7 colors. The most amazing part is, it's completely transparent, so you can see the tea inside, with a finely polished silver rim around it. She described it convincingly, even gesturing as if she held a glass in her hand. Emperor Qianxi found it hard to imagine such flawless glass could be made. Remember, the glass in the current Daqiang world mostly comes from the Huli country. He squinted and asked, and that thing? Xiao Jin spread her hands. It was broken long ago. Emperor Qianxi. He felt she was lying, but had no proof. Xiao Jins continued to make up stories. Your Majesty, you don't know. That formula was left to her by her mother before she died. You know, her mother only had her, and that was her last secret weapon. She always kept the phrase, only when absolutely necessary, in her mind. When I was young, I had a very close friendship with her. Back then, I was too young to hide my feelings, so I accidentally overheard some things. Many years later, she was trapped in the Zhongqin Marquis estate, and she was so busy that she didn't even think about this matter. Until now, she was heartbroken and decided to cut ties with the estate. I took the chance to test her, and she indeed showed signs of being moved. In her words and expressions, she was implying, Emperor, I haven't abused my power. All my efforts are for our future business. Emperor Qianxi raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a half-smile. You are quite good at going with the flow. Although he said that, his tone didn't reveal whether he believed her or not. Xiao Jins wore a flattering smile, but inside, she was cursing. How dare you talk to elders like that? That's rude. The emperor's gaze swept over her, and her smile grew even wider. In adult social manners, as long as the other person doesn't call you out immediately, you can pretend to believe what they say. Without hesitation, she started praising herself. This is all thanks to Your Majesty. The emperor was momentarily stunned. What does this have to do with him? Then Xiao Jins delivered a speech as skillful as a government official from Shandong. She explained that she and Wu Shi had been friends for many years, and she had almost forgotten about the glazed tile formula. But once she collaborated with the emperor, a golden opportunity fell from the sky. Isn't this proof of Your Majesty's wisdom, strategic brilliance, and divine destiny? After praising the emperor to the skies, she suddenly shifted her tone and flattered him further. Since the Zhongqin Marquis estate and Zheng's family are so close, Wu Shi must not return there. Otherwise, their pure and flawless glazed tile business wouldn't be exclusive anymore. Having been emperor for so many years, how could he not see her hidden scheming? She wanted to use him to completely pull Wu Shi out of the deadlock at the Zhongqin Marquis estate and, in the process, protect her own wealth. Using me as a pawn? The emperor felt a bit annoyed, but he also knew that Xiao Jins was right. If these glazed tiles could truly be made, capable of splitting light and forming images, transparent and warm, they would surely attract many buyers. Then, the floods in the 3 counties of southern Shu, the bandits in Liaodong, the floods in Huainan, droughts in the south, and military supplies in the north would all be easier to manage. Even the construction of canals, roads, and the rebuilding of armories wouldn't require him, the emperor, to constantly worry about the faces of officials like Zheng. No one can resist the freedom that money brings, even if they are an emperor. Emperor Qianxi kept his expression calm, tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze deep. The hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Seeing this, Xiao Jin's quickly changed her approach and threw out a tempting idea. Moreover, this method is not just about making money. Emperor Qianxi became interested. What do you mean, little ant? Xiao Jin looked around and whispered softly, speaking clearly but quietly. At first, Emperor Qianxi listened casually. But when he heard the last few words, his eyes darkened and a slight smile appeared on his lips. After a long pause, he spoke lightly. Lord Zhongqin is really going backwards. He dares to indulge his concubine and dismiss his wife right in front of me. It's time to give him a good lesson. Hearing this, Xiao Jin quietly breathed a sigh of relief. With the emperor's words, not to mention Wu's current despair and desire to escape, even if she foolishly wanted to return someday, as long as the emperor remembered today's matter, he would never let her go back to that dangerous place. But just as she relaxed, she saw a dark expression still lingering on the emperor's face. Her heart tightened, and her eyelids twitched subtly. The emperor didn't speak, but she knew well. Today's events had left the emperor with no choice but to be caught in a trap. This kind of calculated scheme, whoever encounters it, will feel frustrated. This frustration must be eased right now, and she needed to make sure the emperor was satisfied. Thinking about her recent study of child psychology, Xiao Jin's eyes twinkled. But she paused, then suddenly changed her tone. This method is good, but it's ultimately something she came up with. If it really works, what about the profit sharing? Emperor Qianxi's expression turned cold. He looked at her sharply. I, as the emperor, wouldn't be so greedy as to want an old woman's recipe. Before he finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Jin's with a half-smile. If I remember correctly, your cooperation agreement clearly states that all the recipes are to be handled by your side, little ant. While Xiao Jin was mainly responsible for operations, products, and profits after repaying the emperor's initial investment, the remaining profits were split in a 70-30 ratio, 70% to the emperor, 30% to her. Xiao Jin suddenly opened her mouth wide in surprise, her eyes bulging.
What?
I have to share this profit too. She exaggeratedly spun around in place, raised 3 fingers, and cried out painfully, Your Majesty, I only get 30% of the profit. If I share more, how can I run my business? I have a big family to support. Your Majesty, honestly, at her age, pretending like this made Xiao Jin feel a bit disgusted with herself. But she also thought that maybe the emperor was just used to drinking tea all the time, and he enjoyed it. When Emperor Qianxi saw her unhappy, his frustration eased a little. He waved his hand, signaling her to leave, then suddenly remembered something and asked coldly, Is Madame Mao really still fond of you, you sure? Xiao Jin. So, this is the kind of emperor you are. 15 minutes later, Xiao Jin, looking exhausted, carried a pile of compensation given by Emperor Qianxi and staggered out of the imperial study. Little Mirror watched her hunched figure. This Madame Ho, why did she upset the emperor just for someone unrelated? A chestnut hit him on the head with a loud thud. Watch what you say. Be careful. Words can cause trouble. Chao Dabin looked at him irritably, then at Xiao Jin's distant figure. Who told you Madame Ho lost the emperor's favor? Think about it. After serving the emperor for so long, who has received 5 rewards in just 2 months? Little Mirror's eyes lit up. The emperor is usually, no, very frugal. But every time Madame Ho visits, she seems to never leave empty-handed. Xiao Jin looked as if she had lost her father, got into a carriage, and immediately changed her expression once the curtain was drawn. Short videos don't lie. Mastering child psychology means no man can scare her. But thinking about that solid 10% profit she had to share, her chest tightened, and her hands involuntarily covered her chest. It's important to note that today's glassware is still mostly rough, mixed materials, and cannot be used as fine ware or polished to shine. If she could truly master the recipe in her hands, she wouldn't need to worry about large items like window shutters and door frames. Just small things like lampshades, bottles, paperweights, and jewelry could make her a lot of money. But she could only comfort herself, thinking, oh well, It's just a small loss for my original self. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. She covered her face, afraid she might cry out loud. Her heart hurt more and more. Xiao Jin's covered her face, afraid that if she kept thinking, she would really start crying. Outside the carriage, Mama Chio's cautious voice came through. "Madam, what did His Majesty say?" Xiao Jin's looked up, her eyes red at the corners, looking frustrated. "Akio, do you think I didn't perform well today?" "Huh. Besides Madam Yu and Madam Mao, I haven't scolded the others yet. That old woman I still have a lot to say to her." After losing money, Xiao Jin's wished she could make Zheng Er find all those people again. She wanted to scold them 300 times to vent her anger.
Mama Q was stunned.
"You didn't perform well." At that time, the princess had called the White Wolf, and everyone was cursing like crazy, grandparents, parents, and grandchildren. She even wondered if the person cursing was really her princess. Actually, without Xiao Jin's calling Zheng Er to bully the little team again, she had already successfully caused a rift in that small group after her loud scolding at the loyal and diligent Marquis's residence. When they left with Wu Shi, Madame Bai fainted. Lu Shi hurriedly arranged for someone to take care of her, while also tending to Anton, who had a pig-like face, to preserve the Marquis's reputation. As soon as they left the Marquis's house, the two closest to her, Madame Yu and Madame Mao, didn't even bother to exchange greetings. Madame Yu waved her sleeve and said, "There are family matters to attend to today, so I'll go back first." She left quickly and cleanly. Madame Mao called out twice behind her but received no reply. Seeing her disrespect in front of so many people, Madame Mao's face turned green with anger. She stomped her foot in place and, right in front of a few ladies still nearby, scolded loudly. "Humph. Old lady Ho is right. Some people are just stupid and don't even realize it. Having 3 sons and none of them decent, stupid sons with stupid mothers. No wonder they get ridden over." Finally, she couldn't bring herself to say the word shit, so she stomped her foot and left. Soon, this news spread like the wind to Lady Yu's ears. Lady Yu was so angry she turned pale. She didn't even finish her lunch and immediately called Lord Yu back from the government office. She cried and accused him tearfully, her tone sharp. "Tell me, what is your relationship with Madame Mao? And I really have nothing to do with her." Madam, Lady Yu's father was Lord Yu's mentor, and they had a close relationship. He kept swearing and begged humbly for a long time, finally calming Lady Yu's anger a little. But she could only suppress her anger temporarily. She couldn't swallow her resentment. That evening, Lady Yu personally went to Mao's house, deliberately waiting until Lord Mao was present. She smiled gently and softly, but her words were sharp. "We almost became a family." "Oh no, wait. If your cousin hadn't overlooked you." "Oh, Lord Mao, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, haha." Lord Mao's face darkened like a pot, and the dinner was tense and uncomfortable. That night, he moved to his study. Madame Mao couldn't accept this either. The next morning, she returned to her family crying and told everything from the beginning. She even took her mother to visit Lady Yu. Lady Yu, who was already annoyed by her niece's strong and bossy attitude, saw her niece suffer a loss. She immediately told her to set some rules. Not only should she give up her seat at the dining table for Madame Mao, but she also had to serve her food herself. Lady Yu couldn't accept this. She lost her temper before finishing her meal, slammed the table, and caused chaos in the house. In short, the once lively sisters in Beijing, who loved to watch the drama, were now causing trouble in the backyard. And it wasn't just these two families involved in the chaos. Zheng Er, after waiting for Xiao Jin's and her group to leave, suddenly started thinking. What did the old Madame Ho mean when she said that last sentence? Was she going to take away her husband's top restaurant in the capital? She knew her husband's main businesses in Beijing were the money-lending house, the winter coal business, and the most profitable restaurant. She had to tell her husband quickly, so he could prepare. Zheng Er hurried back to her house in a rush, rushing straight to find Zheng Haoyuan in the study without even catching her breath. As she reached the door, she was stopped by two young servants. "Madam, the second master is busy with important matters. Please come back later." "Important matters? What's so urgent now?" Zheng Er frowned. Quickly go and inform him that I have something very important to report." The two servants looked at each other. One of them instinctively glanced toward the study, looking strangely nervous. After a moment, they whispered back, "Madam, forgive us." The second master ordered no one to disturb him. Zheng Er was so angry she stomped her feet. She was not a rude person, but today was an emergency. The two servants kept making excuses, first saying there were no guests, then saying they were making medicine, and when she pressed them, they hesitated and stammered. Her suspicion grew. Just as she was about to argue further, she suddenly heard strange noises from inside the room. At first, there were muffled, strained breaths. She paused, trying to listen more carefully, then heard a sweet female voice say, "Young master, madam, is not far away. I'm a little scared." Then came a low, teasing male laugh. "What are you afraid of? Isn't this more exciting?" Zheng Er nearly went crazy. Zhang Haoyuan always considered the study a quiet place. He had told her countless times, busy with official duties, do not disturb. In broad daylight, he was inside the study. What made her even angrier was the audacity of that woman, daring to climb onto the soft couch in the study while she was away. She wanted to strip that flirtatious woman and send her to the filthiest brothel. Zheng Er was usually tough. None of her concubines dared to cross her by more than a few steps. If she hadn't kept strict control, Zheng Haoyuan wouldn't have even a single illegitimate child. Now she hurried back from the banquet, only to see this scene. The more she thought about it, the more ridiculous she felt, ridiculous and furious. It was like a fire was burning inside her chest, making her scalp tingle. She couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly stepped forward. "Madam, please stop." The two servants hurriedly blocked her. No one is allowed in without the second master's order. As soon as they finished speaking, a series of muffled, trembling moans came from inside the room. Zheng Er let out a furious shout, pushed past the two men, and stormed into the study. The room was dimly lit. On the soft bed, clothes were scattered, and Zheng Haoyuan was completely naked, his face pale with anger as he turned around and shouted, "Get out! Who told you to come in?" Zheng Er felt her blood boil, her eyes nearly shooting fire. She clenched her teeth tightly, her gaze fixed beyond him on the woman who was facing away, hurriedly pulling up her clothes. She rushed forward. "You shameless!" Before she could reach the woman, Zheng Haoyuan suddenly grabbed her wrist and pushed her hard, throwing her to the ground. "What are you doing?" Zheng Er fell hard, her ears buzzing, her chest feeling like it was blocked by a fire. She was furious. "Zheng Haoyuan, how dare you push me?" Zheng Haoyuan also felt some regret. His father was the governor of Jiangnan, so he could only say quietly, "You should leave first." "Leave?" Zheng Er was not willing to listen. "I'm not stopping you from seeing women, but how can you bring them into the study? Did you forget what father said? The study is a place for a gentleman to cultivate himself. You treat it like your secret hideout for affairs." After speaking, she again rushed toward the woman who was lowering her head and hurriedly dressing. She reached out and grabbed her hair. The woman was a bit slow, and her hair was pulled askew. Her face was clearly exposed in the sunlight. In an instant, Zheng Er's vision darkened, and even her anger was replaced by shock. "Aunt Li," the woman lowered her head, trembling, her face paler than paper. It was Li, Zheng Haoyuan's concubine Li Shi. She was Zheng's eldest brother's concubine, who had risen from a maid to a wife years ago. She had given birth to Zheng's eldest son, who was now 8 years old, 9 years older than Zheng Haoyuan. Zheng Er felt struck by lightning, almost forgetting to breathe. You all," she truly couldn't understand. The backyard had 3 concubines and many unofficial wives and maids, about 10 in total. Why did he specifically go to touch the woman who was older than him and had already given his older brother a son? Her chest rose and fell with anger, nearly furious with this absurdity. Zheng Haoyuan was also embarrassed and angry. This was indeed a shameful matter he found hard to speak of. When he was 8, he heard the servant say that his older brother was going to wake up that night. Curious, he sneaked out to watch and saw Li, the concubine, half-dressed, lying beneath Zheng's eldest brother, her face flushed, panting softly, calling out, "Young master," over and over. Under the moonlight, that face, that voice, felt like a nail hammered deep into the corner of his youth. Lady Li struggled free from his grasp, nervously fixing her outer coat. Zheng Haoyuan didn't hesitate. He covered Jing Er's mouth tightly, lowering his voice almost to a roar. "Are you crazy? How many more people do you want to embarrass?" Zheng Er fought hard, watching Lady Li leave with her hair in disarray, only able to wait until the heavy door closed before he let go. For the next half hour, the two of them argued about things they hadn't fought over in years. They broke chairs, smashed teacups, shouting so loudly that the entire Zheng household was almost disturbed. Finally, Zheng Haoyuan, after she had vented enough, calmly pointed at her and said, "Fine, go ahead and make a fuss. You love to show off, right? Make a scene so that father and big brother know, and have them kick me out of the house. By then, do you think your father, the military governor, will take you back? Do you think you're still the beloved second young lady of the Jiang Ninjing family? And what about our children, Miao, Yi, and Jean? Will they still have any face to see people?" Hearing this, Zheng Er suddenly felt as if a heavy object had struck her, a coldness that reached her bones. She hadn't thought that just moments ago, she was secretly scolding Wu Shi in the loyal and diligent Marquis's residence for being useless and unable to keep her husband's heart, and now she saw this scene. The loyal and diligent Marquis agreed to invite Xiao Jins into the household under Wu Shi's name mainly because Zheng Er offered enough benefits. The position of Minister of Rights had been vacant for a long time, and he was one of the strong contenders, actively making connections. Today, he used Zheng Er as a bridge to finally invite the Minister of Personnel for drinks, deliberately choosing today so that if any trouble arose in the household, he could easily deny involvement, saying, "I wasn't at the house." The Minister of Personnel hinted that this is probably going to happen, which reassured him greatly. They drank happily, and when he returned home drunk, Xiao Jins had already gone to the palace to give him a dose of medicine. The housekeeper kept rambling about the household's chaos, and the loyal and diligent Marquis's forehead twitched as he listened, his drunkenness instantly replaced by anger. He hurried to the Bai residence. Just as he reached the door, he saw a woman with a swollen face and makeup smudged like mud after an earthquake, staggering toward him. "Master, you're back?" Unprepared, Lord Zhongqin quickly sidestepped to the side, almost causing the woman to fall at the doorstep. Aunt An looked at Lord Zhongqin with disbelief and disdain. "Master, it's me, your concubine." He looked closely and realized she was his beloved concubine of over 20 years. "Why is your face like that?" Before Aunt An could speak, a few weak coughs came from inside. Lord Zhongqin immediately entered the room and saw Bai Shi weakly leaning on the bed, while Lu Shi hurriedly patted her back to help her breathe. As soon as she saw him, Bai Shi cried and pointed outside. "Look at what kind of troublemaker you married. My old bones are about to be worn out by her." Bai Shi was truly upset. At her age, she had been humiliated so badly by her daughter-in-law. This time, if Wu Shi returned so easily, how could she still stand firm in the capital? People can be so strange sometimes. Before Wu Shi left, they worried about the family's reputation, afraid of this and that. But once she was gone, everyone comforted each other, and in doing so, even felt a strange sense of superiority. Especially Aunt En and Bai Shi, after controlling Wu Shi's two sons, felt that Wu Shi was helpless and would eventually cry and beg to come back. Aunt En no longer cared about her swollen face and pushed in to add fuel to the fire. "Exactly, Master. We are family, yet the lady caused such a scene in front of outsiders. Our family's reputation is ruined. I don't know what the lady said to old Madame Ho, but old Madame Ho didn't give her any face and scolded her harshly from the old madam to the heir." Lord Zhongqi knew well that his mother and her favored concubine often added oil to the fire. He had seen such scenes before. But today's trouble was too big. Even the palace was alarmed. If he continued to pretend he didn't see, it would be like deafening himself with his own ears. He pressed his temples to ease the headache and looked at his two sons standing nearby, then asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" Zhou Jingtian stepped forward with a respectful bow. "Father, this time Mother is truly furious." I think I should go to the Ho residence myself and invite her back. Before he finished, Zhou Jinyan suddenly slammed the ground. No way, I forbid it. His eyes were red, but his voice was cold and frightening. Didn't she say she didn't want to be our mother anymore? You're still going to beg her to come back? Aren't you ashamed? Don't you feel ashamed? I already feel embarrassed. He gritted his teeth, looking at his younger brother, his chest rising and falling violently. She is our mother. She should support our family and keep up our reputation. But she openly said she doesn't want to acknowledge us in front of so many people. If that gets out, how can I hold my head up in the court in the future? How can she do this? He suddenly couldn't hold back anymore, raising his voice. Is this what a mother should do? The person who slapped him and was following him away left. Zhou Jingtian also became anxious, his brows furrowing. Big brother, wasn't that just a moment of anger for mother? Anger? What kind of words are those? They are all her true feelings. In his furious rage, he pointed at Zhou Jingtian's nose. I tell you, you are not allowed to go. If she wants to leave, let her. I don't believe the Marquis of Wei Yuan can really keep her here forever. I'm just waiting for the day she leaves in shame. Then I will ask her clearly, does she even know which family she belongs to? His eyes were full of hatred and teeth grinding, as if the person he was talking about was not his biological mother, but an enemy. Hearing this, Zhou Jingtian was so angry he almost lost his mind. Why hadn't his older brother realized the truth? His mother had just left, and Aunt Anne immediately started spreading rumors in front of their grandmother and them, each word blackening his mother's name. It was obvious she wanted to cover up all the grievances his mother had suffered before and shift all the blame onto her. All this was to make them forget that she had previously bribed servants and the family doctor, nearly risking his mother's life. His wife, Yan Shi, had also told him before that Aunt Anne was too cunning, and his mother always suffered losses under her hand. But he hadn't believed it at the time, thinking that household disputes were trivial, and as the main wife, his mother could handle any trouble Aunt Anne caused. Who would have thought that she would actually gain power step by step, and even force his mother to leave? Now, seeing it all today, he realized his wife's insight was right. It's a pity she was in Mingjin now, otherwise, today's events wouldn't have developed like this. Thinking of what old lady Ho said, she's just waiting for your mother to take her last breath, so she can justify supporting her own son as the heir. Zhou Jingtian's heart trembled. He looked back and saw Aunt Anne's carefully made-up face, still marked with wounds. The more he looked, the more it hurt his eyes. The more she pretended to be innocent, the more he felt disgusted. But what hurt him the most was not her, but his older brother. What kind of confusing spell did she cast on him? His brother couldn't listen to a single word. Even though the suffering of their mother was clear before his eyes, he still refused to see the truth and even scolded himself in return. He clenched his teeth, feeling a strange anger in his chest that almost burst out. Actually, Zhou Jinyan did take what Xiao Jin said to heart. But the problem was, at this moment, his mind was completely blank, filled only with Wu's resolute and disappointed look when she left. His mind was full of questions. Why? As his mother, why did she treat him like this? Most importantly, he had been slapped in front of others. It was like someone used to taking advantage of others suddenly found that the person no longer allowed it. Instead of reflecting, he felt wronged, angry, and helpless, all mixed together, causing him to lose control. Next to him, Aunt Anne quietly curled her lips. She thought Wu's departure would ruin her, but she never expected that woman to foolishly say, "Cut off mother and son," in front of everyone. That was truly a stroke of luck for her. As long as she seized this moment and emphasized the idea that Wu was an unfilial mother, adding a few exaggerated words to shift all blame onto her, perhaps, this time, Lord Zhongqin would really consider divorcing her. Then, Zhou Jinyan would be labeled as a wife abandoned by her husband, but the heir would still be her son. Thinking of this, she immediately became energized, rushing ahead to tell about today's events, with Bai and several maids adding details. One after another, they quickly pieced together the whole story. When they learned it had even alarmed the Military Affairs Office and Jingzhou Prefecture, Lord Zhongqin was furious. He ignored Aunt Anne's behind-the-scenes connection to the son of Jiang Nan and the Zheng family and suddenly turned to shout at her. Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter earlier? This was the second time today that Aunt Anne had been humiliated in front of Lord Zhongqin. Her face turned pale, and she used her tried-and-true method of tears and retreat to try to soften him. But this time, Lord Zhongqin didn't even bother to look at her. He was very annoyed inside, even cursing silently. As stupid as a pig. She probably doesn't really think she's deeply in love with her, does she? She doesn't even consider her own importance. She's over 40, yet she still acts spoiled and childish like a young girl. Isn't that tiresome? He held back his anger, telling himself to be patient, to endure a little longer. The butler hurried in, voice trembling slightly. Master, someone has come from the palace. At the hour of the rooster, 3 loud chimes rang out across the sky and earth. The Jixian gate of Yuyong Academy opened wide. The name, Jixian, means a place that gathers talented people and nurtures future pillars of society. This main gate is usually rarely opened. It only opens twice a day, at the hours of Chun and Yu. At other times, whether for nobles or officials, entry is only through a side door. Most students from noble families gathered outside the academy now. They had been waiting there for a while. These servants were mostly from wealthy families, standing on tiptoe, stretching their necks to look inside, eager not to miss their master's departure. Soon groups of students came out in an orderly line. Some were still talking about what they learned in class, others chatting about interesting stories from the academy. Before long, the quiet and serious front of the gate became lively, bustling like a busy market. Zhou Jing held a small, fluffy puppy that looked like a snowball. The soft, furry little dog was happily humming a tune as it confidently walked toward their carriage. Suddenly, he bumped into someone without paying attention. Who dares to bump into? He started to speak, then looked up and saw Lin Qingyao's face. His words changed. Didn't see me, huh? His tone was still a bit arrogant, but his confidence was noticeably weaker. Lin Qingyao was honest. Although they had fought last time, or rather, he had beaten a few of them, he knew he was at fault and had to admit it. Sorry, he said this, but his eyes were fixed on Zhou Jing and the puppy in his arms. His eyes were moist, shiny like black gemstones. That dog. Don't even think about it. Zhou Jing immediately hugged the dog closer, like a protective little beast. You want to take it? No way. This is mine. After saying that, he turned and ran, swiftly jumping onto his carriage like the wind. Lin Qingyao touched his nose, feeling a bit helpless. He just wanted to ask where the dog came from. He wanted to get one for his older sister. She would be so happy. In the carriage, the young servant was guarding the door. When he saw the young master jump in holding a small dog, he was surprised. Young master, where did you get this dog? What's called getting? Zhou Jinghe raised his chin proudly. I won it from Yao Yongnian. Isn't it impressive? Grandmother will definitely like it. The servant looked suspiciously at the chubby puppy. You don't really plan to give this thing as a birthday gift, do you? Gifts for elders should be handmade or bought with private money to suit their tastes. It's better to give something personal. Hearing the slight disdain in his words, Zhou Jinghe puffed up his chest. What do you know? Grandmother hasn't been feeling well lately. Always tired. If she has this little thing to keep her company, she might be happier, smile more, and maybe even get better. Zhou Jinghe played with the puppy along the way, occasionally scratching its chin with his finger. Seeing it whimper and act cute in his arms, his eyes sparkled with joy and pride. When they returned home, they learned that Mrs. Wu was seriously ill and had left the house. His smile faded instantly. Listening to Aunt Anne constantly complain about how strange and ridiculous Mrs. Wu was, he looked at his angry father and suddenly asked, Father, did you prepare a birthday gift for grandmother today? Zhou Jinyan froze for a moment, then quickly forgave himself. He frowned and said angrily, What does it matter now? Why are you asking about such trivial things? Trivial. Zhou Jinghe lowered his head, his eyes cast down. He gently stroked the small puppy in his arms. 2 hours later, Lord Zhongqin stepped into the mansion with a grim expression, his eyes dark and cold, as if they could drip water. Hearing the news, Aunt Anne rushed out of the second door. Sir, what did the emperor say? Suddenly, a sharp slap landed firmly on her face. Anton staggered and fell hard to the ground. Her face instantly swelled on one side, and her eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Why you hit me? She couldn't believe it. After all these years of being pampered, never asking for much, and even risking her reputation to stand up for her dignity, the man who had always spoiled her and refused to give her the moon would actually hit her. After slapping him, Lord Zhongqin felt much clearer. He was not without regret, but his anger was so strong that he couldn't lower his head to comfort her like usual. Just then, Lady Bai spoke up. What did the emperor say? Lord Zhongqin clenched his teeth, as if he finally found a way to vent his feelings.
What did he say?
The emperor accused me of favoring my concubine and neglecting my wife. He said I can't even manage the inner court, so how can I be a good official? He wants me to divorce. The room suddenly fell silent. Allow me to take a leave of absence for 3 months, he shouted, bloodshot eyes spreading across his face. The Minister of Rights? Gone. After 3 months, I might not even be able to return to my position. He took a deep, harsh breath, as if he would suffocate if he didn't release this foul air. Before going to the palace, he had prepared a detailed plan in his mind, when to shift the blame onto Xiao Zhen's and when to sacrifice Lady An. But in the end, he didn't even see Emperor Qianqi's figure. He knelt outside the imperial study for 2 hours. Emperor Qianqi seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for him, summoning several officials one after another, all passing in and out in front of him. Their gazes were full of surprise or mockery, as if they were watching a monkey. Lord Zhongqin's face alternated between red and white, his knees numb, and his shame and anger nearly bursting out. Finally, as dusk fell and lanterns lit up, the palace gates opened. Only a smiling, gentle little eunuch came out. No summons, no explanations, nothing. Just one imperial decree. Wu's divorce was approved. Lady An could not be restored to her position. Lord Zhongqin was temporarily suspended, and the matter of the Minister of Rights was no longer to be discussed. His mind exploded with a loud buzz. All the months of careful planning for his promotion were suddenly gone. The most ironic part was, he didn't even like Wu, but he never thought of divorcing her. Having been married for over 30 years, now that they were divorcing, how would others see him? The officials in the court, the gossiping relatives in the clan, would they still take him seriously? Full of shame, regret, and anger, Lord Zhongqin returned home and slapped Lady An, who was coming to greet him. She covered her face, planning to cry and make a fuss. If her husband didn't comfort her properly this time, she wouldn't forgive him. But after hearing Lord Zhongqin's words, she held back her tears, like a cat that had been stepped on its tail. What? The emperor really favors that wooden Wu? When Lady Bai heard the emperor's order to divorce, she immediately felt weak and collapsed backward, muttering, "It's over, it's really over." When Zhou Jinyan, who usually looked cold and stern when mentioning Wu, saw this, he was also stunned. How could this happen? How could the emperor allow his parents to divorce? I told you so long ago. Zhou Jingtian's face turned pale, and he stomped in anger. Mother is truly heartbroken this time. Why don't you believe me? Do you have to push her to this point to be satisfied? Everyone fell silent, trembling with fear. Lu, standing nearby, also became anxious. If her mother really divorces, how can she keep her position as the heir? As a selfish and clever person, she quickly thought of a plan and said, "Father, the emperor didn't really give an order. He just asked if it was true. Maybe we should ask Mother first? If she agrees, there might still be a way to fix this." After speaking, she hurriedly tugged at her husband's sleeve. "Isn't that right? Hurry and persuade Mother." Zhou Jinyan was pulled back to reality by Lu's words. Yes. Second brother, aren't you going to see Mother?
Go now.
His natural tone made Zhou Jingtian can't help but laugh bitterly. His laughter was full of sarcasm and sadness. Why did they only think of going to see Mother now? Why didn't they do it earlier? Standing in the corner, Zhou Jinghe had not spoken. He was holding a small snow dog in his arms, the little dog curled up and sleeping peacefully. Yet, he remained still, with a cold expression that didn't look like his usual lively self. None of his family asked how his grandmother was doing. Didn't the old lady's doctor say she might not have much time left? She had just touched the door panel when she suddenly stopped as if she had touched something hot. "Madam." Xiaojun sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward. As she approached, she heard faint, suppressed crying coming from inside the door, like someone was afraid others might hear, holding back tears, but still trembling and sobbing uncontrollably. The sound was tiny and broken, like a needle stabbing the softest part of her heart. Xiaojun froze, feeling her nose sting again for some reason. She slowly backed away, silently turning to leave, her steps lighter and faster than before. Back in her courtyard, she stood in the corridor for a moment, then roughly pulled out her hairpin and threw it onto the table. She sat on the bed, looked up at the sky, and muttered irritably, "What's going on? I just came here, and I've become so sentimental." She shook her head, trying to shake off the sadness and frustration. After a few moments, she suddenly jumped up from the bed, speaking firmly like issuing an order. "Tomorrow morning, we'll return to the village. You go find out which village women can curse the best, those who can curse someone's ancestors in one sentence, and bring them all back, so I can see." Madame Chiu, who was also feeling gloomy, stammered at this. "Madam, what are you planning to do?" Xiaojun sat upright with bright eyes, slowly quoting. "Confucius said, 'When three walk together, one can be my teacher. Learn from their strengths and imitate their virtues. That's how we improve ourselves.'" She wasn't joking, she was serious. She wasn't happy with her performance in today's confrontation. Her childhood idol was the old widow next door, who was unbeatable at cursing the whole village. She had always wanted to be as fierce as her, with a sharp tongue that could curse anyone. Unfortunately, as she grew up, her environment didn't allow her to fully use her skills. Now that she finally had the freedom to do whatever she wanted, she found that the people around her were too polite and gentle, so her offensive skills had nowhere to be practiced. Thinking about today's opponents, just some women, she worried that if she ever faced cunning old fox politicians who talk kindly but hide knives in their hearts, her power might not be enough. She decided she needed to go learn more. "I hope she one day masters the skills of the madam from 9-rank Sesame official. Then she can criticize the white family, the black family, and Zheng party all at once, making them doubt their lives and wish they'd never been born." The twins performed well today and received rewards. They happily went off to play. Mrs. Zhang, however, still felt scared. She held her chest and spoke with a trembling voice, recounting the frightening experience of the day. She especially described how she pointed at Mrs. White and scolded her loudly. Meanwhile, Mrs. Yao, with envy on her face, listened to the stories from the brothers Zhou Jingyan and his sibling. She lost interest in being the supportive listener and blushed with anger. How can there be children like that in this world? Mrs. Zhang quickly pulled her aside and lowered her voice. "Enough, enough. Don't say more. Aunt Wu already feels bad enough." After a pause, she frowned slightly and asked, "But I wonder if the emperor will really allow her to divorce." Mrs. Yao hesitated, unable to speak for a moment. "Really? Divorce?" Although she also didn't want Aunt Wu to return to that dangerous place, her long-standing beliefs made her think of her as a grandmother figure. This is a matter that could affect everything. Mrs. Zhang didn't reply immediately. She looked out the window in silence for a moment and softly said, "But today I saw Aunt Wu. It seems she's truly given up." She had one more thing she didn't say. Today, the old lady argued and even fought at the Zhongqin Marquis's house. It was clear she was determined. Was she just standing up for Aunt Wu? It seemed more like she was cutting off her own backup. If one day Aunt Wu truly lost her mind and wanted to go back, the old lady probably wouldn't care anymore. She was cutting off others' escape routes and also severing her own feelings and hopes. It must be said, Mrs. Zhang was very sharp. In her past life, Xiaojun had seen many things. Best friends defending each other fiercely, only for the friends to reconcile with bad people later, turning her into the villain who broke up a couple. She genuinely sympathized with Aunt Wu's situation and was willing to stand up for her and her original friend. But if Aunt Wu betrayed her kindness, she would never give anyone a second chance to hurt her again. Zhang suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Yan's marriage plans had fallen through. She had been very anxious about Yan's marriage and had thought about asking a famous matchmaker in the capital to find a suitable family for Yan. Yan was already 18, and if she still didn't marry, she would only become someone's stepmother in the future. The old lady was angry when she heard this for the first time. She almost scolded herself harshly, pointing her finger at her nose. Only then did she temporarily give up her idea. Now, looking back, she felt scared. If she had insisted at that time, there might have been unpleasant rumors in the city. She was afraid the old lady would lose hope because of her poor judgment. Yao looked sad and suddenly remembered something, her eyes flashing. By the way, what happened between Madame Mao and Lord Yu? Did they almost get engaged? Zhang's dull eyes brightened a little. I'm not sure, but from how Madame Mao looked, I think the old lady didn't lie. She paused and suddenly laughed. Oh, you don't know when Madame Yu heard about this. Her face was so ugly, even more than when the old lady scolded her 3 silly sons in public. Really? Tell me more. What exactly happened? Night fell, and Baoqing's studio was silent. The night wind carried light snow, sweeping over the eaves. The yard's withered branches drooped, occasionally swayed by the wind, making faint rustling sounds. There was no night watchman in Baoqing's studio. The charcoal in the fire pit burned brightly, with occasional soft crackles breaking the silence. A dark figure slowly approached the inner door. With a touch of the fingertips, the latch clicked open silently. Inside, the light was dim and yellow. Curtains hung low, and on the bed, someone seemed to be sleeping soundly, with a soft curve of the quilt. He moved very quietly, silently, approaching the bed. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly he,
Ha ha ha.
a muffled laugh came from under the quilt. Next came Xiao Jin's restrained breathing and muffled giggles. Haha. This second lady is really a comedy person. Oh no, I can't hold it anymore. The dark figure paused abruptly. Being hidden under the quilt for so long was too boring. Xiao Jin was very annoyed. She suddenly threw off the quilt, just in time to see a pair of deep, night-like eyes at the bedside. Xiao Jin was so scared that she almost peed herself. The shadow didn't move at all. Moonlight shone through the window, illuminating only part of his face hidden in the shadows, revealing a cold, firm jaw. Can anyone guess who this is? Old man's son. Do you know that scaring people can actually kill them? Xiao Jin suddenly sat up with a start, hurriedly turned her phone face down under the blanket, and kept complaining. She originally wanted to sleep early tonight, but as soon as she closed her eyes, she kept seeing Wu's sad face. She took out her phone to find some comforting advice. While browsing, she accidentally opened a novel app. She was so engrossed and laughing so hard she almost hurt herself, when suddenly she looked up and saw a person standing by her bed. She almost lost her soul from the shock. Old man's son stood silently by the bed, as if he didn't see the bright light coming from under the blanket. As a qualified secret guard, he wasn't curious about why the blanket didn't catch fire. He simply took out a piece of paper from his chest and handed it over. Xiao Jin took it and unfolded it in the candlelight. It was a list of the 7 spies in the mansion, clearly showing who was in charge of what, which line they were working on, and who their master was. The writing was small but sharp and precise. She kept looking at it intently, then turned her head and met old man son's face, which looked like dried bark, flickering in the candlelight, casting a shadow that looked like bones. It was a bit scary. She couldn't help but advise, "You, don't be so tense every day. You should learn more from Aunt N." Aunt N, also a secret guard, had long since integrated into the household, managing not only the backyard affairs, but also knowing everything about the maids and young men next door to the Grand Tutor's mansion. And what about old man's son? He looked like he crawled out of a half-open coffin. Where are the new recruits you trained? Aunt N and old man's son were both old. The original owner had long prepared for this, training apprentices over 10 years ago so they could take care of her descendants in the future. Last month, aunt and had already trained 2 young girls. Xiao Jin's gave one to Lin Jian and the other to Lin Pishao. They looked quite capable. Old man Sun spoke slowly. 2 are ready to leave, to be sent tomorrow for further training. Xiao Jin nodded, then he added. One is very skilled in martial arts, and the other talks a lot. She raised an eyebrow and asked, how much is too much? Old Sun was silent for a moment. Just when she thought he wouldn't answer, he casually replied, about the same as Anton, Xiao Jin's. You really hold a grudge, don't you? Last night it was already late. Lord Zhongqin deliberately wanted to show Wu Shi some face and didn't send anyone to pick her up. Instead, he thought, since Wu Shi was already like this, he couldn't let Aunt An's side have any trouble. Otherwise, both sides would suffer. He went to comfort Aunt An, but he couldn't understand why this woman was so difficult. She kept saying her face or chest hurt and kept blaming herself for everything. In the end, she even wanted to touch him down there. Lord Zhongqin was so scared he almost lost control. What kind of flirtatious girl is this? Does she think she can still have any interest with that pig-headed face of hers? Wu Shi was no longer the easy-to-handle woman she used to be. As a result, he didn't sleep well all night, tossing and turning with regret. Stupid, so stupid. How could he be so foolish? This matter was clearly something the emperor thought he was at fault for. If he didn't show some attitude, it would look like he was unhappy with the emperor's decision. Honestly, after going through all this, Lord Zhongqin finally started to think clearly. So early the next morning, the original plan was for Zhou Jingtian to go alone, but now Lord Zhongqin decided to go himself, bringing along his 2 sons. They headed grandly to the Marquis's residence. On the way, Lord Zhongqin kept thinking that he was giving Wu Shi enough face. With Wu Shi's soft personality, she would probably just go along and not cause trouble anymore. But the old Marquis's wife, if she kept interfering, he wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Does she really think he doesn't see her intentions? Her son is gone, and now she's jealous of other couples being happy, trying to drag others into her misfortune. Lord Zhongqin's eyes twitched, and suddenly a bright idea struck him. Wait, why isn't Princess Yihuan trying to ruin other people's marriages? Why is she only meddling in his family affairs?
Could it be
that the princess has feelings for him? The more he thought about it, the more he believed it might be true. When I first became engaged to the Wu family and went to thank the emperor, I happened to meet the young princess who hadn't yet come of age. She was secretly hiding behind a fake mountain, watching me, and I caught her in the act. Later, I heard that the princess had once told Wu herself, think carefully about this marriage. At the time, I thought she looked down on my family status. Now I realize. Perhaps she had already fallen for me? After all, I was young, handsome, and talented in both literature and martial arts. Who wouldn't be moved by such a girl? No wonder, after the princess married, she kept her husband away from me. She was afraid she couldn't control her feelings. No wonder she didn't show me respect at Daeong Academy last time. She was trying to get my attention. Oh, and she even wrote me a letter before, giving me a toothpaste recipe. And even more, she slapped me last time because she wanted to be close to me. Just so, Minister Feng was much more forward than I was, but he only got 1 slap. Thinking of this, Lord Zhongqin coughed, stroked his beard, and suddenly everything made sense. Xiao Jin's. Luckily, the original owner died early. If he had heard these thoughts, he might have collapsed from shock or even beaten that old man to death. It seems that Princess Yihuan, who had loved him for many years but couldn't be with him, still evoked some pity in Lord Zhongqin. He even planned to show her mercy later. Unexpectedly, when the young servant went to knock on the door, he was splashed with foot-washing water. Soon after, he learned from the gatekeeper that Wu and Xiao Jin's had left the city early that morning. As for where they went, the servants didn't know. When they tried to ask my lady, I'm sorry, but now there are only 2 widowed ladies in my house. You're not suitable to enter, so I won't see you off. Lord Zhongqin wanted to cause trouble again, but Lady Zhang simply let Lu Mama and others out, scolding him harshly in front of the maids and servants. He had no words to reply. Seeing a crowd of common folk gathering outside the Wei Yuan Marquis's house to watch, he had no choice but to leave in disgrace. In the days that followed, Lord Zhongqin's household searched everywhere, eager to find Wu and Xiao Jin's, digging 3 feet into the ground if necessary. Not only are they searching, but Zheng Haoyuan is also looking. When he heard that Xiao Jin's was planning to target his first tower, the young man was so anxious he jumped around. Although the first tower doesn't make as much money as his bank, tea shop, or coal business, it is still an important face project. The news spreads quickly, and everyone in the capital considers it a sign of status when they are invited to such a place. He kept a close eye on the first tower's activities while sending people to find out where Xiao Jin's had gone. After several days of investigation, they found that after leaving the city, Xiao Jin's didn't go to his estate, but instead went to the estate of the emperor in the northern suburb at the foot of Yushan. This estate of the Emperor Qianxi is a good place, known for its rich coal mines and hot springs. When Zheng Haoyuan heard this, he scoffed. The emperor seems to favor this old man. After all, it is an imperial estate. It's hard to get people inside, so Zheng Haoyuan could only arrange for guards to watch closely. Soon, they discovered that many people were being sent into the estate, men and women in carts, yet no one ever came out. Zheng Haoyuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly ordered a detailed investigation, which revealed that when Ke, the commander of the Imperial Guard, was personally arranging to send people there. Hearing this, Zheng Haoyuan told his men to be extra careful. When Ke is a close confidant of the emperor, who only follows the emperor's orders. Why would the emperor send so many people to that old man? An elderly woman, nearly 50, with no parents, children, or family of her own. What could she possibly want with so many men and women? The more Zheng Haoyuan thought about it, the more confused he became. He decided to ask his father. Old Zheng, experienced and wise, gently tapped his teacup and said, "Madam He wants to help the emperor open a shop. She might be training people." Hearing this, Zheng Haoyuan's face changed. He was so angry, he slammed the table. "If she dares to open it, I will make her pay dearly." He even made a military vow. Once that old woman opens her business, he will push her to the brink. His family is powerful, and he doesn't believe the emperor will trust her when the time comes. After all, among the merchants of Daqing, he claims to be the best. No one dares to say otherwise. Daqing Academy, noon. Although the sky was clear, the cold air cut to the bone. Zhou Jinghe held a fluffy white puppy, standing by the academy path. He shrank his neck, blowing warm air, his ears red from the cold, but he still stretched his neck forward, looking ahead. He was waiting along the route that Lin Jianan took every day, and his fingers were almost numb from waiting. Finally, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. His spirits lifted immediately, and he took a few steps forward to greet him. Unexpectedly, Lin Jian glanced around, then lightly turned and walked away without even giving him a second look. Zhou Jinghe's eyes turned red with anger. What does he mean? Does he think I am some terrible monster? Lin Jian indeed doesn't like Zhou Jinghe. At first, he only thought Zhou and others were noisy. But after learning about Zhou's family's treatment of Grandma Wu yesterday, he naturally kept his distance from this broken family. Zhou Jinghe hurried to catch up, blocking Lin Jian. Without explanation, he shoved a small dog into his arms and also placed a fluffy puppy into his embrace. His voice was stubborn and a little awkward. "Take this to my grandmother. Just tell her someone still remembers her birthday." Lin Jian was stunned. Zhou Jinghe didn't look at him and suddenly lowered his voice, turning his head away. "And tell her one more thing. If she's happy outside. It's okay if she doesn't come back." After speaking, he didn't wait for a reply. He turned around and walked away briskly, the sound of his boots on the fallen leaves crackling with each step, as if he was crushing his deep feelings into the ground. The winter wind swept past. Lin Jian looked down at the small, white puppy. Its ears were soft like sticky rice balls, and it was staring at him with wet eyes. He finally let out a sigh, raised his hand to protect its head, and whispered softly, "A family with good and bad people. You can't judge them all the same." After school, a few people walked out of the academy side by side. Miao Yongnian and others, who were used to joking around, looked at Zhou Jinghe cautiously today. Seeing his somber expression, they didn't dare tease him and quietly followed him out. They all knew what had happened at the loyal and diligent Marquis residence yesterday. Lady Miao even repeatedly warned her son not to get too close to the people there. A bunch of careless kids. They might spoil their own son. But young people are rebellious and don't listen to such advice. They walked forward in silence. When they passed through a small bamboo grove behind the academy, suddenly a worried call came from the bushes. Xuetuan. Xuetuan. Everyone was stunned. They turned to look and saw Lin Jian crouching among the trees, hands cupped around his mouth, calling out repeatedly. Zhou Jinghe instinctively moved closer. Lin Jian turned around, looking more panicked than ever. The snowball is gone. Today was a busy day, so he couldn't take it with him. He asked Zheng Mama from the kitchen to watch it for a while. But when school ended, he found out the snowball was missing. Damn. Zhou Jinghe cursed loudly. It's so cold today, and it's so small. What if it gets frozen? Without caring about his image or status, he tore off his sleeve and ran toward the woods on the other side. I'll go check over there. Miao Yongnian also snapped out of a shock, sighed, and with a few other boys, started helping to look. A group of boys, dressed in winter clothes, stepped through the snow in the woods behind the school, calling out, "Snowball," again and again. Suddenly, everyone looked back and saw something in the grass behind the school wall. It was a nearly frozen small white ball, curled up on a patch of red fallen leaves. Its snowy fur was stained with dark red. More precisely, it was beaten to a bloody mess. Its back leg was twisted at an odd angle, and beneath it was a broken bamboo stick. Blood was winding around, dried into a dark crust on the ground. Miao Yongnian was the first to walk over. When he recognized the furry little white ball, his face changed instantly. He quickly turned to Zhou Jinghe, his voice trembling slightly. "Isn't this the one I gave you yesterday?"